have people donate
We're
$50.
going live.
You get Alice Drager's voice on your answering machine.
Are we live? We are live. Cool.
We are live.
This is the East Lansing Info Telethon. The first time ever we've done this, but if it goes well, we hope to keep upping the celebrities we get every year and eventually getting Michelle Obama on.
And if it goes wrong, we'll never ever do it again.
I'm Alice Drager, the founder and publisher of East Lansing Info. I'll let the other folks introduce themselves.
Sure. I'm Emily Joan Elliott, the managing editor of East Lansing Info.
I'm Andrew Graham. I'm currently tweeting this out live so more people can join us. I'm the city desk editor. Yeah, that's me.
And with us, we have Cody. He teaches English and journalism at East Lansing High School and advises Portrait, the high school's newspaper. He's also the director of Eli's Summer Youth Journalism Program. In his 4 years of teaching, the programs have collected over 100 state interscholastic press awards and have been featured in national publications that highlight outstanding journalism programs around the country. So welcome, Cody. Thank you for coming on today.
Thank you. I feel very welcome. Very excited to be here, be the first of your very big list of famous guests. I know that I was intentionally put as, the primer for the actual famous people. So I appreciate you bringing me up, and I'm excited to be here. This is such an awesome idea and a fabulous group of hosts, I might say.
Well, and one of the reasons we're raising money is Cody is the director of our Summer Youth Journalism Program, which we've, I think, run 4 years in a row now. Or,
yep.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so every year for 2 weeks in the summer, Cody runs an intensive for young people in our area. It could be high school students, it could be college students, students who've graduated high school and are out in the world. They can come in and do a 2-week intensive with Cody in which they do journalism ethics, learn the skills of journalism, and they've told us it's really been an important part of their lives. So that's part of what we're fundraising for. And as we talk, I'll be sharing the screen that helps you understand how to donate. But basically, if you want to donate to Eli today, the easy way to do it is go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate, and it gives you all your options. If you can't remember that, just Google East Lansing Info, find us, go to the front page, and you'll see how to support Eli.
Yes, and I just dropped it in the YouTube chat, the donate link.
Great.
So Cody, I was hoping we could start today by you telling us a bit about what draws you to journalism and mentoring youth who are discovering journalism. Sure.
So I don't think I'd be able to talk about my work with Eli without just kind of talking about how I got into journalism. It sounds a little cliche because it probably is, but when I joined high school, I went to Grand Blanc High School in Grand Blanc, Michigan. And the newspaper there is called the Bobcat Banner, which sounds about as good as it was at the time when I was in it. But when I entered high school, I was a band kid and I'd done a little bit of singing in my life. But one thing I never even knew existed and grew really excited about as a freshman was the high school newspaper. And I remember picking up my first copy of the newspaper and opening it up and seeing, the box with everybody's names in it. And I was like, how cool would it be if my name was in the box of people that wrote for the student newspaper, which no one thinks when they open their first student newspaper, right? They open it up and they're like, okay, that was fun for about 3 seconds. But I saw my name being there at the Bobcat Banner. And I had to go through all those, courses that you have to go through in high school until I was a junior and joined the high school newspaper. And within a month, I'm pretty sure, of me starting at the high school newspaper, they made me the junior editor. And purely because there was 31 seniors and 1 junior. But they really wanted me to stay, and it worked. And when I got to the end of college, I couldn't decide between journalism and music. They were two of probably the most prolific forces in my life. And I missed my music school audition. And so I was like, well, I'll just try journalism, to see if I actually really like it. And when I went to Michigan State, the work, the people that I met there, professors like Cheryl Pell and Joe Grimm, really kind of set me on the path to not just journalism, but journalism education in particular. And so when I went to Michigan State and really learned that I wanted to be not just a journalist, but a journalism teacher, I found myself drawn to the ways in which I was empowered when I was in high school to use my voice. And I will tell you the things that my students write and that the ELI, Summer Youth Journalism Program students write, are way more profound than the things that I wrote about for the most part when I was in high school. But that very first piece that I ever wrote for the Bobcat Banner was about a student who had died as a freshman. And, my first ever interview was with his mom, who was a janitor at the school. And that was probably the most hard-hitting piece that I ever had in all 2 years. But, that really kind of set me on the path to be able to do the kind of work in which I saw just how important my voice was and how important these students' voices are. So I really just, my love for it comes from student voice and seeing how writing and design and photography all come together to make something beautiful and profound.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Cody. Can you talk a little specifically about the summer youth journalism program that you mentioned? What do you do with the participants?
Yeah, so the summer youth journalism program, which every year has shifted in small and large ways, started out as kind of, the very first year, which was right after my first year of teaching at East Lansing, my first year of teaching ever, I envisioned it as taking a semester-long intro to journalism course and condensing it down into 10 curricular days. And so in those 10 curricular days, I really wanted to focus on, okay, what is in these 3-hour blocks, what is, the least and most amount of information that I could give these students to really help them understand, okay, what do I need to know to be a student journalist, a citizen journalist, and how can I do journalism in my area? And we envisioned it when Alice and I first talked, envisioned it as, the Lansing area, so students from all around the Lansing area. And what I've found in these years of getting to work with students who, are in the Lansing area, but also have not necessarily come from the Lansing area at the beginning, are just the ways in which, we see how students and their voices can actually make a difference in their community. So we first start by covering law and ethics because they have to know what they can and cannot do. And we both cover kind of like, we cover the First Amendment and free speech. And then we also talk a little bit about limited free speech and limited forums, because I want them to be aware of that when they write for ELI and when they write in, we'll use the real world, there are fewer restrictions than if they write for a student publication. Student publications and student-sponsored free speech have more constricted free speech laws. And so we kind of talk about both of those, but then also we talk about ethics and the ways in which ethics really help define the decisions we do and don't and should and shouldn't make. And like once we have that kind of basis, every single day we actually start, the students will debate an ethical situation that comes either from a real or perceived circumstance, both in kind of a scholastic setting and also just in the real world setting. Some of those settings in which were inspired actually by Alice's work and her investigative work over the years, using some of those to help create some of our ethical conundrums. And from there, we talk about news literacy and how to really know that what you're reading is the truth. And also,
yeah, and Cody, if I could just jump in,
please.
I mean, one of the things that I totally love about when you're doing those journalism ethics thing, when I've stood at the door and listened when you're doing it at the library, obviously this year was virtual, but in the past years you've done it at the East Lansing Public Library. When I'm listening, what I'm hearing is the students struggling with the ethics, not just of journalism, but the ethics of what it means to live in a community. And that I totally love, right? Everything Eli does is ultimately about taking care of this community, sometimes with hard news, but sometimes with other things. But when you're engaging them in that question, you're always engaging them in the question of, okay, you're doing this in a small town. So you're
Right.
not just functioning as a journalist, you're functioning as a citizen and a community member. And what does that mean? And that is so exciting to me because you're taking journalism and you're making it bigger. You're making it about citizenship, which ultimately journalism always is. But when you're having that discussion, you're just bringing that to the surface. And I just love that.
Well, and one of the most beautiful and difficult pieces of that too, like for them being in high school, is that, when they get to write for ELI and get to put pieces out kind of into the community, the people that are reading them are their neighbors. There are some people that do know them that don't know them, but it becomes even more localized when you're writing for your school paper or writing for your school yearbook, because you're writing about potentially, tough, difficult, harmful topics about people that you see in math class. Right, about someone that you may have seen walking down the hallway one day. And ultimately, doing that kind of writing and doing that kind of reporting is so important to really showing the student body that you're invested in their lives and in the things that they do, and not just, the superficial, the grades, the who's dating who, right, but the actual problems that students struggle with. And so, and in the real world, it becomes even more profound when you're writing about people who you may have seen on the street, may know as your neighbor, but when you talk to them and get to know who they really are and the stories that they go through, it's so incredible to also see what role journalism just plays in learning about the people in your community. Which I mean is I'll plug y'all, but that's some of my favorite pieces that I ever get to read on ELI are stories about the community members and the people and what they do and the ways in which they're resilient and strong, but also just incredibly human. Because I mean, don't worry, don't get me wrong, Andrew, I love reading about, the city government and about the city desk. And it's all very interesting.
No offense taken. I agree with you.
But just those human stories are so beautiful. And so, yeah, I think that, like from learning about all of those ethics, we also too, they just learn, how to structure a basic news story. They learn AP style, so how to make sure they can edit themselves. They learn a little bit about feature writing. We've gone back and forth, over the years about other topics. We've included photojournalism, we've included opinion writing, and at that tier 1 level, it really is just building up their toolbox, how to file a FOIA request, how to attend a city council meeting or attend a school board meeting and just read the minutes and know exactly what they mean. All those kind of toolbox skills once they've got kind of the baseline level, so that by the end of the program, in which ideally they've got something to publish or they're working on something to publish, they have kind of those skills to be able to say, all right, I'm nowhere an expert, but I at least know the steps that I can go through to be able to put together a really good journalistic sound story, which I think is most of like the skill sets that I can impart on them in just a 2-week period. But it's also perfect because I've only been in East Lansing for 8, 9, maybe going on 10 years next year. And so my expertise comes in journalism and teaching journalism, but the expertise of this community and what this community has gone through, and just having expertise in what East Lansing is and what it's going through are the people on this call, the people who run ELI.
One of the great things I've heard from the students about you teaching them the interview skills is that they've had to really learn to go up to strangers and ask penetrating questions. And a lot of them have told me that's served them really well in their lives as they've gone on in their lives, because they learned the skill of really just approaching somebody and asking the question they really need answered. And that can be hard to learn. You don't learn that on social media because that's not a personal interaction. So they've learned a lot of basic life skills in this program. One of the questions we get, though, from people is, can you really teach journalism to teenagers in 2 weeks? And one of the things I always say to people is, you'd be surprised how naturally good teenagers are at doing investigative journalism. They are naturally skeptical of authority. They are dogged. When they want to know something, they will persist until they find it out. And they're just really good at being persistent and questioning authority. So they're actually natural investigative journalists once you show them the skills.
Yeah.
And I think when you consider technology too, there's a lot that, the average 17-year-old just comes inherently with, navigating systems online and stuff like that. They bring it.
Graduates of the program come and write for ELI, and they're not just doing the soft stories. They're doing a lot of serious ones. I know Adon Tomas Kwan has written, he's prolific for us at this point. He did a really good story recently about the fire department and police department and how they're dealing with COVID, and sat down for interviews with some of the leaders of those departments. And I know when I was a sophomore in high school, I did not have that skill set of just going up to people and asking questions.
And that's definitely one of the most beautiful, rewarding parts of getting to teach journalism to young people, is that there is this really kind of, and when I think about when I was a sophomore, there's this kind of, I don't want to say dichotomy, but there's this situation in which I was so self-conscious as a high schooler at this time. Like I was so in here that it really did take journalism and being on the student news staff to like get me out of my shell with strangers. And while I wouldn't consider myself a huge extrovert at this point, just in life, I've learned that, sometimes it's the most introverted students that learn how to think and process and come up with some of the most profound questions, and learn how to talk to people. One, and this is not random, but informed, there's a book that I've read in the last couple of years that really also helped me kind of teach students how to interview. It's called Ask More from Frank Sesno. Who is I think CNN, Washington Post byline. But if anybody's looking for a great book about how to ask better questions and ask more, phenomenal book. And shout out to Ava Butsu, who was my high school English teacher and also inspired me to go into teaching. She gave me that book. And, you know, it really does dig into all the different ways to ask really great questions. And so if anybody's looking for a good book for 2021 to meet that, or pretend to meet that Goodreads reading goal, that's a good one.
You had spent a few minutes talking about law and ethics, Cody. So we were wondering, as you work with the Summer Youth Journalism Program and advise Portrait, what are some of the most difficult situations you faced with having youth reporters work on hot topics?
So every year, and this, so I've only been advising Portrait. This is my third year. I've taken on the yearbook for all 5 years at East Lansing. This is our first year doing it entirely from home. Don't ask me how that's going. Actually, it's going phenomenally, let me tell you. But so with Portrait, every year we try to take on some big topic or big issue that's really relevant and find a way to localize it to East Lansing, and specifically East Lansing High School. So my very first year on Portrait, the big story, well, the two big stories that we wrote that year, one of which was a localization of Nassar. So we took the Nassar narrative, and this had been, I think, about a year and a half since most of the litigation, most of the intense kind of news breaking had come out. And we, or the students rather, were aware, and they knew of some students that went to East Lansing High School and that did still go to East Lansing High School.
Maybe we should explain, you're talking about Larry Nassar and the sexual abuse scandal at Michigan State, just for those people who are not from East Lansing and don't know immediately what we're talking about. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. And so there were some students that had attended or like were in the gymnastics scene, as Nassar was a doctor for primarily gymnastics students. I don't know if that's the right word. Athletes, that's the word. But so I was working with Mara Logan, who is the writer and the editor-in-chief of Portrait that year. And one of the biggest difficulties we had in putting that piece together was really figuring out how to navigate not just the interview, but really how to put that piece together in a way that spoke to students. And actually from that piece, we kind of developed a really, this kind of like three-headed approach into how to tackle a story like that. But we had, you know, in the beginning, when her and I were talking about this, we had, you know, two sources in mind. One student who attended East Lansing High School, who was a Nassar victim and who had also been interviewed by Glamour and was part of kind of what they called the second, I don't know if the second wave necessarily, but the second group that came out. And then one student who was a graduate of East Lansing High School. And so when we talked about that, we decided, well, we'd rather interview the student who's still going to East Lansing High School. But if they don't want to be part of it, totally fine. We have to respect that. Ethically, we want to protect our sources. So we'll ask the student who had graduated. And that was pretty much how it went. You know, the student who went to East Lansing High School was on the fence, but then decided didn't want to be a part of it. So we interviewed the student who had graduated and was a freshman in college. And we went down and we put the piece together. And at the end of it, Mara brought it to me. And we looked at it, and Mara had mentioned the student who went to East Lansing High School in a couple of lines. And I said, well, you know, they didn't really want to be interviewed. Is it ethically sound of us to include them in the story at all? And so we sat down and decided, okay, well, let's talk to that student and let's show them those lines in the story, not the whole story, but just those lines in the story, and allow them to decide if they want to be part of the story or not. And in sitting down with that student, the school counselor sat down with the student and they said, okay, we kind of see these lines. Can we see the whole piece? And ethically, showing an entire piece to someone before it goes to press, there's a lot of not necessarily trouble, but a lot of self-censoring that can happen. You know, if somebody sees your whole piece, especially one that's touchy, you know, they may not want you to run the piece, which is actually kind of what ended up happening with that student. After seeing the whole piece, didn't decide that they didn't want to be in the story. They decided they didn't want the story to run at all. And so after that happened, there was probably a week's worth of meetings between me and the administrators, me and the girl, me and the parent of that student, who, when I sat in a room with the parent of that student and the administrator, told me that they were going to sue me if the piece ran, to which I had to respond that, I mean, they weren't going to win, because, you know, they didn't include the student. They weren't ultimately in a position where they could be sued for anything. but went through a lot of really tough meetings and then eventually had to recuse myself from it because my job isn't to defend the students' work. It's the students' job to defend their work.
And I just want to make
And
clear, Cody, that you're talking about the story that was produced was a story that was an interview with a willing interviewee. It was a person
correct.
who wanted her story out there. The person objecting was a person who was also a Nassar victim and simply didn't want the story of the other woman out there.
Correct. And, you know, a lot of the basis that we know of in which they didn't want the story to run was the fact in which, like, if the story ran and they weren't a part of it, they were afraid that people would know that they decided not to be part of it and would question them, and it would kind of ruin the sanctity of that space. And one of the things that we kind of brought up in that conversation was that, well, this student had already published their story or part of their story in Glamour magazine for, you know, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. What was tiny high school newspaper going to do to, you know, change the publicity of that? And really what we learned from that process, because what ended up coming out of that after meeting, was that the students decided to pause the publishing until later on in the year. And so instead of publishing it in, I think, January or February, they ended up publishing it in March or April. But one of the hardest parts of that was actually learning when, as an advisor and when, you know, as their advisor of the paper, to take a look at this and say, like, I can't defend them. You know, I can't stop this from happening, but I need to give them the opportunity to learn what it's like to have to defend your own work, to talk about the ethical decisions behind what you're doing, and to be able to look at an administrator or someone who's trying to maybe not censor you, but just trying to influence you to make the decisions that they want you to make, right? And say, I'm doing this because it's more important for the student body to know how someone moves past something this traumatic, and to understand the ways in which sexual assault and just assault in general can be talked about in, you know, in student publications, and also can inspire others to take action if they haven't. That notion and the idea of being able to use your voice in that way is ultimately more important than the potential for one student who was not named in the story and who, you know, didn't want to be part of the story, and that was respected, for them to go through a potential, you know, small amount of, you know, harm in that publishing.
And this was
And
a piece we did end up sharing at Eli. It was a fantastically composed piece, really, I mean, really professional level by Mara Logan, working with Cody Harrell. East Lansing High School alum tells her story of being a Nassar survivor. And it was a really powerful story for people to read, because it really brought home, literally brought home, the story that had become an international story. We took it back home and brought it home. And that to me was just super, super powerful. So it was a great example of a cooperative system where we have got Cody between the high school and Eli working to really take care of the two big audiences there.
And that was, you know, it's weird looking back at a piece like that and saying that was really fun to advise, because it seems kind of counterintuitive to say that a piece about sexual assault would be fun to work on. But, you know, what I will say is that getting to work with her on that piece, you know, just kind of allowed me as a brand new advisor to a student news publication that was my first year being part of, you know, really finding ways to help students channel not only their voices, but like having them find ways to think about, okay, why are we doing it this way, right? Why is it so important that we do get this piece out? Because it could have been just as easy to say, why, you know, like we're just going to walk away from this. And that piece, actually, no, I was going to say, we wanted that piece to go into and run for student awards that year for Michigan Interscholastic Press Association awards. It was after the deadline, unfortunately. But I can tell you right now that if it had gone, it would have easily been a first place award, just from like the incredible reporting that was done. And, you know, also I'll say too, that that's one of the beautiful parts of working with ELI, is that students who write these kind of larger, more prolific pieces do have another place to be able to publish. Because I'm fairly certain that I had either talked to Alice about, or was planning to talk to Alice about, that if that piece didn't run at Portrait, to ask if ELI would have run it, which I think is another beautiful benefit of having ELI in our community and in our corner.
Yeah, and we've had that back and forth, actually. We've been in the same position where we've had to ask you, like, can you guys find out some stuff at the high school for us? Because we're working on a story and we know that the high schoolers know what's going on. And that's been really amazing for us to be able to have that connection, because the student reporters of Portrait and Eli are really good. I mean, they're just really good. I gotta say that has a lot to do with your fabulous training, but it also is because they're just really talented kids, and being able to empower them in this way. I know I've heard from many of them who've gone on to other types of careers. They've said these skills have really helped them in their lives. So eastlansinginfo.news/donate.
Well, and I
Oh,
also
yeah.
know for me, having, you know, done some journalism in high school and now done many years of it, is the sooner you can sort of realize as a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old that even though like you've spent your whole life calling, you know, everybody Mr. or Mrs. or doctor or whatever, and you're sort of always that, like, when you sit down for an interview, it doesn't matter if the person's, you know, the chief of police and you're a high school student, like you're suddenly in that peer on peer setting, and you're just talking to another person trying to get that information, which can be really hard when you're 16. And like Cody says, I mean, I remember being a self-conscious high schooler and just talking to, like, you know, calling the police department to ask a question about something. And it's like, they're used to this all the time. They talk to reporters.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
part of their job. And so just recognizing that that you will be treated as a peer. And I think that's something that I've noticed a lot from working with the different reporters who've done the summer youth, excuse me, journalism program, is they very much come out of that. They're not afraid of, you know, like Adon, you know, talking to people in the police and fire command structure about COVID stuff. He's just like got in touch with them and did that. And I think that's what's really impressive to me, is like, I wasn't entirely there when I was 17 or 18, but that impresses me a lot about the kids coming out of there.
And they're so resilient. Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Emily.
I was going to say, we're coming up almost on the half hour, but I did want to bring up something that actually Adon had told us, was that Portrait, because school has been online now for the better part of 9 months, is now available online. So I was wondering if you could spend the last 2 minutes maybe talking about that transition, and also plug the website so people who support Eli could find that work out there as well.
So eastlansingportrait.com, which, you know, I kind of.
Uh-oh.
Journalism program at East Lansing.
Sorry, you froze, Cody.
Oh, thank you. When I look at kind of the, you know, the big plan in the program for East Lansing, and I think about East Lansing Portrait, you know, I looked at the very beginning when I was in my first year of advising it and thought, okay, by year 5, I'd love to have a website and a paper. But at the beginning, I just want to get the paper going. I just want to get the culture going. And then COVID. And so instead of year 5, it was year 3. But really, the process of that first was just kind of making sure we had funding to get the website started. But then it was all about shifting all of the curriculum to writing for a print publication to writing for a web publication. Teaching them, you know, how to put something on a website, what it meant to do breaking news. And we've done breaking news for the first time ever this year. Shout out to Adon if he's watching, because he wrote the very first breaking news piece we ever did on the Portrait website, which was about the MDHHS's extension of, you know, COVID rules that kind of prevented the football team from having their playoffs at the end of 2020. But it's just been such a cool way of, you know, redeveloping curriculum and getting to work with students on work that can truly access anyone. I mean, the paper can get anywhere, but it's primarily written for the high school audience. But, you know, any really phenomenal high school news piece, and I've seen so many, you know, that have just gone in a way viral, right? Of pieces that students write that go out there and that somebody latches onto and ends up getting shared and just really takes on a life of its own. So it's been really fun to just see the ways in which they've expanded. They've done multimedia. We had a podcast on there for the first time. Shout out to Edith Pendle, who put together our very first ever podcast. We're doing video. We're just like firing on all cylinders, trying new things, seeing what works, also seeing what doesn't work. Remember, it's a high school student news website, and so there's going to be things on there that you're like, all right, that was you know, great, but didn't expect that. Me too. But eastlansingportrait.com is where you can go to, you know, learn about the news at East Lansing High School, learn about sports, learn about, you know, the students and their stories and just the ways in which they're still staying resilient even in these kind of uncertain times.
We've got to get one of your reporters to come and write about that at Eli so we can point everybody to it at Eli. If you've
Oh, yeah.
enjoyed this segment, I just want to plug into a few things that tie into what Cody's been talking about. At 2:00, we'll have on Alex Hosey, who's a junior at East Lansing, senior at East Lansing High
He's a
School,
senior. Mhm.
and who has been a graduate of both the Tier 1 and the advanced programs of the Summer Youth Journalism program. So we're excited about that. And at 5:00, we're talking to Emily Yaffe of The Atlantic. And one of the things we're going to be talking about is journalism ethics. And we're going to be talking about with her about these kinds of issues. How do we handle taking care of a community when we're bringing hard-hitting news and naming names?
Mhm.
This has been great, Cody.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for joining us.
Thank you for joining
Cody.
us.
Absolutely. And before I go, let me just plug, and I don't know if the offer is still on the table, but if it is, for anybody who donates $50, you still get a signed copy of The Guide to Running from Peter Sagal. Is that true?
You do, and he's doing this at 3:00. So Cody,
Well,
go to that
I'm-
special link, eastlansinginfo.news/running, and there's a special link for this one. Donate $50, you get the signed copy of Peter Sagal's book just for Eli donors.
well, that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
You're going running?
At the end of this, well, I'm not going. I already went running today. And if you're in this area, please don't go running today. It is awful out there right now. I almost slipped 50 times, but I'm going to go to East
Buy
Lansing
the book instead.
info.news/running and donate $50, and I'm going to get myself a copy of it. And I hope y'all do too. But
And we'll
thank you all
get
so
Peter
much for
Sagal to
having
say
me.
your name. I'll try to remember to do that.
Yes, please. I'll be here. What time is here? 3?
3:00.
3 o'clock. I'll be on YouTube with all of you watching at that time too. But have a wonderful day and good luck. Got 11 and a half hours to go.
Thanks, Cody.
Thank you,
Getting through
Cody.
it.
All right, just a reminder, we're raising money for East Lansing Info, and this is pretty cool. If you take your camera and you open your camera app and simply point it at that squiggly thing in the center of our screen, it will automatically open a tab for you that you can click on, and it allows you to very easily use Apple Pay, Google Pay, any credit card to donate to Eli. You can also use a more conventional system and just go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate, and it gives you all the options of how you can donate. We've got lots of different ways: PayPal, these links through Omela to do credit card donations. We've got MSU, FCU direct money to money. So it's all great.
Yes. And if you're donating to us, you're supporting the program that Cody was talking about, among other things, the Summer Youth Journalism program. And we do employ, plenty of the graduates of that program, and they've been doing phenomenal work for us. So it is going to a good cause, teaching students not only how to write good journalism, but also journalism literacy, which is important, certainly.
The students are also paid $250 as an educational stipend, so that allows them to be freed up from having to work another job so they can participate. And they also get paid for their reporting. So it's a great job for young people.
Yes, it is. And now we have joining us Dr. Jane Turner, who retired from the Michigan State University Department of Pediatrics and Human Development after working there for 30 years. She is currently the co-director of Michigan's Leadership Education and Neurodevelopment Disabilities Program, an interdisciplinary program across 6 Michigan universities. And she works with the Ingham County Community Health Centers, where she sees pediatric patients at Cedar Pediatrics. She enjoys all aspects of caring for children and youth and has a special interest in working with children who have chronic health conditions, including autism and other neurodevelopmental disabilities. She also served 1 term on the East Lansing Public Schools Board of Education. So thank you for joining us today, Jane. We appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me. And I was listening to the previous interview with Cody and enjoyed it very much.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah, that was terrific.
I just want to remind folks.
I knew of the summer internship program just a little bit. I'd heard of it, but I didn't know the depth of it. And also the East Lansing portrait. I'm very familiar with the East Lansing portrait, having 2 kids that graduated from East Lansing schools. But it was wonderful to hear more about it.
Just a reminder to folks, if you want to pitch in a question that you'd like us to ask Dr. Turner, you can go to eastlansinginfo.news/telethon, TELETHON.
Very good.
Spell out loud very well.
We're half an hour in and we're struggling to spell telethon.
eastlansinginfo.news/telethon. And you'll see there's a way you could click on a link. It takes you to a Google form and it allows you to just throw us a question. So feel free to do that if you want to send in a question. And Andrew and I will be keeping an eye on that as Emily talks with Jane.
Yes, and I just put that link in the chat on YouTube as well for our viewers. So Jane, just wanted our viewers to get to know you a little bit. So I wanted you to speak briefly about what made you decide to become a pediatrician and how you wound up in East Lansing.
Yeah, so you gave me some clues ahead of time what some of the themes you'd be asking. It made me think back to 1972 when I was in college and when I made my decision to go to medical school. I really was fighting the thought of becoming a doctor when I was an undergraduate. At that point in time, there was a lot of thought that medicine was part of the big establishment, and that doctors were mostly greedy after money and had very poor communication skills. And really, there wasn't kind of the thought that physicians were there to serve, but more were serving themselves. Mm-hmm. So I was really fighting it because it was a perfect fit for me. I love working with people, and I was majoring in biology because I love biology and I love the sciences. I was also concerned about the socialization that I knew was happening in the profession, that there was a lot of talk about, going through the long medical school and residency, one's attitudes would change and one would become more cynical and less idealistic. So I was kind of staying away from it. I took a year away from college and spent it in East Africa. And when I was there, I could see the incredible need for physicians. And I also realized I was very privileged and could go to medical school, and that I should put the others aside and hopefully not myself be molded by the pressures of the profession. Mm-hmm. So that's when I decided. So I came back from East Africa and I sat down and I took organic chemistry over a summer, which I had taken before, but had not done very well. And aced it that summer, took the MCATs and was able to go to medical school. And fortunately, I was able to go to medical school back in my home territory in Oregon and be close to my family of origin. So, and that's kind of how I decided to become a physician. And then pediatrician, I just have always really enjoyed working with kids. I wanted to do clinical medicine. I wanted to do primary care. I thought a lot about doing family medicine, but I just so much enjoyed doing kids, and my pediatric rotation was the one I enjoyed the most. And that's and I really like the other part of it is I was thinking about going into public health and maybe doing just 1 year of internship and switching to public health residency, because you need to have a clinical year to get a license to practice medicine. And as I was looking, pediatricians are generally really nice people. It's true. It's true. It's not just a stereotype. I can't say that every pediatrician is a really nice person, but in terms of where I was going to spend my time doing my training, pediatrics looked like one of the most inviting environments. And we're also talking about a time when very few women were in medicine. Those that were in medicine, many went into pediatrics, so it was a more comfortable place for women. When I went to medical school, when I started medical school in 1975, my class at the University of Oregon, there were 17 women in a class of, 20 women in a class of 110 or 117. It was the first year that there had ever been more than 3 women in a class. So it was, I didn't feel discriminated against, but it wasn't really very comfortable. And you put that in the context of a program of study that's very rigorous, incredibly demanding, and where you get a lot of subtle suggestions that maybe you don't really belong here because you're taking the place of a man. What are you going to do when you have a baby? Are you going to be working part-time and maybe not contributing? All of those things. One of my friends, going into pediatrics was, that's not why I did it, but I think it contributed. One of my friends was, when she was doing her surgery rotation, one of my women friends, she was doing a great job, and all of the residents and the attendings were complimenting her on how good she was. until she commented that she was thinking of pursuing a career in surgery. And the message changed. This is not a good place for you. This is too hard. This is too difficult. These are long hours. And it really changed. So anyway, I'm blabbing on a lot, but times were different than they are now. Very different.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Jane. So Jane and I had worked together previously, I believe in September. We interviewed the 8 candidates who were running for a school board over the course of a weekend. And school board has been in the news recently because the trustees voted 5-2 on December 11th to allow a return to in-person learning. And Jane had also previously appeared at public comment to discuss coronavirus and how it impacts different age cohorts in different ways. So I was wondering if you could explain to our listeners or viewers, I guess, I'm used to saying listeners from the podcast, why it is crucial for younger kids to have in-person learning.
So I think all kids really benefit from being in person in school.
Mm-hmm.
It's, there's so much about being in school besides the lesson plan, besides the didactic. Schools offer support, social support. It's a good environment for all kids of all ages. And some kids have a greater need for in-person instruction and in-person environment. For some, it's not the didactics, it's not the academics. They may have a greater need because they don't have another safe place to be. So it's not all age according to age. Mm-hmm. But younger kids, there are lots of things about the younger child and the developing brain. They do better in person. They have shorter attention spans because of their developmental stage. They do better with tactile touching things and with moving. And they're learning, a 7-year-old's brain is absorbing information and absorbing new ideas and skills faster than a 14-year-old's, even though a 14-year-old is still really learning a whole lot faster than an adult. It's also, the young kids are laying down critical skills that are very hard to backfill. So many of the skills of communication skills and analytical skills are being laid down. You talk about the very young child is learning to read, and then later you're reading to learn. That's a nice cliche. And time lost for a 7-year-old is more time lost learning from a 7-year-old may have greater impact than that for a 14-year-old. That's not to say that, that every 7-year-old and every 14-year-old, but there's so much. If you miss a semester of US history in your sophomore year, you can take it in your junior year. But if you don't get the fundamental reading skills in early elementary, it's very hard. You can get them. It's not like it's all over and you can't get them, but it's harder to backfill. So I do think that we need to put some priority for the younger kids, and we need to put priority for kids who have individualized education plans, kids who have learning disabilities or other special needs, special learning needs, that many also really need to be in that in person or do much better. And they have more to lose by not being in person.
Right.
And I'm impressed by the district. I mean, it has to be a flexible plan. It has to be fluid. It has to be individualized. What a challenge and then safe. I mean, how do you keep it safe? And we're learning so much more as we go along, which is very helpful, but it also tells us how much we didn't know. How much we didn't know before. I mean, there's always the question of, what's the risk for kids it being in school? How likely are they to pick up coronavirus, COVID, in the school classroom? There was just something that was published this week suggesting that children are more likely to pick it up in other environments rather than in the classroom. Mm-hmm. That comparing kids, looking at kids who have picked it up, more of those that have gotten COVID are more likely to be in an environment where their family members are not wearing masks or they're visiting more people, and there seems to be more from the outside of school social that they're more likely to pick it up. We're just kind of learning. I mean, that's not definitive information. It's just a suggestion. And then you have to think about, okay, well, if the kids aren't likely to pick it up, if they do have it, let's say they pick it up at home or from their aunt or from playing with some friends, and they bring it to school, what about the teacher? And the school secretary and others. I mean, there's just so many factors. Boy, I don't envy the folks that are making these decisions, because you can't eliminate the risk. As long as this pandemic, as long as this virus is around, you cannot eliminate the risk. How do you decrease it? And how do you keep people, how do you balance risks and benefits?
Yeah.
And I just want to make a plug here for Emily as our lead schools reporter, because Emily goes to these meetings. She goes to these school board meetings, some of which go 3-4 hours with a lot of public comment, and then distills it down in a way that I find and our readers find incredibly fair. And it is difficult to do that, to bring it home and to bring it to us in a way that allows us who cannot attend 4-hour school board meetings to go ahead and read a story that takes us 10 minutes to read so that we really know what's happening at the school board is tremendous. And Emily has just taken that over in the last year and done a phenomenal job. I mean, everybody who's been at Eli for 5 years has been saying the same thing to me, that we're incredibly fortunate to have you on that beat. And it was so cool to have you and Jane together doing the interviews with the school board candidates. That was huge. It was amazing to be able to watch those before we voted.
Yeah.
It was so interesting. Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
I knew they were going to be good after I got to be the guinea pig for them.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we had a trial run and Andrew was just terrific. He hit us with the hardest questions. He was great. No, it was really, I was so impressed with the quality of the candidates.
Yeah, I was as well. I actually am a Lansing resident, and I left feeling a little bit relieved that I didn't have to vote, because I didn't know how I would choose 3 out of the 8. They all had impressive qualifications, and I've learned a lot covering school board as well, because I went to parochial school in the Bronx, and we didn't necessarily have a school board. And I don't have kids, and I live in Lansing and not East Lansing. So it's been an interesting learning curve, particularly with the pandemic. I haven't had to consider what it's like to be at home teaching your child and different things like the socialization. And one of the pieces that was just super informative to me was I reached out to a handful of people who had commented at public comments about their feelings about returning. And I had one person who said, not until we're vaccinated, another person who felt sooner rather than later. And they both had completely real points and complete logic to what they were saying. And there is no easy solution at this moment. It really just resonated with me. But Jane, as the students are returning to in-person learning, or at least some will, for our listener or viewers, the teachers are getting to decide if they're comfortable returning, and then the number of teachers returning therefore determines the number of students who could return. But for those returning, what might they do to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, whether among students or from student to teacher, teacher to student? Because you had pointed out that nothing is completely safe until the pandemic's over. At this point, it's mitigation.
Yeah, I don't have any kind of, really new recommendations on that besides what we know of wearing masks. And, many kids can wear masks. Most kids can wear masks, and teachers wearing masks. Keeping distance, that's socially distancing. Washing hands often. We're learning more, I'm hearing more and reading more on how by touch is probably not a major source of transmission. It's more in the air, which brings us up to ventilation. You hope that your classrooms are well ventilated. That does seem to make a difference. Not crowding, just kind of the things that we've been hearing from the CDC, which means lower capacity, not as many people in the room. Careful going to the bathroom. Careful, they're probably bringing their own water bottles, because I bet the water fountains are all taped over and not operating. I don't know how they're handling lunchtime, but I bet they're doing it in their classrooms or with kids separated far apart, because when you're eating is a risky time. There's little things like when you're eating, don't also be talking and laughing. I don't know how you can keep kids from doing that. You can't keep grown-ups from doing that. I mean, really, we're such social beings, but no more magic than, those kinds of things. And I think we're learning a little bit more, which tells us how much we didn't know, that spending all the time and energy on scrubbing every doorknob every 5 minutes is probably not going to make much of a difference. Doesn't mean you don't want to keep things clean. But that keeping that distance and wearing the mask seems to be, at the height of the, top priorities.
Yeah, sometimes I feel badly when I put medical professionals that question, because I'm sure you guys repeat that every day, like wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance. But I think it's always good to remind people that we do have those tools at our disposal to mitigate the spread.
Just to make a comment, one of the big challenges is, as kids are more back in person, is deciding who needs to stay away to be quarantined.
Mm-hmm.
And I that's a challenge that I and my colleagues face in clinic. We get, we're patients that we see either in person or often by telehealth. My child has been sent home because he has a runny nose, but he has allergies and he always gets a runny nose this time of year, but we can't go back until we get a doctor's note. Or my child had a sore throat on Saturday, but it's all better now. Or we were at my cousin's and 3 days later, my cousin was diagnosed with COVID, and, what do we, when can we go back? Those are tough ones. Those are really tough. I mean, partly they're tough because if I say, no, that child needs to be quarantined for 2 weeks. I mean, I had this recently, then the conversation was with the mother then, so what does that mean for you and your work?
Right.
Because she had a job where she gets paid by being there, doesn't get paid if she's not there. And she was going to need to stay home. Actually, it kind of worked out for that particular person. When I called and checked on things a couple of days later, she said, well, I'm just as glad because somebody at my work had COVID and I wasn't there. I didn't get exposed. But these are tough decisions, because in children, COVID can be, as we know, asymptomatic or with really minor symptoms that look just like a common cold.
Right.
There's, you can't say, oh, no fever can't be COVID, because kids can have COVID with no fever. I mean, it can be, it can be vomiting and diarrhea. It cannot look like it. I mean, that's true in adults too, but much more so in kids. Very hard to know.
So Jane, one of the things we saw coming out in the national news this week is studies showing that looking at people's viral loads will actually help you understand how sick they're likely to get. So is there some possibility that now, because actually that information has always been available with the tests, it's just not been made public to the people with the tests and not given to the doctors. If we have that, if we've got people getting tested and we know their viral loads, that should allow us to figure out more about who might get sicker and who might be more contagious?
I think so. I don't think we're quite there to, do it on an individual basis and say you have a low viral load, so you're okay to do such and such. But I think we can use it a little bit as a predictor. One of the challenges, though, is also the availability of tests. I mean, we have been able to do that. I mean, one of my challenges has been just, a few weeks ago, do I send a kid for a test when I know it's going to be 3 hours in line getting the test and it's going to be 4 or 5 days before they get the test result?
It's actually gotten much better.
It's much better.
A lot of people don't know that the Frandor drive-through now, which for those of you who don't live here, is this weird experience where you go to a place that used to be a Sears automotive drive-through bay, and you drive through and instead you're met with hospital personnel who give you a COVID test, or if you need blood work, you can get blood work there done. It's actually been really short in the last few days, which is great. So you can get in and out pretty quickly. And people should know you can also get blood tests there. So you can do a blood draw there. And I and a couple other people have needed blood tests recently for medical checkups have found it's only about 20-minute wait. So it does seem like right now, but of course, if schools reopen,
it
MSU reopens, we may be seeing something.
Yeah, I had one mother that was late in the afternoon. I was on doing telehealth with the mother and the kids at about 6, and I looked online. Yep, the drive-through is still open. And I said, pile them in the car and go, because they all had cold symptoms, and one also had a fever. Pile them in the car and go. Take snacks. I warned her, take snacks because you might be there a long time, and because to know whether they could get back to school the following, within a few days if they were negative, because they were symptomatic. And I checked in with her a couple of days later, and she was there like 20 minutes. And that was like, it was prior to that, like 4 days before that, it had been a 3-hour wait. So it ebbs and flows. And I think it's much better now. And I hope it stays good, because you don't want that to be a barrier to getting the test if you need the test.
Yeah.
Kids, and they do kids. They don't do just, they'll do kids, and they'll do more than one person in the car.
We live not very far from that site, and it was interesting because it would wrap around the whole back to the apartment building. It was hundreds of cars, and now you see like 2 or 3 outside of the bay. Like, I keep tabs on it usually as I go by, but I had heard from a mutual friend that you recently received the first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. So I was wondering if you could walk us through the process of how that worked, kind of from finding out you were able to get a vaccine to getting the injection.
Sure. Yeah, I was really impressed. It went so well. I mean, because there's been so many unknowns. So I work in the Ingham County Health Department, but I'm still employed by Michigan State University. As you said, I retired on July 1, but I also on July 1 started a new position that is a 45% position.
Mm-hmm.
So I got an email sometime, I guess, probably early December, from MSU. I got a bunch of them from the MSU Healthcare to sign up if I was interested in the COVID vaccine. So I signed up. So I was on their list of people interested. Because I work at the Ingham County Health Department, I was on a conference call or a meeting with the health department, and the chief medical officer there had told us, this was about the 15th of December, we'll be getting the Moderna vaccine through the Michigan Primary Care Association, and we expect to be starting our immunizations in mid-January. Okay, so that was what I had in my mind. And then suddenly, the morning of December 22, I get an email. The county got a bunch of vaccines, and MSU is delivering them. If you are interested, sign up here for today, tomorrow, or next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I signed up and I got my first shot. It was a Pfizer, and I got it on Wednesday, the 23rd of December. It was really well run. They were ready to go. And I think part of it may be that they'd had previously had drive-through flu vaccine clinics. I signed up for a specific time. I went down to the MSU Pavilion. For those of you that don't know MSU well or don't know East Lansing well, the MSU Pavilion is a facility south of campus where they hold rodeos and llama fests and far right speakers. Those are the things that I know that happen there.
Yes.
And I drive up a few minutes before my time. They've got me on a list. I show my ID. They want to see my official government ID, and they want to see my work ID. They want to make sure, that everybody is, legitimately there because of their work. I work my way in. It's in this huge space that's like a parking garage. I don't think they park cars there because there are no lines on the ground like for where you put your car. I think they park cows there. There were no animals there, and it didn't smell like animals at all, but this huge underground space. There were lines, parallel lines of cars, and somebody comes to the car pushing a little cart. You sign the consent. Prior to going, though, you get the consent electronically, so you're not just sort of signing something without having a chance to read it. I mean, I got all the information about potential side effects, the fact that this is has an emergency use approval from the FDA, but has not gotten full approval. I mean, all the risks and benefits are laid out. You get to do that ahead of time. And then the nurse comes by pushing a little cart, and you roll down your window or open the door and you get your shot. And then she moves on to somebody else and you wait. Everybody has to wait a minimum of 15 minutes in case there's a reaction. And we waited longer than that because you wait until, the last person that got the shot goes, and then we're in our cars and we slowly went out and go about our business. It was so smoothly done. It was just amazing. I mean, I was just so impressed. They were ready to go, really ready to go.
And my dad went and he also, I think, through Sparrow and MSU got vaccinated at the MSU Pavilion the last Monday, I think. And he had the same experience. He left. It was his time was at like 6. He left home at like 5:45 and was home at like 6:35. He reported 24 hours later he has not grown any antlers or anything like that yet. So side effects are minimal for him at least. But yeah, he had the similar experience that it's just really well run over there.
So at Eli, we'll keep bringing information about when it becomes available to the general public. Jane and Andrew's fathers are both physicians, and so they're in the earlier batches of folks who are getting it, and people in the health department, those kinds of folks on the front lines. But we will keep you informed at Eli. This is an area that Emily's been reporting on us for quite a lot in terms of attending the weekly Ingham County Health Department meetings and bringing us back information. But the whole team really has been trying to work on COVID in a big way, and that's been a big part of our reporting this year.
Yes, I'm going to put our vaccination talk on hold for a brief second and we'll come back to it. But Jody Spicer is on to give us an update about how we're doing with our fundraising. So, hey, Jody, thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, I'm really glad to be here and super excited. I feel like I have the best part of today because I get to count the money as it comes in. So I'm very excited. In case your readers didn't know where we started, or the listeners, we started at about $108,000 and we're trying to get to 200,000. And so far we've had, I'm going to look at my spreadsheet right now. I'm keeping track of it. So far we've had, since we started at noon, we've had 5 donations, including a new recurring donation. So I just want folks to know that if you make a recurring monthly donation, we can actually count that whole year. So if, for instance, you give $50 a month, we can count that at $600. So that's very exciting for us. So we have collected so far since starting $735.
Wow.
So we are at 109,469.
Very cool.
So I plan to come back approximately the top of every hour. And if it gets even higher, I might get even more excited and I may start to jump up and down or wear my
hit the
band
200,000. Jody's going to be having like a lampshade over her head by the end of this.
Totally. If we hit 200,000, who knows what's going to happen. So, but the donations are rolling in and folks can, as Alice said, there's a number of ways to do it. Monthly donations can be matched or can be counted for the whole year. There's the new book. Peter Segal is going to be on later. You can get a $50 signed copy of the book. If you
go to
$50.
eastlansinginfo.news/running for that, because you have to go to a special campaign link to get the book because you have to give us your address. So that's eastlansinginfo.news/running.
Yep. And then if you donate $50, you get a signed copy of that. And we are just very excited and really grateful that we've had such a great lineup. And I'm just, you're going to hear me say this a lot, but my tagline is teamwork makes the dream work. And this is the dream team right here. And nice to see you, Dr. Turner. So glad you could be with us as well. And so I'm going to hop off and keep counting the money and I'll see you guys soon.
All right. Thanks, Jody.
If you go to our site, you'll see some stuff about buckets. So I just want to explain that the way we
I didn't know there was a physical prop.
Oh, Andrew, I have buckets.
Wow.
I have a lot of buckets for us today to talk about buckets.
I feel like for my sports section, because it's bowl season, I should just have a bunch of different bowls.
I have a football here somewhere. But so at East Lansing Info, it's not a conventional news organization. We're basically what I call a news brigade. And the idea is that we stay in those fire tower watchtowers for the town. We keep an eye on what's going on. And then as something happens, we come and figure out what's going on. We bring it back to you and we ask the people of the town to help us. So people of East Lansing, people like Jane Turner, are our sources. They are the people who help us report the news, help us ask school board members questions, help us find out what's going on about vaccinations. This is not a conventional news organization. This is a news organization where East Lansing truly brings itself the news. So we've got people like Andrew Graham, who is actually a professional journalist with a degree in journalism from Syracuse University, but we've got other folks in the community who do not have that, who do simpler types of news for us, but also just act as sources for us. So what happens is, when you donate to Eli, it's like you're throwing money into a bucket and we're pouring it into a water tower. And that water tower is what we draw from all year round to do the news. So this is the time of year when we fill the buckets, pour it into the water tower and have that funding available for the rest of the year so that we can keep the news coming throughout 2021. That means that Andrew and Emily and Jody and I don't have to focus on fundraising during the year. It means we know we have the money for the summer youth journalism program. It means we know we have the money to pay our reporters. We can just do the news and not do the fundraising. So that's my pitch. And I've got lots of buckets. And if you go to eastlansinginfo.news/buckets, you'll find the whole bucket campaign, but you don't have to give to a specific bucket. You can just go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate and give to Eli in general. It all goes into the water tower, and we water the city to keep it from being a news desert or to be on fire, even though the city's often on fire. All right, that's enough metaphors. Thank you.
We can't have any fires today. No emergencies today.
Well, when Jane and I were prepping for the telethon a day or two ago, she had mentioned that she's a proud Eli supporter. So I was wondering if you wanted to take a moment to say why you decided to support Eli.
Well, before I do that, is Jody still listening?
She might be.
Okay, because I don't see her face on the screen. So I am an Eli supporter because I just think it's an incredibly important service to the community. I think honest journalism is important to every community. I support WKAR, NPR, and we still get the Lansing State Journal as a way of supporting. But Eli fills a niche that none of the others do, and that is about East Lansing and really in-depth reporting, things I would never know otherwise about what's going on with the school board, because I don't watch those long meetings. I mean, occasionally, like once in a blue moon. And the city council and issues in development, those don't get covered anywhere else. There's no other way of knowing what's going on. And to to participate in our community, I really need to know what's going on. So I definitely support Eli. And the reason I was asking if Jody is still there.
She just texted me. She is listening. Okay,
so Jody, I am putting in, I have to correct the errors. I'm putting in a donation, a contribution that you won't see immediately, and that's a $50 a month from beginning today, going through the end of December. But it will take a day or two to be processed because I'm sending it from the Turner Strongest Giving Fund. We set up a donor directed fund to be able to put all of our money in one pot and pull it out as we need it. So you can add that to your sum for today, because I am hitting I will hit the submit button in just a minute. I want to make sure
$600 boost for our water tower.
Wow.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Fantastic.
It really, this is, journalism has always been important. In the current environment where there is so much, I hate to use the term, but the phrase fake news, but there is so much fake news and there is so much distortion of the facts. It's critical that we have honest, unbiased journalism, and to have it here in our community is phenomenal. So Alice and crew, thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you,
I'm just going to momentarily share this screen again. And again, this is, and Jody texted back, that is awesome. You're the best, Jane.
Yeah, and we should know too that Aaron Souza put in the YouTube chat that you're his hero, Jane, before this donation. He said that at the top of your segment.
So this is pretty cool. You can go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate and find lots of different ways to donate. But the other thing you can do is if you're on your computer and you've got your phone handy, take your phone, open up your camera app and point it at that squiggly square at the middle. It will actually open for you a little link that just gives you on your phone a super easy way to donate. And that actually allows you not just to donate in a lump sum contribution. You can pick the monthly option, which Jane just did for a different system. Pick the monthly option and we will be able to count whatever you're giving per month times 12 towards our goal of $200,000. So if you commit to $20 a month, we can put that in at $240. If you commit $50 a month, we can put that in at $600, and it gets us much closer to the top of our water tower so we can keep bringing the news. So you can I'll just leave this up a little bit longer. You can point your phone at it, open your camera app, and it should grab it and open a tab for you. If that doesn't work, or you want an easier way that's more familiar, eastlansinginfo.news/donate, lots of ways to donate.
Okay. Well, I'm going to return us now to our conversation on vaccination. So we've gone over how Jane and Andrew Sad, who's also a physician affiliated with Sparrow, have been vaccinated. And Alice and I received word yesterday that Bircham Hills the residents and the medical professionals there will have a chance to be vaccinated in late January, I believe through a partnership with Walgreens, if I recall correctly. So we are moving toward people getting vaccinated. It's happening. It's a bit piecemeal, but we are getting the vaccines to the area, and we are going according to the hierarchy the state released, with different tiers being vaccinated. But Jane, I was wondering if you could tell us about any side effects you might have had from the vaccine.
No, like Andrew's father, I've really not had any side effects. I had a little bit of a sore arm the evening following, like when I roll over on my left arm in bed, it bothered me a little bit. It wasn't as sore as the flu shot. I think the major side effect I've had is my husband follows the news a lot. And during the pandemic, he tells me the news a lot. And one of the things was that President Bolsonaro had commented that anyone that gets the vaccine is going to turn into a crocodile. So he's been checking me for that, for scales. I don't know if crocodiles have scales. And he's been telling that joke over and over, to the point that we came up with the rule that he was allowed 3 more tells and then we're done. And I think we're done. That was the side effect in my household. And those of you that know my husband can imagine how this played out.
Hey, you married an engineer on purpose, so you got what you asked for.
Yeah. But no, I've had no side effects at all. And I've been in touch with all of my pediatric colleagues and all my primary care colleagues. I think of the 10 of us, the last one is getting her vaccine today. None of us have had anything more than a sore arm.
Oh, that's great.
That's good.
And do you know if you had the Pfizer or Moderna?
I had the Pfizer.
Okay.
And I'm scheduled to go back on, actually, I'm going back on 20 days. CDC gives you a 4-day grace, and 21 days, they didn't have an appointment for me. So
Pfizer's a 2-shot deal.
it's a 2-shot deal, 3 weeks.
Moderna is 1, is that right?
I believe it's 2.
Moderna is 2 also. And that's 4 weeks apart. The Janssen that should be coming out soon is a 1-shot deal, I believe. And AstraZeneca, I think, is 2 shots, but I'm not sure. Yes, AstraZeneca is 2 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the UK just approved that yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is hard to keep up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because we also get the news of what's been okayed here and then elsewhere in the world as well. So yeah, you get a lot of updates, but we have here now a take on the Pfizer vaccine, and we previously published former MSUPD police chief Jim Dunlap's experience in the clinical trial for Moderna.
Yes,
this is very interesting.
Check out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting because he had also participated in a polio trial as a child. So he's a 2-time participant.
Yeah.
It is definitely the
You could write
case
a
that the
book.
amount of news coming in terms of the virus has been often confusing. I mean, there have been many times where Emily and I are like talking about something she just learned from the health department, and we say to each other, did we know that already? Because it's like the data keeps coming, the information keeps coming, and a lot of the time we find ourselves having to sort stuff out. So, the health department and the state have issued orders, and they say that they're clear. We had our data analyst, Nathan Andrews, actually sit down and try to figure out exactly what they said and to put it into a simple checklist for people. Because one of the things we found is that we couldn't follow what these orders were saying exactly. And so we created special maps for people to understand the different parts of East Lansing that are under different orders, and what it is you're supposed to be doing as a business owner, as a party goer. What are you supposed to know about what you're supposed to be doing?
Right. Well, I was wondering, Jane, if you could explain to our viewers why vaccines are going to be so important for curbing the spread of COVID-19, and what you might tell someone who's on the fence about whether or not they're going to get the vaccine.
So I think the vaccine is so incredibly important because this virus spreads so easily, and it spreads so sneakily. I mean, viruses don't have a consciousness to say it's trying to be sneaky, but the fact that a person can have the virus and be spreading it without having any symptoms or very few symptoms, makes it incredibly difficult. And yet a substantial number of people, most people don't get very sick, but enough get very sick that if a big portion of the population gets it, we will have, as we have had, a lot of very sick people and deaths. And we really, in order to slow it down, I mean, we either have to everybody just stay in their bedrooms and have their food delivered, or we have to have some immunity. I mean, the masks help a lot. Social distancing helps a lot. But if we have any kind of social interactions, we are at risk of spreading it. And the vaccine is the way to do that, to give us immunity. For people that are skeptical, there are a lot of different reasons to be skeptical. To tell you the truth, around about September, I was kind of skeptical with this Operation Warp Speed, and it's happening so fast. And are you sure it's being careful, or is this just, is this political? Is it politicized? So I think there's skepticism on the speed of the development. I think some information can help with that, because it's information that's causing that skepticism.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of vaccine hesitancy is based more in belief and in feelings than in information. And information doesn't overcome feelings and belief. But I think some of that skepticism, because of the information about how fast it happened, knowing a little bit more about the development of it, can be helpful. And I've had those conversations with some of my friends and some of my healthcare colleagues who have been concerned about it. One of the things that I found very reassuring was when I learned more about the development of the platform for the vaccine, how it started, how so much of this development started after 9/11 and the Twin Towers falling and the terrorism threat. And under George Bush, really pushing an anti-terrorism initiative, much of which was not out, broadcast publicly because it was anti-terrorism. And then with the anthrax scare, I think most of you, I know, Alice, I'm not sure if all of you remember the anthrax scare, but people getting little envelopes of powder that could kill them. Bioterrorism went up on the priority list. So there's been a lot of investment in the development of vaccines to have a platform and have the information ready to go, not knowing what pathogen it would be. Is it going to be a bacteria like anthrax? Is it going to be a virus? Is it going to be a super duper flu? And to be prepared for bioterrorism as well as natural pandemics. I think we have been learning over the years, without scaring the public, what we have been learning, that a natural pandemic like this is likely to happen at some point.
If I could just make a programming plug, Jane.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock, we're talking to science reporter John Schwartz of the New York Times, who's co-author of the book, Living Terrors, What America Needs to Know to Survive the Coming Bioterrorist Catastrophe. So we'll be talking with him then about this.
Oh, great. I'll stay on for that.
6 o'clock, that with John Schwartz of the New York Times, science writer for the New York Times. Andrew will be interviewing him, and that's one of the books he's written. And I assume Andrew will be asking him about that, since we're now in the midst, not of a bioterrorist situation, but something that gives us a feeling for what it could be like.
Well, I better stop talking because he's the expert. I just learned about this, but it helped convince me. It helped me sort of like, okay, this didn't happen in the last 8 months.
Right.
There are a lot of people that are skeptical, and I know a lot of African Americans are skeptical because they're skeptical of they don't trust the healthcare system. They may trust me as an individual if I've treated them with respect and we have worked together, and that might be helpful. But they don't trust the pharmaceutical, healthcare, industrial complex, and they don't trust the government to provide the best for their healthcare. Not everybody, but I think that there is some distrust that I think that's hard to overcome. I think one of the best ways to overcome that is with role models of people saying, I'm stepping up, I trust it. The people that they trust get the vaccine.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Jane. And I wanted to spend about the last 10 minutes we have talking about your work with the Ingham County
good.
Health Centers. So you told me that if I have the acronym right, an FQHC. So do you want to explain what that is to our viewers?
Sure, yeah, and I don't know how many of Eli's audience uses the Ingham County Health Center health facilities. All of us use the Ingham County Health Department's information, Linda Vales and the rules. It can be difficult to understand, but really providing the public health guidance. But our county also has provides direct health care, primary health care to the public. And which many counties do not. Many counties provide the public health functions, or have the public health functions, and have, say, women, infants, and children, the WIC, the nutrition program, and they may have an immunization clinic, and they may have an office for children's special health care services, and for other public health, dealing with public health. But we have in Ingham County health clinics, including family medicine, women's medicine, and pediatrics, that actually serve the public and as a federally qualified health center. Federally, there's something like 39 federally qualified health centers across the state of Michigan. These are, you have to apply to be part of this. They are a special kind of health center that gets funding, a different funding stream than the typical, though they do take Medicaid and Medicare and private insurance. They have a special funding stream that supports services beyond the medical. And they have to, they are required to provide nutrition services. So we have at the health department, we have at Cedar Pediatrics a nutritionist who is there on site. She goes back and forth between women's health and the pediatric clinic and meets with clients. If I see a patient that needs to see a nutritionist, she'll come and see them on site, or she'll do it by phone afterwards, and she'll help them get the services they need. We have a dental hygienist who does evaluations of the kids, that evaluates their, what are their dental needs. If they need to see a dentist, she makes an appointment for them right away. She cleans their teeth and she applies fluoride. She's not doing any of that mouth stuff now during COVID. It's been very frustrating for her because it's too high risk an area to get into kids' mouths. But she typically does that. Can you imagine that in your doctor's office? Somebody comes in, she says, I'm slipping in before the immunizations because the nurse is busy, and she comes in and and you know what else she'll do? I might have, say, an 18-month-old I'm seeing, but his 4-year-old brother is there, just there. He's not a patient that day. She'll take care of his mouth too. Mm-hmm. It's just amazing. And then we have behavioral health consultants who are on site. They see patients right there, and they do therapy. There are 3 of them. So there's always one available in primary care to go and see a family right then while they're there. But they also provide therapy, individual therapy in their own offices. If somebody needs more than can be provided right there in Cedar Pediatrics, they help them find the therapist. And that's usually in the community mental health system. So they can get right on and get them in, and help make the phone call while they're there on site. It's just incredibly helpful, as well as the learning for us as doctors, learning from all of these professionals. We get better at taking care of the nutrition, doing our dental screening, and doing our behavioral health because we listen to them and we see them. It's an incredible service. Most of the patients are covered by Medicaid in the pediatric world. A few have private insurance. And if a family doesn't have any insurance and doesn't qualify for Medicaid, there's a sliding scale. I think the sliding scale is used more in taking care of adults, because adults to have Medicaid, that the criteria are more stringent in terms of financial resources. So you're more likely to find an adult who does not have health insurance at all. In children, it's really only your undocumented individuals that don't have access to some health insurance. We have a good program of providing health insurance for kids. It's where most of the refugees in the Lansing area get their health care. That's where they get their initial screening, and most of them continue to come there. We have a couple of translators who are on site, and we use the translator phone a lot. too much. I mean, we should use it, but working through the translator phone is, as one of my colleagues wrote in a book she said, using the translator phone to take an interview someone in a clinic is kind of like cooking dinner with your ski gloves on. You know,
Yeah.
you'll lose the nuance. There's no pinch of salt.
Right. I just wanted to take a second to explain to our readers why having all those services in one place, particularly for Medicaid patients, where all of that sometimes is covered, but the wait list to be seen on Medicaid, you could call and try to find a dentist and you might have to call 12 offices.
Mhm.
So if you have someone who's able to handle some of those needs or make those calls for you or your children, is a real time saver. And helps you get those resources where if it was on your own, it might be a days long ordeal.
Yeah.
This again is one of the services we tried to provide at Eli, is bringing information that makes it just easier to live your life by finding out what resources are available in the area. Jody did just ask me to share with everybody a reminder about how to see our schedule. So I just wanted to remind you, if you go to eastlansinginfo.news, which is our homepage, you see that very first item there, the big telephone, the Eli Telethon goes live. That's at that eastlansinginfo.news/telethon. That actually gives you everything you need to enjoy today and participate. So it shows you how to watch live. It shows you how to donate to Eli, and it shows you how to send in a question if you want to send a question. It also gives you the telethon schedule. So coming up at 1:30, Andrew and I will be speaking with former East Lansing Mayor Mark Meadows and current City Councilwoman Lisa Babcock about city issues.
Yeah, so we have about 5 minutes left, Jane. So I was wondering if you could tell our listener or viewers how you wound up working at Ingham County Health Centers.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's I'm through my appointment at Michigan State. Michigan State's departments, we have two departments of pediatrics, one in the College of Human Medicine, which is my college, and then the College of Osteopathic Medicine. The pediatricians in both of those colleges, we have had a contract with the Ingham County Health Department for very many years, and we provide the pediatric care, and that's you know, and we also provide pediatric care through the MSU Healthcare, and we have an office in Okemos, West Lansing, Sparrow Professional Building, and DeWitt. But we also our pediatricians see patients at the Ingham County Health Department, and some of us are assigned more there than elsewhere. And I've kind of gravitated more to the health department over the years. I like all the environments, but I really like the health department, my colleagues there, the people that are working there, and the patients. That's also where we have our residents who are doctors who are training to be specialists in pediatrics.
Right.
They have their primary care clinic at Cedar Pediatrics, supervised by faculty from the pediatricians in the College of Osteopathic Medicine and the College of Human Medicine. So it's been a wonderful relationship over the years between the health department and the university. It's just been really a win-win. We have a great place to see some of the families, you know, to meet a need in the community, to see the kids, and it's been very good for them, because then they get the pediatric specialists and they have a big pool. Having a big pool is a problem because, gee, who's here today? You know, it's always there are a lot of different doctors, but it also means if something happens to somebody else is there. I mean, it's always covered. You never cancel.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Jane. It's really been a wonderful hour spent with you. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I look forward to. I'll close out of this window, and I'll turn on the other window so I can watch your other guests this afternoon. Thanks so much, and
thanks for the $50 a month commitment.
Yes,
Jane.
thank
You've already
you.
donated to the campaign, but this is an extra commitment. Thank you so much.
just under the wire before the end of the year.
Really
Yes.
appreciate it. It's wonderful.
You're welcome.
Thank
I'm
you.
pleased. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So just a reminder to folks, we're raising money for East Lansing Info, which is your local news source, or if you're not from East Lansing, it's our local news source. And the reason we're doing this is because we try to raise the budget we need for the next year in order to have it so that we can come forward and bring you news all year and not have to do lots of fundraising. Although we're enjoying, I think I can say for all of us, we're really enjoying right now having this opportunity to have these conversations with people in our community who are the newsmakers of our community. So joining us next are Mark Meadows and Lisa Babcock, who are going to be talking with me and Andrew. Emily has stuck up an Omela link so that she gets to take a break right
East
now.
out.
If you go to that, if you point your camera at that, it'll open up a little ability for you to open on your phone, actually see a link. Let me start that over. Take your phone, point it at that little squiggle, open the camera app. The camera app captures that and knows to automatically open a tab, which is super cool. Takes you directly to a donation link. So great. So here we are. We've got Lisa is adjusting the crooked picture. This is definitely going on the clip show.
I was gonna say I've been noting down times of like, oh, clip this. This is
Lisa,
noting this down.
Using that in our clip show.
Alice, one of them is I have Alice around 102 with buckets in all caps. So that's gonna be one of them.
Donate to the Eli buckets to keep the water tower coming. All right, Andrew, you're our lead host for this one, so take it away.
So I actually wanted to start off with a very broad question about East Lansing government that kind of came up this summer when Mark, you and Ruth had resigned, and there were 3 members of council for a brief period there of expanding the size of council. That is obviously something that would have to be done by the voters. That would be a ballot initiative. But I'm just curious, I'll start with Lisa and then we'll go to Mark, of your thoughts on council expanding to potentially 7 people. The pros of that being more representative and more voices, but also whatever cons there might be of harder to get things to pass, maybe not, I'm not sure, but I'm just curious to get your guys' thoughts on something that did come up this summer that I think is an interesting question going ahead in East Lansing. So Lisa, if you want to start us off with that.
Sure. I support the idea. We have a lot of people who are really committed, really follow government, and this community expects a lot from its city council, which is a positive thing. I think that's great. And that's why we have East Lansing Info, of course, because we are engaged. We are engaged like almost no community I've ever lived in. I think expanding it by 2 members would be fantastic. I did see a proposal to expand it to a total of 13 members, which I think would be unwieldy.
We'd have to raise a lot more money for Eli if we're going to.
Yeah, I was going to say I need more reporters.
A lot more buckets, many buckets.
Many buckets. And I am so impressed that your buckets are decorated. My buckets tend to be, well, as you guess, they have like garden mud on the side. Yeah, that's amazing.
To be honest, it's a printout from my color printer with some tape. So.
Oh, that's great. That's a nice French floral bucket. Do participants get a bucket as swag? Because
no swag, you're on council. There are no gifts. Mark Meadows can now take gifts, but you cannot take gifts.
Oh, the injustice. So
but I'd just as soon not get a bucket.
Well, Mark, I do want to move it on to you. What your thoughts about potentially expanding council to 7 people, even the 13 that has been brought up?
Well, when I ran the first time, I ran with one of my proposals to be expanding the council to 7 members. And I will say that I didn't pursue that during the time I was on for a couple of reasons. One, it was pretty hard to get 2 other people to agree with you. So it seemed like that would sort of impede the ability to move council along at certain times. The other thing is we had a ballot proposal during that time period to move to, I think it would be 3 at-large members and 2 ward members to create 2 wards in the city. Commissioner Grebner had proposed that, and it went down in flames. So I felt that the community had sort of decided they liked things the way that they were. I don't think it hurts us to expand the number of council members. Let's just assume that we're 50,000 people. I think that it would be important that if we were going to do that we keep it as at-large members, because I think the value that we bring is that every one of us is responsible to every member of the community, unlike Lansing, where we do see a lot of conflict because people sort of concentrate on their ward and that's about it. So
But one
I
concept
think it's a
has
good
been
idea.
to
I think
do
it
a
certainly should be explored. I'm sorry.
one thing that has
what did
been
you say?
or bandied about is the concept of having a sort of student ward so that the students could be likely to vote a representative in, perhaps for a 2-year seat. And I'm wondering what you think of that.
I think that's a little insulting to students, to tell you the truth.
Fair enough.
You know, I'd agree
Part
that
of this community
Oh.
wholly and in the same way as everybody else. So that would be my response. And actually, the ward that Commissioner Grevner wanted to create was a student ward. One of those wards was a student ward, and the public rejected that. So, what's next? Next question. Yes.
Well, I wanted to move on to a classic hot button topic since about August 28th, but throughout most of this year. But the 55 plus age restriction on Newman lofts, which I'm not going to remember the exact dates, but the broad contours are the developers had been asking to have them removed. They then held a press conference in August that was actually mostly directed towards their grievances with Eli, but also saying they would threaten legal action against the city, came forward, said that they actually were already renting to people under 55, which is, per the city's zoning ordinance, a violation. They argued it was correct under federal law. The city issued violations and then voted in, I believe it was late November, early December, to stay them. Lisa, you were the lone. Lisa, you were the lone dissenting vote to that action, and Mark, you were the one who put that deal together. I wanted to ask more about potential ramifications you might see of someone being granted that reprieve from what is, from the city's perspective, a pretty clear zoning violation.
And
So-
Mark, you remember for 4 years I yelled at you, sit closer to the microphone. Could you get closer to your microphone? I used to yell at him this from the gallery of City Hall and say, Mark, we can't hear you. Get closer to your microphone. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, that's a
Is
lot
this
better.
Much
Yeah.
better. Thank you.
But yeah, I guess just Mark, I'll kick it off with you. Is there any chance of that setting some sort of precedent of somebody coming back to city council and basically getting a hall pass, so to speak, especially with something where a lot of other people have not been given a similar hall pass?
Well, if it's a rental code violation, I'd say every landlord in town is going to come to us and say, yeah, but I'm having trouble, so I need to be able to do X, Y, or Z regarding my rental property. So it does kind of it creates a little bit of a precedent that the city council may not look at that as something that they have to enforce. And in the past, we have very consistently enforced it. This was a little bit different because this was, I guess, the first senior housing as part of the 25% requirement in the downtown area for either senior housing, low to moderate income housing, or ownership housing, in other words, condos or something of that nature.
Yeah.
And so that also provides some kind of indication to future development in the downtown that maybe they can skate on some things. There's another element of this though that I'm not sure you're aware of. I know that my wife serves on the commission that is making us a senior friendly community, and they received a letter from somebody who'd been hired by the developer saying, "Oh no, we abandoned the idea of having under 55 people."
Is this
there
Betty
some time
Nassaro?
ago."
Is it Betty Nassaro? Is it Betty
Yeah,
Nassaro?
Betty, yeah.
Interesting.
I thought that's who it
That
would
was
have
who
been.
it was. And
the ambassador,
as I
if I may.
Pam gave me the letter to read, and I'm reading it. And I'm
Lives in
thinking,
Vermont.
wait a minute, it just kind of skipped that they've already violated it. So I think that I'm not sure what's going on there, and maybe Lisa has obviously more information than I do about how this is being developed by the city attorney and things like that. So.
Yeah, I was going to move it on, Lisa, from your perspective. Obviously, you voted against this decision. And I know the sort of prevailing thought from the other council members who granted the sort of reprieve was to protect those 3 tenants who are under 55 and basically not have to force an eviction. But you sort of made the point that, you know, one way or another, something had been violated, and that to some degree, those people signed a contract, and there's sort of the ignorance isn't a legal defense. But I guess just from your perspective, I guess what can be done from the city's point now, I guess, with that reaching an amicable solution with the developers, is, from your perspective, is there going to be something that they bring back that you would support, or are you just going to hold that line of rent to 55 and over and follow the deal? Because it seems like there is a if there hadn't been a violation of the zoning code to begin with or something, there might have been some room to actually sit down and find something so it can be rented, because nobody wants an empty building ultimately. I think that everyone can agree with that, but that there was maybe a better way to try and solve what is ultimately a problem if they can't get it rented one way or another.
Well, what they violated was the master development agreement, which they signed with the city and with former Mayor Mark Meadows. They agreed to these terms. So you can have a federal law requiring A, B, and C, but then you can opt out and make more stringent requirements for yourself, which is exactly what they did. And let's not forget, they got a sweetheart deal on a prime piece of city real estate because the city wanted certain things. So this was the package that they signed on for. This is not a mom and pop. This is not a retired couple renting half of their duplex to make ends meet in retirement. This is a sophisticated company that does large developments around the country, often in college towns. They came in and said, we have the sophistication to do this. The city took them at their word. This has simply become, I think, frankly, a hobby for them to come back to East Lansing and see how many times they can renegotiate a deal. I mean, the example I used was don't let the pigeon drive the bus. And if you're familiar with this book.
I am. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. So for someone who doesn't have children, I seem to have an unusual level of knowledge about children's books.
Scene from Fletch. Have any children? No, books about elephants.
Oh, what?
Have you ever seen the movie Fletch?
Keep going, Lisa.
Oh, man,
Yeah,
that was a while ago. Okay.
Sidetrack.
They have a sophisticated company. They came in originally with a letter from a very large, prestigious national law firm, Foley Lardner, saying, we're going to sue you if you don't do something. You have 30 days.
That letter also more or less blamed the COVID pandemic on the city of East Lansing.
That's right. And we have very few powers actually on city council, and a global pandemic is not one of them. We wouldn't do it if we could, but really, they come in, they say, we're going to sue you in 30 days if you don't A, B, and C. I don't even remember what that was.
I think it was just like discuss the matter or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So 30 days came and went. In the meantime, they came to city council, and we discovered through discussion with them, oh yeah, we've got a bunch of these rented to people under 55. They originally said 4, then they came back and said 3. And we're like, what? One more time, please. And they're like, yeah, well, we can do that under federal law. Okay. But you can't do it under the master development agreement. My fellow council members were concerned about what would happen to the people who were under 55 who were renting there if they were forced to move in a pandemic, and I certainly share that compassion. However, there is this really large building right next door that is for people under 55.
Also, we should point out that the people renting in that building are paying $2,000 a month, which is
they can presumably afford to move.
This is some of the most expensive rentals in East Lansing. If they have to move elsewhere, they will have the money to pay for something else.
Well, and I think I've made that point. You know, they have options. Yes, it would be a pain in the neck and what have you. The other option, of course, would be to say, look, you're in violation of the master development agreement that your attorneys largely crafted with the city. You will simply pay our fee for violating that. We will take our tidy $6,000 at the end of a year, multiplied by 3, multiplied by the daily rate. And at the end of it, you won't release to them, or if you do, and we still have to take their word for this. But again, we also see the pandemic stretching on. If for some reason, then we will continue to collect that fee. There is no other landlord in the city of East Lansing that gets this level of treatment. I mean, if we were to find that any of the mom and pops were in violation, we find them, and they often end up in court. And we've had several court cases, most notoriously the driveway case, where our former city attorney then tried to threaten them criminally if they didn't settle civilly. Water under the bridge, thank God. But this shows that people get really different treatment. And it sends the message that if you are a large developer and you threaten us, you'll get what you want. Now, I think that does give my fellow council members short shrift, but the one thing, we're not sure what fair means. And I used to say this when I was a public defender. Fair can mean many different things, really. Equitable can mean many different things. Same,
well, yeah, I wanted to point out that
something we can do, and we don't treat anyone else this way.
Well, and I think the other thing that sort of it surprised Alice and I when the vote to stay the zoning violations happened was that the city could have still levied those violations and sat down and negotiated for a change at the same time.
Yes.
And like it didn't seem like nothing bad was going to come from keeping those violations in place other than
And what I was really surprised about is that
penalizing them for violations.
The 4 people who voted in favor of letting them get away with this for a while didn't turn to the city attorney and ask the question, what are the legal implications of us allowing them to get away with this? Because I'm pretty sure there's some significant legal implications. So for those people who are with us who are not from East Lansing, you just need to know this is the inside baseball segment on today's telethon. This is a segment Andrew and I are both really excited about because this is a huge story.
5 months on this stuff.
We've spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears covering this story since 2017. And Andrew, when he was in college, would come back and serially report with us. But now he's with us post-college as a graduate with a degree in journalism. He's been working on this story, doing great work on it with me. And this is just the biggest story in East Lansing, I would say, probably this year in terms of Eli.
I have to say, watching that August press conference.
So this is something we should also mention was that the developers suddenly out of the blue announced a press conference one day, and I texted Aaron.
It said it was downtown business leaders express need for support or something like that.
Downtown business leaders, right? And so I texted Andrew. I'm like, hey, do me a favor, hop on this thing. I don't know what it is. It sounds like fluff.
It's like sure,
stuff.
10 a.m. whatever.
And he starts texting me. They're attacking you.
I was like, this is about you.
This is actually a press conference about you making them angry, and so that was pretty funny. So obviously we just keep reporting. We just keep going.
So
Lisa, you had your hand raised.
This really goes to the value of having local news in a community. And you just don't see this level of depth and coverage in anyone else who covers us. State news, actually, I've come to have a lot of respect, but they're younger folks. As you go through life, you develop a broader understanding of how government affects you. Quite frankly, you start paying property taxes and you live in one place for a long time. I don't mean this as any insult toward the college students.
This is real vested financial interest.
Life progresses. There are some of us who are government nerds. I'm looking at you, Mr. Meadows, who probably followed this stuff early on. I did, but to have East Lansing info follow this with this level of detail is absolutely unusual and is a community asset, which is why I'm here today. Now, that said, do I wake up some Wednesday mornings thinking, oh, no.
What are they going to say in Eli?
Yeah. And we get a level of scrutiny on the East Lansing City Council, and I think Mr. Meadows can agree, that the state legislature doesn't get. It does get a little tiresome, but the solution for that is to have this level of scrutiny in more communities, not to take it out of East Lansing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask Mark something related to that. So Mark, since you've been helping me understand the Center City District bonds, which has been a really big issue and really been helping me a lot in terms of providing me information about which documents go with which documents and pointing me to stuff. Some people have been telling me, oh, you're just being easy on Mark Meadows. Mark Meadows, have you ever experienced Alice Drager being easy on you? Just for the record.
I can answer that question.
No, but to piggyback on what Lisa was talking about, I do want to say that this is sort of the leading edge of where I see news going, because the the basic failure of the newspapers that, we used to rely on, that became, there became fewer and fewer stories about local government, the things that really impact how people work. So, it isn't the town courier, but it is something that's specific to the city of East Lansing, and that otherwise there is no news about East Lansing. There's no news about the school district. There's no news about what's going on at city council. There's no news about anything that's basically important to people who actually live in the city. I mean, they can still read, we all read the New York Times probably, we all read things about what's going on in the country, but the news about local communities is now devolving into things like Eli, a digital way of providing news to people in the community. Let me also go
Devolving.
back
You
to
said
what you were actually
devolving.
talking about before, because I want to just say one more thing about it, which is that the developer was liable to the three people that they rented to. So what we really did as a city council is determine that we would sort of let the developer off the hook on that. If the developer had gone to those people and said, we illegally rented this to you, they would have had a responsibility to find other housing for these individuals or suffer a lawsuit because they breached a contract and they put these people in a situation where they have a right to damages of some kind. So nobody was going to be turned out on the street because it's COVID or because they were evicted from these apartments. The developer had an opportunity and had a way to take care of this by moving them, by paying for the move, and by putting them in apartments that were comparable to the apartments that they were living in. And like Alice mentioned, they've all got plenty of dough. So it isn't a question of them not having enough money to actually pay their rent.
Right. Continuing on the Center City District theme, the other big topic and story that we've covered with that, Alice touched on it, is the bond refinancing. And I think this is something where we could literally spend the next 10 hours and 10 minutes talking about it. But to not get too into the weeds, the broad issues that we sort of saw were the elimination of the developer debt service guarantee, which is a big protection for the city, and the elimination of the sort of codification of the higher tax capture cap from 50.2 to just short of 56 million. Mark, you have maintained and said that basically because council had voted on those in the plan originally in 2017 and approved them, and that council had not voted on removing them in the refinance or anytime since, that in the refinancing paperwork, the BRA that done by the BRA with the developers and with Bill Danoff of Miller Canfield, basically there was no legal standing to remove those protections. Like they can write that they're not there, but that they were still passed by council in 2017 and not removed by council and therefore still apply, basically.
Yes,
and
that's correct. That is my position, and I'll stand by that.
And so the thing I wanted to follow on that, though, go ahead.
The statutory basis for any of this, it requires both the city council and the BRA to agree on a brownfield plan. The council signed the development agreement, which had these provisions in it. I know that there was some discussion at some point which seemed to indicate that the city council's resolution approving the brownfield plan was not specific enough. But the reality is that it was specific enough and that it was carried over into the development agreement in a very specific manner. There was a provision in the development agreement, it still is, that makes reference to a higher tax increment financing. That basically gives the city council and the BRA the opportunity to amend the development agreement going forward or amend the resolution and to provide for a higher capture. But that has not happened. And until the city council actually votes to agree with the BRA, I don't think there's any legal authority for the city to actually pay more than the 50.2 million, which is exactly what the intention of the council was when we passed that resolution. So
Right.
So that's in a nutshell. That's exactly where I'm at.
Right.
So
And so
following up on
Lisa,
that, Lisa, yeah, sorry, Andrew. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I was
You're
just going to
thinking
ask you,
alike.
Lisa, about we at one point thought that the BRA had asked Foster Swift, the new city attorney, to take a look at this matter legally, and we were mistaken that it was Miller Canfield taking a look again. I guess was there a consideration of having Foster Swift look at it, and why has that not happened, or happened and we don't know? I guess we would know about it if it had happened, hopefully. I guess just can you take me inside whether council thought about that, considered it, sort of whether that came close to happening or anything like that?
We did. I had spoken with the mayor and with the city manager and sent an email to Foster Swift asking them to look at it. And we received a response from Foster Swift saying that they considered it outside the agreement, their service agreement to us, which is capped at $500,000 a year. So they said they would, to do this work and to do it in the timeline that we required, because we were creeping up toward that December 1
Right.
deadline for refinancing, would cost about $25,000. And we went back, we looked at the documents. I still have mixed feelings about this, but the question was, do we throw $25,000 at a law firm to read back the documents that we had in front of us?
To try to save $6 million.
Yeah, but we are very cognizant of the fact that we're probably headed for a financial cliff. The other question is, even if we got that, what could we do with the information? And this is where I keep coming back to. I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and think about this. And I'm sure this is an experience Mr. Meadows has had over this issue and several others over the course of his career. You wake up and you think, what? You were sleeping, you were dreaming, and you seem to be just that close to an answer. And then you think, no, what would we have been able to do constructively? And at this point, I still don't know if that $6 million is out there. I don't know how we get it back. So one option.
I want to hear from Mark what you think of that before we run out of time.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you that as I see it, that this sort of issue is a little bit down the road, because there's going to be TIF paid, and they have a right to tax increment financing up to the 50.2 million. It's when we go above that it becomes a legal issue for the city. I don't think that I agree with Lisa. I think that the city council has little they can do on this, because the BRA has acted in a manner that I think is extra legal. It's not supportable. And so that may be why, whatever it was, 70 potential purchasers of the bonds said no thanks, because they see that this issue is sitting out there, which is whether they can really get that amount of money as they go forward. So I think that, as we go down the road on this, there's going to be more scrutiny as to this bond as it goes. And the purchaser of the bond, of course, is the father of the developer. So I think that he knew that there's a question with regard to this at some point. And it seems like they switched legal counsel like in the middle of this thing. They weren't
Which was
using
very
Dykema
interesting.
Gossett anymore, were they?
No,
Did they switch legal counsel? Yeah, I
They
think
did.
that Dykema probably said, can't
Oh.
do it. So they looked for somebody who could. So
Wait, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking after they threatened this. We've had so many letters from so many different lawyers threatening us. I'm losing track. I need one of those bulletin boards like you see on police TV shows with the strings and the thumbtacks. But we do, Mr. Meadows has my one and only phone number. You can call me, you can text me, you have multiple emails. You know where I live. If you have a suggestion, reach me. I don't know, frankly, at this point, how we'd get that $6 million back if we were to make a case. And making a case for it would be hard. Something I have considered, and I think Mr. Meadows has considered, is what is the role of the BRA? I have a lot of respect for the people who sit on the BRA. immense respect. They are true volunteers. We get paid a stipend. They are true volunteers, and they are on two boards, both the Downtown Development Authority and then the BRA on top of it. And they are charged with making really big, important, difficult decisions. One idea to consider would be disbanding the BRA. The BRA does one thing, which is deal with the brownfield tax credits that are available from the state. Another option would be, so if we've exhausted our brownfield programs, do we still need the BRA? The other would be to reconstitute the BRA with city council members who are at least directly responsive to the electorate. So people would have a direct response to us at the ballot box, and even within those 4 years at Meyer or Kroger, because we bump into people. That would be a big decision. I haven't fully weighed the pros and cons of that. I haven't really discussed it with other council members. Have to be careful about discussing it. You can discuss it one-on-one, but again, because it's a council policy decision, you have to be careful of the Open Meetings Act. And we want to be sure we've gotten everything out of the BRA, the structure of the BRA before it exists. We also don't want to seem to be extremely punitive to people who were citizen volunteers doing their best under difficult circumstances. You don't want to slap somebody in the face when they've put in 20 years in various boards and commissions.
I'm from New York, but
my
own feeling is when there's $6 million, you can be impolite. So
That's the
You're a New
difference
Yorker,
between
Alice.
Alice and
I'm
me.
a Midwesterner.
now Andrew will very politely end this segment.
We're good cop, bad
There
cop.
also
Yeah.
is the possibility that when the 6 million, when we get to 50.2 million, the city, and this may be a question for the city attorney that seems clearly in every contract, which is not what did the BRA do the right thing? It's what is the city responsible for on this? What is the city
Obligated to
bound
do,
by?
yeah.
Because when it gets to 50.2 million and we say there's no more tip for you, I mean, they're free to sue us, but there also is case law in the state of Michigan that says you are when you deal with a government, you are responsible to finding the actual authority of the government with regard to any contract that you have with them. So, they were responsible for determining that. And if they failed to do that, which I think they did, then when we hit 50.2 million, good luck in court, but we're not paying you any more money.
This is going to keep being interesting, I have to say.
Yeah. Well,
Wait,
thank you
do we
both
go
for
to
joining us.
2:30? Wait,
No, we
I thought
have
went
to go
to
just a
2:30.
half hour. No.
Wait, I'm ready to keep going. This is great.
We will have you on the podcast. We'll bring you both back for the podcast and absolutely do that. It'll be very
We'll start the
popular.
new Point Counterpoint podcast with
Absolutely.
Mark Meadows and Lisa Babcock, but
Well,
we
we
do
do
have
the
other guests we
Saturday
got to
Night
get
Live
to.
Always agree. So, that's not point counterpoint.
So can I say one last
Thanks
thing?
for having me on.
Nope,
Happy
because
New
we've
Year
got
to
people in the
everybody.
waiting room, but thank you for coming on.
Thank you guys both
Great
for
to
joining.
see everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
So
Emily's-
Jody is going to come and give us a fundraising update, and Sam Posey is also coming on for the next segment.
And do we have Jody set to be able to screen share?
I believe so.
Great.
Hey,
Hi, Jody.
everybody. Let me see if I can easily do this here. I'm going to try to be nimble. Not sure if I am. Let's see. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Teamwork
we
is
can.
making the dream work right
That's
now.
right. I'm working hard at it. So it's the top of the hour. So I'm just here to give you an update on the money. I feel like I have the best part of today's work because I get to keep counting it. We have been steadily getting donations in. We actually have 4 new Eli donors in the last hour, which is awesome. So welcome to all the new Eli donors. And we have 2 new or increased recurring donations as well. So if you were to give a recurring donation, we can multiply that out by 12 and count the total for the annual year. So we have 2 of those in the last hour. So we're currently at 110,949. So we are working our way up, which is very exciting. And as Alice and Emily and Andrew have shared, we have multiple ways to donate, but if you point your camera at the screen, at this QR code. It will take you there, or of course you can go to our website, eastlansinginfo.news/donate, to get all the information you need.
And
Awesome.
we're still offering, of course, the Peter Sagal book, who Peter will join us at 3:00. If you go to eastlansinginfo.news/running, there's a special campaign link for getting the book. Peter signed these just for Eli readers, so it's got his autograph in it for you, and we'll get that out to you for a $50 donation. But that you have to give to that specific campaign link, eastlansinginfo.news/running. Otherwise, just go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate, and you can give in lots of different ways.
And if anyone has any questions or is confused or wants to know something, you just have to email fundraise@eastlansinginfo.news. I get that, and Alice gets that, and I'm monitoring that today, and I'm happy to follow up with anyone who has any questions. So I'll see you all soon.
Thanks, Jody.
Yep,
Thanks,
bye.
Jody.
Thank you, Jody. Awesome. Now we have Sam Hosey joining us. Sam is president, chair, the Eli Board of Directors. What's the title we use, Alice? President.
President of the board. Yes.
Yeah. So Sam is president of the Eli Board of Directors. All around good dude, and father of Alex Hosey, who is an Eli Cub reporter and ELHS student who will be joining us in a little bit too. So Sam, first thing I just wanted to talk about is I know you personally do have a background in journalism. So if you could just sort of introduce yourself and your background in journalism and how you ended up working on Eli's board.
Sure. Well, it for me, I kind of backed into it a little bit. I was a sports nut, a sports head, and sort of ended up working, covering MSU basketball and football and recruiting and things like that. And, also did some radio and things locally. SpartanMag.com and Spartan Magazine was where I started, then started doing some work for the Lansing State Journal at the time, looking for just stringers to cover, high school football, high school basketball, things of that nature. And, just sort of built my, I guess, journalistic chops over, a few years. And so that just sort of led me into that path, I guess, and just a lot of great relationships. But for the most part, it was just all sports. It was all, just athletic competitions from, high school all the way up through MSU in Big Ten sports. So that sort of, started me on the journey, and I've just kind of had this affinity for true raw journalism. And so Eli and the work that Alice and everybody does really attracted me to it. And here I am.
Awesome. And then I had you on the podcast and we talked a little bit about it, but I guess to share to the viewers now, what's sort of not a day in the life, but maybe a month in the life of the Eli board president? Because it's not a 24/7 type thing, but it's something that sort of here and there you deal with and have your meetings. So just what's that job sort of entail?
Sure. It's sort of you're on call. So whatever, jumps off, you gotta, take care of. So there's that aspect of it. But then it's just more of the fiduciary responsibility of the organization and seeing that, monies are spent, monies are raised, and we're being responsible, fiscally responsible as far as the organization and the donors are concerned, and ensuring that we meet what the readers and the citizens of the community in East Lansing are looking for. And so just trying to meet those needs is really I think what I care most about. So just trying to work with Alice, work with anyone on the staff that, needs support in whatever area, whether it's kind of on the business side or if, a tip on a story or something that's happening in the community. We try to be ears and eyes as well. So a little bit of everything.
When
Cool.
I started Eli, I felt a little guilty dragging people into this thing because it's a time suck and it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of difficult situations because you're in a small town. And so when Sam agreed to be on the board, I just felt so enormously grateful. But that was a small thing compared to when I asked Sam, would he become president and take over for me? He's the first person to take over that role for me. I'm no longer on the board. And that he said yes meant so much to me because he takes so seriously the issue of the community responsibility, not just the bringing of the news, but the larger responsibility we've been talking about today when you're a small paper in a small town, what does it mean to do more than simply say, here's the news, but to say, what's the effect it's having on people? And how do we make sure we're taking maximum care of folks, including the folks that we're sometimes ignoring or that we're sometimes harming accidentally? What does that all mean? So Sam's been incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm grateful to him literally every day.
And it looks like Alex is trying to connect to audio still.
Yeah, he's just getting back from football practice.
No worries.
Practice ran long, so he,
Okay.
no shower, nothing. So.
Oh, he should shower
That's
first.
why we're virtual.
I've smelled football pads before. They don't smell good
at all.
And so Sam, then what's been, I guess, your experience broadly consuming news, reporting news throughout your life, and how Eli does it differently, how Eli maybe does things in a new way, in a different way, or things that, are still those sort of through lines that still make it good journalism?
Yeah. So for me, and one of the keys and one of the difficult balances, and I know you all can appreciate, is, the people that you cover or the stories that you cover, you have to have some level of relationship with, but it can't be to the point where that compromises the work that you do. So even in kind of a sports background, getting to know Mark D'Antonio or Tom Izzo or some of the people in the area, the different high school, coaches, there's relationship there, but it can't compromise the work that you do.
Right.
So from that perspective, that's a challenge. And so watching, the work that Andrew, you and Emily and Alice, that you all do, you're covering the community, you're covering the school board, you're covering, the city and city politics, and, the different business aspects of that. And you have to kind of juggle that. You have to be able to pick up the phone and have a civil conversation and sometimes ask tough questions. And not everybody wants to answer those questions because it maybe doesn't shine the best light on them or something they may have done or said. But at the same time, you have an obligation to your readers. And so that's what I really appreciate about Eli, is that, Eli is willing to ask the tough questions and sometimes really struggle, with, or where do we, kind of find that balance, that delicate balance to, definitely represent the organization and do good work, but then also ask tough questions. And not everybody is comfortable with that. So.
Right. I think that's a really interesting balance. Sports is a really good example of that, of sort of the being a fan and covering the team. But I think when you even look at like Emily's coverage of the schools, of its, there's no doubt that Eli as an organization is supportive of East Lansing public schools. Like we're not public school haters, but we're also going to hold them accountable for things. So it's just getting people to recognize that, I guess, the accountability is our way of caring, I suppose. And that somebody's going to have to do the, maybe like you said, the asking the people we like, we care about, we have relationships with, uncomfortable questions. And I think that's the root of it all, like however you're publishing it, if it's a newspaper, if it's this website. And I think you're right on with that. I wanted to ask you, while we're still waiting for Alex to get everything all linked up here, about his Why I Sit essay from a couple years ago. I know it's a big part of why we have you guys on, because that's really remarkable. I was reading up on it yesterday and this morning. I guess just as his parent, what was your reaction when he first sat for the national anthem it was a freshman basketball game?
Yes.
And then basically his coach asked him to write the essay just to explain it, not sort of challenging it, but just wanting to understand it. I guess what was your reaction when he didn't stand for the anthem and was sitting, and then the things that followed?
Well, my wife and I, we weren't there when he first did it. We were on our way with our younger son, Christopher, coming from a game in Charlotte, and his game was in DeWitt. So
that parenting shuffle.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. So we were, there, and what ended up happening is after the game, the coach sent me a text message and said, "Hey, could I talk to you guys after the game?" Said, "Sure, no problem." And Coach Mays, said, "Hey, well, Alex didn't stand for the anthem. I just wanted to understand, why." And, we had the conversation, and it was an interesting thing. Now, in terms of writing the essay, that was something that my wife and I actually challenged Alex to do, because understanding that not everyone understands why you do what you do, you need to clearly articulate and convey what it is that you want to share. So that was a challenge, from us to him. Understanding people are going to say, "Oh, it's just a fad. Oh, he's not serious." I said, "Well, okay, we'll dig deep. Do your research, and bring me, your essay." And after 3 edits, then I said, "Okay, now we'll send that to, your coach." And then from there, he sent it to a city council, and kind of one thing led to another.
Right. Well, Alex is here with us now, getting back from football practice. Alex, feel free to unmute yourself. And um, first off, I just wanted to ask you, Alex, since I had Sam do it, just introduce yourself, sort of your relationship with Eli, having done the summer youth journalism program, and then some of the other stuff you've done. Namely, we were talking about your Why I Sit essay right now, but just go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm a senior at East Lansing High School, and I've been a journalist for Eli since I was a sophomore, I believe. And yeah, I guess it's like going way back. It feels like almost since this year has been like a crazy one. But
just wait till you graduate college. High school will feel even longer ago.
I'm not looking forward to that, but it feels like, honestly, it's been only a year since I was a freshman and I was like doing the protests. I was sitting for the national anthem during my basketball games, and everything that happened after that seems like a blur now almost. It was like, wait, what? It was like bam, bam, bam. And like, then I was sitting with the mayor. It was like a really succession.
I guess, did you ever imagine that you just doing that simple thing could result in the city of East Lansing formally apologizing for its history of racism, or were you just trying to, do that for yourself, I guess, at first?
I believe it was for myself at first. I had that wasn't even my mind space. I didn't even think like, oh, maybe the mayor will listen to me. No, not at all. I was a kid who was fed up with looking out and seeing that people weren't being heard. And I wanted to be a part of those people trying to get their voices heard. I didn't want to stay silent anymore.
Right. And then I guess you didn't. And take me through, I guess, just the process of from you first sitting to you, being at that city council meeting about, a month or so later where they're actually passing that resolution. I guess, what was that month or 5-6 weeks like for you personally?
It was like surreal, or like it felt like a dream, honestly, because I remember sitting down for the national anthem before my game, went to play my game. Like my coach had told me, like, yeah, we're gonna talk with your parents after the game. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, I hope I don't get in trouble. But we talked about it. We had a conversation with the coach, and he was like, so what are you doing? And I had to explain to him what I was doing. And then he challenged me, and then my parents challenged me also, like, to try and explain myself in an intellectual way. So I wrote the essay, and I was like, I handed it off to I gave it to my teacher. I mean, my coach. In this case, he was both my teacher and my coach.
Right.
I gave it to him, and I was like, okay, I guess that's as far as I go. And then called back and was like, yeah, I gave it to my friend on the city council, and they want to have a meeting. Like, excuse me, what? Like, because I was just a kid. I was like, wait, I had just turned 15 at the time, so I was like, oh, I'm going to winter break, like, so I'm going to see them in office. I didn't even know like how I was supposed to act. I was supposed to be, because
like the ultimate called to the principal office kind of thing.
Yeah, honestly, I was like, am I in trouble or am I good? Like, what did I? When we got there, we started talking about it. Like, I remember hearing like the discussion with like Mrs. Draheim and the mayor and my parents, and I was sitting there like, wow, I'm really here right now. Like it
So
was like,
Alex, one of the things you were talking about in your essay, and one of the things you brought up is your family goes way back in East Lansing, but is one of the families that experienced housing discrimination that East Lansing sort of papered over. And one of the things you were concerned about was that you're at East Lansing High School and yet not learning about this history at all, even though it's a very local history that's incredibly relevant to the history of racism and civil rights in America. But it's basically not in our school curriculum. And so that's one of the things you were pointing to. And I'm curious to know if that has changed at East Lansing High School. Do we now have kids learning actively about the redlining that occurred in East Lansing?
I can't speak to the active redlining being taught. I can speak to their teaching more about the history around like our area and like speaking on it. Cause I remember my freshman year, like they started introducing something in English class and like my name was brought up and I was like, wait, what? Like they started to teach it like more in that sense, but also I don't know, since I'm in like higher class levels, I don't know exactly what they teach down. Like maybe they started teaching more about it like as with like the freshmen and whatnot, but I have not experienced it myself. But I know because I've sat in on some classes of them and they've talked to a little bit more about like how redlining has affected the people in our area and that type of thing.
So we had the public
Right.
discussion at the Hannah Community Center about racism in East Lansing, and I thought that was a very powerful thing. You were on that. Ron Bacon, who is now on City Council, is going to be joining you all at 2:30, was on that. And one of the things that happened was Kristen Shelley showed the map that actually was the redlining map of East Lansing. That was specifically the map used to figure out where Black people and African Americans should be allowed to purchase houses or not allowed to purchase houses. And I thought that was incredibly powerful, seeing the actual map that basically was the instructions of who was allowed to live where. It was pretty powerful.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it, I was in shock, honestly, because I thought, you know, I was still in the optimistic phase. Like I was like, oh, this probably wasn't even that bad. Then I saw the map and I was like, oh wow, it was like widespread. Like
It's
it was
real.
all area.
One
And
of the if I could, one of the things that like, you know, because these are my folks, you know, and one of the things about that was it was very intentional. There were, you know, white citizens that intentionally ensured that Blacks did not get an opportunity, and that was something that is hard for some people to even discuss and bring up. And so, as it pertains to the curriculum, the way I understand it, there's a curriculum unit that is taught, and it's a few days. It's not like a long, but there's a unit where they talk about different instances of discrimination that occurred, and one of the things that they asked for was please give us a date and a time period when someone experienced racism. So my father told me a story that we shared with the history department at the high school. And it was in 1969. My parents moved to East Lansing in January of 69 after they were allowed to, after, the Fair Housing Act in April of 68. So my parents, one of the first Black families. My dad is cutting grass, at his house, on Harrison and Blanchette by Pinecrest Elementary. And someone walked up to him and said, "How much do you charge?" Asking my father, because he can't live there. He's a groundskeeper, right?
Yeah.
But my father, he was a pharmacist, so definitely wasn't that. However, that was just an example. And that was one of the things that we had shared with the teaching of the curriculum unit that they have. So now just
Right.
interesting history that is very, very close and hits close to home.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to ask Alex about that personally. Do you think that, I guess this is something that's important no matter what, but do you think having that personal history of that, it being, people you knew, like your grandparents, do you think that helped you in the impact of this and sort of channeling that essay? Because I read the essay and it's really, really powerful, and just, saying like, this was my family that this happened to, not just, some people who look like me even.
Definitely, honestly, because I always saw my grandparents as like standard. I grew up and I looked to them and I was like, that's what I want to be, because they were like very disciplined, like the way they pronounced stuff, just the way they talked, the way they did things. I was like, wow, like nobody does that anymore. And I wanted to like aspire to be like that. And the fact that they themselves, even though they hadn't done anything like wrong, they were the ones that were being discriminated against. It was like, wait, why? But what did they do? Nothing. They didn't do anything. It was just because of the color of their skin. And I was like, wow. And they were my family. And a similar event happened actually that also tied into it. And then my dad told me the story. So what had happened was my brothers and I, we were doing some yard work, right? And somebody came up and asked my mom, how much do we charge? And we were like, I mean, I was younger, so I was like, what does that mean, Mom?
Wow.
And she went off, but I was like, but after that, they had a discussion and they told us like, it's because you're a Black man and like, you're not supposed to be in this area, quote unquote. And so having those two examples really put it in perspective for myself, because I had experience and I've heard experience from people that I trust more than anybody. So.
Right.
So since this resolution was done, I'm curious about whether or not the two of you feel, I mean, it's not your job to follow East Lansing and push city council to keep their commitments, but do you feel like there's been adequate attention in East Lansing to these issues since your resolution was passed?
I have not we had our discussion that one year and we said we were going to follow up, but we never had a follow-up, like a follow-up meeting or discussion or anything. So that was a little curious to me, but I think we've taken steps in other aspects, but in this particular aspect, I do not have gone as far as I would think is necessary.
Right.
You know, if I could, tag on to that. Yeah, it was disappointing because, we were essentially promised that every year we would have a conversation about this. And obviously that hasn't happened. And then yet, when the events in this country unfolded, we started having these conversations again. And so East Lansing, in my opinion, missed an opportunity to be ahead of the curve once again by just allowing that to kind of, get shoved to the back burner, whereas we could have and should have, I think in hindsight, kept it in the forefront. Let's have these conversations, these difficult conversations, because it's not going away. And it's something that as a society, as we can see how polarized things are, we need to continue to at least have conversation. We may not agree, but let's continue to talk and have relationship. And I think the city missed an opportunity. Hopefully with some of the new city council, and there's been a lot of turnover, that will change. But in the last couple years, we missed an opportunity.
Yeah, I wanted to segue into obviously, Alex, your activism ties in a little bit with the football team this year. You guys have been taking knees for the anthem, very similar. And I've talked to Coach Farraco about it, and his basic thing was, he's a football coach. As long as it's not, interfering with what you guys are doing on the field and, still winning games and focused, and it's not like the distraction, quote unquote, he's cool with it. But he also struck me when he said, it was something the players came to and something that the players were ready and willing to defend and to stand by, and not just, like Sam said earlier, it's not a fad. It's something that means something to you. So I just wanted if you could take me inside. That was a team decision from my understanding of sort of how that got started organically and how it got to the point where you guys as a team decided to be doing that this season. Because I think that's really, really fascinating that you guys came up with that all on your own.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting story. Like, not something you would expect, honestly. So, like, the season was about to start, and I was going to kneel myself. I didn't want to ask others to do it because I didn't want to get into confrontation about it or discussion about it, because I've made my stance, And so a teammate came to me and was like, "So, do you think like we should all take a knee together?" And I was like, "Yeah, definitely." And he was like, "Okay." And he went and did it right away. And I was like, "Whoa." And he's a white guy actually. And I was like, "Wow." He came to me and like asked for my blessing in a way. And I was like, "Bro, if you want to do it, then let's do it." And so then we had a discussion with like our team, a group chat, and we were all like, "Yeah, of course." And I was like, honestly, I was like, wow, I was being paranoid for no reason. Like, I could have just went to them. I I should have just been more open with them on it. And they were all like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Because they've seen everything that's been happening, and I think they're starting to understand like how prevalent it is today, and that is going to affect us for the rest of our lives. So
Right.
we all came to that decision as a team, and we just didn't look back.
So I guess it was sort of, you didn't necessarily, it was you were feeling it was a very individual statement at first, but then very quickly it became a group statement. We got Ron Bacon joining us. He's coming off another Zoom, but obviously that's something that I think high schoolers are a little bit more fearless that way. If you got, like, when I was in high school, I definitely would have been a lot more willing to say or do certain things that I might not now. But it's also something where I guess maybe, did you guys know or think there would be some backlash or some opposition to you guys kneeling? And were you prepared for that, or did that not even come? I guess I was just curious how the reaction to it was.
When I think, honestly, I don't know if anybody else did. I definitely thought about it. I had already resolved long ago that it doesn't matter what anybody else says. I'm still going to do it. So maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but I'm pretty sure they knew, and they were like, bro, we're going to do it if we want to do it, because we're a team and we're going to do it together. And so we just felt a sense of camaraderie, and it just didn't matter what anybody else thought.
Right. Do you think the message is then stronger too, because it's the whole team, and it's not just it's black kids, it's white kids, it's everybody there, and that really is the bigger message, maybe, that it's not just black people who need to be speaking up to solve issues of racism?
Definitely. Honestly, it's one thing to be the people that are being oppressed, but it's another thing for the people that are seeing or looking in, and they're like, yeah, that is wrong, and they're speaking out themselves, because they're putting themselves in more of a dangerous position, because they're people that maybe they have relationships with could see that as disrespectful or whatever they may see it as. And the fact that they did it is a whole nother thing. It's extra. It's even more so in a way.
Right. Ron, I wanted to ask you as a coach, I've talked with Bill Farraco about this, but when you found out the players had decided to kneel for the anthem, I guess what was your reaction to that?
Yeah, I like that part of it. Actually, the whole team doing it makes it even more powerful. I thought, obviously Alex has been really aware and involved around the issues for a long time, and really brought a lot of other teammates along in the issues over the last couple of years, really. And just to see them be unified, like a unified front, I thought that was amazing. And I think it resonated across everyone we played. In fact, I think it made a huge statement. And it was amazing. It was amazing to see, and very moving. I would sit there and take pictures of them sometimes from the backside and see them kind of along the sidelines. It was really moving. So,
right. I should add Ron Bacon joining us now, East Lansing City Council member, but here in his capacity as a East Lansing High School football coach. You coach Lions, right, Ron?
I coach the big guys, yeah, and the ones.
Oh, yeah. I was making a joke
behind and scores touchdowns. We're the ones that block and tackle.
I was making a joke earlier about how I'm pretty sure all offensive line coaches I've ever interacted with are bald, because the one I covered at Syracuse for 3 years, Mike Cavanaugh, had the clean dome too. So you're keeping up with the tradition.
Yeah, we get yelled at a lot. That's why.
On football itself, it had to be, both Alex and Ron, a difficult summer, just in terms of not being able to keep the normal schedule, and then trying to piecemeal in the different, we can do workouts with 10 guys now, and now it's 4, and we can do whatever inside, outside. So I guess what was it like to figure out how you could get stuff done, and actually what were you able to, or what did you manage to get through in the summer, and sort of that period of flux when you maybe didn't even know you were playing?
Well,
Let's start with Ron and then go to Alex.
Yeah, the guys were really self-directed in this, because in the early periods I sat on the governor's commission on amateur sports, and the rules were pretty, clear cut around the pod system and all that kind of stuff, and how many guys could be together, and a lot of that, and coaches at different points not being present. So it took a lot of leadership, and guys like Alex and those guys did this stuff on their own. They were self-motivated, self-directed. They set up their own workouts, and they were there at the times that we were allotted to have the 1 hour or whatever. They were on time. It was very encouraging. It was more, a lot of times we're the ones barking out orders and they're following. They were really really a lot of leaders showed up for us and self-directed themselves. So a lot came out of this in a positive sense from that perspective.
Yeah, Alex, what was your sort of experience with this summer?
It was long. It was because it started from when school got out, basically.
Right, you sort of had a longer one, weirdly, because you were doing remote learning in the spring, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we started because we had been lifting before the break and the shutout or whatever. So we'd been lifting, so it was just like a halt, and we were like, so what are we supposed to be doing? And like coach was like, just stay active, do your thing. Like sometimes we would like separately, just on our own, get together and just work out, run, do something like. And then coach had us do like a program where we did yoga, trying to stretch and like get loose and everything. Like we tried to stay in contact, stay motivated, try not to leave each other alone. That not like it could hurt like camaraderie in a way. And the fact that we all together and we all talk to each other, like would hang out, of course, socially distance and wearing masks and everything, but we did what we thought we had to do so that we could have the season that we've had, because we've been talking about this season literally since I got to East Lansing back in 7th grade.
A high school, you sort of know when you have those classes that come along. Yeah. So was that, I guess, with the season in flux too, I mean, there were points where you guys didn't even really know if or when you would get to play. So you finally are like, the season's going to happen. You get to play. You've gone through all of that in the summer. And then I believe it was the first game was canceled due to the other team having COVID issues. Was that, I mean, that had to be a big letdown, but was that sort of, was there a worry at that point of like, we're going to get a lot of this season and like we might only play like 4 games or something like that, and you ended up playing, I was 9 at this point, 8 or 9. I guess just when you got to that first game and it's sort of like, we did this whole summer, we followed the rules, we made it, we have this team, and then we're not playing yet. What was that sort of letdown like? Alex, I'll start with you.
It hurt. It really hurt because we had been outside in the burning sun, just like getting in work. We were like, oh yeah, this is our season. And then first game canceled. And we're like,
is that what this is going to be like? Yeah.
Yeah. It was that type of thing. And we were like, coach always told us to keep our head up, always stay focused, always pretend like we are about to play, because we have to stay focused and ready mentally. But it hurt because we're younger, we don't have a lot of experience of that type of adversity, of something we worked so hard for just being like the rug pulled out from under us. It really hurt, but it wasn't the fact that we still were able to play and the breaks in between. It did like hurt, but it gradually started to get more like, okay.
Acclimation, yeah.
Yeah, we're coming back. It's like, okay, there's going to be time apart. Like our coach has been drilling in us, like as we've started football again, like we've been together 3 days in the past 46 days now. The past 46 days, we've only been together 3 times, and we're still here. We're still locked in. We're still ready to go. And I think that's a result of everything that's happened in the beginning of the season and all the adversity we faced.
Yeah. Do you think this team, I mean, obviously I was on a high school baseball team, so I sort of, you grow together and you sort of that bond by the time you're seniors, you know each other really well. Do you think this summer even helped sort of reinforce that, like Ron said, there was a lot of team leadership and like you guys really took the onus upon yourselves in the summer to get the work in that you needed to get in somehow, some way, so that now, Ron, you could probably speak to this a little bit, with the pause following the district title and restarting practice, pausing it, starting it up again today, of, like you said, Alex, of you guys there's not a worry that you're not maybe staying locked in, and that like you guys are as aware of what's in front of you as anybody else. So there's maybe not a need to sort of herd the kids along a bit. I guess, Ron, has that sort of been your experience this season with this group?
Yeah. I think, and on the horizon, that after we didn't play the Portage Central game, sitting on the schedule as the defending state champions and probably one of the best teams in Michigan, River Rouge, waiting across the aisle with us, having no games, really very little interaction and very little practice. So we didn't really know what we had, at that point. So that's what was waiting on us. We almost needed that game like a tune-up. Like, I don't know what we have. We don't know who's yet, and here's one of the best teams in the state, and then to come out, the guys basically on their own volition and beat that team, then we knew we had something. So that was kind of the starting point for us. And then my approach to the guys is always, I never want to unleash them in life and pretend like, 18, they're voting, they can go to war, they're dying.
Right.
And from my perspective, these are the people who led civil rights movements and every other movement that's ever happened in this country. I'm never going to treat them like, 18 is very different than, I think they're just young adults, at that age, and football just forces that a little bit. It's one of the last true, bastions of true competition and discomfort and adversity, that you face at a young age. And I think they faced it well. And we just didn't shy away from that, like we're going to turn around and ask you to vote and do all these other things and go live on your own. And a year from now, I think you got the maturity to muster your teammates and be leaders and that kind of thing. We just treat them as such. And that's when we got the best out of them, and they got the best out of themselves from being their own, kind of self-motivated people, which is great.
Good. And then, so you beat River Rouge, and that's got to be a great feeling to, first game canceled, you're kind of itching to get out on the field, see what you have, knowing you guys have a pretty good team. What's it like when you do get that first game in then, and it's sitting there going, we got something here? What's that sort of, 24 hours following the game, like finally get things going this year?
Is this for Alex or for
Alex,
me?
if you want to start it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I myself was injured at the time, but after we won, because I was going in like, oh no, like what's gonna happen? And after we won and we smacked them, I was like, oh yeah, we going. I was like, oh yeah, stay. Like I knew we had something to begin with because of the personnel, and I know everybody and like what everybody has to offer. But when I saw it all come together from like the coaching and like our ability to just stay locked in, I was like, oh yeah, it's over.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, I haven't covered a wealth of high school football, but I have covered it a fair bit and covered college football. And it strikes me, Ron and Alex, that this is a team that just sort of, you could put the guys on the field and they know each other well enough and they know what they're doing that you'd be decent. So if those seniors are pushing people along and you guys are doing that work, you, again, like the sky's sort of the limit. And so I want to ask about the upcoming game. Going to be played sometime in January, I believe, at this point, with Muskegon Mona Shores, but a similar type of powerhouse. How much do you think all of what you've been through from March to now, of pausing, restarting, having to figure it out and sort of, I guess, embrace the suck more or less of, yeah, it's crappy, but it's crappy for everybody else and they're having to figure it out too. And just sort of keeping that level head and the eyes ahead throughout all that has helped you guys with dealing with stopping practice, starting practice, not knowing when you're going to play, if you're going to play, getting the game back. Do you think all those, the past 9 months have helped you guys navigate and currently navigate to the next game? Alex,
I'll
start
take
with
that
you
one.
again. Or Ron, you can go ahead.
Last time. I'm up. No, I think at East Lansing, I haven't been with the staff for a while now. It's a different, I think we're not and as a coaching staff, we talk about this a lot. We're not one of those really dense football towns. So anyway, with our players and our staff, we're already bunkered. So I think in a weird way, this kind of thing is to our advantage. There's not tons of fanfare around East Lansing football like other towns and other places like that.
Right.
So
it's not it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we create our own energy anyway, we bring our own juice. So I think the no one being around and we're accustomed, it doesn't matter who shows up, all the energy's inside the team. It's the Alexes and the other great players, and they create their own energy. They go make a play, and then we're lit from that point forward. And then it's our own.
I was going to say,
off the bus.
You get fired up in an empty stadium, you can beat anybody pretty much.
That's why, in a way, that was to our advantage. No one's bringing their big fan base or doing any of those things, and we bring it. We're a self-contained battery pack kind of thing, so we're used to it. And so in a weird way, it was to our advantage. And I don't know if Alex felt the same way, but we have some guys that just can make special plays, and from that, once they make one, then they start to domino on teams, and that's just kind of how it operates.
I mean, definitely, honestly, like I'm remembering plays, like it's giving me flashbacks to like the game where it's like one hit, boom, and then everybody's like, oh, and everybody just and then
Oh yeah.
another hit, and then it's our ball again. It's like, oh yeah, we're scoring, and then 2 plays we score, and then we get a kickoff, and we get the kickoff, and we score again, and it's like, oh wow, it just happened like this, and it's because we had it in ourselves and we just wanted it like that. Like
Well, you do the backflips. I would hurt myself real bad if I tried to do that. But yeah, it seems like it really does tie back to, like you said, Alex, you guys sort of knew the team you had, and not just the talent of like, yeah, you got guys who are signing with Michigan and Michigan State, but guys who want to play for each other. I guess how much just does this team mean to you, and like to have this chance to compete for a state title, something you guys were probably thinking about, like you said, since like 7th grade, you knew this would be a good team to get, just to have that opportunity again when it seemed like it was there, it wasn't, it was there, it wasn't. That's got to be, just to have the chance has got to be amazing.
It honestly, it starting and stopping makes it like sinking what we really are, like what was really happening. Because usually if you do something, it blows by, and then later you reminisce and you're like, wow, we really are state champs. But now it's like, wow, we're really about to be state champs. Like that's what it feels like, and it's crazy, honestly.
Has it sunk in yet? You guys are playing in the regional. Okay. A little more time to get in the zone.
Yeah.
I got Alice bugging me for a donation pitch in the chat if we want to let her in and talk a little bit about
just
donating.
real quick, because I think you guys are so interesting that I feel like that's the best time for me to get in here and just remind people to donate. We do run on donated dollars, and it's this kind of stuff where you really won't get these conversations anywhere else. So if you are with us, just a reminder that you can go to eastlansinginfo.news/telethon to find everything, get the schedule, find out how to donate, find out how to send questions in, and eastlansinginfo.news/donate to just send in dollars. So eastlansinginfo.news/donate is what makes this possible. Thank you.
I'm going to get Sam back in here because he's been a little quiet. Sam, you've been sort of taking you've been a parent through all this. And obviously that's a different position than coach or player. I guess what have been maybe some of your concerns, I guess, just in terms of like the COVID stuff and how that's been addressed, and just your perspective on this season of, obviously you probably have an idea like Alex and Ron that this was going to be a good team, and as a fan, as a parent, seeing them get their shot and just navigating all of it.
I'll start with that, the team itself. So again, I'm an EL kid, so I've been watching East Lansing football since 1980 roughly. This
back
is
when my alma mater, Okemos, was still good.
Yeah, exactly. When Okemos was Class B or C or in the Capital Circuit League. Yeah, back in those days. This is probably the third or fourth best East Lansing team I've ever seen. This is the best East Lansing team I've seen in 20 years. I remember obviously the championship team well in 91. And those teams in the 80s were some monster teams, losing in the state championship in 83, I think it was. But anyway, so I have like a lot of history just in terms of watching EL football, and this defense is the best defense that I've seen from East Lansing, goodness, and maybe ever.
Yeah.
They're tremendous and doesn't get talked about enough, in my opinion. So I'm appreciating watching, Coach Bacon and Coach Farraco, or coaches Farraco's, coach, these kids, and then watching them grow up. When we came into the district in 7th grade, and yeah, Alex is right. We definitely talked about this throughout, kind of his, maturation and some of the other kids, and watching them, grow up and all of that. So this is just the result of a lot of hard work and community support. But as a parent, there's been concerns all throughout. And, I know a lot of people haven't, experienced the effects of COVID, haven't lost loved ones and things like that. That's not the case for our families specifically, where we've lost people, back in March, and because it hit the Black community harder, Alex and I, definitely know people who, aren't here walking this earth anymore. So when
Right.
people were, it seemed like cavalier about, the safety, oh, it's no big deal. Well, that's because it hadn't landed on your front porch yet. But I assure you,
Exactly.
it knocked on our door. And unfortunately, we have to, we've dealt with the fallout. So we were concerned the whole time. And I'm glad now that they have the antigen tests and things like that. I'm grateful for that. But we've been very careful in our household. And, we've had to get after Alex even about, just being careless, and things of that nature. And so we didn't do, and we haven't done a lot of going out and hanging out and all the rest. So when the coaches said, be smart and be safe, like, Coach, it's already handled over here.
We're on it.
Yeah, we're on top of this. So it's been, a trial for sure. And then trying to build the kids back up after, something gets paused has been challenging. The emotional and mental well-being of the kids, being locked in, is not natural. It's not normal. So all of these things as parents, we've tried to kind of work through and, encourage, Alex and the other young men, when you see him, or talk to him, maybe on social media or something like that. So it's been a challenge for sure, but I'm glad and proud of, the work that, Alex and the other young men and, Coach Bacon and the other staff members have done this year.
Right. Well, Alex, I kind of wanted to ask about that. I have to imagine when you guys are getting to play and you sort of get in that rhythm of you have the game weeks and get some games in a row, that football has to be a very nice escape from, everything that's going on in the world. I know what sort of sports are generally, but even with having to do distancing and protocol, but because once you can sort of put the helmet on, lock in, flip that switch, and it's just, even for if an hour of practice and an hour and a half of practice, you just sort of turn off and focus on what's in front of you, and that's football. I have to imagine that's nice. I guess, have you sort of experienced it that way of football? Having it has been a nice counterbalance and a good escape from sort of everything else in the world going to crap a little bit.
Definitely. Honestly. Like, because my school, we have like a weekly check-in and all that, like, how are you feeling? And sometimes I keep forgetting, like, most people don't have what I have, and the ability to like play their sport and do whatever and actually interact with people. So with me, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm feeling good.
Kind of normal. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the back in my mind, I'm always going to practice. I'm saying hi to teammates, being focused, doing what I love to do, which is play sports. And then there's people that aren't able to, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like, I'm really grateful that I'm able to even play the sport in the first place, but it's just surreal.
Yeah. And as a staff, we actually realized this as well, and we had to change our psychology a little bit with the guys. Usually we try to get out there, be pretty locked in and out in X amount of time, but we put in some extra thought into like, okay, they have to decompress. They've been locked inside. When they come out, we allowed a lot more, just kind of silliness and a lot of other things that typically we would be averse to. But we were trying to be cognizant of that same, and just the extreme amount of stress that they're under. And we probably won't even fully understand that until, the aftermath of all this. And we try to even just build in just some silliness and Alex's flips and guys dancing and talking and doing all the stuff that they do that are funny guys and stuff like that. We sometimes we'd shut them down, but this was a time like, they got to let this out. They're outdoors, and just trying to build in a little bit more humor. Yeah, more humor, more lightheartedness, and a lot of stuff that we typically in football, you're like, hey, it's a business trip kind of thing. Like, no, this is their only outlet of an hour or two a day. Right now, they need to socialize a little bit, at a safe distance and things like that. So there's a lot of psychology we had to build into our techniques as well to try to accommodate for that. So it was very difficult.
Did you notice that, Alex? Do you think you guys have been able to get away with a little bit more this year?
Definitely, because I remember last year, because we listened to music like during practice, I used to dance a little, and they were like, "Hey, stop it!" I'm like, "Okay," and like now I like look over my shoulder and start dancing a little bit, and they don't say anything. I'm like, "Okay."
There we go.
Like we joke around more, like after a play, we like are high energy sometimes, and like make talk trash or something, just to like let it out, I guess, have an outlet.
Right.
They're letting it happen, and it's really enjoyable, honestly. It's I
Right.
can ask for more.
Well, it's
So anybody who's coming back won't be getting any more of that. So if you're once this is over,
well, it's like
back to
it's
business.
Like I know Pete Carroll's a big one of he's like, yeah, if we're not having fun, we're doing it wrong. Like it's a business for him, but like it is still a game, and I think it's good that you guys have never lost sight of that, especially in a pandemic. Of I think football can be taken seriously and rightly so, but it is good that you guys took that perspective. And I think that was something I talked with Coach Farraco in the off season, was sort of the approach of you're probably going to have to take a bit more of that teaching approach to coaching this season, just because you're not getting as much time and opportunity to do what you want to teach, and just sort of actually teaching it and sort of the mental side of football. I don't know if you guys sort of experienced that, but sort of a lot more chances to talk about football and scheme and that sort of stuff than there were chances to practice and play football from where I sat. Is that sort of how things happen for you guys?
Yeah, I'll take that one first. I'm a better coach because of this time right here. I've had time to sit in on, I know more of the game. Usually it's me, Coach Jackson, Keaton, and those guys just kind of off doing our thing. And I know that, and I know the front seven. I think being under Gianni Farraco and these guys on Zooms and doing a lot of this other stuff, I have a much more complete sense of the secondary and how things fit together and what they're trying to do on offense. Either a lot of times I ignored that, but there's been so much teaching time. Even I've been able to sit in. I'm better on offense. I'm better in the second, just stuff that I hadn't given much thought to. So it's made me a more rounded coach, versus just my locked in on my specific duties.
Alex, I guess what's your sort of experience with that?
Definitely, because with Zoom and everything, we've been able to have Zoom meetings and like present like actual plays and analyze the plays, like mark up like the papers and show like what's going on, and also just giving blasts of plays on plays, and actually having time to go through it, since like most of the time we didn't have school, or we have less than we used to. So there's not as much homework sometimes, and we actually have time to sit down, watch film, and analyze everything that's going on. And as a player, it's like, oh, so this is what coach is talking about. And you have more respect for it as well because of this time.
So it's just sort of in general, like you guys sort of got to go to football study hall a little bit more than you normally do.
Yeah.
Awesome. Alan, I want to briefly touch on in our last couple minutes here. Obviously it's a big game coming up with Muskegon. Mona Shore as a regional, gets you to states. Is it hard to stop the sort of, because I know there's sort of a build up to games and you get that energy right where you want it and then you let it out on the field. Is it hard to sort of find that and get the build up and that energy right when you're not sure when you're going to play and when you're starting and stopping? Or is that just something where game week comes and it's time? I guess is the way you approach this game going to have to be different because of the way the timing and the scheduling and practicing has worked? Alex, I'll start with you.
I mean, personally, and like the way my running back coach is, he always tells us this before a game when another team's like, woo, yeah, we're woo. They get hyped like when they're coming out in warm-ups. And we're looking at them like, okay, keep that up the whole game. Coach just says the way to win is just be like a wave. Continue, then whoosh, got him. Like that's just how it's supposed to be. Like at a point where everybody else is like, oh, gas, that's when we're reaching our peak. And then we crush them.
Right. Ron, does that sound about right?
Wow, Coach Farraco would be proud of that one. That was verbatim right there. That's his belief system. But for me, to these guys, and I'll tell Alex and Sam that to me they're already champions, based on just the stuff they put out there. This has been a man size, not gender specific, woman size, whatever. So this has been a Herculean effort just to show up, bring your best face. Like they have my respect no matter which way the games go. The games to me are always just a metaphor, and I just tell any kid, people are really paid in life to take on adversity and take on challenges, and these are just lessons for life, So I don't have any issue with that. So it's just, that's what makes them the best. And I just wish them the best, and they're champions in my eyes already. So.
Awesome. Well, I think we're running up on out of time here. We got to get Peter Sagal in here. So not that you guys aren't famous in my eyes, but he's coming on, and we don't want to keep Peter waiting. But I thank all of you for joining us, Sam and Alex, Ron. Really appreciate the time you guys spent here, and I think people are really excited for this game. I know I am myself. So thank you guys.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. This was great.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks for having
all.
me.
Yeah. Good luck to you guys. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Take care.
All right, bye.
I think we've got Jody coming on. Is that right? For a little bit of a fundraising update before we let Peter on.
Uh,
I do not see her. We could just have Peter say, give us all the money.
I'll do a quick screen share just to remind folks that we're going to be talking with Peter Sagal in just a moment. And if you...
and here is Jody.
Oh, great. Okay. Let me just play this. If you order Peter Sagal's book through this special link, eastlansinginfo.news/running, give a $50 donation total, and you get the book for free with an autograph from Peter Sagal, which we've arranged specially for this Eli fundraiser because he's been super nice about it. And you also give a donation to Eli. So it's awesome. And it's a great way to donate to Eli. And so now I'll turn things over to Jody.
So I'm back again. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hold on, let me put my other earbud in. The money keeps coming in, which is exciting, slowly but surely. We are currently at 111,088. So we are 56% of the way towards our goal. And the money each hour, we have new and different donors. So that's very exciting. I'm really excited to push Peter's book during this hour. I just tweeted about it. So if you go to eastlansinginfo.news/running, there's a special link there where when you make a $50 donation, you get a signed copy of his book that we'll send to you. So I would encourage anyone who's listening or watching to consider that. There's also lots of other ways you can give. We are now up to 4 new donors since the telethon started. We have close to 20 donations total. And as a reminder, if you give a monthly donation, so if you sign up for a recurring monthly donation, we can count that for the whole year. So if you were to give $50 a month, we can count that as a $600 donation, which is awesome. So if you're considering giving a donation, you might want to consider doing it that way as well. So you just need to go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate or telethon to get all the information.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you,
I'll see you
Jody.
soon.
And some of our guests earlier have pitched in. Jane Turner pledged giving $50 a month, which gets us $600 closer to the goal. And Cody Harrell, who's the director of our summer youth journalism program and who is a runner, did the $50 donation to get the autographed book. Oh.
Here's our host, Peter
There he
Sagal.
is.
Here I
Here
am.
we are.
Here I am. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Good. How
Very
are
excellent.
you?
We're all
Well,
so excited to have you here,
Oh, well, it's
honestly.
a pleasure to be
It's the
here.
highlight of my year.
yes.
I
so-
was about to make a joke about you must have had a terrible year, but then I realized. But
We did.
Yes,
did.
we all did. I will
Yeah.
absolutely accept that as a possibility that this might be the highlight. I understand. Oh God.
Well, our viewers may well know who this guest is based on his voice alone, and many Eli readers are also fans of NPR. So Peter Sagal probably needs no introduction, just a lot of, oh my gods, it's Peter Sagal, since he is one of the biggest names on radio. He's the host of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR news quiz that you all know and love. We are thrilled to have him on and thrilled to be offering a special premium option to donors for our 2021 sustainability campaign. If you go to eastlansinginfo.news/running and donate $50 through that specific link, you can get an autographed copy of Peter's memoir, The Incomplete Book of Running, as our thanks. You can also point your phone to the QR code on your screen.
Oops, got to put that out. Okay, doing that right now.
Open your camera and follow the Omela link that opens to get the book super easily. Just point your camera and it'll either bring you to it or you'll have a pop-up to click. The Incomplete Book of Running is a book blurbed by Tom Hanks and also Stephen Colbert, who calls Peter Sagal the funniest person on radio. Each week, Peter makes us all laugh hysterically at the total tragedy that is news in America. Over 5 million people tune in to Wait, Wait each week, including Alice's son, who, when he got to pick up the signed books from Peter in Chicago a few weeks ago, said that it's, quote, so weird hearing that voice coming live from behind a mask. What you may not know about Peter is that he is a seriously fast marathoner who fails all the time to mention that he graduated from Harvard. We'll skip talking to him today about going to Harvard, but we do want to talk to him about what it takes to finish a marathon and the even harder feat of what it takes to laugh at the news today. So before we get started, I just wanted to flaunt to Catherine Langford that I'm getting to interview Peter Sagal, and I know she's jealous, so I'm just rubbing it in.
Would you like me to help you rub it in?
Sure, please.
Hey, Catherine. Emily gets to talk to me, and for some reason you don't. I don't know why, nor why that would be something that you'd want to rub in, but I'm happy to help you.
Well, thank you, Peter. So we thought, my friend Catherine does know you from Wait, Wait, and we often talk about the true and untrue news stories that are put out there. So we wanted to start with that. It's obvious that people love to take time each week to laugh at the insanity of the news. So what is it like to be the nation's, quote, spoonful of sugar, or Mary Poppins bringing us that medicine?
That's nice. I will accept that. We are the spoonful of sugar. I guess the one thing I'd say is it's just as important and therapeutic to us, those of us who do it, and by that I mean the producers and the cast of the show, as it is to the people who listen to it, especially this last year, but not just this last year, because the news, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the news is really, really stressful, and having an opportunity to like both make fun of it and also to help other people deal with it is very therapeutic. So I'm just extraordinarily grateful to everybody who listens and, allows me to continue doing this job, because I would be I would be climbing that wall right there. That would be the one I'd be climbing. It's hard sometimes. One of the things that I struggle with is it's very hard for me to be funny about something that makes me angry. And I know that's not true of everybody in my business. Samantha Bee is really good. It's funny. I've always thought that Samantha Bee, parenthetically, is really good at being funny and angry, which is a skill I don't have. And I suggested that to her when we interviewed her a while ago, and she said, "Oh no, I have the same problem," which strikes me as odd because I think she has that gift, but be that as it may. So one of the things that's actually, again, therapeutic is I have to put aside my rage that we all feel for what has been done and what's happened and what could have been done, and just try to be light. I think that I remember quite vividly, although this could count for any week, it was the week of the Kavanaugh hearings, which you may remember. And we happened to be doing a show that week at the Greek Theater in LA, right? Which is, if you've never been there, it's this outdoor amphitheater, I think built back in the 30s by the WPA. And it's got, 7,000 or 8,000 seats, all of which were filled. And which, by the way, kind of blows my mind that people...
Back when that was still a thing.
Yeah, that was still a thing. Oh, yeah, we could get together. And everybody was really upset by the Kavanaugh hearings for the reasons I don't need to bring up now. And I remember turning to because we've been sitting around having dinner backstage and I'm like, can you believe that? Can you believe this? Oh my God, can you believe he did that? And I remember saying to them, we're all really upset. And I totally understand that. I'm upset, but they're really upset. And they've paid to come and spend an hour trying to park because it's LA so that we make them feel better. So let's get out there and do that. And that is something that could be said about our show every week, and hopefully we manage it.
So you're like the USO. People sometimes think, how can people go in and do comedy in the middle of a war? But actually doing comedy in the middle of the war keeps the troops going.
I consider myself a Playboy bunny from 1968. I'm just there.
We don't want to know what you're wearing underneath the t-shirt.
Absolutely not. It is spangly, I'll tell you that. But yeah, that weird comparison has crossed my mind. We're Bob Hope in the war zone, except the war zone is here
every week.
Every week, yes.
Well, in our newsroom, which isn't really a newsroom, it's usually just a three-way phone call at 10 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. we often find ourselves joking about city council or other meetings that just happened. Does Nina Totenberg or anyone else from NPR ever call you up and be like, hey, you need to use this joke that we just came up with in the newsroom?
Sometimes. One of the weird things about my job is that I'm at NPR, but I'm with NPR, I'm on NPR, but I'm not at NPR, getting my prepositions, meaning that I've been many times to the NPR newsroom, which is in Washington. We're not there. And so we have I basically know as much about what's going on in the NPR newsroom as you do. I just listen to it. I think they're pretty good. But at the same time, there is some, I think I can say this, some envy from the very serious and dedicated journalists at NPR, because they have to be serious journalists. NPR holds itself to very high standards of objectivity and truth and so on and so forth. And they're, I think, a little jealous that we, because we're comedians, get to say the things about the news that they just think but can't say. So every now and then they'll send us a story. So you're not going to believe this. You have to do this in your show. And I get the sense that like there's a book called Speaker for the Dead. We're the speakers for the serious. Like we get to actually. That's the nice thing about being a comedian, is that since you're not being serious, you can say the truth.
Yeah, we suffer from this because we're not allowed to say funny things in East Lansing info, and there is no wait, don't tell me of East Lansing.
No.
Although I will say that one of the reasons I'm very happy to be here is anybody who listens to our show more than once knows, we do a little bit about the top of the news and what Trump has been up to, or hopefully soon what Biden is up to. But most of our show is just goofy stuff from around the world. And if it weren't for like local news, we wouldn't have that goofy stuff. So we're sort of like farm to table parodists, and you're the farm. So that's why.
Oh, and East Lansing has so much material you could use.
I was gonna say we could probably start wait for East Lansing.
Absolutely. You guys from now on have a direct line. If anything
It
bizarre
is one of the most ridiculous cities you could ever report on. And we say that in the nicest possible way.
Here's something I don't know. Is there a West Lansing or just a Lansing? I don't know.
There is a Lansing.
West Lansing would be Grand Ledge, I guess.
So there's a Lansing and there's an East Lansing.
Yes.
How does East Lansing compare to Lansing in terms of its weirdness, community spirit, and or general oddness?
So Lansing is the state capital, so it's a very different kind of beast. And East Lansing grew up as Collegeville and was renamed East Lansing to be more sophisticated almost 100 years ago, or about 100 years ago. So East Lansing was originally just known as Collegeville because it was the place where Michigan State University, then Michigan Agricultural College, was founded because of the land grant system. Right. So we are our own city. We have our own city borders. We have our own city council, and we have our own exorbitant tax system.
Well, that's important. And your own weird college town culture, I hope.
Yes, we're super blue here. So I am not making it up when I tell you that we have a social justice reading group at our library for preschoolers. And
that's true. Awesome.
We really do. And we also had our Islamic Center this year held a Go Solar event.
Go Solar at the Islamic Center.
Exactly.
You guys are great. You're basically forestalling us from parodying you because you're parodying yourselves.
Well, we have thought about doing a special satire edition, but we were afraid people might defund us, and we're reliant on reader donations here. But my husband suggested the top headline should be "Last Republican in East Lansing captured, tagged, and moved to safe breeding population in Howell, Michigan."
One of the
there are actually 3 Republicans here. So
do you know them all personally?
Oh yeah.
There might even be 4, maybe.
Although are they allowed to live there in some sort of quota system, some sort of diversity program?
We make them donate more to keep us nonpartisan.
I understand.
Well, yeah. Also, East Lansing might as well still be called Collegeville, the way everybody views it from the outside.
Right. So I didn't. So you're like a sort of another kind of Ann Arbor-ish city in Michigan,
except with news, because Ann Arbor has no newspaper, and
I'm
so
aware.
we have a newspaper. That's what makes us different. Also, we are green and they are blue.
Is that a reference to a college thing?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I understand. Is there like
you know you went to Harvard?
Exactly. You guys have colleges with sports teams of some merit.
No, we have sports teams with colleges.
Oh, right. Yeah. I understand.
What, you're not a Harvard lacrosse ultra?
No, the sport which we dominated, at least during my time there, was squash, which was so fantastic that that I was not a thing.
So Peter, I promised our summer youth journalism educator, who's a serious runner, I've almost hit him with my car sometimes in the mornings, that he bought your book and he wanted you to say his name. His name is Cody Harrell, and it will make his life complete if you can say thank you to Cody Harrell, our summer youth journalism.
Cody Harrell, thank you so much for reading my book. I hope you enjoyed it. Alice did not mention whether you did or not. If you didn't, I'm very sorry, Cody Harrell.
Now I don't have to pay him this year. So we just saved a lot of money. And you can donate and we won't have to pay Cody. So eastlansinginfo.news/donate to keep this organization going.
How is this telethon thing going, by the way? Are people like donating? I mean, it's just relatively getting started, right?
Well, we need you to raise $90,000. So
$90,000.
89,000 actually, Alice. We got some in the last hour.
Oh, awesome. All right.
It's all on you, Peter.
Okay.
Practically pocket change at this point.
Donate money to East Lansing Info.
Could we offer people that if they donate, you'll start taking items of clothing off? Oh no, that's the New Yorker. Sorry.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's in my other Zoom call, and it would be terrible if I got them confused.
Well, with that comment, Alice, this might be a segue into another question we had for you. Was have you ever had to grapple with seeing something happen in the news and wondering how soon is too soon, or how can you make something that is kind of tragic or inappropriate into a joke? And have you ever gotten blowback from those jokes?
Yes and no. We deal with that all the time. And the main way we deal with it, at least used to be back in the before times, is we just ignore it. And it was relatively easy to do so, because if there's, say, something like a terrible plane crash, nobody tunes into Wait, Don't Tell Me and say, what funny thing are they going to say about the 300 people who died in terror? No, so it's fine. We just avoid that. People don't want us to do it. We don't do it. And it was easy. As has been pointed out many, many times, there's basically 10 plane crashes every day now. And even before we got that literal about it, there were various depredations and horrors and terrors and crazy stuff happening in the news every day for the last 5 years or so. It seemed that way anyway. So it got a little harder. And so, for example, when it comes to COVID, we would find odd stories in the corners, about people doing silly things. Like I remember one bar owner set up an electrified fence to make sure that nobody got too close to the bar. We look for those kinds of corners, those really odd little things, sort of, that aren't tragic, but tragedy adjacent. And that gives us a chance to at least lighten people's moods about it. It's like, I don't know if you guys, maybe only Alice will remember Mad Magazine.
Oh yes.
They used to have a feature.
Familiar, despite my youth.
They used to have a feature called The Lighter Side of Whatever, and it'd be like the lighter side of, I don't know, stock markets or whatever. We're basically the lighter side of the ongoing decline of America. That's how we see ourselves.
How
So
hard?
you could almost
Sorry,
you could do a whole episode on the different religions that bar owners have created to get around capacity regulations during COVID.
I think we've touched on that. Yeah. I mean, one of the nice things is that no matter how terrible things get, people will still act like idiots. And that will always give us material.
We've certainly found that in covering city government.
That checks out.
Say, how hard do you have to look for something like an electrified fence around the bar?
Well, we spend a lot. That's one of the reasons why we need you folk to continue this work in local journalism, because those things are almost always picked up. Well, it used to be that we would find it, it would be picked up by a local journalist. Nowadays, for some reason, when somebody does something really weird or stupid or embarrassing, they immediately post it to social media themselves. I can't tell you how many times one of our producers has said, "Oh, I found this great story. This person did this incredibly dumb thing." And we're like, "Well, how do you know? What's the source?" Well, they themselves put it on Instagram, to which we say, "Thank you, but maybe don't." I don't know.
No, once you're done applying for colleges, you can put your own stupid things up, right?
Exactly, I guess. But make sure,
like
I think you have to graduate at this point, because we've seen people's college acceptances being, what's the word, taken back because
revoked. Yeah.
Yeah, not good.
So we know you, Peter, from Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me primarily, but you also hosted a podcast that I listened to, Chernobyl, that
Yeah.
followed the HBO series. And my specialty is actually in Soviet history during the same time period, but not about Chernobyl. And as someone who knows a lot, I was very impressed with the show and your commentary on it. But I was wondering if you could speak about what it's like to transition from being the kind of funny guy to talking about something very serious in a pretty serious manner as well.
Well, anybody, if you know anybody who's a professional comedian, every professional comedian wants to be taken seriously. And every professional serious person wants to get laughs. I guess it's just the way of the world. So I actually very much enjoy and appreciate chances to be serious, at least about stuff that I have some interest in and can be valuable about. In the case of the Chernobyl podcast, weirdly enough, remember I mentioned that show at the Greek Theater in LA? Well, one of my guests at that show was Craig Mazin, who I had gotten to know via Twitter, because he, as you may or may not know, before he became known as like the creator of this astonishingly powerful television drama that won every Emmy, he was known primarily for having been Ted Cruz's college freshman roommate.
Oh,
that's the guy. Yes, I say
know
that. Everybody goes, that guy. Yes, that.
I know. Yeah.
and you may remember that in 2016, before we knew what terrors were truly to come, he's like, I will do everything I can to keep Ted Cruz from becoming president. So let me tell you these incredibly embarrassing stories about him as a college freshman, which is pretty terrifying to anyone who's had a college freshman roommate. So I thought he was very, very funny and very charming. And so I invited him backstage. And it was a little while after that, he said, oh, I'm doing this TV show called Chernobyl, and I'd like to do a podcast, because it was his idea, because there's so much of the actual history that I had to change for dramatic purposes, or that I had to leave out entirely. And I really want the audience to know what those things are. I want them to know the real story behind my drama. Do you know anybody who might host that? And I'm like, well, and I kind of pulled a Dick Cheney and said, I'd love to. He said, I was hoping you'd say that. So I got a chance to do it. And it was really, I mean, it was one of the things, first of all, if you haven't seen Chernobyl on HBO, you should absolutely watch it. It's extremely powerful and strangely relevant in a way that Craig never, ever intended. He started writing it before the 2016 election. You should listen to the podcast, because Craig has a lot of things to say. I also followed up that with a podcast about the TV show The Plot Against America with David Simon, the creator of that. And that's always been great fun. My secret personal history is that I used to be a playwright and occasionally a screenwriter. And so I have a deep interest in like narrative fiction. You know, how do you set up a script? How do you tell a story? So that was a very fun, I guess, fun muscles to use again after letting them lie fallow for a long time.
And Peter is an author of books.
Yes, thank you. I also wrote books.
You forgot to mention that too.
I know, yes, there's a book.
eastlansinginfo.news/running. You can get an autographed copy by Peter for our East Lansing Info campaign. So help us out. eastlansinginfo.news/running.
I hand signed 300 copies, and then
my son and I went and picked them up from his house.
We did that for you, so donate.
Well, that will be a nice segue to talking about the book, which is part of the reason we have Peter on. So your book starts with a really important moment, the moment when the first of 2 terrorist pressure cooker bombs went off at the 2013 Boston Marathon. You were at the race to be a running guide to a blind marathon runner, and the two of you were about 100 yards away from the first bomb when it went off. Can you talk about what it was like to suddenly be a witness for a major news story?
It was very strange, because I not only did I not know I was a witness to a major news story, I refused to believe it for a strangely long time.
Mm.
And I think this has, well, first of all, I should explain, how could you be 100 yards away from a terrorist bomb blast that killed 4 people and not know it? Because myself and William Greer, with whom I had run the marathon, had just finished the race. If you've ever been to a marathon, a major urban marathon, you know there's this huge finish line superstructure with lights and cameras on it, and you cross through it and under it, and then you're on the other side of it. And so that's what had happened. That large superstructure was between us and the bombing. It was about 50 yards on the other side of it. We were 50 yards on our side. So all we knew was that there was this enormous explosion, plume of smoke. A few seconds later, another explosion. And they all asked us to please move, keep moving, everybody. And one of the weird things about that moment was that news stories, footage started going out on TV. People started tweeting about what they had seen. So within 4 or 5 minutes, news was getting around. There had been this bombing at the Boston Marathon. So the last people to find out about it was basically us. We didn't have our phones. We hadn't run with them. We weren't getting tweets. We weren't checking the internets. We just were wandering around wondering why the people who had headsets, as opposed to the regular volunteers, were looking so worried. And we started hearing ambulances. I remember, and I mentioned this in a book, the moment where I realized something very, very serious had happened was when we were exiting that finishing chute area. And I saw a stereotypical Boston cop, right? One of these guys about 100 pounds overweight, walrus mustache, got the uniform, got the cuffs, got the gun, and he is running down the street and yelling for people to get out of the street and clear the street and clear the street. And I'm like, if that guy's running, something very serious has happened. And then we got our phones and we found out what had happened. And I ended up, you may remember I said I have nothing to do with NPR News. Well, that was the one day I was actually a part of the NPR News operation, because somebody there knew that I was there. And so I got a call once I got my phone back from NPR News, and I went online. I went on the air live with Robert Siegel to talk about.
And in the book, you actually give the transcript, which I thought was really interesting to do.
Yeah, it was weird. I tried to hold up my end of the bargain and not say anything that I didn't know for sure. But
I thought that was really interesting because, it was interesting that you knew to go into reporter mode and to be careful not to speculate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I live off journalism. I'm sort of, I think of myself as like one of those little, those fish that swim around the mouth of the sharks eating their leftovers. That's how I relate to journalism. I have many friends who are serious journalists, not only at NPR, but elsewhere. My college roommate, who hopefully will never tell the internet what I did during our freshman year. He's the Supreme Court reporter for the Wall Street Journal. So I know what, I've even worked on occasion as a journalist. I know the rules. I admire journalists, and I certainly given a chance to be one for 3 minutes. I didn't want to screw it up.
Yeah, it's quite riveting. And then you come back to it later in the book in terms of coming full circle to talking about how you worked with blind runners as a guide. I found it fascinating that there are blind runners and that you can not be so distracted by sort of trying to figure out what they need, that you're able to run, because you're quite a fast runner.
I was. This is all some years.
Still are.
Well, thank you. I'm not as fast as I was. Turns out age is a thing. Obviously blind people do whatever other people do or want to do. The guy who I guided the next year, because everybody wanted to go back, of course, to Boston and run the race as a hearty gesture, shall we say, to the Bombers. And I was assigned to a different runner. That guy owns the world record for the fastest triathlon by a visually impaired person. And what that means is he's out there, biking on a tandem, because obviously you can't bike if you can't see, swimming connected by a cable to his guide, sort of towing him through the water, or at least guiding him through the water. These people, they do whatever the hell they want. And it's an absolute, well, let me put it this way. Running is a rather solipsistic pursuit. If you do it for your own benefit. And if you pursue marathoning or any kind of racing as long as I did, very intently, eventually you achieve your goals and you ask yourself, at least I asked myself, why am I doing this exactly? Why am I breaking my, kicking my own ass in order to do this a little faster? And so when I was offered a chance to be a guide, it was a great way to sort of re-justify why I was spending this time. I wasn't doing it for myself anymore. I was helping somebody else, which is something I highly recommend, by the way, in dark times.
I think I'm going to claim the next time I do a triathlon that I'm blind, so I can get lots of people guiding me, because I'm kind of stupid even though I'm sighted. I have trouble keeping track of where I'm going.
Directionally challenged.
Yeah, but it was a great experience, and I've run as a guide for visually impaired runners 4 times now.
That's amazing.
Do it again.
So what's your fastest marathoning time?
Oh, really? I was surprised that you asked. It was, as I read in the book, in 2011, I decided to see if I could break my PR. That's personal record, if you don't know what that is, which had been 3 hours and 20 minutes for the marathon. So I decided to really apply myself in a way that if I did to any other any other area in my life, I'd either be rich or have a doctorate or something. But instead, I applied myself to this project and ended up running the Philadelphia Marathon in 3 hours and 9 minutes.
Which is astonishing. I don't know how you claim you're not. I mean, that
Well,
is just
here's the thing.
astonishing.
When I did it that
You're
day,
not 7 feet tall.
I'm not 7 feet tall, nor am I a natural runner. I'm skinny and svelte and aerodynamic. But I really worked at it. And what's funny is, in order to run 3:09, I had to run 26 miles at an average pace of 7 minutes per mile, which seemed effortless on the day. I probably could not go out and run one right now. Time is a harsh mistress, is all I'm going to say.
I agree. But if you want to be inspired, Peter actually talks about running in this book in terms of talking about how to think about running. And I love it because I do run, although much slower and much shorter distances. So eastlansinginfo.news/running to get the book signed by Peter.
Yes, please.
When I was
I'm told by people who are not related to me that it's quite enjoyable.
It is. It is very.
When I was preparing for today and I was checking out different reviews, I know one reviewer said how you had written in your memoir that you could start running, like, don't buy anything, just put on your rattiest clothes and go. And if people are mocking you, just leave them behind. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about what motivated you to start and how you wound up improving on your running time as someone who's not really a runner, because I'm embarrassed that my boyfriend, who's a decade older than me, will beat me. So.
Yes. Well, you'll outlive him, so that'll.
Oh God.
It's interesting, you know, when I decided to write a book about running, I was like, well, I'm going to write, you know, my sort of midlife crisis book about my particular hobby. Other people write it about fly fishing or whatever. But in the course of writing the book and then talking to people about the book, I've really become an evangelist for running in a way that I wasn't when I decided to write the book. I honestly think it's really important and very valuable for people in a way that other sports may not be. And one of the reasons is anybody can do it. I was, to put it mildly, not an athletic child. I didn't have a natural inclination toward it or skills. And because youth sports are what they are, I was pretty quickly weeded out. You find out when you're a kid. It's worse now, I think, when you're not good at sports. They let you know, right? I spent a lot of time in right field and little league. That'll resonate with some of you. So one of the great things about running is you don't have to be good at it to do it. It's instantly accessible. And although people race, obviously, in various distances, 5K, 10K, half marathon, it's not competitive, right? In the way that, say, even tennis is. And I love tennis. Yeah. But tennis, you're going to eventually you're going to have to beat that guy or that girl or that other doubles team. And that can get exciting. It can also get frustrating. It can also drive people away who don't particularly feel competitive. None of that is applicable to running. Running is accessible to anyone and everyone who isn't physically disabled for some reason, or, and I have subsequently discovered this as well, doesn't have the benefit of living in a safe place like I do, where you can go running on the streets. It's one of the reasons that I'll just put in a plug. I've gotten very involved with an organization called Chicago Run, which brings running to disadvantaged kids who don't have safe streets and even the money to buy a pair of sneakers. Moving on. I also think it's really, really important for brainiacs like us, and I assume everybody here and everybody watching, to get the hell out of our heads. Yes. And because so many brainiacs like us were told early on that we weren't good at sports and thus we shouldn't pursue physical activities, and we may even have gotten the attitude, I certainly did, to be sort of snobby about sports. You know, that the word dumb always goes with the word jock, right? That we just turned up our noses at them. Oh, we're not good at them, you know. Everybody needs to like move. Everybody needs to be in their bodies. Everybody needs to get out of their head and hopefully go outside and actually exercise. And running is such a pure way of doing it. To borrow a phrase, we were all born to run.
Especially now, especially during this lockdown.
Especially now. A lot of people have taken up running. I guess I timed my book correctly because it's one of the things we were allowed to do with the gyms closed and the tennis centers closed. We were allowed to go running. And so I think a lot of people have discovered what I'm talking about, like how incredibly important it is to get up and move.
Thank you for that. So in the book, you also say, quote, "To talk about running is to talk about change and the promise of change." This almost sounds like you could be talking about why people run for office. And we have to say that sometimes we watch people run for office, take office, and nothing seems to change. So do things change for you when you run?
Yeah, I think that may have an advantage over politics. And what I mean by that is most people start running out of a sense of dissatisfaction. Certainly us midlife crisis runners, and I sort of had two running periods, one that started when I was a teenager and ran through high school, and then again when I turned 40 some years ago. And certainly, and it turns out that a lot of people are like that. A lot of people come to running, certainly long distance, slow distance running, later in life. That maybe there are a lot of people who, even if they were runners, were sprinters, say in high school, and then they only start running long distances later. And the reason is you're not happy with yourself. You either feel you're overweight, you feel you're out of shape, maybe you're just going stir crazy. Maybe you just feel the need to get away, to run away. And so one of the things about running is, yeah, thank you, Alice. Certainly that was, as Alice and I have discussed off camera, that certainly was, and I write about to a certain extent in my book, that was a part of my motivation, because I had some things I wanted to be apart from for at least a little while. And people are hoping for some kind of transformation, some kind of metamorphosis. Now, that can be very unrealistic. And one of the things that I've learned to hate, or at least resent, is this kind of, athletic industrial complex, which promises people, if they do Tabo, or to date myself, or CrossFit, or whatever the fad of the moment, that you'll end up looking like those well-oiled, hairless models on the cover of fitness magazines. Or I guess these days, sorry, I date myself again, in the YouTube videos advertising the program. And you're never going to look like that. I'm never going to look like anything but a short, stocky Jewish guy with love handles. It's just the way it is. But and some people, when they figure that out, that they're never going to look like those fitness models, they're never going to lose that last 10 pounds, they give up. And I'm like, don't give up. You're not trying to be somebody else. You're trying to be the best accessible version of yourself, which again is something that brings me back to running. You're not trying to set a record. You're not trying to win a race. You're just trying to improve yourself in a reachable way.
And a lot of the great races we have here with Playmakers, which is our local running club, they give you the completion medal just for completing it. It's awesome, right?
It's great.
The last little triathlon I did with Playmakers, I came in third in my race in my gender and age class. There were 3 of us, but I came in third and I got a 3rd place medal.
I don't know if you can see it, but the little square things I'm pointing at, those are 3rd place age group medals.
Yes, I got one of
for
those.
my local race. I put them, I look at them and go, yes, I won an award.
I love it too, because when I'm running in one of those, and they have your age on the back of your leg, which is a competitive thing, and a 70-year-old passes me, I always feel like, oh, I want to be that person. I want to be that person passing the 50-year-old.
But you never will be, sadly.
I know.
Another great thing about running is, once you realize you're never going to be first and you're most likely never going to be last, you let all that go and you just do it. Again, I return to certain stereotypes about people like us, which is that if we're not exactly competitive, we're harshly self-judgmental. If we don't get the laurel that that's available to us in our field. If I don't win the Peabody, if your book is not a bestseller, you feel like you failed, or if it's only the number 5 bestseller, not number 1. To get out of that mindset and just run a 10K and not care about the fact that you're not going to win it and you're not going to lose it. You're just going to do it for your own reasons, is again a liberation.
Just a reminder, we're talking about Peter's book, which is inspirational because it's not bullshit. Sorry, I guess I can say that on YouTube. EastLansingInfo.news.
The FCC will not. The FCC will not be slapping us with a. That is something I learned in broadcast school. $325,000.
Yes.
You can get the book for $50, and it's autographed by Peter, and the proceeds go to keep East Lansing Info running in 2021.
Great.
Peter, I wanted to ask you a question we got from the chat, if Emily is okay with that. This is from the YouTube chat. You might have seen it. I dropped it in here, but someone asked, at what point in competitive running is it permissible to relieve yourself in your running
First of all, do not Skip the fact that I can see in the chat that the way he put it is running, is it permissible to bathroom in your pants?
It is. It is
That's
put that
the
way.
first time I've ever seen the word
He
bathroom.
covers that.
So are they
Yeah.
talking like
Verb.
construct a bathroom?
And in my remember what I said about not winning?
Make them buy the book. It's
They
in
can
the
buy the
book.
book. There is a fair amount in the book about digestive processes of various kinds. If that's, you know, as somebody said, if one review of the book said, if you really want to know about Peter Sagal's problems with bathroom habits, read this book. If you don't, just skip chapter 6. Here's my view. If you're not about to win the race in the Olympics, the answer is never. Please, there are porta potties, there are bushes. Please don't do that to other people. And if that does happen, well, welcome to the wonderful world of running. Remember, said you're getting in touch with your body, and sometimes your body does things that you do not wish that it did, but you come face to face.
Get in touch with your body and hope it doesn't write back.
Exactly.
And here we're trying to encourage people to take up running.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, well, Alice, Andrew, and I were wondering if we could each read you a supposed news story from East Lansing and have you guess which one is the fake one.
All right, by all means. People probably figured out this is a variation of something we've been doing in our show from the beginning called Bluff the Listener. So go ahead.
And what we've decided to offer you is if you're ever in East Lansing and you guess the right one, we'll buy you a crunchy burger and a bucket of beer at Crunchies. And you'll find out what that is if you come to East Lansing.
You're not going to tell me. Is
the best? I can't say that. I'm supposed to be nonpartisan.
Is the crunchy burger itself crunchy, or is it just made by a
It's just
person
an
or institution with
outstanding
crunchy?
hamburger with an outstanding bucket of beer.
All right.
Yes. So Alice is going to take it away first.
I'm up first. This is an Ask Eli, which is when readers write in questions and we get them answered. So the question from the reader was, there is a bright pink object hanging from a light pole at the corner of Evergreen Avenue and Fern Street. What is it? How did it get there? How long will it be there? Might it bring the light pole down? Whoa, reader, slow down. We're going to take these one at a time. What is it? A select subset of Eli's staff went out to conduct live investigation reporting in order to identify this UPO, or unidentified pink object. A close evaluation of the delicate object using a telephoto lens demonstrates that the north end of the object is characterized by delicate lace-like filaments, with apparently decorative color ranging from white to red. This decorative motif stretches up the object to the arm of the light pole. Opposite the decorative filigree are two pendulous and capacious receptacles that are similar in shape to mammatus clouds. After considerable consideration, the Eli staff believes the UPO is a back closure brassiere, which has been hooked around the arm of the light pole. If we had to take a further guess, that guess would be 38D. How did it get there? We have various theories, many of them involving young men and copious amounts of alcohol, as well as perhaps a game female donor. But as Eli restricts itself to purely factual reporting, and since we don't have a good telephoto lens strong enough to determine whether the garment has one of those name tags your parents sewed into your underwear for sleepaway camp, we cannot say for sure whose it is or how it got there. We risk being accused of editorializing and offering the following statement, although we would argue it is factual. While the object itself is a hideous example of a brassiere, the engineering of its suspension is delicate, subtle, and inspiring to the Eli staff. The item is somehow looped fully around the light pole, not merely slung over it, as is typical with shoes thus suspended. Somebody put some serious effort into this. How long will it be there? We have lately had some interesting weather, including significant winds, hail, and rain, and yet this object persists. This, plus the fact that it does not seem to be interfering with any electrical utility lines, plus its deeply inorganic construction, suggests it's going to be there a good long time. How long it will remain bright pink is unclear. Since East Lansing's crow population has lately recovered from West Nile virus from a few years ago, we think it might get some white polka dotting quite soon. Could it bring the light pole down? After computer modeling, seasonal weather patterns, climate change, and the physics of brassieres, we would probably realize this kind of modeling was a total waste of time, so we didn't do it. We feel pretty confident in saying the only way this UPO will bring down the light pole is indirectly, i.e. if it attracts a horde of admirers large enough and foolish enough to try to retrieve it. We considered calling the Department of Public Works to ask if they ever retrieved these objects, perhaps out of concern for aesthetics or to save on gifts, but we thought they might never take us seriously again.
Okay.
That is some descriptive prose. Does Herman Melville write for the...
We have really good writers at Eli.
That is That's
under
remarkable.
the pen name Alice Drager. So the next story we have is deer infestation reaches colorful parking structure downtown, read by me, Andrew Graham. The controversy over the deer call has finally met the controversy over the Division Street parking garage in East Lansing. Most people know the Division Street ramps by its monikers, the colorful parking structure, the hamster cage, and the habit trail. Built in 1988, the ramp is faced in giant tubes of corrugated steel painted in a series of surprisingly 1970s colors: yellow submarine yellow, tang orange, and women's studies turquoise. The tubes are big enough for any person to imagine simply walking up the ramp via the tubes. Many in East Lansing has asked their parents if they can do just that. According to Wes Blackman, who was on the city's planning staff at the time the structure was designed and built, the size and appearance of the Division Street garage represented an attempt to meet a need for more parking spaces in downtown East Lansing, combined with the strong wish of then Mayor Joan Hunault that the structure be the landmark worthy of, quote, the city of the arts. Ralph Monsma, a city council member at the time, also identifies Hunault as the driving force behind the project. The city needed more parking and decided to make it a hell of a thing. Blackman recalls discussions of the fact that East Lansing might never be Ann Arbor or Birmingham, but there was an opportunity to do something, quote, out of the box. It had to be art. The architect was instructed that the structure should be, quote, festive and use no brick. Monsma states that the garage was, quote, by far the biggest artistic statement that the city has ever made. Blackman is a fan of the structure and explains, quote, it was the 80s. It was all about go big or go home. Dan O'Connor, a parking administrator for the city, is pro-habit trail. Quote, I still remember seeing the garages from the air for the first time as I arrived on an evening flight. The golden hour had its earth tones looking absolutely spectacular. The deer seemed to agree. With the pandemic going on and none of the noisy downtown bars open, at least one deer has been bedding down in the tubes, entering through a hole near the unused entrance on Albert Street. Some say they're pretty sure that they've heard a mating pair. For the longest time, the call for a call has been coming only from the folks on the north side of town, whose gardens have been absolutely decimated by the four-legged ruminants. When the subject of outdoor cats killing birds came up at a Council of Neighborhood Presidents meeting, then Mayor Ruth Beyer told the neighborhood presidents that she thought the solution might be getting deer to eat cats instead of the hostas. Now that USDA sharpshooters have been hired to kill deer in the parks on the north side of town, the Downtown Development Authority is looking into the question of whether brownfield tax increment financing could be used to hire the same personnel to take out deer in the Division Street ramp. City staff recently advised the Downtown Development Authority that this would cost only 3 times as much as hiring the same personnel separately for 2 jobs. And as the city continues to look for ways to utilize empty parking garage space due to the pandemic, a pro-deer faction of residents has put forth a proposal to turn the top level of the Division Street garage into a wildlife sanctuary. The skunks are already on it.
All right.
Okay.
Last.
It's weird. I have this reflexive urge to immediately summarize what you just said and then introduce the next one, but I will resist. Contestant here, not the host.
So the
Keep in
parking
mind, in our
garage
case,
with
you
the
have-
deer.
The parking
have to-
garage.
You have to guess the fake one, not the real one in our case.
Oh,
Okay.
Would have been
okay. Wait a minute. Hold on.
2
so-
are real.
2 are real. Okay.
And
would have
one
been
is
funny if
fake.
we just
So
gave him
glad
3
you
real
mentioned.
ones.
All right. Go
2
on.
are real.
All
You were-
right.
Okay.
Last but hopefully not least is the article that I'll be reading. Apparently satisfied with its own work, City of East Lansing does not arrest itself. In a drama some thought would never end, East Lansing's infamous driveway case has in fact ended. As per the legal settlement reached, the city has fixed the private residential driveway at 444 Division Street to its liking. And because it so likes the way the driveway now measures out, the city will not be arresting itself. Over 2 years ago, Eli broke the story of the city of East Lansing threatening Dr. Michael Zydick, a radiologist, with arrest because he had constructed a driveway that did not meet the requirements of East Lansing zoning code. The property at issue was purchased in the Bailey neighborhood by the Zydicks to house their daughter and her friends while they attended Michigan State University. The neighborhood, like many around MSU, experiences high tensions between homeowners and student rental properties. And when the Zydicks set out to expand the driveway and possibly expand the occupancy illegally, the neighbors were none too keen on seeing another student house violate the rules. So they objected when it appeared the driveway was about to be expanded more than allowed. Documents obtained through the Freedom of Information Act and other public records show that Zydik had not gone rogue. By the time the city got upset with him, the city had done a lot to indicate to Zydik that he was on the correct path. Per their requirements, he'd gotten a survey, he had the plans reviewed for code compliance, and got an approval. His contractor tore out the old driveway to prepare to put in the new, bigger driveway. But a neighbor objected. The city came to look, and the city said the neighbor was right. The city had wrongly approved it. A stop work order was issued, and a fresh load of cement was waved off, costing Zydik $1,500 and leaving him with no driveway. Flash forward. Zydik did what city staff now told him to do. He went to the Zoning Board of Appeals and got permission for a compromise. The city said, okay. The cement was ordered, and then the city inspector didn't show. Another $1,500 for nothing. Finally, the inspector showed, and the driveway was built. But then city staff decided this driveway, too, was wrongly approved by the staff. They told Zydik to remove a section. Fed up, Zydik refused. The city issued a bunch of threats, finally threatening to arrest Zydik. Zydik hired local attorney Mark Rebner, who looks a lot like Brent Franklin, actually, and whose specialty might be described as trying to get the city of East Lansing to have some shame. Grebner's defense of his clients resulted in the city offering Zydik a choice. Zydik could either take the city's money and fix the driveway, or he could be arrested. Zydik declined both offers. The city upped the cash offer, offering even more money or arrest. Grebner told Eli that he found it remarkable that the city was offering taxpayers' money to someone the city had indicated was a criminal. He said he would like to know how much the city would pay if it all went to court and his client was in fact found guilty. If he was found very guilty, would he be given even more money? After a lot of reporting by Eli that seemed to irritate the city attorney even more than usual, retaining wall, a settlement was finally reached. The settlement required that the city fix the damn driveway themselves, so that if city staff or the neighbors weren't happy with the work, the city could only then threaten to arrest itself, or maybe offer itself some money. Now Grebner tells Eli the driveway has been fixed, having been shrunk by a few square feet at the cost of only tens of thousands of dollars to East Lansing taxpayers, including legal fees. Still, this makes the driveway at 444 Division significantly less expensive than the parking at the new Center City District ramp, where each public parking spot has cost about $90,000 to build, not counting legal fees. So Peter has to figure out which is the fake story. Is it the story of the rogue brazier, the rogue deer, or the rogue driveway?
All right. Now, I should confess that I often suspect that when we play this game on my show, that the listener is Googling the news stories as they hear them to find out the real one. Because why wouldn't you? And I want to let you know that I did not do that.
Oh, good.
However, I kind of did. I Googled the existence of the parking garage. I Googled East Lansing Habit Trail, and I saw pictures of the parking garage. And I'm just going to say, before we get into which story is real, I love that parking garage. One of my enthusiasms is 80s era postmodern architecture. I just love that stuff. Horton Plaza in San Diego, anybody? And so I love it. So if they ever want to tear it down and they need somebody to like argue for its aesthetic appeal and its historical significance, call me. That said, the idea, while I believe that, I'm not sure if I believe that deer would actually live there, but the thing that made me think that's probably not true in detail is the fact that somebody thought that maybe the deer could be convinced to eat other pests, because deers don't do that. And also in regard to Alice's story, it makes perfect sense that somebody would throw a brazier up on a pole, with being a college town. And in regard to the driveway story, it makes perfect sense that somebody would get into a lengthy, complicated, almost incomprehensible dispute with the city about the width of their driveway. So on the basis of that reasoning, and you may remember me saying I live too much in my head, I am going to choose Andrew's story as the fake one. I believe in the parking garage, but not the deer.
You win.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
The quote,
please.
Mayor
the
Ruth
form-
Byer actually said that she thought we should train the deer to eat the cats.
Oh wow! So you have
That was the real part of that, yeah.
Like a very
The part
interesting.
you
That was
thought was
actually the
most
real
fake.
part.
Was she serious? Did she actually think that could be accomplished?
That particular mayor had no filter, so she just said whatever she was thinking,
It's a good idea.
which was both a strength and a weakness.
But I do like that. I will say I really like that parking garage. It's pretty cool.
It's a
So
great. I love it. People either love it or hate it.
I'm all for it. More
While
primary
we were-
colors.
Sorry. While we were doing that, my parents have been texting me to say that they heard you were on Jeopardy once.
That's true.
And they are Jeopardy fanatics who watch it every evening. And they were wondering if you would be willing to share for them a memory of Alex Trebek.
Sure. What happened was I had moved to LA right out of college, expecting that I would soon be a big shot in the movie or television business. And but the summer before, I happened to run into a guy who had won big on Jeopardy. He was actually, his name was Chuck something, and he was, before Ken Jennings came and blew it all up, the winningest contestant on Jeopardy. And he said, "You should do Jeopardy. It's easy money," for him. And so I was like, okay, I will apply for Jeopardy. And I applied for Jeopardy, and they said, okay, we'll get back to you in a few months. And of course, I assumed by the time that they got back to me in a few months, I would have my high-paying job in the entertainment industry. Well, I was still unemployed. And when they called me up, and I got to go on the show, and you may remember, well, a couple of things that are important to the anecdote. If you know anything about Jeopardy, you know that every contestant has a buzzer, right? And you're not allowed to buzz in to answer the question until Alex, or long may he rest in peace, may his memory be a blessing, finishes reading the question, right? Because they don't want people to read it on the, at that time, cathode ray monitors and shout out the answer before the audience can absorb it. So there's somebody off stage who turns on the system. And if you buzz in too early, you get locked out. And if you buzz in too late, one of your other competitors has gotten it, because everybody knows the answer most of the time. And I was advised to master the timing. I did not take that advice because that would have required preparation, which is not something I'm good at. So if you were to find, and I believe it's somewhere on YouTube, I can't bear to watch it. You'll see me with hair and very funny postmodern 1980s era glasses. You will see me frustratingly pushing the button and not getting it. I got frustrated. So I started trying to answer questions I did not know the answer to and getting them wrong, losing money every time. So by the time that this is why it's all relevant to your question about Alex Trebek, by the time we got to that moment after the first round where he says, "Let's meet our contestants." And he said to me, "Peter, I understand that you're a writer." I said, "Yes, I would like to be a television writer." And he says, "How's it going?" And I said, "Well, I'm appearing on Jeopardy." And he said, "Well, if you want to make a living from this, that little number beneath you has to be a positive number, not a negative number." So I was dissed by Alex Trebek. And I then proceeded to lose. So I came in second, which I kind of don't mind, because while I could have used the money, if I had gotten the money, I would have spent the money. But at that time, you got parting gifts if you came in second or third. And so I still have an armchair that I won on Jeopardy, my Jeopardy chair.
Wow.
30 years later, I still have it. So
That must be worth a lot. Have you gone on Antiques Roadshow and been like, "I'm Peter Sagal and I have an
and
armchair from
this is the
Alex
armchair
Trebek"?
This is the armchair that I won on Jeopardy. No,
Now that
I
he
have not
has
done that.
passed away, it's worth even more, you know.
I don't think he didn't personally hand it to me.
Still,
One
you
of the-
have look on Antiques Roadshow. They always ask you if proof this really is what you said. You have Alex Trebek and you on camera, so it works.
I do actually. Or what I have is I have like they said, well, contestants if are in acknowledgement of their participation, contestants get, and then there's a whole bunch of things, and one of them is an armchair that is in the other room as I speak. So
Wow.
I lost on Jeopardy is my, and then I ultimately become a game show host, which is a kind of karmic event.
I just want you to know, by the way, all that stuff that was in the one Andrew read about the colorful parking structure is actually taken from a real Eli article about the history of the parking structure.
Oh,
written
it all
by Ann
sounded
Nichols.
completely legitimate.
It's all real. All
I
that stuff
love
is
it.
real, except for the deer.
I know, but I like I said, and I was alive during the 80s. I remember when things were being built like that, and everybody thought it was a good idea. All I can
Not
say
here.
is it's a vast improvement on things built in the 70s.
You really can see it when you're landing. It's awesome. It's the thing of East Lansing you see when you're landing in Lansing,
Right.
is East Lansing's colorful parking
Is that
structure.
better or worse than the great phallic water tower of Ypsilanti?
Oh, I'm familiar with the phallic
You're
water
familiar
tower of
Better.
Ypsilanti.
because we've been to Ypsilanti to do our show. I don't know why I've never been to either Lansing or East Lansing, and there's a water tower there,
Yeah.
which they're very proud of, and it honestly looks like something built by a primitive tribe as part of their fertility rituals. It's enormous and extraordinarily phallic, and apparently
know if-
Jewish.
I don't know if you've watched House of Cards, but it's kind of like the peach water tower back in Gaffney.
I'll
It's
believe
a peach. It's a peach that looks like a behind.
you. There you are. Yes.
Yeah.
So
similar-
Peter, at 4
similar.
o'clock, we have Dan Savage joining us, and he's actually in the
He
waiting
is.
room. If you want to say hi,
I
we
would
can let
love
him in
Dan. Not. I was about to say that he's in
just
the
a moment.
Dan. I'm a huge fan of Dan's, as I've been able to tell him, and he actually inspired in a sidelong way one of the sections of the book.
United States of America are located in.
Wait, Dan, turn that off, whatever that was.
What the heck was that?
It's Dan Savage.
I'd be happy to do a handoff to Dan.
There he
That
is.
was Bernie Sanders.
Was that you doing Bernie Sanders, or was that?
No,
Sanders.
that was me listening to Bernie Sanders in a YouTube clip while I waited to be entered into this this room, and then you guys entered me.
First, we have to plug
Doing Bernie
the
Sanders.
books one more time.
Congress at play here.
eastlansinginfo.news/running. You can get Peter's book autographed, and it gives a donation to Eli. And Dan, if you don't mind hanging on just a second, we just have to let Jody in to tell us how much money we're up to.
Sorry.
And then we will talk with you both. Hi, Jody. Jody? Hi, Jody.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. There's a little bit of a delay between YouTube and Zoom.
Yes.
So it took me a minute. So first of all, I'm having a fangirl moment. So hi, Peter. Hi, Dan. So nice to be able to talk to both of you. I feel like so proud to like be a part of Eli and what we're doing. This is awesome. But I'm here to give, I think, top of the hour money update, correct?
Yep, correct.
So donations are still coming in, which is super exciting. This last hour, we did sell several of Peter's books. If you're interested, you need to go to eastlansinginfo.news/running, and you will get a signed copy of his book for a donation of $50. So we did sell several of your signed books, Peter. So thank you so much for that support. We are at 111,407. So 56% of the way towards our goal. We've raised almost 3,000 since we started the telethon, which is amazing.
Fantastic.
And I get to keep counting the money as it comes in. So all you have to do if you're interested or listening is go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate, or you can go to our telethon page, which has all the ways of donating as well. So I will be back in an hour or so and continue giving you all updates.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
See, if I can't give my people raises this year, they at least got to meet awesome, famous people. Dan, where did you go? Dan, you disappeared.
There's
you are.
Dan.
All right. I'm going to read the bio I wrote for you, Dan, in case there's anybody in the universe who doesn't know who you are. And I'm assuming everybody knows who Peter is, so we're not going to read that one again. Dan Savage is known around the world as a sex advice columnist, a political commentator, and an activist for LGBT rights. His column, Savage Love, is internationally syndicated, and his podcast, The Savage Love Cast, has been enjoyed by millions. In 2010, Dan and his husband, Terry Miller, were the founders of the It Gets Better project. So if you use the phrase "it gets better," that is why. In 2000, oops, I already read that, sorry. They started it to address the suicide of Billy Lucas, who was 15 years old and subject to gay bashing. And the project took off like a rocket, with celebrities and ordinary folks all over the world talking to young queer people about how life gets better. Dan has also been a strong advocate for women's sexuality and for people who have been subject to sexual abuse as children. Over the course of his career, he's been an executive producer in Hollywood for the TV sitcom The Real O'Neills, been a guest on Portlandia, and NPR's Fresh Air with Terry Gross, contributed to Ira Glass's This American Life. So we're doing the whole NPR loop in here. Authored numerous fantastic books, all of which I highly recommend. And the press bylines include New York Times, GQ, Rolling Stone, a lot more. The reason we're able to book him is because I have lived a terrible life and Dan answers mail from people with terrible lives. We are thrilled to have him today. And we just want to warn you, he is known for speaking truth to power without censorship, and we're not going to censor him. We're going to keep Peter Sagal on to censor Dan Savage.
I actually, well, no, Dan, I'm sorry. I left in.
Because Peter on NPR, you have to do that all the time, right?
I was going to say, I've actually had to do that. Dan has been on my show a couple times, although not in a long time, and I'm sorry about that. And I've had to try to gently say to Dan, please don't swear quite as much as you normally do.
I am an NPR. I've been on NPR enough that there's like an NPR switch in my head.
Flip it. We're in the Midwest.
And the F-bombs don't come out of my mouth at quite the rate they do typically around my podcast, which is basically all F-bombs. It's like a popcorn string of F-bombs on a tree.
So Dan, I think that the way I actually met Peter Sagal was when you amplified my live tweeting of my son's sex ed class at East Lansing High School. I had at the time 200 Twitter followers. I was new to Twitter and staying kind of low. And then my son said to me, they're teaching abstinence at the high school. And I was like, what? It doesn't work. You know, it doesn't stop pregnancy. It doesn't stop disease rates. It's dangerous. And so I went to class and I swore to myself I'd stay quiet. So I did. You know, for me, it's hard to stay quiet. So I sat in the back, but I had my computer open and I discovered that the internet was working. So I thought I'll just live tweet this. So I start live tweeting it and like the class is going off the rails. I mean, it was so crazy from my point of view. And so I'm just live tweeting it. And then Dan Savage starts amplifying it. And all of a sudden I see my Twitter account completely exploding. And somebody texts me and says, you're trending. And I didn't know what that meant. But I think this is how I actually ended up getting to know Peter, was because you amplified that. So that was a crazy couple of days.
Yeah, it was. That was a genius move. Most adults hear about abstinence education, maybe see something in the newspaper about how it doesn't work or backfires. It's likelier, a kid who's had it is likelier to have an unplanned pregnancy or contract a sexually transmitted infection, less likely to use protection when they inevitably start having sex before marriage. But actually hearing the spigot open and seeing the bullshit, seeing it wasn't an F-bomb, getting to see what it's like, what's being thrown at our kids about sex in a class like that, I think for a lot of people was a shocking revelation.
Well, the one that struck me was just so crazy. The guy up there saying the girl who says no is the girl you want. I was like, oh my God, what are we teaching these children in this class? So yeah, so that was kind of crazy because I left class and then I was banned from the school for a while. And I still remember lying awake with my son that night, and like it was all over the world. And he said to me, you know, bringing you to that class was like bringing an atom bomb to a sword fight. And I was like, well, should we ask Dan Savage to help? And he goes, what, you want a hydrogen bomb? So I got in a lot of trouble. It was intense.
I sat in on an abstinence education class once, but it was before the internet and before Twitter. And the world couldn't hear my jaw hitting the floor, but it did. So I was so psyched when you were sitting in on one, Twitter existed and the internet existed and you had Wi-Fi access. And now there's just a smoking hole in the ground where East Lansing High School used to be.
Actually, no, what happened was, and this relates to your work, the Alt Weekly, the City Pulse here in Lansing, actually did an investigation following it and found that the East Lansing School District was in violation of the state sex ed rules in all sorts of ways. And so they had to actually catch up or pay an $80,000 fine. So it turned out that the group hadn't been meeting, the sex ed advisory committee hadn't been meeting, and they hadn't been following the law. And so it actually really helped. But I laid back and stayed away from it. And Eli had to cover it without me, of course, because I wasn't going to touch it in terms of I couldn't be the subject of the whole thing. But they had to keep putting a disclosure, you know, we're reporting on this. And by the way, we happen to know Alice. That was awkward.
We are Alice adjacent.
Yes, exactly.
I'm going to volunteer that you're right, Alice, that Dan, among many other things I owe him in terms of his wisdom, was the person who connected me to you, or at least brought you to my attention when he started amplifying that remarkable thread. And I think I'm going to take my leave, because if I'm like most of the people watching this, I would much rather listen to Dan talk than me. So I will go over and I will go over and watch this on YouTube.
You're not going to show us the new person for whom I just sent you my sex ed book?
No, the new person, and that's another thing, the new person, as listeners to my show know, I just had a baby boy. This is my second time at parenthood. Hopefully I'll get it right this time. And he has been with my bedraggled, tired wife for a while now. So I need to go relieve that. That's the other issue.
I wanted to congratulate you, by the way.
Well, thank you. It's very exciting. And, you know, someday when he asks me about sex, I will take him over to the shelf where your book is, and I'll say, read
I should
that.
have read
and
it.
Run.
I should have read it.
Exactly.
Take all the
Thank
good
you.
2020 we can possibly get. And
Yes.
new
Well, at
baby.
least I got a kid out of it.
Yeah.
Dan, it's great to see you. Thank you, Alice.
Thank
Everybody
you. This has
donate.
been awesome, Peter. Thank you.
Peter.
Bye-bye.
Super fun to have you two overlap. I'm trying to look at the notes I made, Dan, for talking to you, but I just like talking to you, so I'm not sure I should follow the notes. Emily, did you want to jump in and ask any particular questions? This is Emily, our managing editor, by the way.
Hi, nice to meet you.
To meet you too.
I will jump in as the conversation flows. I don't have anything at the moment.
Dan is from the Midwest, so he'll appreciate this. Emily is from the Bronx, and she's frequently asked here whether or not she's from another country because of her accent.
Oh my God.
On more than one occasion.
You kind of sort of are.
So Dan, one thing I wanted to talk to you about is, you know, for years, you pivoted really nimbly when things started shifting from print journalism to everything online. You shifted over, I mean, obviously your column is still available in print, but you shifted over doing Savage Lovecast. So you sort of rode that wave really successfully. But the alternate weeklies that are available or were available all over the United States had your column in it. And one of the things that kept happening for people that I don't think they even understood was happening, they would pick it up to get to your column. And the consequence of that is they were reading local investigative journalism. And you were the sort of sweet spot to drag people in. And that's been stopping because of the decimation of the news economy, not because of you.
Right. Well, that's one of the things that we've lost from newspapers. You know, you used to flip through a newspaper to get to the crossword puzzle, to get to the sex advice column if it was an alt weekly, to get to the sports pages. And the way they were laid out, and you know, the job of the people who wrote the headlines and selected the photos and wrote the captions and the pull quotes was to suck people into stories that they might not have sought out or wanted to read or realized they wanted to read. But then they stumbled over on their way to the things in the newspaper that were pleasurable. And you know, the pleasures of the newspaper are one of the things we've lost, but also, you know, sometimes writers, editors, people who put together new media, you know, take new platforms and try to make them news sites, forget that a lot of people who went to newspapers weren't going for the news, they were going for fun. It's really interesting to pick up a newspaper from 100 years ago. You know, a decade ago, we tore out some walls in our house and they had stuffed newspapers into the walls as insulation in our 100-year-old house. And it was like looking at the internet in 2000. Like the front page was packed with like ephemera and jokes even in a way that kind of resembled Twitter. And papers should be fun. News sites, websites should be fun. You know, one of the reasons my sex advice column has lasted for all these years is I'm not just I sometimes wag my finger at people. I try to weave in as much good sex education as I can, but for the most part, you know, my first job is to make sure it's entertaining, because then people will come to it and then they will take away the valuable information also embedded in the column. But if it's just scolding, if it's just bran flakes and porridge, nobody's going to come.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other reason people come to your column, at least the folks I've talked to over the years who were addicted to your column, as I have been, is that you come kind of hoping for looking at the person of the week who's so weird, right? What we might call the freak of the week, who's got some weird sexual interest or some bizarre sexual experience, and they come and you can come and feel high and mighty because you're not that strange. And then it turns out you point out to them the ways in which they're normal and they should sort of get over it. And then you end up feeling really great because you realize whatever I do, Dan would feel like, as long as we're getting consent here, it's all okay. As long as we're adults and we're not abusing anybody, it's good. And so it's really, to me, interesting that way, that I think people came to it for years for the feeling of normality.
Right. They wanted to see people who were, you know, I think everyone's a bit of a freak. Like there's something about human sexuality that's not maladaptive. It's just super creative and random. It's like whatever that thing in the casino where you throw the ball and it just like skitters around and lands on something. Like it's really random, and we don't understand why people are kinky. We don't understand why people fetishize certain things. But almost everybody has their, there's the things from column A, the things from column B, and the things from column C. Almost everyone has their crazy thing. Sometimes people have any crazy thing. Sometimes people have like a crazy thing that's like a seed that then grows into a crazy tree with many branches of crazy things that they enjoy. And knowing that you're not alone in that, there's something really terrifying about human sexuality and about delayed adolescence. Sometimes we talk about sex negativity and like if we could only eradicate, what religion does to us about sex and, our families mess us up about sex. I actually think there's something hardwired into the human experience of sex and desire that is terrifying and that creates a certain kind of sex negativity that will always be with us, even if, religions got over it. Because, when you're 5 and you hear about sex for the first time, you're like, what? My parents did what? I came from where? And you're appalled. And almost everybody I talk to remembers thinking, I would never do that. I'm never going to do that. And then along comes puberty and you are dragged off. Unless you're asexual, unless you're the 1%, you are dragged off against your will. And I think that people who are queer or kinky experience that sort of against your will more acutely, right? But straight people experience it too. Suddenly you're drafted into this army that you didn't think that you would ever join.
And this again, I think is like one of the things that's been lost with the loss of the free alternative weeklies being in the newsstands is that in the past you could just go and grab it and nobody knew what you were grabbing it for. But that I know a lot of people actually who are not that much younger than me, but who came to your column just as gay kids and who recognized here was a gay man who was very out about being gay, whose life had been okay and was talking about sex and that it could be okay. So the loss, my point is the loss of local news has so much bigger ramifications for us than just the loss of local news.
That's true. And I wasn't just, for a lot of those gay kids, I wasn't just talking about being gay. I was telling straight people what to do.
Yes.
I was telling straight people where to get off. I was telling straight people how to get off. I was telling straight people what they might learn from gay people that was...
Okay, calm down. We're in the Midwest. You can freak people out. Well, so one thing I wanted to ask you about, I was thinking about your mother recently, and I hope it's okay that I mention that. You lost your mother years ago, and the stuff that you wrote about and spoke about and recorded about the loss of your mother was so intense. And I was thinking about that in part because my parents are still alive but facing the pandemic. And so it feels very much like every day is one more day they happen to be with us and could not be given the COVID. As part of what local news does also is share the loss and the birth. And the way that you were able to obtain witnessing for your mother was because the loss of your mother was because you are national, because you are an exceptional writer and an exceptional speaker. You were really able to have that profound witnessing. People making your mother's Christmas cookie recipe, for example. And one of the things I worry all the time about as local news just twinkles out across America is the way that we don't have places to really do the profound depth of witnessing. Now, people are online, but people online tend to find each other because they already know each other at the local level. There's not that sort of obituary, that's the respectful obituary in the newspaper. And we've found this year in particular that people are coming to us and saying, can we do an obituary of so-and-so? Because they are feeling the need for witnessing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a paper was a chronicle. A paper was curated in a way, so when it made the paper, it meant something. There was an affirmation in that. Sometimes there's a lot of classism, racism, and sexism at play in that too, like who made the paper, who got called Mr. or Miss, and who didn't. But there was weight and importance, and we can all be online constantly. We're all complicit now in the media, but there's a sense of just it being overwhelming, like an open spigot. There's less news, but more information, and it's not curated or organized in a way that we can digest it. And so we either get sick because of it, we sicken on it, which I think we've all seen in some of our family members who've been radicalized by Facebook, or we walk away from it and we disengage because it's too much. And gatekeeping was a problem, but along with gatekeeping came curation, and we benefited from the curation, from someone that we trusted telling us, prioritizing information before it landed on our front porches in the form of a print newspaper. And there are websites now that we can go to for that, and but we have to find them, and we have to figure out ways to monetize them. And it'll make the world a better place for us again. One of the things that's been so terrifying in the media landscape and the political landscape about the last 10 years is how disorganized and weaponized information has become. And media, print, local journalism, national journalism helps organize that information, which makes it less easily weaponized.
Totally agree. I want to talk more about that in just a second. Jody's just bugging me to remind people to donate. So let me just do that. eastlansinginfo.news/donate keeps our local news coming in East Lansing. The reason we're doing a telethon is because we need money from donors in order to keep going. We're a 501c3 nonprofit news organization. All the money that comes in goes to producing news. 92% of the donated dollars in the last 12 months have gone to pay human beings to bring you the news. 92% of the money donated has gone to pay people in East Lansing and the East Lansing area to keep news coming. So that is huge. So Dan, what do you think is the future of local news? Do you see a way out? I mean, what we're doing in East Lansing is kind of weird, and people tell us that. We basically are news brigade, where we kind of, I use these buckets as the symbol. We take a bucket, we fill buckets with water, we pour it into a water tower, and then we have water available to put out the fires of news in East Lansing that come up every day. What do you think is the future for a place like us or a place like Seattle where you live?
I said this like 20 years ago, and then 12 years ago in an interview with Frank Rich, I predicted that we would reach a point where news was a nonprofit, and a city to feel like a major city, a world-class city, would have to have a newspaper. But like the opera, which didn't used to be a 501c3, and the big musical theaters and the ballet company, they would all be nonprofits. And striving cities would want these things to exist so that not just for the benefit of the news being reported, but because of what it meant about that community to have that thing. Which is why you see, people donating to the symphony in Seattle, which my husband's on the board, to keep these institutions going. And it didn't used to be that way. People used to make fortunes running live theaters, and now that's not possible. So people make donations who think live theater is important.
Yeah, so you predicted us, as it turns out.
I wasn't the only one. Like, we all saw the way it was headed, particularly after Craigslist. That the advertising and the model that made newspapers so insanely profitable for so long because they were monopolies was going away, and there were going to have to be other ways to finance this. And obviously a national newspaper like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal have figured it out, and the Washington Post. But local media is going to have to be supported by local people to exist. And in a way that's dangerous. We were advertiser supported, and every time we wrote about something that upset an advertiser, we would become less advertiser supported.
Yes.
And advertisers would be the bad actors in the story. And you were in this conflicted position. It's why there was a wall between editorial and advertising. The Stranger was constantly losing advertisers, still loses advertisers sometimes when we write about stuff that's happening in our community, because like the business beat is a big part of the beat, right? And so now, like if an institution is funded by the community, the risk there then becomes, if you upset people in that community, you could lose the financial support that makes it possible for people in that community to have the news that they say that they want.
Absolutely.
So in a way, there's this we used to have these arguments with advertisers who were pulling their advertising because they were upset about something we wrote, saying, part of the reason that the eyeballs are here that benefits your business is that we write about these things in this way. There's a lot of advertisers who didn't support a transit project the Strangers supported back in the day, who threatened to pull their advertising. Like, well, this is a big controversial issue and people want to read about it, and they're going to drag their eyeballs across your ad to get to it. So even if you disagree, you still benefit. We used to have these long, or I didn't, I was an editorial, but the publisher had these long conversations with advertisers. Now we need almost, media that's locally supported, that's independent and nonprofit, is going to have these conversations with individuals in the community.
Yes, and it's incredibly time consuming, let me say.
That's evidence that we're doing our job. It's evidence that we're vital. And you should still then want to contribute in a way even more, just like the advertisers that we upset. We're like, yeah, people are picking up the paper because they're angry, or this is a divisive issue, and that benefits you. Okay, we upset you, and that in a way kind of benefits you. Even if
it is part of the reason that we try to do to fundraise our entire budget, which by the way is only $200,000 for the entire news operation. We try to fundraise that amount in the last month or a month, 6 weeks or so. The reason being, because then I don't have to worry as much, and Emily as managing editor doesn't have to worry as much about publishing something that we know are going to upset a bunch of people who might then say, I'll pull my money, because we have money in the bank and we can say, we can take a little bit more risk in terms of telling people stuff they don't want to hear, because that's part of what we're bringing is the stuff that they don't want to hear. And that's been a big problem. You know, the difference we are between what you're talking about supporting the symphony is the symphony is professionals, and in big cities like Seattle you could probably raise enough money through a nonprofit newspaper to hire professional reporters. In our case, we use a lot of folks who are just ordinary people in the community that are willing to do something for $50 or $125 to go to a meeting and report out of a meeting on a particular vote, and they write it up for us. A few of us are professionals, but in fact a lot of the folks we have are high school students or college students or stay-at-home parents or retired people who are just willing to do it.
Just like the theater.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like a local professional theater company might have some paid staff, paid artistic director, managing director, paid fundraiser, but the people who are in the shows or design the shows or light the shows, they're often, getting $100 or getting a small stipend, and they're in it for the love of the theater and for the love of their community and wanting to give that to their community and to feel vital and like they're making a difference. And the same, I think, is now playing out in the media.
Yep. And that's definitely one of the things that we tell them is that, this is part of how it has to operate in order to survive. I don't know how to turn off my stop screen sharing, Emily. I've been lost.
I can do that for you.
I think Emily is here. So Dan, do you feel like Seattle, which is a big city, still has high quality local news?
I think when it comes to writing, everything I'm a theater kid, so everything also always exhaustingly for me comes back to like theater metaphors and analogies. Seattle has enough people in it who would be writing whether or not they were getting paid to write, for there to be decent media here, some independent media here. The Seattle Times still exists, which is a small miracle. And not always a pleasant one. It's a very conservative op-ed page at Seattle Times, and very deranged, sort of anti-urban. It's one of those donut papers where it's edited and owned by people who live in the suburbs who are telling people in the city what to do. And
interesting.
Loses everything that's like a good idea for an urban area, because then it's going to interfere with their commute into the city. But there are independent journalists here who have their own websites, who have subscribers and patrons, and it seems to be functional. But the smaller the town is, the less likely it is to have enough people who are civic minded in that way, willing to pay the salary of an independent journalist who's going to write things that make them mad every once in a while.
Yep.
It's a perilous situation. Google and Facebook came along, not just Craigslist, and destroyed the media. Really,
I don't think a lot of people understand what happened there. Basically, they took our content, did not pay us anything, and provided that content without paying us. And people think news just happens. People think if something's important, somebody will tell me about it, and I don't need to pay into the system at all.
And they put it on their platforms. They basically, strip mined local newspapers, national newspapers, and haven't had to pay for it or pay in or pay back. And they probably never will. I know that as a media consumer, there's only so many publications I can subscribe to, only so many paywalls I'm willing to, leap over with my credit card. I wish there was some sort of mass subscription model where when I click on a link, it costs me a nickel, it costs me a dime,
Yes.
Then when, it's a story in a paper, Chicago Tribune every once in a while, or a story in a smaller town newspaper that goes viral suddenly, that they benefited. And I would be willing to, like, I hit a paywall and it's like $30 for a year.
Exactly.
I hit a paywall and it's like, click this button, it costs you 5 cents from your account. Like, I would do that 100 times a day.
So we've been talking with actually a really smart tech guy who founded a company that's worth $30 million about doing this. But I think that's right. What we need is a micropayment system that is the same across news platforms, so that you can be signed up into that micropayment system and you're wandering around and you find something in the Kansas Times that interests you. You click on it. It says there's a paywall. But if you're in this system, you can pay 30 cents. I'll pay 30 cents to read an article. And you're right. If it's a really quality piece of article and it's making its way around the net, or it's a cute kitten, let's face it, then they'll get the money, right? And that works.
And the bigger papers can then help to support the smaller papers that sometimes they draw from. The New York Times is often writing the sort of national version of a story that a small local paper first reported on. And if the New York Times links back to that story, perhaps in a better and more pronounced way, and sends people there, that will, the New York Times is going to get most of that 30 cents, those 30-cent clicks. But if the New York Times then directs its readers back to the original publications, or, maybe the micropayment is 30 cents to read the story. If the story is linking back to other stories, that they get, 10% of the 30 cents, so that it flows.
I think that could really work, but the system has to be set up. So you asked us to remind you about the piece you did on safe injection sites. Can you tell us about that?
The Stranger did and still does, but when I was the editor, we did a lot of what was like stunt journalism, or trying to reach people with humor. And there was a huge debate in town about safe injection sites for addicts. And people didn't want them in their neighborhoods. There's a lot of screaming and yelling. And we made the point that you had them in your neighborhoods already. The safe injection site was the bathroom at Starbucks. The safe injection site was, the upper stacks of the Seattle Downtown Library, that they were everywhere. And so we did a long story on these on the unsafe injection sites that already exist, to help people. But it was all laid out like Billy and Family Circus, like how you can traverse the city from safe injection site to safe injection site. And I think that's important for the media to do, to break things down into humorous, digestible arguments. And The Stranger, we do a kind of journalism that we call the reported argument. We couldn't make stuff up and we wouldn't lie. But if we believed that this was the right position and we could make that argument and we have the data to push for it, we would absolutely push for it. The other stunt thing that I'm really proudest of my time at the paper is we had a couple of mayors ago, and no one wants to be mayor of Seattle. It's a thankless job. Who proposed a law that would shut down bars and clubs if drugs or guns got into bars and clubs. So if the police came and they found anybody in the bar or the club with drugs or a gun, they could yank the license, the business license or liquor license. And so I went down to City Hall one day with a gun in my pants, not a real one, but a facsimile that looked exactly like one, and a box full of pot cookies. And this was before the legal weed market. This is 15 years ago. When you had to make your own pot cookies. And, I know people in the mayor's office. So I walked into the mayor's office. I got through all the doors and I offered people in the mayor's office pot cookies. They're like, what are you doing downtown? I'm like, I'm high. I went for a walk. I'm high. You
did this to make the point of how easy it would be to shut down a bar.
Yes. And, the city said, well, if the bar owners call the cops right away if they think someone has drugs, then we'll take that into consideration when we decide whether to yank their license.
Yeah.
So the bar owners had to put their head into the guillotine and trust the city wouldn't cut their heads off. And of course, this is going to fall disproportionately on clubs that, catered, had hip hop nights. They got really mad at me.
I've often...
Not only did I carry drugs successfully in the mayor's office, not only they can't keep drugs and guns out of the mayor's office, I told them all, I didn't tell them I had a gun. I told them all I had drugs. And they didn't do anything. They didn't call the cops on me.
Yeah. I've sometimes looked at The Stranger and been so jealous of what you guys can do, because there is a regular paper in town, and you guys call yourself the only newspaper in Seattle, which I love. But The Stranger sort of has been able to be that alternative, heavy, often very hard-hitting, investigative kind of stuff that I've really appreciated. I mean, you've done a lot of stories that otherwise would never have been told for Seattle that are just really extraordinary. And when we're reporting in East Lansing, we are in such a delicate position because we are the only news operation in town, other than, we love our public radio station, but it does not have the ability to do continuous reporting of city council, continuous reporting of the school board, nothing like that, like we do. And yet we find that, if we do one thing that insults a donor, the donor might say, well, I love 99% of what you do, but I'm going to pull my money because of this one thing. And when I look at The Stranger, I think, man, they're like able to do whatever they feel like doing. Is there stuff you've not at The Stranger been able to do whatever you feel like because it's just
there's stuff you have the resources to do.
Yeah.
Investigative reporters often spend 6 months or a year on a piece, and it doesn't pan out. Like the investigation finds is that there was smoke but not fire, and then that story goes away. And that's something you want a newspaper to do. To be able to make it, pardon me.
Or there's something you think is true, you're pretty confident is true, but you can't get it confirmed and you can't do anything with it.
Yeah. And that's always frustrating. We used to joke and say, when we chose that slogan, Seattle's only newspaper, there were 2 dailies, there was another weekly, there was a bi-weekly, there was a monthly, there was 1 million newspapers in Seattle at that time. It has sadly come to pass.
Yeah.
Thank God there's, the Seattle Times still exists. There's also a publication here started by former Alt Weekly people called Crosscut. Erica C. Barnett, a former Stranger reporter here in Seattle, is an independent journalist who runs her own website, and she is dogged at, she's at every city council meeting. She's an important voice in Seattle. And The Stranger, although we don't do a print edition anymore, we still have
is that right? You stopped print edition.
Yeah, we had to stop the print edition after COVID.
Wow. I remember when COVID hit and so much of the advertising for The Stranger had come from bars and restaurants and shops, and all of that just dried up because you guys went under a very severe lockdown very early in the pandemic, and a call went out and I donated money to The Stranger. Even though The Stranger is not a nonprofit, it still is an important, from my point of view, important newspaper. And watching you guys have to be bled by having those businesses shut was really shocking and felt to me like yet another freaking blow to the American newspaper system.
Right. It was, in a way, us shutting the print edition was a long time coming. The print product had been losing money for a long time. But, we diversified decades ago into porn with Hump, my film festival, which is really...
I didn't realize that was connected to The Stranger.
Yeah. Hump is all The Stranger. And not to want to shock East Lansing, it's basically... 5-minute or less comedic films riffing on porn as a theme. Some of them are explicit, many are not.
It's really great comedy.
And and podcasts and everything else. The problem though is we were subsidizing the paper with our ticketing service. And once, bars and clubs and theaters and concerts all shut down, there was no need for the ticketing service. And so that subsidy to the print edition went away, and then the print edition did too. But we still have a staff, an editorial staff, half a dozen people who covered the city and been covering, the protests here, the autonomous zone, city council races. We're still doing election endorsements. So the paper still exists and is still out there swinging.
Yeah, but it's got to be. I mean, it's really hard doing the nonprofit model because bringing people news that's uncomfortable, like you go to the symphony and you're going to enjoy something, you go to the theater, you're going to enjoy something, right? But to be asked to give to a newspaper is being asked to give to something that's going to smack you over the head over and over again about the problems within the system.
Right.
And it's hard at convincing people to donate to that, although it's really interesting to me because we bring softer news. We bring, when there wasn't a pandemic, we were bringing softer business news. Now we're bringing like Save These Businesses news that Emily's been doing this fantastic series called Spend Locally, trying to get people to keep the money locally and not send it to Amazon. No offense to those of you in Seattle. But, we would bring sort of softer features and stuff. And people love the softer features and the nice feel-good stories. but they don't donate because of those. It's interesting to me that they'll say to us, you give too much crappy news. But the thing people really do donate in response to is our hard-hitting investigative reporting on school board or city council or something like that. That's where actually people give money. And it tends to be a small set of people who really believe everybody needs to know this stuff.
What's the title?
Sorry, Emily, go ahead.
I was going to say with Facebook, I know sometimes the softer stories get more thumbs up and hearts. And I think it's important because it makes people come back to our page. But with our bucket campaign, we ask people to what do you want to put your money towards? And it's overwhelmingly a lot of times investigative reporting. And I think Alice got a message a week or two ago, I read this article, please put all my, I didn't specify or I had it here, but please move all my money specifically there. And that does seem to be what people want. But then we do get that constant pushback of your constant talk about bond refinancing in the pandemic is really a downer.
We are a downer. I mean, the truth is we are a downer.
But it's also a downer for us.
The bigger downer is to be in a community that doesn't have this kind of newspaper, that doesn't have this kind of accountability for elected officials that are spending your money. If you don't invest in local journalism, you're going to get ripped off on the other end of what local journalism does, because your elected officials, bureaucrats are going to get away with misappropriating your monies, your resources, your tax dollars. So paying up to support something like your publication is, even if it's stories that make you mad or stories that make you upset, you'll be more upset in the long run if those stories aren't written, because you're going to get ripped off. You're going to get your pocket picked.
Yeah, we do struggle with this problem of how do we think about doing this stuff in a town where we live, because we have to talk to the donors and we're also doing reporting. And so we don't have a bright, we can't do a firm wall between editorial and donation accepting, because we're a small group in a small town. So I've joked that we should have West Lafayette, Indiana report on us and we'll report on them, but you fundraise in your own town in order to create some level of objectivity that people think we should have in journalism. I would love it if we had a system where the people asking for money were not the people reporting the news. But the fact is, in a small town, you can't do anything else. So we've got to ask for the money while we're doing the news.
Yeah, and your advertisers, quote unquote, are your donors, the people you need to, the community members that you're making this case to. You're making the case to as journalists, but they're in a way your advertisers, your financial supporters.
They're our supporters. That's where the money comes from. That's what we've been surviving on for 6 years now. For 6 years, we've survived.
Complicated and compromised. All human endeavors. So.
Yeah, we do try to put in some of our fundraising articles too, that a donation now will save you money, possibly later, when we keep an eye on the government and investigate how they're spending tax money.
And it's often true. I mean, that's what the studies show. And I think that is what we do, is we save you money in the long run. We point out, I've been pointing out frequently that the amount Eli runs on is less or about equal to what our city manager makes per year in terms of his compensation package. So for the taxes going to just the city manager, we run an entire news system watching him and everybody else in the city.
And it's really important, and it's going to pay off.
I hope so. It's tiring. I'll tell you, it's pretty damn exhausting.
I was thinking to the people hopefully watching, if you're thinking about donating.
So if you love Dan Savage, give us $20. If you really love Dan Savage, give us $1,000. And just a reminder, if you go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate, if you sign up for a monthly pledge, say $20 a month, we count that at the annual rate when we're doing our calculation, because we know from history that people who sign up will stick with us for 12 months. So if you give $20 a month today and sign up for that monthly, that will actually be counted as $240 towards our goal. So it'll get us a lot closer to our goal. And we're not actually advancing on the goal as quickly as we had hoped we would. So, but this is a very tough year to do fundraising. Very, very tough year to do it.
Yeah, there's so much need out there. I hope no one who's watching, because I Googled or I tweeted about coming on here, who isn't in a position to donate feels guilty.
Correct.
Who are in a position to donate should.
We don't have a firewall ever. We've never had a firewall. And the reason is that we feel very strongly, the board feels this way, the Community Advisory Board of Eli feels this way, that news should be available equally to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay. And so what we do is ask people, if you live here and you have the ability to pay basically for yourself and somebody else to read the paper, then give a little bit extra. And what that allows us to do is take your money and provide news for 5 different families, for example. It's kind of like giving to a food bank from our point of view, right? You're helping spread something that's a critically important need within a community in terms of survival.
I love that concept.
Well, I call us a news brigade because, I've got these buckets here. And what I tell people is, most of us are not professional journalists. We're just people who realize that we don't want to live in a town that doesn't have news. I don't want to live in a town that doesn't have news. And for a long time I was doing that. And then I was starting to go to city council and I was like, oh, this is like going to the sex ed class, right? It was like, oh my God, what's happening? And so I would go to city council, I'd be like, oh my God, what is happening in this town? Like, people think we're like this very progressive town. And then I would just watch all this money being poured into developers' pockets. And I was like, and it was one particular developer who shall remain nameless, but is now under indictment, who was stringing the city along with this huge blight problem. And we just kept letting this thing get strung along. And I really felt, and I was a NIMBY, it was near my house, this project that had all this blight. I really felt strongly that if other people in East Lansing knew what was going on, they would be outraged, like I was outraged. And that turned out to be true, but it took a long time to convince a polite Midwestern town that uncomfortable news was in their best interest. It was really only about a year and a half ago where we turned the corner and people started realizing they wanted investigative journalism. They stopped getting tired of us doing it.
Yeah, one of the problems that I've always encountered, writing, is that sometimes all people take away is that you've upset people.
Yes.
Even though you were right to, even though people probably should be upset. And what lingers, like often, people's reaction to journalism is, that it's disruptive. And people sometimes have a natural disinclination around that feeling, that disrupted feeling. And they make the erroneous association that if there was less news, I would feel less disrupted. And what actually
they might feel that way, but whether or not they're safer, right, is another question.
Sorry?
They might feel less disrupted and less angry, but are they safer? I don't think so.
No, they're not in the long run. To be informed is to be burdened with that information. But to not be informed is to then not see whatever terrible thing is coming and not being able to do anything about it or demand that your elected officials do something about it.
And it is pretty great being in a college town because there's so many smart people, not just people associated with the university, but it's a very highly educated society where people are really inquisitive. So we've got people all over town who just constantly send us stuff and say, hey, you should look at this particular document from the government, or you should ask for this. And we get all of this information. It's really exciting because it feels very, very brigadey. I mean, it really does feel like a little brigade.
Mm-hmm. It's also affirming, like when people see what you're doing and then start sending you tips, that means people think you do what you do well, and then what you're doing is important.
And part of it is, again, that witnessing thing, right? Where they're seeing something that they feel is outrageous and they want people to know about it. And that's really important for us to bring. So, I mean, people listening to us are going to know you and I both have sort of the same politics. But honestly, when I'm doing East Lansing Info, I'm trying very hard to think about the political spectrum because it's very important to me when I come to that job to be the person who tries to think about all the different political points of view within our community. And I've really found, for example, that I've become very suspicious of the use of taxes. I am not one of these people who thinks we should just let the government tax us and trust them to spend it correctly. I am very suspicious at this point about tax usage and government waste. And so we pay a lot of attention to that, not just because I care about it, but because a lot of people in our community do care about it. Uh-oh, did you freeze or did I freeze?
You're still good, Alice.
Uh-oh,
I think Dan might have froze. But it's interesting, since working at Eli too, I've realized for what I think broadly we would brand like a blue progressive town, there is a lot of diversity of opinion on how things should be handled. And in terms of tax paying money, I think a lot of people are okay with taxes being used to fund things, but not everything. And we've uncovered some less than stellar ways that taxes have been used.
Yes, and I think that's one of the things that happens when you bring a town a newspaper is you actually uncover diversity, that's political diversity that exists in a town that you didn't really know was there. Oops, we've lost Dan, but I presume he'll let him back in.
Okay.
He's coming back on.
Hey,
We
sorry,
were. That's okay. We were just talking about how, when you bring a newspaper to a town, one of the things you uncover is the political diversity that exists within a place. And we've really found that there's a far more nuance in terms of political points of view here than we really understood before Eli started. And that to me is really exciting, to show people that even in a town that politically looks like it's very skewed one way, in fact, there's a great diversity that maps to the diversity of political opinions in America. And therefore, if we can have the conversation here, we can have an adult, factual conversation nationwide. That is my dream, that we can not necessarily agree on what to do with the facts, but we can have some possibility of talking to each other about what is real.
After we destroy Facebook.
Do you want to see that? Is that something that?
Yes. Yes. I think.
Talk about that, because you're not going to find an argument from me. What are the problems? Besides the theft of news.
The way it helps to disseminate misinformation and incentivizes divisiveness and anger. And I think most of us out there have had relatives, we've lost relatives to baloney on the internet that they believe is real. And Facebook, I'm not very articulate about it. I just get sort of overwhelmed, ragey about it. It's done terrible things to our democracy. It's done terrible things to our media landscape. And it's done terrible things, along with Fox News, to many of our elderly relatives.
And to our public health. I mean, to have people all across the political spectrum saying things about vaccines that are patently untrue is just fundamentally dangerous. To be saying stuff about masking, and to my mind, just not to understand the basic public health issues with regard to masking is just kind of crazy making.
It's an ironic position for me to be in, because a lot of people who were media gatekeepers didn't approve of The Stranger and the kind of reporting we did, and sometimes the stories we covered, or our sense of humor or point of view. And we would have been gate-kept out of the media if we hadn't figured out a way to create our own media, right? The lack of gatekeeping around Facebook and certain kinds of social media, I think, has come with a real cost, and it concerns me.
So what would you say to people who say what you're suggesting is censorship?
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
I want to be able to say whatever I want on Twitter. I want people who spread disinformation not to be rewarded. I want people who get other people killed by lying about masks. I used to give talks. I used to go to colleges and give talks. And one of the things I remember saying again and again was I was old enough to remember watching Firing Line with my dad when I was a kid. And you could go on television and argue against interracial relationships. Mm-hmm. You could argue against integration. And that was a point of view that you could advocate for on television and still be a respected member of the community and be welcomed back onto television next week. And then that changed, and that suddenly became something you couldn't say. It had been ruled out of bounds. And what social media did was it ruled back in bounds all sorts of things around race, around religion, around conspiracy theories and baloney that had been gate-kept out of the discourse. And we have to figure out a way to, they say, the solution isn't censorship, the solution is more speech, but we haven't figured out a way to get more speech out there that counteracts racist, anti-Semitic, white supremacist, anti-science, anti-vax speech. We're losing the battle against misinformation.
Well, and you end up with, charlatan medicine as an example that's not necessarily a political example, but is something that really takes off. I mean, you get stuff where people are pushing crazy ideas of what you should do to your body that are incredibly dangerous. And these things take off. And it just seems to me that what happened to the idea that Facebook or Google should have some moral responsibility to make sure they're not promulgating stuff where people are going to die, where teenagers are going to do something where they're going to kill themselves by accident.
Look at the top 10 articles on Facebook, and 8 of them are Ben Shapiro and 2 of them are Breitbart. There's something off with that model.
Emily?
I was going to say, I know at the beginning of the pandemic too, all those posts that circulated about how to protect yourself if you had COVID. And one of them was to put a dryer down your throat and the heat would kill the virus.
God.
Yeah, and it was just like, ostensibly, I don't think you would die from that, but like these are just not good ideas to put out there. But it was constantly circulating, and it fed on a moment of, it was like in March when no one really knew what was going on and people were terrified. I just think it also was a little like predatory, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
And
and it. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead, Dan.
familiar with, the idea that this war on expertise, that expertise is suspect, and somebody who has an education, who knows what they're talking about, is the last person that you should listen to on that subject. The Republican Party, the right wing, has pushed that for 40 years, and
But you don't think the left has pushed it too, in some ways?
Yeah, the left has pushed it too. I guess we've all pushed it, or it has been pushed. The war on science, the war on empiricism. But I think from the right, it's been stronger and done more damage.
I mean, I find that the tools being used are being used by both sides, and you may not notice it as much because you're not living in a place like Michigan. But as you know, Michigan is a place that has intense swing state ability in a presidential election. So one of the things we've seen happen here is, with the death of local news, to have things that are really just tools of the Democratic Party show up and create things that look like nonpartisan local news that are absolutely just advertising for Democratic candidates, that were basically just advertising for Joe Biden, pretending to be local news.
There's a whole chain of right-wing websites that have done the same thing.
I know, but there's a whole chain of left wing too. This is my point, right? Is that in fact, with the death of local news, what you've got is both parties, I think, coming in and attempting to basically hijack that moment and create stuff that feels like it's just educating you about what's going on in your community, but always in fact has a very intense political bent. And we try really hard not to do that, because we're trying really hard to have people trust us. But it's very difficult in this news environment to be trusted and to maintain that trust. It's really hard.
All media, though, I mean, the idea of the impartial press and unbiased reporting, media used to be very partisan. Papers used to be very partisan.
Yes.
Moved to a city like Chicago, and there was the Tribune, which was the Republican paper, the Sun-Times, which was the Democratic paper, also the Daily News, and the Star, which were, I don't even remember what they were, but my grandfather worked
off the edges.
Yeah, we used to get 4 newspapers every day at our house, afternoon paper. And if you knew the papers, The Stranger was a biased publication, but we were honest about our bias, which to me felt less of a lie than pretending we didn't have a bias.
Yes.
Forcing the reader to try to attempt to tease out what our bias might be based on how we marshaled the facts or what stories we chose to cover and how. The problem, though, is if you only have one publication in town and it's biased, even if it's being honest about its bias, even if it's not a Potemkin publication or fake news. So yeah, maybe the unbiased journalist thing is necessary if there's just one pub in town or one website. But
I don't think we think of ourselves as unbiased, but we try to be as the paper for everybody. And it's a little bit different, right? So we try to go to the place where we feel like, if somebody reasonable would ask this question, regardless of their political point of view, how do we get that question answered? And I actually find it quite thrilling, I have to say, to occasionally report something that I would totally disagree with. But I know that my job is to be the person for the town, bringing the information and asking the hard questions that might make even me quite uncomfortable. So we have to wrap up in a second, Dan. Sorry. Go ahead,
as you wrap up, there was a question in our YouTube chat. Someone wanted to know how both of you met.
Oh my God, this is a great story. I was sitting on this couch right next to myself, and Dan was running a political campaign. I won't say which one because it'll make me sound very biased. And he had a thing for sale, and I wrote into it, and I sent in my money. And then Dan Savage wrote back to me and was like, great, I'll get it out to you, Alice. And I wrote back, is this really Dan Savage? And he wrote back, is this really Alice Drager? And I was like, don't mess with me. Is this really Dan Savage? And he was like, yes. And I know who you are because you work on intersex stuff. And I want to have you on my show. And I was like, oh my God, or I want to ask you questions for my column. And I was like, oh my God, Dan Savage knows who I am. And so then we started talking, and then we became friends. And then it turns out, because Dan and I, for a long time, were both on the college speaking circuit, every now and then we would overlap in the same town. So I would kind of try to keep an eye of where he was going. And if we were going to overlap, we'd get together at the hotels where one of us was staying and have a cocktail. So we've seen each other multiple times over the years, over various places. I do remember, Dan, that before pot became legal, I guess it still isn't in Indiana, you had a pan of brownies or a set of brownies that you kept traveling with and not eating. And you kept wondering if you were going to get caught while you were traveling with them. So that was but yeah, we just sort of know each other from a long time ago. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But now you've been like all over the TV, and you're super, super famous. It's cool.
Yeah, that's setting the bar a little low.
Yeah.
For super famous.
Well, this has been awesome. Thank you so much
for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and you guys are doing amazing work, and I think you're helping to create a model that others will hopefully adopt in other small towns.
We hope so. Thanks, Dan.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye.
So just a reminder to folks, eastlansinginfo.news/donate is how to support what we do. We try really hard to bring East Lansing quality news as a news brigade. And you're going to invite somebody on now, Emily?
Yes, we have Heather Brothers, who is a reporter for Eli, here to talk about why she works for Eli and why you should consider reporting.
Hi, Heather.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I moved away from my Christmas tree to the armchair. Now you have the Christmas tree back on. So
yeah, I'm trying to, I hope I have enough light in here because
yes,
you know,
winter in Michigan.
Yeah.
So Heather has been our lead reporter on the police oversight, the study committee to form a commission on police oversight, the really long name that none of us actually know until we have to write it down in person.
True.
But I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about how you became interested and why you wanted to work for Eli.
Well, at first, I mean, it's because of you, because of how much you love working there. And I got to hear about how much fun you were having and how fulfilled you were. So that got me interested. But also because, so I'm getting my PhD in history, and I feel like my work is important and informative for people, but maybe not as immediate. So I think that reporting is doing that work of informing people of the importance of local news and being a watchdog for our local community. But also having that immediate kind of impact and interaction with people that I feel like historians don't often get.
Yeah. Well, we do more modern periods, but yeah, sometimes we don't even have people who are alive for what we're doing.
That's true.
So what has it been like to cover this study group that is coming up with what a police oversight commission might look like?
Well, it's been super interesting. I like that they are they're doing so much work kind of simultaneously, identifying problems with the police and the local community, and also workshopping solutions through a variety of different viewpoints. So it's really nice to get to see the entire process on this important issue. But I think it's really fun too to kind of write about the meetings and the minutia of them, and also kind of the grand narrative of this project. So I feel like it's fulfilling in a lot of ways to cover.
What would you say is the grand narrative at this point?
So at this point, I think I think that they're struggling with some really big questions on how the Oversight Commission is going to fit in with the city, if it's going to sit kind of above the police, and they're really worried about community perception, if people are going to view the Oversight Commission as just another arm of government, so it's not really going to have oversight. Right. So I think that the narrative right now is just these big questions that they're trying to decide on, because they're studying a lot of other oversight commissions from around the country and seeing what works and what doesn't for them. And so they're really in the kind of decision-making process of what they want the Oversight Commission to eventually look like.
So Heather, I think your reporting is a really great example of what Eli brings, because you're going to all of those meetings and really keeping track of it as it moves along. A lot of times what we found before Eli existed, or in addition to Eli, is that news organizations here drop in when they know that there's a big moment of decision, but they've missed the whole context. And so they've missed the politics in the room. They've missed the nuance. They've missed how there's many different players. So I think it's just great that you're working with us on this, because it's a really complicated story, but you're really staying on it for us, which is awesome.
Yeah, and I think that that's really important, because even if people think a certain meeting isn't going to be, have a groundbreaking kind of revelation, that there's a lot of really interesting meat in all of these meetings that can help build this narrative. So yeah, and I enjoy going to the meetings too, and I feel like
a great job. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you never know what a meeting will bring, because Heather always gets a gem out of Arts Commission too.
It's true.
You never know what'll come up in the council update. But yeah, at Eli, we have staff, as Alice has said repeatedly throughout, a lot of us aren't trained journalists, but Alice, Heather, and I have all been historians, and that we know how to do research and how to formulate those questions that you should be asking. So when you support Eli, you're supporting people with those skill sets, and you're supporting people to keep an eye, because Alice, Andrew, and I are the editorial team, and we do a lot of reporting, but we can't sit in on every meeting and give that in-depth reporting. So we have reporters like Heather too, who come in and are part of that Watchtower Brigade.
I like that, Watchtower Brigade.
Yeah.
Fill the buckets and help us keep the fires watched and put out. So
yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Heather. We're going to move on to have Emily Yoffa on. So
thank you, Heather.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye. Every meeting and give that in-depth reporting. So we have reporters like Heather too.
Oops, Emily, you need to turn off your YouTube so that you can join us now.
Brigade.
I hear the loop going around, the sound loop. Fires watched and put out. So
yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Heather. We're going to move on to have Emily Yoffa on. So
Emily, are you there?
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
I just muted Emily for a second. Okay. Emily, are you with us now? Hi.
I did.
You just got to turn off your YouTube because it's got a delay on it, so it creates an infinite loop. All good?
No. Hold on.
It's good we can hear you now.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to read your bio while you figure this out. Is that okay? We are
yes.
super happy now to have
Hey,
Emily. Oops. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Yes, yes. Super happy now to have Emily Yoffe with us, who's had a rich career in American media. If you know of her work, you probably don't realize how many different places you've run into her. People don't often look at bylines, but Emily's had quite a lot in her career, and she's been a strong advocate of free speech in America. That's how she and I kind of know each other, is through those circuits of dealing with the free speech campus movement and running into each other on that circuit. Circus. But then in addition to that, people may know Emily as Dear Prudence from Slate for many years. She no longer does that, but she did it for many years. And while that looked like a manners column, in a lot of ways, it was a column about ethics. It was a column about how to treat each other. And so that's part of what we want to kind of bring together to now with her in this segment of our telethon, to talk with her about doing news and how to do news in a way that is respectful of the principles, but also respectful of the people that we're impacting with the news that we do. So she is, as I mentioned, an American journalist who now is a writer for the Atlantic magazine. She's also been a contributor to the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, which is the Oprah magazine, Esquire, the New Republic, Texas Monthly. That's just some of these places. And of course, Slate, and is now at the Atlantic. So she's joining us today from her home in the Washington, D.C. area. Sorry, I've been on for 5 hours. Thanks, Emily, for joining us.
My pleasure.
And with us is Emily Joan Elliott, who is our managing editor at Eli. A great managing editor who took over a few months ago. So she's doing a great job. So Emily,
it's required that everyone female under 40 be named Emily. So I'm one of the very oldest Emilys you'll ever find.
You're one of the 3 Emilys we're having on the telethon today. So it's kind of
I told Alice that it means diligent worker. So
does it really?
It really does.
Yes. And I used to think, God, what an awful meaning. And now I love it. Don't you?
Yes, I feel like it's a selling point. Like, I don't know kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg, but my mom named me well.
She is a very diligent worker, I have to say. So Emily Yaffe, you were telling me that you're part of a new project, a relatively new project. You're on the board of advisors for Persuasion Community, and it's persuasion.community if people want to look it up on the internet. Can you tell us what that's about? It looks fascinating. It's talking about a free society.
Right. Everyone should take a look at it. It was founded about 6 months ago by Yasha Monk, who is another writer for The Atlantic. He's also a professor at Johns Hopkins. He's young, and he, as many of us, has been concerned for quite a while about illiberalism, small l, on the right and left. The narrowing of topics that can be discussed, the way topics can be discussed, the sense that you are in jeopardy if you have questions or alternate views about whatever your tribe may say is the correct way to think about difficult issues. And he started Persuasion, which publishes journalism, has online events. We have someday live events to look at these questions, how better to deal with them, show outrages, give advice on how we work our way through this.
It sounds really interesting. So what exactly is meant to be the goal of this? So, we've had other projects where people join to have discussion, but what's the ultimate goal, do you feel like, of this project? How will you know when it's succeeded, for example?
Right. When people feel, wow, that was a really good discussion. I hadn't realized that point before, but I think the other person understood my point, and people who might take to Twitter to denounce each other are actually discussing things and saying, okay, I disagree, but you expressed that very well. Just a sense of accepting that debate without fear of potential career-ending consequences is the lifeblood of an open democratic society. And we are so polarized now that we need ways to address serious problems. And you can't do that if everyone gets pushed to the farthest edges of their beliefs and then sees other people as enemies.
Yeah, relative to this is something we've been talking about through the day, is this problem that we have of bringing local news. So the model that we use is what I call a news brigade, which is the idea that it's ordinary people in our immediate environment who are interested in spending time and energy learning how to report news. Some of them are professional journalists, but a lot of them are not, and how to make sure that people here are informed about what's going on at Planning Commission, what's going on at the Arts Commission, what's going on in terms of our school board. And one of the big challenges is that we try very hard to be nonpartisan, not in the sense of Democrat, Republican, because this is a very democratic town and that's not how the politics play out, but rather in terms of trying to understand different points of view within any particular topic. But what I run into sometimes when I'm trying to convince people to donate money to our organization, because we're a 501c3 nonprofit and we operate entirely on reader donations. One of the things I run into is people say, well, I like to give my money to a specific cause, and you guys sometimes publish something that, I don't really agree with. Like, you show people where all the tax money is going, and I feel like you're overly emphasizing that. Or they say, I feel that you're, overly emphasizing the sort of LGBT programs happening at the high school, or whatever it is, that they feel that we didn't do something exactly right. And so I think part of the problem is that people have been trained in this model where they're only supposed to put their money exactly where their politics align. You're not supposed to buy a tomato that doesn't align with your politics of how that tomato came to you. And that's a difficult environment in which to bring news.
Very difficult. And it's when you get that kind of critique, it sounds to me like you're doing your job.
I know, that's the funny thing, right?
And I think that's what you can tell people, I'm sorry you didn't like that story, but that means we're doing our job. You are not if we are showing you what's going on, you're not going to like everything. And, you know, the phrase shoot the messenger, but there'll be other people for whom that was crucial information. Where it's so dangerous, the disappearance of local news, you know, people, the school board, the tax board, whatever, have incredible power.
Yes.
And it used to be there were eyeballs on this. If there are no eyeballs, you don't know where your money is going. I mean, the people who say, I don't like that you told me certain things I didn't like. Well, how about if you don't like what's going on behind the closed door with your tax money? You are bringing people actionable information. That's absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I could not agree more, but it can be quite challenging to convince people that paying for news is a necessary good. You know, because social media has become so prevalent in people's lives, and we run into readers all the time who think there is no internet besides Facebook. They exist entirely on Facebook. What they think is that if anything important happens, even locally, somebody will tell them about it. They're confident that if something important happens, they'll know about it.
Not true.
It's really not true. I mean, over and over again at East Lansing Info, which we call Eli, we have uncovered stories that absolutely nobody would have known about if we had not spent time using the Freedom of Information Act or dealing with anonymous sources and finding out what they know and just digging and digging and digging, or sometimes just simply going to meetings over and over again and tracking a story that reveals itself very, very slowly. We were just hearing from one of our reporters, Heather Brothers, who has been tracking one particular new committee that exists with regard to police oversight. People do think, you know, I'll hear about it if it's important. It's just so weird. I don't know where they get that concept from.
Well, I think, you know, we're in a wash in information of a certain kind. So you feel if I need to know, it will wash over me. But again, with the end of local news, with the dying of newspapers, local papers, which used to traditionally cover this kind of thing. When that's gone, where do you expect to hear from it? The people who've given themselves 1,000% raise? I don't think so.
Yep. So I wanted to talk to you some about, and you and I were emailing back and forth on this, and I realized I have to explain it a little more carefully. Because we are in a fairly small town, we run into sort of extraordinary news situations that in some ways become the ethical kinds of things that border into manners. And I don't mean to trivialize them by calling them manners. I think one of the things you did in the Dear Prudence column was make really clear that when you're talking about manners, you're talking about really treating people well. It's a morality kind of issue. It's not, we call it manners, but it has to do with morality and ethics. We were talking at the very beginning of our telethon with our summer youth journalism director, Cody Harrell, who's also the journalism and English teacher at our high school. And he ran into a situation that we ended up getting engaged with because we ultimately published the story that came out of it. It was a story of a high school reporter who, relatively late in the Larry Nassar sex scandal at MSU, decided to do a story about East Lansing high school girls who had been victimized by Larry Nassar. And she was given a story, did an interview that was really powerful with a student who had graduated from East Lansing High School and was willing to share her story without her name about what she had been through. And that was an incredible piece of writing that Mara did. But before publication, it had had a reference in it to a girl who was still in the high school who actually had been out about her experience at the national level, but didn't want this story published locally because she felt it would be too invasive to her own personal life at the level of the high school. Now, she was not actually the subject of the story. She was just merely mentioned very briefly in the story, and they took out that brief mention. But that girl and her parent came to the high school and pretty much kind of demanded that they didn't want a situation where this story that was about a different girl, a girl who had graduated, was published because it would bring pressure to this other girl. To their credit, Cody Harrell and the reporter Mara Logan persisted, and they went ahead and published the story, which is an excellent story. And we've republished it at East Lansing Info so people could read it because it really brought the Nassar story home. But these are the kinds of strange situations we sometimes end up with that I think make it I think this is one of the things about doing local news that people writing at the national level about local news don't quite get. That the problems we face are not just problems of economics and problems of political division, but the problem of how difficult it is to be bringing information when you're living in a huge media environment, but you're bringing information about your neighbors. Because obviously, one of the things you've been concerned about, I think quite admirably, is this problem where people's lives are ruined by one sort of drive-by news account, right? And
Right.
we're doing news and we're always in danger of having that sort of situation where we've mentioned somebody's name and now it's Googleable. And now it's out there and now it's connected to this news story that we've done. So we try really hard not to do that. And I was just wondering if you have any thoughts for us, because you've reported really difficult reporting, sometimes about issues of sexuality and of issues of alleged sexual assault, for example. And it can be very difficult to figure out how to bring this in a way that helps and doesn't further destroy lives.
Well, it sounds like in the case you described, you did everything right. The young woman who was named in the story wanted her story told. Another young woman felt, it was a passing peripheral part of the story, didn't want to be part of it. You took her name out. She had, as you said, been public in another forum. So you didn't out her, you respected her privacy. There was an important story to tell. You were sensitive to the concerns about the other young woman, but you're absolutely right. You had a publishable story. So I think that's kind of a model for how you weigh these difficult issues. I have written extensively about campus sexual assault from the perspective of looking at what had come to be systematic abuses in the system design, had a very worthy cause, eliminate sexual assault on campus. Who could object to that? But toward that end, systematic abuses of the rights of the accused occurred. And these weren't just one-off cases. This became kind of a national problem. So I wrote about this. It's very hard to get people to go on the record and be willing to be named, but I got some young men who were willing to be named. Some stories I told without naming anyone. In most cases, the young women, sometimes their names had come out, but in the various places I've written these stories, unless the person herself had gone public with the accusation, we didn't name the young women.
Right.
So, we allowed the women making the accusation to make the decision about what did they want to be public or not about this. And I got some criticism saying, if I'm writing a story saying this whole thing was unfair, the accusation, it turns out, was unfounded, the procedures were unfair, why not name the accuser? It's because of the ethical situation you describe. And I don't think there's much advantage to the story to naming some, the story was able to be told without naming the young woman. So that was always the decision we made.
So kind of related to that, one of the things I wanted to ask you was how you deal with, as a journalist, and this is probably because we're recording this and we're probably going to use segments of it with our summer youth journalism program. And I think you might have some really interesting thoughts on this. We try to teach our students and hold ourselves at East Lansing Info to the standard of being the reporter who's there for everybody. But almost inevitably in some stories, we find ourselves just being sympathetic to one person or unsympathetic to somebody. And just as an example, there's been a developer in town who has attacked us and me particularly personally for my reporting. It's hard not to sort of lose sympathy for that particular character and not feel like, that he's kind of somebody that I don't entirely trust to bring forward accurate information. How do you think about that, especially as you're getting into these hot topics? Because a lot of your writing has actually dealt with personal stories that have national implications.
Well, journalism, to be a journalist, I think, is to have kind of a skeptical and outsider stance on things. And I think you always need to keep that as you're going through the process. I've written about, there's a slogan, believe women. And I've written about the damage that does, because you can't just begin a criminal investigation or a journalism story saying, I already know who's good and bad. I know what I want to believe and how, and the trail I'm going to follow to prove that. That's very dangerous, for you, the people you're looking into, for the public. And in recent years, I've been more concerned about journalism being a profession, attracting people who feel, I want to tell the world what I already know and what is the correct way to think. And we should, this developer, he sounds obnoxious. And if he's proven to you that his word is not to be trusted, that's a good warning for you, because you need to double and triple check everything that comes from him. And hey, if he tells you something and you dig up a document that shows he's not telling the truth, that's some good reporting. And he has indicted himself. You don't have to say the liar so-and-so. You say he said X, he filed this paper, which said Y. So, but especially as you're describing something where you're in a small community, I generally do a story and I don't do 10 more stories about the same set of characters.
Right.
But you do. So you need to bend over backwards to maintain that fairness, even if the person is a real jerk to you.
One of my reporters just texted me and said, tell Emily about the best headline this guy ever gave us. He actually wrote to me in an email so I could use the phrase exactly. He said that I should understand that his representations were not to be taken as facts.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
This reporter actually calls that a chef's kiss. Yes, that was a chef's kiss. And we
What could be better than that?
Put it right into the headline that
Yeah.
the developer says his representations are not to be taken as facts.
And we won't. Thank you.
Yeah, and we stopped doing it. Well, he actually launched, I mean, we talked about this early in the program, but this year he actually launched an entire press conference against me personally. He did it under the idea that he was going to be doing a press conference about support for the downtown businesses. So I made Andrew Graham, who's our city desk reporter, go to it. And I was like, Andrew, this sounds boring. Can you please take it? I'm going to go do something else. And Andrew goes, and Andrew's like, okay. And about 10 minutes into it, Andrew texts me and says, this is actually about attacking us. It turned out he had called in all the local news organizations, most of whom have no idea what he's talking about because they don't cover what we cover. They don't stay on these stories. So they had no idea. They did nothing with it. As it turns out, our readers were extremely angry with the developer and it completely backfired on them. So it was kind of strange in that way. So one thing I wanted to talk with you about is you've had a career that I think you and I are about age mates. And so we've both worked over the years with lots of different papers and lots of different magazines and stuff. One of the things that's really fallen away over time is at a lot of organizations, not necessarily all of them, is the use of editors that are really given enough time to pay a lot of attention to your story, to challenge you, to question you, to think about how to reorder a story to make it more fair, more compelling, and also fact checkers just falling away. And then this knee-jerk fear of liability that I've run into some places where they're so afraid of having to spend $1 on a lawyer review that they simply don't want to touch anything that might actually be pretty controversial. And I was wondering if that was your experience or how it's been for you over the course of your career in terms of watching the economy of the news system change.
Well, I've been very lucky, particularly doing long form stuff, to have had excellent editors, and I've always had an editor, and it's a really important part of the process, stopgap to make sure you don't do something foolish. So I'm I haven't had to just write things and then post them. That would really, man, I want some eyeballs on a story, especially if it's controversial, obviously. But the whole profession is moving toward instant reaction, knee-jerk reaction, predictable reaction. And I think that's too bad. If that becomes a career, that's not just some part of a career, that can be a career. And you lose just telling people what you already know you think is not so interesting for you.
Yes.
The great part of being a journalist is oh my God, I didn't know that. Or the guy tells you, you can't rely on anything I say, or you find a document that, proves the opposite of what everyone's saying. To me, the distressing part is sitting on your rear end typing. The fun part is going out and finding out things. So I feel, for my younger colleagues, have some more fun, because that's what
I
this
could
is
not
all
agree
about.
more. I mean, I try to impress this upon the people who join us as reporters. Is one of the real pleasures in doing reporting is being surprised by what you're finding. And if you come into it always thinking you know the answer, always thinking you're going to find racial bias here, or you're going to find tax waste there, and it turns out things are really much more complicated, nuanced, different than you expected, I find it quite thrilling, because I really enjoy finding out what's really there, as opposed to feeling like I know how to tell this story before I go into it.
Thank you. Yes. Or, we're human beings. So you create, you can start with, well, it looks like XYZ. And then you find, oh my God, it's really something different. I mean,
Yep.
I've had that experience many times. So, I've worked at home for most of my life, but my husband will, I've come out of the office. Oh my God, I just had an interview that just blows my mind. It makes the story, and you're not going to get that if you're just typing your reaction to someone else's reaction to things.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And those are, I think, the most exciting stories, is the story that nobody saw coming. And you can't be open to that if you approach every story as if you know where it's going. Definitely. So, what I find really interesting, and maybe part of the reason I feel like your career has gone in this direction, because I don't know everything you've done, but in some ways it feels like you used to do some stuff that was more sort of BuzzFeedy kind of stuff, like when you were doing the stuff for Slate about doing the weird jobs. And now you're doing such intense journalism that keeps getting you in trouble, frankly, with the left, over and over again, because you are doing things like questioning why there is a lack of due process in the Title IX system. And because you are asking the question, how can we have a real justice system if we already decide in advance who's being believed and who's not being believed? I almost feel like you've gone the opposite of the direction that American media has gone, where most things have gone from the sort of heavy stuff to being the sort of more clicky stuff. And you've always done serious journalism, but you're really now doing stuff that is not just, fun kittens or freaky stuff. You're doing stuff that is really heavy, and that a lot of people, I think, probably find very uncomfortable. And what's that been like?
So one of the big stories I was doing on Title IX at the beginning. So this was several years ago. My daughter was still at home in high school, and the story kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and it wasn't going up and wasn't going up. And I was like, oh my God, they're not going to run it. They've chickened out. This isn't going to happen. What am I going to do? I've spent months and months and months. And at one point, my daughter said to me, Mom, your story's going to run, and then you'll get people hating you and death threats, and you'll be happy again, Mom. So no death threats, please. I'm not seeking death threats. But I was like, okay, she's got me nailed. And So I realize that's kind of unusual, but when you write a story that gets a massive reaction, you've gotten a massive reaction. So that's better than ploop and, you're a little drop that sinks to the bottom of the sea.
Yes.
I think if you're going to be a journalist and do hard, serious stuff, you need a thick skin. You can't go into journalism with the quest that people will love you. That's not what this profession is. So, sometimes it's been extremely unpleasant. Attacks are very personal. One of the things that I found really shocking when I started on this was, before any story was published, I try to think through, talk with other people. What am I missing? What are people who are going to hate this story say? Well, what about X, this whole hole in the story? Or no, this is wrong because you failed to address this. So I really, really would try to think through where are my weak points? And I also love a debate. So I thought, okay, I'll go and debate people. But one of the first controversial stories of mine that ran, it was early in Twitter, and it got massive Twitter attack. And most of the attacks on me were, you're a rape apologist or you're a C word. Over and over and over. And I'm like, okay, that's your argument? Where's your argument? What have I gotten wrong? And that I think is a real loss, because I'm, as I started talking out about persuasion, we want vigorous debate. I thought there would be vigorous debate, but name calling is not vigorous debate.
No. Certainly not. And, actually, when I started East Lansing Info, one of the things we decided to do was to actually turn off comments and not make it possible for people to post comments. And that was a kind of strange move, because at the time, everybody said you couldn't have a successful site that didn't allow comments because people wanted to engage. We did allow people to comment, certainly at our Facebook posting page. And we have our public editor, Ann Nichols, is the monitor there. She goes very, very far in the direction of considering everything free speech. It's extremely rare for anybody to be muted or blocked, and really rare. It's about ad hominem name calling, basically, where we say, okay, no, thank you. But one of the things I just didn't want to deal with was the problem of people at a local site essentially deciding that we were somehow now the town square, and they were going to have their daily arguments with the same people back and forth over and over again. I wonder what you think about comments on news stories, particularly news stories, right? Because the thing that strikes me as weird is when you have an opinion piece, I get allowing comments, right? It's an opinion piece, so people should have opinions and they can have opinions back. But we don't publish editorials, we don't publish op-ed pieces, we don't even publish letters to the editor. And so it always strikes me as odd that you have a situation where somebody writes a news piece and we throw it open for comments, like anybody is capable and qualified to remark upon a reporter's hard investigative work.
I actually disagree or differ from you on this.
Okay.
Twitter, Twitter's its own thing, and there can be many great discussions on Twitter, but Twitter really encourages the ad hominem attack. I love comments. I've loved the appearance of comments. I've learned tons from comments. Now, sometimes comments can turn toxic and comment sections can turn toxic. I've seen that happen. But I always found in places that allowed comments to my story, that because my stories on on Me Too, on Title IX tend to be long, difficult, nuanced, that the commenters often really engaged with the content. I mean, I've had the experience of just a massive comments all attacking me, followed by a counter wave of pro comments. But unlike social media, social media often encourages you read the headline and the subhead. All right, I'm ready to say my opinion. If you're going to comment on the bottom of a news story, you probably have gotten to the bottom of the news story. So that at least is a level of engagement with the story. So I in general enjoy comments, and I've learned a lot from comments.
We certainly find people at Facebook sometimes don't read the story and then say, well, why didn't you talk about this? Or, well, what about this? And inevitably one of our other readers will respond for us and say, why don't you try reading the story because it actually covered it.
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with the Facebook comments because as someone who is fairly new to this, it's flattering, I suppose, to know that people are reading my work and that it has an impact in the community. Sometimes I've also been flattered that I must truly be nonpartisan because people whose political biases I can glean from their Facebook comments have supported my writing, and I don't think we're on the same page a lot of the time. But it is sometimes exhausting, and particularly when it's like, well, why didn't you say this? Or your headline said this, and then the first sentence said that. And it's like, yeah, because you're supposed to read all of it. And I'll never forget one article was called clickbaity because I said, many have various hopes for January.
Okay.
Terribly clickbaity.
I'm not going to argue with that sentiment, Emily. I think you captured things there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence. So Emily is from New York, as perhaps you can tell from her accent. I'm from New York, as you perhaps can tell from my accent. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we're people in the Midwest doing news, because part of the challenge in the Midwest, I know people say Midwestern polite is a myth. I don't think it's a myth. I've lived in the Midwest now longer than I've lived on the East Coast. I've lived here a very long time. And I have to say, people here do tend to veer very polite, and they're afraid of things like being seen as impolite by challenging the government, because the government is our neighbors, right? Or by bringing forward disputes in the community or distressing news in the community, and they see it as sort of impolite. And so I don't think it's a coincidence that like the two top people in this organization are both New Yorkers with PhDs in history, because I think we sort of feel like, look, this is just the long view, right? And you just have to keep facing the problem of the human condition, which is humans will be well-intended and keep making mistakes over and over again. I kind of feel like every Midwestern town should be assigned a couple of New Yorkers for some news. I don't know if you feel the same way, Emily.
I have not lived in the Midwest. I moved from the East Coast to Texas. I spent 4 years as a Texas reporter. So I do really believe in uprooting yourself and going to a new culture. And that was some culture shock. My first several months there, I must have said 10 times a day, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. No, I didn't mean that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand.
Alice will often say at least more than once, like as we get off the phone, remember to be Midwestern.
I feel terrible saying that.
But it's a code for like, make sure you're polite and you play by the rules of where we are.
Yeah, which we don't always, but you know, on the days when we don't want to throw away the goodwill needlessly. Occasionally we risk goodwill by bringing forward stuff in ways that make people uncomfortable. We don't want to do it needlessly. So one question related to that, Emily, we have a summer youth journalism program, as I mentioned, and sometimes we have these young people who get so excited that then they decide they want to go into journalism. And I was wondering, given what the state of journalism is like today, what you think about how you would advise them on that issue.
Yeah, I'd say, and so your plan B is what?
Yeah.
I feel terrible saying that, because for years I talked to young people. Young people would find my email, or the sons and daughters of friends who wanted to be journalists would talk to me. And, you know, one of the classic things you say is, well, get on your school paper, write for a local paper, work your way up. I don't have to tell you folks, no local paper. You know, I started in high school. And in high school, I started writing for a local alternative paper in my suburban Boston neighborhood. Kids can't do that now. Now you may find a website, or you may be able to create your own website, but the path forward for a career in journalism is not clear anymore. I think I think I'm getting this vaguely right. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Over the past 10 years, newspaper jobs have been reduced by 2/3. Now, that's not all that journalism is, but people need to make a living. And if you're going to be a journalist, it's now one of those professions that it better be something that there isn't anything else I want to do. Because I don't think you can do that. I mean, you can do it for a few years and you could get great writing and research investigative skills that can be applicable to many things. But it's not clear to me what a long career looks like in journalism.
I think that is part of the challenge, right? Because I think there is some hope for some local news. I think what we're doing actually is effective enough that we might, have enough money to pay somebody for a little while. But the problem is that the latter doesn't exist anymore. So where journalists used to start off at the local news level, they would then move up to the regionals, to the states, and then move up to the national. And that just is not an opportunity anymore because the whole ladder has been broken completely. Right. So it's become very difficult for people to find a way to get beyond that. And, part of the reason I founded East Lansing Info, well, the main reason I founded it was just because it was my home city. And I realized that we were completely lacking news. And I found it very disturbing that people like me were going to the polls and voting. And I had no idea who I was voting for. I mean, literally, it's the strangest thing, right? At the level of my senators, I knew something about them. But at the level of the school board and the city council, I knew nothing about these people.
Well, we've all had that, I've had that shocking, you're there. And I was like, I'm going to vote by, I like the sound of this name better than the sound of that name. And actually, this year, I said, I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm going to do some minimal research on these people. But you're right. If they're in the neighborhood where I used to live in DC, there was a chain of local, really hyper local newspapers. They covered DC and its surrounding areas in community fashion. So, and I, just showed you who bought the house next door, et cetera. So I would always read it, and I realized that those kind of news that they died, years ago. So you have to, if you're going to be an informed citizen, where do you even begin on that kind of local government level?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's why, we tend to use folks who sort of do it for a few years because it's very difficult to understand how it works. And I hope I'm not depressing Andrew Graham, our city desk editor, who just graduated with a journalism from Syracuse, and I'm sure hopes to not work for us forever. But we've talked about sort of like, where does it go? And one option is there are places in America that are places like where we live, which is reasonably privileged. We're not in a rich area, but we're a reasonably privileged area where people can afford to pay for news. And one of the big things people are interested in, for example, is zoning and planning commission. And we've talked about creating a newsletter for the town that is next door to us because people there are like, we want what you have and we don't have it. And would you do it for us? I suspect that if we just started a newsletter about their planning commission, it would probably pay for a journalist at a part-time level at least. But, if that's the case, that people only pay for what it is they're the most interested in, you end up in a situation with these real silos where people never learn about what else is going on within their community. For example, I would before, I never cared about our school board. My kid went to school, I never thought about it. And it was only when we started East Lansing Info where I had to edit the school board articles where I realized I should really care about this stuff. It's like they're passing bonds that are costing me a lot of money. They're making decisions about whether or not buses are going down this route or that route. They're making decisions with millions and millions of dollars about who gets jobs and who doesn't get jobs and which properties exist where, and it impacts the neighborhoods. And I realized I really should care about this, not because I have kids in the school, but because it actually matters to our lives here so much.
Right, and no eyeballs.
No eyeballs.
that.
Well, here we do it. And we, by the way, we run the entire operation on $200,000 a year right now. So that is what we're trying to raise right now is $200,000. We're up to about $111,000 right now. And the reason we try to raise it all in sort of one fell swoop is frankly so that we can take journalistic risks and take blows over the course of the year and then recover again at the end of the year if there's a problem. We don't have that happen all the time, but it is the case that it frees us up from that constant questioning about whether or not people are going to pull money about what we're doing and say we've got money in the bank, and so we can do the work we need to do and do the hard work and keep ourselves accountable and honest and accountable to the public, but without constant fear that we're going to run out of money.
Alice, how do you clone yourself? How do you clone what you're doing here? Because this is really needed all over this country.
Well, this is part of the problem is that we haven't had enough people at the top of the staff of the work I've been doing to give me a sabbatical long enough to teach people how to do it. So now that we have Emily in the role of the managing editor and we have our fabulous board set up, including our board president, Sam Hosey, who took over for me from the board, I think it actually will allow me to step back a little bit and try to do some of that teaching of what does this look like. And I think people need to know that to do this, they don't have to begin with a whole operation like we have. They don't have to attempt to de novo create an entire news operation like we now have. It took us 6 years to get here. Where we started was just a handful of us voluntarily with no money at all, setting up a website and saying, we're just going to commit to going to city council and telling people what's happening. We're just going to commit to investigating this one thing we know was a scandal in terms of the way the money was used. The tax money was totally wasted in this particular case, and we're going to focus on that. And we just did that. And little by little, we started educating people that they should care about these issues and that there actually are problems here. You know, this is a town that's majority white, it's majority middle class, it's people who are basically comfortable. And their attitude was there's nothing really wrong here. Well, that's easy to believe if you're not a person who is experiencing the actual problems that exist here. And so bringing that was hard because people didn't believe it. But over the years, we've uncovered one incredibly big story after another. I mean, we've just brought these huge stories about East Lansing where now people say to me, what is it about East Lansing that there's all these big stories? But the truth is, it's just because we have a news organization.
Right.
And when you have a news organization, you do things like what happens to me. I wake up and open the front porch to, feed the squirrels, and I find a packet of information on my chair left by somebody who's an anonymous source, a big thing about a lawsuit that's against the city that I had no idea was going on because it turns out it's a federal fraud lawsuit and it's suppressed basically by the judge. They've copied all the materials and left it for me so I can see it. And there it is. So it allows
Got your own deep throat. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we have multiple deep throats. But it's that kind of stuff where I think once you start bringing the news, then you realize it's there. And what people need to understand is they don't have to create a whole news organization. They just need to start at the beginning and try to find a group of people who will be a news brigade, who will, as honestly and as judiciously and as nonpartisan as possible, bring forward the stuff people should be knowing about and try to make them care. And what really excites me about doing East Lansing Info is that over the years, because we engaged community members as reporters, we engaged them as sources, and then we engaged them as donors, what's happened is I've found over and over again that they've grown an appreciation for professional national journalism that they didn't have before, that they came to understand that they should be paying for subscriptions to places like the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times or the Washington Post or whatever it is, that they should be paying for those subscriptions because in fact, doing news is hard and it's really important and professionals deserve to get paid a living wage to actually be able to, have a life. And to do that requires money into the system. So for me, it's exciting because we don't just produce news, we actually engage everybody in the news in a way that I think other people just talk about, but here we've actually really done it.
And as you say, I mean, this is the lifeblood of a democracy. If you are cut off from what your officials are doing in your name with your money, you're giving up an enormous, you're giving too much power to unaccountable people.
Yes.
And it used to just be assumed that someone from a local organization. I mean, that's the way so many reporters started, the school board, just covering, being there, finding out what's going on. And now that's all, almost all lost. And you are, you're like digging up Pompeii.
That's what it feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
Definitely the digging up of Pompeii. Well, so one of the things I also wanted to talk with you about is you are at the Atlantic, which is seen as a very far left organization by a lot of people. Do you feel like you're hampered at all in doing the kinds of work that you're doing because you're in an organization that is read as being in one particular part of the political spectrum? Or do you really feel like, as a reporter, where you've landed at different organizations, regardless of where that organization is, that they've empowered you to do the work you have to do, to go where the story takes you, to tell the difficult story people may not want to hear?
I've been very lucky at the places where I've published these kinds of stories you talked about. Over the past few years, it's been Title IX, that's the campus sexual assault part. And then I've written some about Me Too in various venues, Slate, The Atlantic, Reason Magazine. And I've just been lucky to have incredible support from editors who know what I'm going to write is going to be controversial and difficult and attract critiques and even hate within and without. And they've let me do it.
That's great. That's great to hear. And that was my experience. I wrote for a while for the Atlantic Health section. And, it was definitely not the case that I felt that there was any particular political bent as I was doing work there. And that was really great. But, one thing I have found with the dying off of national journalism is that it's the specialty areas that have been particularly hard hit. And for me, it was watching health journalism die on the vine that was really painful, because when I started dealing with national media when I was an assistant professor at Michigan State and I was doing intersex rights work, I really needed the national media to help do culture change around intersex stuff in order to affect what the doctors were doing. And so I started working with folks in the national media. And at that time, national health reporters could take, a week or 2 weeks on a story. I mean, they could really take the time to really come to understand something, to interview far more people than the story they would ultimately tell, because they wanted to make sure they were really sampling everything. They would get into the nuance, they could do all of that. And then little by little, it just got to the point where, like, trying to do a major story, they would be given maybe a few hours to get it done. And there was no way for them to do the kind of reporting that they needed to do in a story. And so they simply wouldn't do it. So sometimes I would bring forward really important stories. And honestly, the reason I got into journalism was because the health journalists were disappearing. And I felt there were some health stories that I had uncovered that were too shocking not to bring forward to people. And they had to be brought forward, but there was nobody there to do it. So that was really shocking to me. And I think people don't understand the degree to which really fine reporters have disappeared in large numbers over the last 10 years.
It's terrible. I talk to my friends who are my age, I'm 65, and we all say we feel lucky being this age because we got to do, for the most part, the kind of journalism we wanted to do. We had editors who said, go out and get the story. And, I've had stories which I thought would be a few days. And then, especially when I was in Texas Monthly, you start digging, there's just a lot more here. And the editors said, just pursue the story. And that is so rare. And, the whole profession of magazine journalism, which is what I've been for most of my life, is narrowed and narrowed. So, I mean, you've described just one small loss, but that's a very significant loss.
And when you get in that situation where reporters have less and less time to cover a story, the types of stories we're getting is always tip of the iceberg stuff. I mean, it's so rare to get a big, deep investigative piece these days and to get people to read it, because a lot of people also just have lost the training to read a long story the way we used to read them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I found out was what TL semicolon DR meant. I thought, oh, this
Too long, didn't read. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, our attention spans have also shrunk. So yeah,
Yeah. It's
problem.
any good news, do you think, on the journalism front?
Yeah, we gotta, well, I swear you are good news. And there are journalism foundations. There are, we don't know what the long-term model is going to be, but there are foundations. Wealthy people have come in to buy legacy publications, make sure they continue to exist. And I think you, Alice Drager, need to go to these places and get some funding.
And I will tell you, Emily Yaffe, I have tried. And what I run into over and over again is that the traditional media establishment, which has the connection to the philanthropies, is deeply threatened by what I'm doing and doesn't really want to hear that this is the future, because this is not a future that employs traditional journalists. And that is a very threatening thing to hear. And I try to explain to them, what we're doing preserves real journalism at the state and national level, preserves professional journalism at the state and national level. Places like thebridge.org, which is Michigan's nonpartisan, nonprofit, statewide organization that's fantastic as a news organization. Places like that can keep existing and hiring professionals. But the truth is, if you want a town like ours, that's a relatively small town, to have news, it's not going to look like what news used to look like. And they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that we run a news operation on $200,000 a year. That is terrifying to them. You would think what they would say is, oh my God, that's amazing. Let me give you $200,000 and you give an entire city the news. They don't want to hear that. And over again, we've been turned down and turned away by people who are incredibly threatened by this model. I say,
okay, more bad news.
You'll understand what I'm saying when I say this, Emily, that what I tell people is, I believe the gender of local news is changing, and the gender of local news is changing towards women. And it's changing towards women because women historically, and probably partly for biological reasons, frankly, have always been attentive to their immediate community environments. When we've needed soup kitchens and we've needed, the League of Women Voters to tell us who's running for city council, when we've needed all those things, it's been voluntary women largely taking care of these things. Often women who are underpaid doing what they're doing, which we are underpaid, although our men are underpaid too. But I think what's going to happen in the future is that women are going to take over local news and it's going to become service projects. And it's going to take a very long time, if ever, for the traditional media establishment to believe that this is something worth investing in because they see it as a threat. I don't think it is a threat. I again believe that when you teach a whole town why news matters, they come to believe that they should pay into national news. I've seen that happen, but it's going to take a while before we can convince people.
It's the opposite of a threat. It's an incubator. I mean,
I think so.
It's telling people, we need people to understand, as you just said, what you lose when you don't have the eyeballs on what's going on. And I would hope media foundations would understand that above anyone else.
Maybe I'm just not explaining it right. We'll try more in the next year. Emily, this has been great. Thank you so much for spending all this time with us. This is
my pleasure, and keep going. What you do is so important.
It's been great talking to you. This has been super interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Just to remind people, we're doing fundraising for East Lansing Info, which you just heard all about, eastlansinginfo.news/donate. And Jody is here, I think, to do an update on the fundraising. And
Jody's connecting.
Just a moment, we're going to have Andrew talking with us with John Schwartz of the New York Times.
Very excited.
You put in a nicer shirt for this, and you combed your hair.
It's the sweater. I got it for Christmas.
And you combed your hair, didn't you? Because it's the New York Times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the national section. Jody, take it away.
So I just wanted to come back on with a fundraising update. It's coming in, but it's coming in a little slower than we wanted. So hoping that folks are still considering and planning to give. We have, since the telethon started at noon, we have 34 donations that have come in. 15 of those are new donors. So we're very excited to expand the Eli family. We've raised just under $4,000 during the telethon, which puts us at a total of $112,584, and we're shooting for 200. So if you do any kind of rudimentary math, we're still a ways off, but we're trending in the right direction, which is exciting. So I'm still here counting the money, and we're still taking donations in lots of different ways. Just wanted to plug that if, and we've gotten several new monthly donations. If you sign up for a recurring monthly donation, we can actually count that as an annual contribution. So if you give $50 a month, then we get to count that at $600, which is very exciting for us. So that's one way to give. Another, of course, is through a lump sum. I think we still have the Peter Segal books that we're giving away for a $50 donation. I'm waiting for Alice to like hold it up and
correct you, Peter Sagal.
As she does.
You're not an NPR
Yeah.
geek, obviously. Peter Sagal.
Peter Sagal. So he
/running.
Yep. And so it's autographed by him, which was an amazing segment. And if you are thinking that you've missed the best part of the telethon, you haven't, because Alice and Emily, and I think even Andrew's family, will be coming on later tonight. And I am ready. I have an alarm set so that I don't miss that, because I know these people, but I want to know them even better. So, so I'll be back in a bit to give you another update. If anyone has any questions, you can email fundraise@eastlansinginfo.news and go to our website, eastlansinginfo.news/donate.
Yeah, and actually, two of the best segments are happening right now. We have John Schwartz from the New York Times joining us now. Then when he drops off, we're going to do a rundown of the stories we see being big coming to East Lansing in 2021. And then Emily Nussbaum of the New Yorker will join us.
Oh, right, great, awesome. All right, I'll see you all soon.
Thanks.
Keep Jody busy.
All right. As you can see, everybody, we are joined by John Schwartz of the New York Times for this segment that's more or less what can Eli learn about the New York Times. So, John, thank you for joining us first and foremost.
Happy to be with y'all, sure.
So, little bio on John. He has covered many beats, NASA, space exploration, law, I believe, including the Supreme Court, tech, infrastructure, and now you are currently reporting on the climate change beat. You've also written several books. I believe the most recent one is The Year I Put My Financial Life in Order, correct? It's one I should read. And a couple others, including one about being short, which I am actually curious about, even though I am tall myself.
I wrote it for kids, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's a book for young people about reading science.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic.
I should check that out then. I really should. But the first book I actually wanted to ask you about in depth, John, was your book, Living Terrors, What America Needs to Know About to Survive the Coming Bioterrorist Catastrophe, which Alice in the notes put, yikes, exclamation point. Basically, I think, while it's not entirely like congruent, it fits sort of the response we've seen to COVID would be in some ways related, I guess, to the response that you would see to a bioterrorist attack or something like that. I guess, could you explain to me a little bit more how those things might relate and how that response and what you learned about how America would survive upcoming biocatastrophe and how that relates to how we're dealing with COVID?
I mean, the book was about the fact that the tools that would allow somebody to create a bioweapon are available. And it used to be something that only a state could sponsor, right? Because it was so expensive. All the equipment was out of the reach of your basic basement terrorist. But that it's become clear that a lot of those tools, as with so many other technologies, have ridden down a very steep curve in terms of cost. And you can even do PCR in your basement, and you can get machines secondhand. Now, I wrote this book 20 years ago, so it's even more true today. The equipment you can get today is amazing. And I wrote it with Mike Osterholm, who is has been the state epidemiologist for Minnesota and is on the Joe Biden coronavirus team. So his expertise has some of that congruence that you're talking about. And
Right.
and many of the things we talked about in the story were about things like government dealing with outbreaks. And so there was some discussion, for example, of old quarantines in the polio years and fighting smallpox, and what a terrible, difficult thing it is to control these things. But the fact that we did eradicate smallpox in the world, so that so it's a sort of look at the heroism behind that, but then also talks about some of the issues that we're facing right now, um, which is that our hospitals today run largely without a lot of margin, no surge capacity, as we said in the book. And so it's as you're seeing now in all over the country, there are just enough beds in the ICU to deal with what you expect to see, and not a major epidemic like what we're dealing with now, not a pandemic like we're dealing with now. And so one of the reasons that you hear what sound like not huge numbers of cases, but that the hospitals are feeling stressed and overworked, is that there's just not the surge capacity to deal with a lot of really sick people. Now, maybe at another time, before hospitals were owned by major chains and there was a lot of leverage involved in debt, and they all had to keep were told to keep their operations lean and maximize income, there was more surge capacity. That may or may not be true, but what's true now is they're right at the edge of what they can do, pretty much all the time. And so something like the pandemic, nobody is fully prepared for. And so a lot of what we wrote about in the book seems very current today, even though, as I said, it's 20 years old. But I'll tell you, one of the best books I read in the last year to help me understand what was going on with the coronavirus was John Barry's book, The Great Influenza, which was written long before Living Terrors, and was about an entirely different bug, right? It's not the coronavirus, it's the influenza, but it had so much good information on how an epidemic spreads, what has to be done to control it. And especially since it was about 1918, the rise of the science that allows us to understand what's going on and deal with it, which is really the difference to come up at the time with serum treatments, but mainly to deal with, to use science to deal with a deadly disease. And that book did more for me than just about anything I've read in the last year. And it's, like I said, it's older than Living Terrors. So.
Right.
Books, always good.
Read books.
Read books.
So reporting on bioterrorism would be, I think, pretty memorable by Eli standards, but given the number of beats and the broad spectrum of things you covered and for how long you've been in the business, what are some memorable reporting moments for you, just having done so much?
Well, a sort of joke line that I use a lot is that I always ride the rides. And I started saying that after taking a helicopter into New Orleans from Baton Rouge after Katrina, when the roads were bad and I needed to report on what the Corps of Engineers was doing. And they said, well, we've got a chopper going in an hour, we'll put you on it. And it was one of those big things with the whole side of it open.
Yeah.
And I had basically just driven from the airport and had talked my way onto this thing. And the public affairs guy who had been told to take me along looked at me, realized I was completely unprepared, took 2 cigarettes out of his pocket and tore off the filters and handed them to me to stick in my ears for the noise, because we didn't have any foam plugs. We didn't, there was nothing. And then for the next however many hours, I was with him at a pump station in New Orleans that they were just starting to bring the pumps back online and start to get that water out of the city. And it turned out that nobody had thought to set up a pickup time for us. Me and the headquarters Corps of Engineers guy, and so we were actually the Corps of Engineers public affairs guy just put me together with this chief warrant officer, electrical engineer, and he and I were the ones together, and we figured that we were going to sleep out at the pump station that night. And there was, he said, I think I'm going to go up on the roof because there's fewer mosquitoes up there. You can join me if you want. We had a great conversation all evening. And then at about midnight, one of the guys from the Corps showed up because they realized that they had left us out there and didn't really think that was the right way to go. And so I got to sleep on a couch at Corps of Engineers headquarters in New Orleans that night. But that sort of thing, that sort of helped me understand that I really like riding the rides. That is, if somebody is planning to unveil a working jetpack prototype, that I will call up the person who I need to talk to and say, I'd love to come to Wisconsin and see this before you show it at the Oshkosh Air Show, but the only way that I'll be allowed to do it by my bosses is if you let me, fly it. You let me use it. And they said, oh, well, I guess we can do that, but we'll have to hold on to you. We're not going to let you really fly away, but we'll, And I said, that'll work.
Yeah.
Get me off the ground and we're fine. And so I flew out to Wisconsin and they strapped me into this thing, and they said, okay, push here to lift, toggle here to go left and right, but don't worry about any of that because you're just going to start it and then we're going to hold you down.
Yeah.
And then so I go up about 3 feet and the guys are holding onto the things. They're walking me around a friend's backyard. But I've always found that if I say that, I always ride the rides, that I have more memorable experiences, and those experiences translate into the story, right? I'm not just doing it because I'm a jerk who wants to do this. My descriptions of being strapped into this thing and allowed me to describe it in a way that if I'm just watching it, I can't. I don't have it in front of me, but I remember saying that it lifts off and it has the feeling that you're using muscles you didn't know you had, that it felt like you were lifting. And it was just this amazing, mystical, crazy, really loud thing. And I'll give you one more example.
With an engine.
With an engine. And the reason that they held me down was that there's a lot of Icarus issues with using the thing. They've still never, it was years ago, but they've still never brought it to market because they didn't resolve.
Just be
lawn darts.
Yeah,
really bad. It's really bad. But
I'll give you one more example. Watching this, he's a private pilot, and he's going to be so jealous.
Yeah, well, if he's watching and he hears it, he'll say, "Well, wait. If you're talking about the Martin jetpack, that's not truly a jetpack. It's really more like the Springtail, and there's no jet involved. It's really a prop." And he would like to argue with me about it, and I address many of those issues in the story.
I'm impressed that you're alive, man.
Well, the other ride that, I've also climbed to the top of 300-foot wind towers, and all for stories, and walked out 1,000-foot walkway off a barge on the Mississippi River dredge to watch the pipe spew out the gunk at the other side that it's dredging up from the bottom to make navigation work. But my favorite was at a Maker Faire in California, and I walked into one tent and they were doing an enormous demonstration of an enormous Tesla coil, one of these generators invented by Nikola Tesla. And the wonderful thing about a Tesla coil is it can send an arc through the air to a metal object that then grounds out. So it creates lightning in the air. It's beautiful. And this thing had something like 1,000,000 volts, so that the arc was going to be really long. And the person demonstrating it, a physics professor, would always take someone from the audience. He said, usually a high school science teacher or somebody, and put them in a metal suit, basically a suit of armor. And the idea was that you would stand that person holding a rod next to the Tesla coil, and it would arc, and because of the Faraday shield effect, the lightning would run along the outside of the suit. The current would run along the outside of the suit and then hop to the ground, and the person inside the suit feels nothing except terror.
Right.
And you know,
A whole lot of terror.
well, there was I mean, I understood the physics, right? So I
Yeah.
knew that I knew that I was safe, but the smell inside the suit told me, you know, the sort of ammonia sweat, horror sweat smell
That you can
told me that
decades of hormones of fear.
yeah, of people who probably understood the physics better than me, but were still like me, just not sure this was a good idea once you're in the suit.
Wow.
But, you know, it was fun.
I mean, you definitely went right because you're here. So
yeah.
So I guess,
and I can light light bulbs just by holding them. It's incredible.
I think one thing I do want to ask, and to sort of return it to the Eli subject, is you've covered a lot of different beats in your time at the New York Times. And that's something that at Eli we experienced that of. I mean, Emily covers schools, and she's been our main COVID reporter and a million other things. And Alice does more things than Emily. And like everybody ends up having to do 4 different things that are just kind of completely unrelated. So in your experience, how do you handle the transitioning between beats, the sort of, you know, learning who you need to talk to, who knows what information is sort of required as a baseline, and just that transition between covering different topics?
Well, you know, every beat, first of all, it's, I feel that the period of specialization, this time in which specialization is everywhere, is great to get, you know, fantastic in-depth understanding of things, but it's still good to be a kind of Swiss Army knife and to be able to do lots of things. And yes, climbing a learning curve in a new beat is terrifying. And frankly, there have been some beats I've taken on that I really haven't felt comfortable with what I'm doing for more than a year. The highly technical beats, you don't just read a few studies and know what you're talking about. You start out by writing your first story. And you know, let's say it's a story about a study. You read the study, you read it again because it didn't make sense the first time. You call the researcher, and then you call you call the researcher and maybe somebody else who worked on the study, and then somebody who didn't work on the study, and you asked the first author. This is going to sound crazy, but tell me someone who's really going to disagree with you. Tell me somebody who's going to hate this paper. And you know, not somebody who is just completely wrong and counterfactual, but you know, is this still an area of debate?
Right.
And you know, generally people are happy to send you to their nemesis, you know, because they'll say,
right,
you know, he's going to say this.
Oh, I know it's going to bother this guy.
Yeah. And he's going to say this, but you come back to me because after he says that, well, I'll tell you now, you know, it's actually, he says it's AZBZ, but it's actually BZAZ, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so you, and when you're finished with that story, you know that thing. And then you do more stories. It's sort of like learning to get around a town that at first the map makes no sense and you're always getting lost. But before long, you know this store and this theater in this place. And after a while, you realize, oh, wait, the theater and the store are actually closer to each other than I thought. And they're connected by this road that I didn't know about. These connections you start making in your head as you build your expertise, as you talk to more of these people, as you remember that you talked to this scientist for this story, and she actually is one of the authors on this other paper in what seems like a completely different area. And so you call her up and you say, oh, you were so great the first time. Let's talk this out. And by the way, what else have you been working on? And so bit by bit, you sort of build out your map of the beat.
That's a really good analogy.
But it takes so long, or at least it seems to me, because also as a newspaper reporter, you've really got to be able to tackle a subject you knew nothing about and maybe write the story that day. So, at which point you're, especially if it's a science story, but legal stories too, whatever it is, I spend a lot of time checking my stories with the people that I'm quoting, because I've just to use the language of the George W. Bush administration, there's the things you don't know that you then know you need to look at.
Right.
But what you can't be prepared for are the unknown unknowns, the things that, and you just that you might think that you've got that paragraph right, but you really need to go back to the lawyer, the scientist, the whoever, and say, have I, tell me, I'm gonna, I say it this way. Is that right or wrong? I don't send the whole story to anybody beforehand. That's not what we do. But I certainly run the points by them, because I don't know if I fundamentally misunderstood a basic principle, right? Something, and you can say, well, yeah, but only the scientist is going to know you got it wrong. But in fact, there are lots of people who know you got it wrong. And they love to write to you and demand a correction. Part of dealing with that too is being able to do research after the fact to find out whether this person who is saying you got it wrong is correct. And if you did get it wrong, then you're learning something new, and that's your consolation prize. And if you didn't get it wrong, then the research you do to say to your editor, this is why we don't need to run a correction, is also valuable. The fact is you're doing research all the time. It just doesn't always end up being in a story.
What it applies to, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the climbing the learning curve, and it can take an agonizingly long time. And then there's the moment that you realize that this thing that you learned in this beat over here X number of years ago, like some of the principles of mental fatigue and failure and system failure, that is human failure in systems, how humans make wrong decisions because of the place they are in an organization, the sort of Diane Vaughan Challenger launch decision.
I was just going to say Challenger. Yep.
Yeah. So that committees say, somebody says, I'm worried about the O-rings and the temperature. And somebody from NASA says, damn it, Thiokol, when do you want to launch? April? And the fears are overridden, and 7 people die.
Yep.
And you learn in that beat space about broken safety culture. And then a few years later, you're trying to figure out why the hurricane defenses in New Orleans were inadequate to withstand Hurricane Katrina, and why were there places where the systems came together poorly, and which formed weak links in the chain, and just so many inadequacies that led to more than 50 levee breaches and all the things we know. And you realize that there was a human systems failure, a failure of your safety culture, that you try to put in as many layers of defense as you can, the sort of Swiss cheese, enough slices of Swiss cheese so the holes don't line up and you don't have some bad thing getting through. And once again, broken safety culture is part of your problem. And then you're 15 years later and you're looking at the response to the coronavirus, and you realize that we had defenses in place to manage it to prevent an outbreak from happening, manage it if it happens, and you see those either disregarded, removed, whatever, and it's a broken safety culture all over again. You know, and so
I think of
when
the 737 MAX 8 even.
Yeah, exactly. That you find ways to say, well, this isn't a terrible thing. We've seen something like this before. We can deal with this. And so your safety defenses fall one by one. And so I worked with on shuttle stuff. I worked with Matt Wald, who is a retired New York Times reporter of tremendous technological depth. And he would tie the space shuttle, the loss of the space shuttle, and the Inconel bolts, and the management decisions back to the nuclear plant where Davis-Besse nuclear plant tank erosion, where they just didn't notice that the tank was eroding bit by bit, and they almost had a terrible, terrible problem. Or the Hawaiian Airlines flight where metal fatigue caused the top of the plane to come off. Those moments were very, they were very rich to him, and they pointed to what had gone wrong with the shuttle. And that's when I realized, thanks to Matt, that it's all one beat. That the bigger your map, the maps themselves start to connect. And so the fact that in the 1990s, I covered the tobacco industry and the efforts to regulate nicotine products by the Food and Drug Administration, that I covered that and talked to people at the Tobacco Institute, which had been stood up by the industry to convey doubt and muddy the scientific waters, and employed people to get their message out. That here I am 30 years later, nearly 30 years later, and I'm covering climate change. And there are organizations that have been supported by industry that try to muddy the waters and use many of the same techniques. It's too early to tell. We're not sure. And in some cases, some of the same people, as Naomi Oreskes has pointed out, that some of the same people who are pushing the tobacco ploy back then have been involved in climate stuff. So that gets me back to that other motto of mine: it's all one beat. I mean, I was amazed to be talking to some of the same people again, but I was.
Yeah.
And it's
I have
all
one last.
systems failures. Let me just say, it's all systems failures all the time.
Yeah. I had a professor at college who said life is an aggregation problem, and I don't know if I've heard anything more true. I have one question for you, John, if you've got a little bit of time and you can answer it quickly. But we at Eli wanted to make climate reporting a focus this year, and that sort of got pushed aside due to the pandemic.
Everything.
Yeah. But we were just wondering, from your perspective, what can local climate reporting look like? Because it's like Eli's not going to be writing about Exxon's whatever, but what should local climate reporting look like, or what can it look like?
Well, I mean, it can take lots of forms. You can look for the evidence of climate change in your communities. That is, how much warmer is it in East Lansing today than it was 40 years ago? Not just the daytime highs, but how much warmer is it in the winter, and how much warmer are the nights when things are supposed to cool off more. In other words, climate change is not about extreme temperatures, not about the highest temperature ever recorded.
Average.
But it's these rising averages over time. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Rising averages over time. I'm getting my charts. Just want to make sure that my chart flows in the right direction.
We'll flip the video around.
Yeah, no, we'll fix it in post. But so the Times did a feature a couple of years ago now called "How Much Hotter Is It, or How Much Warmer Is It in Your Hometown Than the Year You Were Born?" And it was a miracle of rich data, simplified for storytelling. And all you had to type in, pull down the town of your choice, Galveston, Texas for me, and your birth date. And then it took decades of temperature data and showed that rise over time, showed the difference just in your lifetime. And you can take that data and do more to talk about the impact there. You can look at local issues. Now, heat waves in the summer are not the biggest problem that your town faces. It's not like it's, but heat has higher temperatures have been associated, especially in the summer, with greater hospitalization, more emergency room admissions. Localizing that is a pretty straightforward thing. And what are these communities doing around you? Are they opening cooling centers for senior citizens, some of the most vulnerable people? And what are they doing? What sort of urban heat islands do you have? The Times did a piece about Richmond, Virginia, that looked at it in other towns, but Richmond was the focus, with an eye toward formerly redlined neighborhoods, historically disadvantaged neighborhoods that today, because of that early zoning, now have expanses of concrete, fewer trees, and can be 12 degrees warmer, or even warmer during the summer than the leafier parts of town. Where are those places? And that's society, that's climate change, and that's environmental justice and climate justice all in one story. And those are local issues. And if you look at the Times stories, you can see who are the experts that helped us do the national story. Drill down and do it locally. One of the things that I love to do, because I am, in fact, a nerd, is to go through the National Climate Assessment. I've spent a lot of time with NCA 4 Volume 1, but especially NCA 4 Volume 2, which is the federal government's assessment of the effects of climate change now and to come across the United States. And they focus on issues like poverty and vulnerability, health, heat, agriculture, the effects on agriculture. It just teases out all of these issues that are climate issues or climate related issues. And it focuses them regionally as well. So you could take the Midwest and upper Midwest and say, okay, what are our issues? Here's what the National Climate Assessment says. And then you can start exploring stories off of that, off of what you read in the NCA. And the NCA isn't the only report, but in terms of doing national and local reporting, it's a terrific resource. It's like having a multi-volume assignment editor there with lots of ideas for you. How you're mitigating for storms, how much more flooding you can expect to see. Just so many issues. They all sort of go by. It's an intimidating thing to start to read, but once you start really looking at it, it's a trove of stories.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we can really hold you accountable for here, John. This was really, really lovely. As a self-acclaimed nerd myself,
we could talk to you for a very long time, I think.
We really could. So let's just talk about the Apollo program. Rest of the telethon.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh man,
really,
have you ever been to KSC? Have you ever been to
I have never
Space Center?
I have never been. I do want to go. I have a couple friends who live in Houston, one who lives in Austin, but I know they've both been down to
the Johnson Space Center. Johnson Space Center is fantastic, and there's great stuff to see. Kennedy Space Center, you can walk under a fully assembled model of a Saturn V from the rocket engines at the back to the tiny can that 3 people sat in.
Yeah.
And it just oh God, it's amazing. Yeah, I loved covering the space program. I loved covering launches. It was so great.
Alice, send me out on assignment.
Cover NASA for Eli,
Yeah.
or now it would be SpaceX, right? Cover that for Eli.
We can
Cover
cover
well,
the space.
or any
We can
other.
cover the Space Force.
Yes, exactly. And remember, in putting together the space shuttle program, the United States government had contracts out in all 50 states. So, find the Michigan contracts. What happened to those?
Gonna do that now. John, thank you very much for joining. This was really
Oh, it's
lovely.
a pleasure being with y'all.
Thank you, John.
And absolutely have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So I need to do the fundraising reminder and then take a 10-minute break and let Emily and Andrew do some stuff because I've been going for 6.5 hours and I need
Yeah,
to.
Alice, walk away. Just
Okay,
walk
I'm gonna
away
walk
now.
away. You guys do whatever you want. See you in a bit.
Sure. So we just want to remind you all that we are glad to accept donations. I know Jody is eager to count more money coming in. So I'm going to
She's
put
like
the-
our mob accountant over in her
Yes.
black turtleneck, counting the
I'm
money.
going to re-put that in our chat. It's available on social media, so please go and check it out. We will be publishing tomorrow our top stories that we think will be the top stories in 2021, and we can't cover those stories without your financial support. When Jody was on just a half hour ago, she said we were at, I think, just shy of
A little past 112,000. I think
okay,
is where
that's
we're at.
where we were. So we want to raise $200,000 so we could spend the year knowing that we're set. We don't have to worry about the finances. So we are only at 56% of that. So if you want to see Eli coming, if you want us to tackle some of those ideas John Schwartz just gave us, we do need your financial support. So
Give
what?
us monies to do the newses.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality. But what stories are you looking forward to covering in 2021, Andrew? We'll give some spoiler alerts for our article tomorrow.
So I'm actually going to start with one that isn't in that
Okay.
story, that is just something I'm excited about and something for it to be normal. Maybe not entirely normal at first, but just something that I think is Eli has done in the past that we want to get back to, and that is sort of quintessential to the local news, is covering high school sports. I want a big thing that I want to drive forward is coverage of women's high school sports, because that's just important as the men's, especially when it's all just for fun ultimately. So that's something I'm really looking forward to in 2021, because hopefully once everyone can get vaccinated, we can get back to packed gymnasiums and full stands and Friday night lights and all that good stuff. But that is just something that I do enjoy doing, and I look forward to getting to do.
And that's what you did at the Daily Orange in Syracuse, correct?
Yes, I covered sports. I started as a little freshman on the women's ice hockey beat, where I actually learned a ton, all the way up to covering Syracuse and the ACC and football my last 2 years there. So sports is kind of my comfort zone, truly. But that's something that I am just truly looking forward to as like a personal thing in 2021.
Great. Well, you guys here, we have a seasoned sports reporter will be covering sports for us in
I am
2021.
the best journalist ever. We all know this.
And we had Sam Hosey, Alex Hosey, and Ron Bacon on earlier talking about football as well. Are they going to have a final playoff game this season?
Yeah, so they play in regionals sometime in January. I don't know if the dates have been set yet. It was originally going to be January 2nd, which would be next week, but because they had to delay and practice to get antigen testing, I think it's now going to be the week after. So they'll play sometime around the 8th, I think. We'll know that pretty soon if it's not out already, but I need to check. But that'll be the regionals, which is basically 2 games away from the state title. So if they win the regional, they'll go to the state semifinal, and then if they win that, state title game. So 3 games left max.
Great.
And they're a really good team. They're hosting the regional, so it's like a special team. So it is really cool that they are getting this shot, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
What else in this miserable year of ours? What are some of the stories you're expecting to be big in 2021, though, to get back to the original point?
What the return to in-person learning is probably going to be the biggest one I cover early on in 2021. The East Lansing Public Schools Board of Education voted 5-2 to allow a return to in-person learning. And we'll probably have a bit more of an idea January 7th, I believe, because the program is based on the premise that the teacher shouldn't have to return if they don't feel safe. If a teacher has an underlying health condition or lives with someone who has an underlying health condition, has serious concerns, they're allowed to continue teaching online. So teachers are using the winter break to decide if they're going to return in person. Then that number is established. We have 17 first grade teachers, 12 second grade teachers. These are random numbers I'm using for hypothetical
so you can have
purposes.
X number of students.
Right.
Yeah.
You're only allowed 16 students in a classroom. There's going to be, for the elementary kids, you'll be able to go to different buildings possibly if they could accommodate you. Like say you went to White Hills, but there's an opening in Donley, you'd be maybe allowed to go there.
We're going to prioritize the being in person over the where you're technically supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of interesting how many students get to go back. What's the preparation going to look like? Once they're back, what's it like in the classroom? How is it going to be when one proportion of students or portion is online and another's in person? So I think that'll be a pretty big hyper local story of interest in 2021.
Something that's happening everywhere, but is just as important here as it is anywhere else.
Right, because when it's your family or your kids, you want to know the specific details, not
Exactly,
what happened in Gary, Indiana, say. So
Gary, Indiana, what a pick. Another one I'm interested to follow up on is the Evergreen Abbott Road, sort of that area has been up for redevelopment or fixing something since I was, I think, 5 years old. And I remember it has not changed. Like I've lived here almost my whole life and it's still just what's been there. Plus the hub is going in. That's the biggest change so far. But theoretically in January, we might have an idea of what River Caddis is going to do. And that would be that would sort of start to get the ball rolling on the Evergreen properties. And that's just a really big, like those things have just been sitting there sort of in limbo for more than a decade now at this point, I'm pretty sure. So that's just something that might actually be coming to a head finally in January and beyond, and should be very interesting to cover just because like something might actually happen to them.
yeah, January is going to
be huge.
Big because that's when I think the final sale of Lot 4 is from the city to MSU FCU. But there might be a monkey wrench in the plan. Yeah.
And that's still in flux because they want to build the wall right up to the property line, so they can't have anything hanging over it because Dublin Square's air rights, and that one's going to be a thing. So that whole area is going to be generating news in the early part of 2021, we're pretty sure. What news remains to be seen, but probably news nonetheless.
Right. It'll be interesting. So we have a lot coming up in January because we have another thing that you've been covering as well as the possible deer call.
Oh yeah. So I don't know a ton of specifics about what it looks like. Obviously there will be sharpshooters in the northern parks in town. But I think it is important to remember that those trails there's a lot of just land in those parks too. And they have a lot of trail cams, and it is going to be pretty pointed. I still don't know precisely like to what extent the call will work, will be effective. We pretty much know that it's just basically what it allows for is the city to contract sharpshooters from the USDA who they go around. There's basically the USDA contracts them, and they're pretty much like hunters. But they get these contracts. The same people will be and do a deer call in Mason, in Ada, whatever, like sort of in different parts of the country, they have the people they contract out. So these aren't, I mean, it's just not somebody out there with a 12 gauge. I don't want people to feel like they're going to be at risk of like deer calls happen quite frequently and people do not get shot. I don't think anyone should be worried about that. Although I get the idea that someone with guns in the park is a little perturbing. But it'll run from the beginning of January to sometime in the beginning of March. And it's sort of a wait and see. This is the first ever deer call the city's done. They've done a lot of other deer management stuff, but to not much avail as far as the people who are frustrated with the deer are feeling. So I think this one is really, it's kind of hard to say what it might ultimately end up affecting and being like, just because it's the first one ever, and it's kind of no better probably next summer what impact, if any, it had realistically after the call. So, but that is theoretically starting in about a week, I think, is when the permit opens. It's January 6th or something like that, or 2nd.
I think
it's soon.
Yeah, it's this upcoming week. So we'll have stories about that. I think a big story that really isn't RB, but you'll be editing most of the stories, is what will happen with the Police Oversight Commission. So currently there's a study group that meets every other Monday to decide what a future oversight commission. So it's like the committee on the commission.
They're a study committee. It's pretty self-explanatory. And they basically just will spend 6 months, or if they get an extension, a year,
right,
researching and creating a recommendation to send to council, and then council will consider that recommendation and actually form whatever oversight body. So it's kind of this weird catch-22, because they're going to do all this work to do this thing that might happen the way they write it up. And so it's chances are what they recommend is going to be something very comprehensive and very intelligent. Like, these people are very smart. They're there for a reason. But there is a realistic chance that when it gets to council that some things will be changed or altered or eschewed or replaced, or I don't know. So it's sort of like it's your senior thesis, if anyone's ever done that. I know you're familiar, Emily. It's like this big thing you turn in and you put all this work in and you sort of give it over to this other group and they kind of make decisions about it.
Yes.
So that's not a ton of people love that, but these people all signed up for it, and it's a very Herculean task. I think everyone who's reported on it and watched the meetings, we can all agree that it's a really big thing, and Heather's done a great job reporting on it, and I'm excited to continue editing her work and not having to consistently watch all those meetings, because it's nice to not watch every meeting, but she's done a great job reporting it, and it's a really important thing in East Lansing right now, whatever they do end up deciding.
Right. It could change a lot of things. It'll be interesting to see. I think another story we're eager to see, hopefully, we discussed earlier, one of our first people on was Jane Turner, and she had received a vaccine. Andrew mentions how his father, who's also a physician,
also my mother, the now social worker, community mental health, Linda Vale, and Ingham County Health Department has been getting social workers vaccinated, apparently. So both of my parents, and then my brother, because he works at UPS, is probably going to get it, not like in the second wave. So I'm going to be sitting here in June, my healthy 22-year-old self, 23 then, just waiting.
Heather and I have said, because her husband does like IT and communications work at MSU, Ben has to go into work in person. Well, because we work from home, it makes sense for us to not be vaccinated as soon as everyone else. But we're having people already in the area get vaccinated. I know Linda Vale released a picture of herself getting vaccinated. We received word that Bertram Hills is going to be vaccinated, the patients and the caregivers there, in late January in partnership with Walgreens. So this means hopefully by the end of 2021, we might be able to have articles for you about what life looks like after the pandemic. And that is something I look forward to writing. It's been important work that I value covering the pandemic, but I'd be lying if I said there weren't a few nights where I just sent the article to Alice and or Andrew and just curled up on the couch and cried. Like It's depressing to write depressing stories, and I definitely, since the story that really upset me in November, have been on the prowl for happy stories, because we need them too to balance out. At least I need them for my psyche, because there's only so many times you want to write like people are dying and
everything's
it's
bad
depressing.
and you should all feel
So
bad. Yeah.
hopefully we'll bring you happier stories about people getting out and about and getting in socialization. That's so important for our mental health.
You know how bad the pandemic is? It has me yearning to like sit in those uncomfortable church pew benches in courtroom B, 54B, and watch a city council meeting and just
Watch planning commission.
have a numb behind, and just like I yearned for that, just to be in that room. And I was like, wow, this pandemic is bad.
Totally. I actually miss those uncomfortable benches. I really do.
It's
feels really weird not to be in that room with those people.
Well, and when the theme before the meeting plays and we just like glance at each other and smirk like it's an episode of Parks and Rec because we can't help ourselves.
You may not know, Andrew, that awful theme that plays before the city council meeting. A few years ago, the city council like sort of jokingly said, "Oh, this song is awful. Can you get it changed?" And this is the new one.
Oh, this makes me. The city of Ames, Iowa, produced a song that's like just hyping up the city of Ames, and it's utterly ridiculous. And now I'm gonna have to try and find it. They like brag about the drinking water. The water is so like a rap. There's a rap interlude, and it was like created by like the tourism board or something like of Ames, Iowa.
I mean, I didn't know Ames was acclaimed for their drinking water, but as a New Yorker, like that is a hill I die on frequently.
I wanted to ask John previously when he was on about New Jersey diners, because all of my friends from New Jersey at Syracuse were literally willing to die for whatever their favorite diner in New Jersey is. It's crazy.
Bronx people are that way over pizzerias.
Okay.
I know a friend who did not go on a second date because she felt the date did not fully appreciate her local pizzeria.
What an unfortunate reason to get dumped. Not eating pizza with enough gusto.
The family hour coming up at 8 with more of those stories.
More on pizza at 8.
Yeah. Pizza, that lovely vegetable of ours.
I'm just impressed we've made it through 7 hours of this, and I think only once has anybody said, I think you're muted. I think we may have set a Zoom record.
Yeah,
not saying I think you're muted.
We've also managed to avoid the phrase "in these unprecedented times."
Out of abundance of caution.
Which means nothing, by the way. When people are saying out of an abundance of caution, we are still proceeding to do the thing that isn't safe to do. It's like there is no caution at all.
No, I think what it means, right, is like, we know you should panic, but we're going to pretend you shouldn't panic. So we're going to claim we're just doing this because we're super good people. And not
we considered the risks, and we're
But it could alternatively be worded as, instead of being a reckless jerk, I'm going to do
right. But when it's like, I've been watching it with sports, and they always say, well, we're treating things with an abundance of caution. It's like, you're still playing basketball with unpaid labor. Like, there's no caution here. There was caution here, they'd all be at home. Like, let's pump the brakes on abundance of caution.
Right. We're taking mitigation steps at that point.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So at 7 o'clock, we have coming up
protocols.
A conversation with Emily Nussbaum of the New Yorker. Did you guys get through the top list? Sorry, I interrupted.
We started just kind of off the cuff talking about what we would cover. So we hit on what we were excited for, the deer call, the west of Abbott Road, schools going.
We should say excited as reporters.
Yes.
Well, the Evergreen and the west of Abbott Road, I mentioned, like, that stuff's been in limbo since I was in like kindergarten.
It's been crazy. They keep saying they're going to build a new sewer for the Oakwood neighborhood, but it can't really be for us, or it would have been built by now. Let's face it.
True.
Oh, I see Emily's in the room. So let's just do a little fundraising before we get to that. And by the way, if you guys want to take a little time off, I can handle this one, or you're welcome to stay, of course.
Yeah, I think I have homemade chicken soup I need to go eat. So I'm
This
gonna,
is my
no offense
dinner
to
time, unfortunately.
I know. I remember.
I am an Emily Nussbaum fan. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also a fan of chicken soup.
No, I remember also that this was one of the times that I was on duty and you guys were going to take a break, because it is hard to be out for a very long time. So just to remind people of the schedule, we'll talk with Emily Nussbaum of the New Yorker, and I will at the top of the hour at 7:00 Eastern, and then at 8:00 Eastern, my couple of members of my family, my brother Chris and my cousin Barbara, are joining us. Oh shoot, I forgot to print Mom's Christmas letter I'm supposed to read from. And then also, guess I gotta do that somehow. And then Emily's family is also joining us from various parts of New York and the diaspora of New York. And we're going to tell some family stories to give ourselves a little bit of a break, but also to emphasize how it is when New Yorkers end up in the Midwest. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. Andrew, you're welcome to come on and just give us looks of wonder. If
Well, so I'm living at home with my family, but we're all Midwestern and they're just like me.
You guys are so calm. And then at 9:00, we've got Jaquanda Johnson, who's the vice president of Eli's board of directors, joining me to talk about, she runs an organization called Flint Beat, which is like a sister organization to East Lansing Info. And we're going to be talking about doing local news in mid-Michigan at this time. She's also done a lot of great national work with regard to trying to do rescue of local news. So I think that's going to be a fascinating conversation. And we're going to do sharing of stories of East Lansing City Council and Flint City Council based on a lunch that Jaquan and I had a few years ago, which we kept saying to each other, people should hear this stuff. They'll realize every city council is very interesting. And then at 10:00, we've got Mark Grebner coming on to talk about various challenging attempts to get the city of East Lansing to, I guess I'm being editorial, be more rational. And at 10:30, we're busting out the cocktails and our fancy dress, and we're going to have a cocktail hour with David Pearson, zoning attorney from Lansing, in a discussion of eccentricities of the East Lansing zoning code. But in fact, this will mostly be us getting tipsy at the late hour, talking about the silliness of law at the local level. So I think it'll be a lot of fun.
So Dave, how many fines can I get for renting illegally and to one person one day?
Depends whether you're a giant developer or an individual person.
Who are you renting to?
Who are you
Who
renting?
are you?
All right, you guys, I'm going to let Emily in, and well, oops, it's 6:58. Maybe I should wait a second. Heck, I'm going to wait.
Soup time.
Thanks.
I'll be back.
All right. Hi, Emily. Go ahead and hop on when you have a second. We're being joined on the Eli Telethon with Emily Nussbaum of the New Yorker, who is connecting to audio. Hopefully the audio starts working soon. Hi, Emily.
Hello, hold on.
Go ahead and hop on when you have a second. You just have to turn off your YouTube because it echoes around. Hi, it's nice to see you. Uh-oh, can't hear you. Hang on, let me try to unmute you.
Okay, I unmuted.
Okay, great. Yes,
Great.
hello.
Hello, it's nice to see you.
Wow, it's so nice to see you.
Hold on.
Close your YouTube window.
Yeah, I just realized that I was watching you guys, so I I could hear it in the background. I apologize.
Listening to boring East Lansing stuff. Don't write a criticism of us, please, in the New Yorker, because I think we won't come out looking very good. I'm joking.
I'm on book leave. I've been on book leave all year.
Yeah,
I have to say my timing,
are you allowed to tell
timing
us?
was impeccable. Yeah, I'm working on a book about the early years of reality television. So basically, it's a nonfiction history book of all of these old shows. So my timing was actually not bad for a national global disaster, because everybody's home and I'm just calling them and asking them for their memories from 25 to 30 years ago. So people are surprisingly reachable. That's what I'm working on.
Which TV shows are you covering in the book?
Everything from Candid Camera and Queen for a Day through The Apprentice. So it's like a lot of decades.
That sounds amazing.
Do you watch any of those shows?
I did a little bit back in the day, but I have to admit to you, I've not had a television for 20 years. I do watch TV on the internet, but mostly I read your column because it's such good writing, and I feel like I'm watching the shows without having to watch the shows. So
thank you. I appreciate that. Although when I go back, I'm going to be going back next year as a staff writer. So I'll still write about TV, but not the column, but and so I'll be doing all sorts of different things, but I'm excited about the reality research has been great. I can show you all my research books behind you. $1 Billion Game. It's all about
so for folks just joining us, I should tell them who we're talking with. So this is
sorry.
Emily. No, that's okay. Emily Nussbaum of the New Yorker magazine, who is the winner of the 2016 Pulitzer Prize for criticism for her work as the New Yorker's TV critic and cultural critic. And she's also received a National Magazine Award. And I joked on Twitter today that when you and I met early in our careers, I was an assistant professor and you were writing at Lingua Franca, and now you're writing for the New Yorker, and I'm covering East Lansing City Council. So where did your life go wrong? I mean, I'm kidding. I have another life too that people here don't know about, and we're going to keep it that way. So we ended up getting to know each other back when you were working for Lingua Franca, which was the best gossip magazine of academia. And I'm so sad that it doesn't exist anymore, because I loved reading it and loved reading all the sort of dirt of academia. You then became editor-in-chief of Nerve. You've also written for Slate, the New York Times, New York Magazine, where you were cultural editor. And then you moved to the New Yorker and became the TV critic, and you do cultural criticism, which, if people don't understand what that is, it's basically watching the culture and writing really smart things about it, that when you read it, it just kind of blows your mind that you didn't notice these things, the way that they connect together or the way they tease apart. So I'm you know, I know you from a long time ago, but I'm a huge fan of your work. I just think it's super
Thank you so
interesting.
much. Well, thank you for having me. This has been really fun. It's been fun watching people talk. It was great seeing Schwartz before, like talking about the science journalism stuff. So it was
cool. I didn't realize you were watching all of that. We were joking before we got you to come on. I said, well, I'm going to ask Emily Nussbaum, but we better not make her watch like hours and hours of city council so she can tell us what she thinks of it, because
I'm actually like, I'm genuinely curious what it looks like, because you were describing that it's under the Zoom conditions, they have this whole new set of aesthetic obligations where there's like theme songs, and I assume everybody's in their little windows, and then there's the horror of people with no facial control, like myself, which I'm sure everybody's staring at the screen and you see flickers of bitch face. And
no, actually the weird theme song actually existed for the real life version. So the way until the pandemic that East Lansing City Council worked is we all traipsed into courtroom 2 at City Hall, because this was a big room they could use, and they would have this local TV crew come in, and it would be broadcast on local channel 22. And so before it would start, they would cue the video people, and the video people would start up this theme song, and it would show this idealized montage of the city of East Lansing of people playing tennis at this particular park and the police driving down the street. And it was all very funny. And the song is awful. And so a couple of years ago, the city council was like, this song is awful, can we get a new song? And the new song is equally awful and probably cost us $20,000 or something.
Oh my God.
But now that we've moved to Zoom, there's none of that. So it's just a boring Zoom meeting. And so what happens is they accidentally have a cold open every time, because they don't know we're logged in on the phones listening, and they're not yet on live on the Zoom system. So we're listening as reporters, and they're talking, and then they hit the Zoom thing, and then it becomes public. But we always listen very carefully before they realize that we're all listening. So now I've given it away. And then it just becomes a Zoom meeting, and there's no theme song. Ooh.
You should add things like this. I just discovered these the other day. I just feel like it would add something to the meeting if people just put on super weird filters. Somebody filled me in on this. I'm sorry, I won't leave it on. I think
so much more fun to report. We could be like, the lion said, and then the rabbit responded.
Exactly. I have a weekly get together with some other writers, and we've taken to, like, we're having serious conversations, but I think it kind of adds something nice and surreal if the person that you're talking to actually looks like a bunny.
That is totally magnificent.
How do I turn it off?
I don't know. I like it. I think you should keep it.
Yeah. Hold on. I will try to turn this off. I apologize.
Definitely going in the clip show of this telethon. We're really doing it for the clip show. Yeah, so one of the things that's happened is that we've shifted in this way from having this very particular cultural moment every Tuesday night, which is a group of us all getting together in this courtroom together, where you can really feel the room, right? You can feel what's going on. And it's a very 3D experience. Even though some people are watching on TV, we're there. and you can hear literally subtext because people are talking to each other. You can see the looks that are going back and forth, which the TV cameras don't capture because they're focused on one face at a time. And so we can see the kind of politics going on. Sometimes I'm in the back of the room joking around with the head of the Department of Public Works or the police chief or something about something. It's a totally different thing. And so Andrew, who's our City Desk reporter, was just saying he really misses it. What we've switched to is a 2D life where we're just interacting with each other in the boxes. And so I was wondering if you have any thoughts about what it means for democracy to go from 3D to 2D.
I mean, I'm not going to have super insightful thing because you have way more experience with this. First of all, you've been at the meetings, and then I haven't been at either of those things. I've certainly done lots of Zoom events. It's been very weird all year. You know, I've been speaking to classrooms, and I've done some speeches. You know, it's so odd, even in something like this, to know that there's an audience, but you cannot see the audience. Like
Yes.
I wrote a book called I Like to Watch that came out last year, and then some of the book events transferred over into the next year. And so I found myself like doing a bookstore event, and it was like, I realized how much I count on reading the room just to be able to figure out whether, you know, because sometimes I'll make a joke and I'm like, I can't tell whether I'm being funny unless I, you know, and maybe I'm being jaunty and annoying. Like, it's like impossible to tell without human beings there. But everybody's adjusted to this a little bit. And in general life, I don't know what it means for politics, though. It's funny because I'm not a huge watcher, and I didn't write that much about television news, although I watch some of it. Although my thing is, you know, I'm your ordinary pinko lefty New Yorker. So like I watched only Fox because I felt like it's the only thing that I could learn stuff from. So I know a little bit about how stuff worked in TV news. And it was interesting over the course of the election to see people trying to come up with solutions to this whole thing. Like the question of how to make something seem fancy versus how to make something seem casual. You know, like watching the Democratic convention, which I thought had a bunch of weirdly successful uses.
Yes.
Like the thing I'll never get over. Like it was genuinely moving. The thing where they showed the representatives of the states. It was one of the only things that was on TV all year at either of the conventions that really showed the sort of ordinary participatory power of people working at who were not at the face forward parts of government, but you actually got to see. And then they showed up with like calamari, or you know, it was like really awesome. Endearing, but not dumb. Like it actually felt meaningful because it was just a reminder that there were all of these other people who existed. And actually, it was more effective than seeing everybody gather at a huge convention center. So there have been things like that that actually do stick out to me as effective. But a lot of times people, I mean, I just feel bad. Even people I don't agree with or I think are doing harmful things, there's this sort of like winging it quality to figuring this all out. But of course that was going on before the pandemic because of the Trump administration. So it's transformed. There's all sorts of things you could say about the way that TV is used, exploited, and the way that social media interacts with it. I mean, it's an incredibly large topic, the way that TV news has started using tweets, you know, as the basis for news, and the way that clips of things function, and as a kind of new viral news spreading from late night talk shows, from news shows, interviews and confrontations. You end up having like a significant clip taken out, and then that travels virally around on Facebook. So I think it goes beyond that question of how do screens affect TV. I mean, how do screens affect the transmission of news and the way that local politics function, to that larger question of this exploding set of methods of like aesthetic modes of presenting and transferring news.
Yeah, so this touches on something I wanted to ask you about. Do you think there's a point where news is so packaged? I don't want to call it entertaining. It's so packaged that it really has just ceased to be news, even if it's factual. Even if it's factual,
it's in question. Yes,
it just ceases to be news. It is something else. It's a reality show, and it's with big characters that you elected, but it's not really news.
It's interesting because I've been working on this book that's about reality TV. It's not about the news, but one person that I was talking to who worked on The Real World was talking to me about this feeling of watching the news, and this is much earlier, he was talking about like the presentation of the OJ trial. And he was saying he could see methods they were using, like making their way into how the news is presented. And that was long before, the internet came into play and all of these things. And Trump quite literally is, you can limit things to talking about it in only one way, but I had written about this, but at one point early on in his administration, he had this televised thing where he had his whole cabinet at the table and they all were gathered around, and it was like an episode of The Apprentice, but he also required them each to compliment him. And It was this weird, bizarre thing. Like, why is this news? What's happening? Like, who is controlling it? Why is it being presented? Like, and that's true also of his rallies. And so, it's not only true with Trump, it's true with a lot of other politicians and political figures. But I think this is very disorienting. And yeah, is some of that not news? Definitely. But of course, the argument about, again, I'm not like a huge expert on TV journalism per se. I know something about it, but the debate about TV news as entertainment goes back decades. So It's not been caused by the Trump administration. It's been part of the larger debate about television and the tiny bandwidth that's allowed and the emphasis on the visual and how that changes things. And stuff like, CNN panels where each person is supposed to do a sort of point counterpoint that just repeats itself. Like, how is that analysis? I always think of that. There was that, I'm not a big Saturday Night Live person, but there was that one episode where they showed all of the people on the CNN table who they were having an argument about something about the election. And then it was like Westworld. And then they like glitched. And then they just went back to having the same conversation. So look, it's the reason that I think I haven't written a lot about cable news, because I have respect for some people who appear on it, but as as an institution, I think it's largely harmful and it really frustrates me. And so I don't think writing just a sort of a caustic, frustrated thing about how useless it is as a news spreading thing would, I would probably have to go a little more deeply into it, but that's my gut reaction.
And that is a problem, because I think people think that by somehow lecturing the average viewer about how this is problematic somehow has an impact, and it really doesn't have any impact at all, which is why I respect that you don't, spend lots of time objecting to this.
It's more like I had to pick and choose about a lot of what I was writing about was scripted television. So I once wrote a column about Fox that I think said some good things, but there are other people who write really fantastically about this. Like actually James Poniewozik, I think, writes incredibly in the Times about TV news and about Trump and about like the interaction with all of these things. But it's like a huge, really frustrating and complicated subject. But that question of how reporting functions on TV and how money shapes what's shown, these are, in fact, this shows my basic naivety. I'm sorry, there's another Trump thing, but early in the administration, he was very frustrated at CNN, I guess, because he was like, I don't understand. I'm making you guys so much money in advertising. Why are you not supporting me? And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. They're journalists and they're supposed to.
But are they journalists, right? Because
I literally was so out of it that I was like, I don't even understand. What's he talking about? Like the ratings and the that should not determine what
but this is where I'm so frustrated, right? So you look at CNN's front page, and like half of the front page, sometimes it feels like, is them having a headline about their reporter having asked a question. Like the headline is about the reporter asking a freaking question. I'm like, that's not news, right? I want to know what the answer was. I don't really care that Jim Acosta had another argument with the White House. I want to know what's going on at the White House.
The truth is, I probably have several opposing, contradictory opinions about this. I'm not a super pure news person. I mean, for one thing, I'm I write reporting and I've written a lot of reported pieces, and I've written profiles of people as well as criticism. But I'm essentially I'm an opinion writer. I'm a critic. And, I often just state my opinions about things. I have no newspaper background. I mean, I wrote for the Times, but I was always writing arts coverage. So I don't have a strong attachment to the idea that news reporting should be neutral and not have any kind of, and this administration has really tested that problem, because there are certain things that when described neutrally are dishonest. It's actually like broken the language of how to describe things, because when something pathological happens, the healthy and ethical thing would probably be for the journalist to just go, that's crazy. I'm leaving. But people don't do that. And so instead what you get is you get the theater of pushing back, which is becomes its own thing. And I understand what you're saying, that there's something a little ridiculous about that being the story, but the other thing is not good either. So
no, I know, and I can relate to it. I mean, when they're in that position, I can certainly relate to it, sitting through a performance at the local level and feeling like this is just a stupid performance, and really nobody who's paying any attention is being fooled. I mean, it feels the same way. I really feel like when you're living at the local level, you're living in exact microcosm of that national thing. Although that said, we should segue to Parks and Rec.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Parks and Rec.
It is really hilarious to watch Parks and Rec because, you know, I'm from New York, and it's a sort of coast vision of what the Midwest looks like, but it's remarkably accurate. It's like remarkably accurate in terms of having a concept of how people are very earnest, and the bad things that happen because people are very earnest. It sort of happens out of the earnestness.
That's interesting, because I think I perceive Parks and Rec a little bit differently. I was thinking about it because I knew you were going to ask me about Parks and Rec, and I'm a huge fan of that show. I think that show is great. And I know people perceive it as a sweet show, and it has very sweet characters, and it's kind of a beautiful, now it seems like lost utopian vision of participatory democracy in this particular way. But it's a very dark show. It's a show about an extremely earnest, well-intentioned woman who lives in a town that is nothing but corrupt. Like every business is involved in corruption. A lot of the other small, parts of the government are filled with people who are either on the take or really shady or bitter or pathological. And the news industry it's incredible satire of how messed up journalism is. And so I think the show works because of the tension between Leslie and her friends and the impossibility. I mean, she gets kicked out of office and the meetings are filled with.
Okay, you say that it's filled of a government, gone wrong, but the Chris Traeger character is a very earnest city manager, and Ben is a very earnest. Neither of them are corrupt at all.
No, the main characters are earnest.
Yes,
it's the context that they're
in.
Jam,
for example, is horribly corrupt.
Is completely corrupt. Joan Calamazzo is an unbelievably narcissistic figure who every time. And the thing about Leslie is that she cannot hack the journalistic context, because every time she tries to do something like go on Crazy Ira and the Douche and be like, I'll be game, I'll be down for it, so it's a sexist radio show, whatever, I'm fun. It blows up in her face. And then she goes on Joan Calamazzo and they have the gotcha dancers. And then there's Perd Hapley, who's totally neutral but just says nothing. So it's one of those things where I think that I like a lot of sweet shows, and I sometimes like some sweet, a little bit tension-free sitcoms that people are enjoying right now. Like Schitt's Creek is a little bit like this, where there's not a lot of bad guys or anything, and there's this real humane feeling to it. And there are a couple of shows like this that I think people are seeking out for comfort. But I always think Parks and Recreation is falsely placed in that category.
That's interesting.
I think there's a part of Parks and Recreation that's actually a hero's journey through a hellscape. Where there are people who can, there are genuine villains in that show who don't come around. The
librarian, Ron's ex-wife.
The entire library department.
The whole library.
And the
library is not like that, I should just say. I have learned you never cross the library. But that's just because the library is a very powerful local cultural institution. You can't cross the library.
It's a couple of things. Some people are narcissists or sort of bad at their job or boring. Yeah, actually, they also have that NPR station. It's a very mumbly, great.
So that's fabulous.
Very funny. But then some people are venal or corrupt, like Jam. But there's a lot of just incompetence and bad bureaucratic stuff. I don't remember. Is it the animal department,
that they're always smoked up on pot and just can't get anything done.
So Leslie has this earnest mainstream Democrat thing where she's like, we're gonna make government work for people. And although it ends on a very warm note, a lot of the show is actually about her hitting walls that don't just dissolve.
Yeah, that is
trying
true.
to represent people who don't want her to represent them, and who find her smug and annoying and want to elect the wealthy, charming heir to
Sexy
a
people, yes. Well,
fortune.
the thing I do find ridiculous about the show is that they have press conferences where there's like 40 reporters in the room. And I'm always thinking, what do they think happens at local news at this point? I mean, even then when the show was made, it's like so ridiculous to think 40 reporters are showing up. Also, let me just say, it's ridiculous to think anybody holds a press conference. I wish we had press conferences in East Lansing. I wish our city government would hold a press conference and I was allowed to ask a question. Instead, my reporters are left in the ridiculous position of having to go to public comment and ask questions at the podium during public comment to get answers on the record, which is
that's a good point. The show does have a very, they may be corrupt, incompetent, and venal and narcissistic, but it has a very vibrant journalistic system, and it has a lot of people going to those meetings. You're right, like and covering them.
Like insanely vibrant. You start running for office and there's a reporter there to report on it. And I'm like, where do they think that comes from? Because remember the episode where she's announcing that she's running and it's out in that ice rink and there's all those people there. And I'm like, yeah, there's not all those people there, right? When somebody runs for office here, like, you get a polite message in the mail that says, I'm running for office. Would you be so kind as to interview me?
That's a song that you guys should use, is you get up on your feet.
That was awesome.
This is a great scene where they just keep falling down on the ice. So yes, thank you for letting me deliver my theory about how Parks and Rec is darker than House of Cards.
Which also applies.
Parks and Rec emerged during a time when TV, which had basically zero shows about politics, and it had a few shows about journalism, because TV writers would often create, there were shows about TV and TV journalism, but there were very few shows about politics. There was Spin City, and then there was The West Wing, which was a huge hit. But then, bizarrely, around this 5-year period, there were a tremendous amount of shows about politics. And they came from different angles. And there was House of Cards, there was Scandal, there was eventually there was Madam Secretary, there was The Good Wife, which is actually pretty much about politics. There was Veep. So there were actually a ton of shows, and of those shows, Parks and Recreation was clearly the sweetest option, because several of those shows were just purely cynical productions.
It's interesting you think of it as a show about politics. I totally see how you would think of it that. I think of it as a show about government, which I think of sort of differently. That it really is about the malfunctioning of government, to me, less than about. But of course, as the show goes on, it's more and more about politics because of Leslie's ambitions.
Yeah, because she's there because her goal is to be the first female president.
Yes.
Which is a goal, the feeling of which changes over the course of the show, which is in the first season, it's made fun of and feels empty, and it's this is a whole other discussion. But yeah, that's an interesting point about it being a show about government rather than politics, because are there any shows there's Spin City, which is about a mayor. I haven't seen Boss, which I know is about a corrupt mayor. Are there other shows that are about governmental function?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person. I literally watch Governmental Function.
Have you seen the documentary City So Real? That's about Chicago. You have to see it. It's so good. It's this documentary series that's about the mayoral election. It's literally just covers last year, and it had a follow-up episode that took place during the pandemic. But what's fascinating about it is it involves a lot of extremely niggling things, like vote recounts, and showing them happening. So it has obvious relevance, but it's also this kind of homage to the daily work of people doing government. They are all running for office, but it has tons of people in it who are activists, and it shows every part of Chicago. I understood so much more about what was going on there after watching. It's great.
And Chicago's government is really, really fascinating. I've often called East Lansing's government Little Chicago, but it's not actually nearly as interesting as Chicago is.
Somebody in the comments pointed out The Wire, which is important. It's great because The Wire, which did not seem like it was a show about government until the third season, because each season is about a different institution and about the corruption, the inevitable corruption, even of good people within the institution. But yeah, that's a fantastic show about the attempt.
Andrew is logging in to talk about The Wire.
Excellent.
Andrew is our city desk editor. Go
Like
for
a
it, Andrew.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey.
It was my first quarantine binge. So I ran through it in like April, I think. And it was fantastic. I could just continually watch it, but I'm keeping myself away to save the rewatches. But
I would really love to watch that, because I started watching it around the time the 4th season came out, which the 4th season of The Wire, which is like incredible, also was one of the earliest times that an entire season of TV was sent to TV critics, which was hugely helpful to that show, which had not gotten, I mean, it had gotten praise, but the kind of praise where it's like, this is a really good, difficult show that might be
gritty, real, yeah.
Yeah, like and after critics watched the 4th season, the whole thing, which sort of held together, the publicity for it boomed, and the creators of the show have always talked about, you know, like the difficulty of getting people to pay attention to that show at the time, but it has a
Right.
long tail.
Well, even watching it now, it's still half of the stuff in it. I mean, it was early 2000s, and I watch it now, and I'm like, this is entirely relevant still. Yeah. Which is both very depressing and not surprising.
Yeah, especially the stuff about like Bunny. I mean, I haven't watched in a long time, so I may get things wrong, but the part about Bunny trying to reform the all of
like
the
not juking the stats, and how that's just
when that whole thing was going on in Portland or this summer, like the free for all area that had
the autonomous zone.
Right. It was right out of that attempt to create something.
Right.
That's so great that you're rewatching that.
I love The Wire.
Pandemic has made people do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, people are always talking about what they're watching during this period.
Well, The Wire is the bad version of government, and then my other binge show is The West Wing, which is like the most idyllic form of government.
I just finished watching The Good Place, which in retrospect, I feel like I wasted a lot of time on that, but
love The Good Place. I'm not a big West Wing fan, I have to say. I was not a fan of the show when it was on. I found it I'm not like a big Sorkin person, but of the Sorkin shows, I mean, it's very watchable.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious how it would feel if I watched it now, like, because definitely like it does something for people emotionally that's.
Well, now it's just sort of it's the soothing balm of government competence, of like just of just watching people who are experts in the things they're doing at the highest levels of government and just going, there was a time where that was normal.
It's funny because I'm trying. I mean, I don't want to get into a big put down of the West Wing, which you're right. But
you'll get mobs.
Even at the time, because didn't it overlap with like what years was that on? That was on during both the Bush administration and the Clinton administration.
It was the first year of it. First 2 years were the last year. It was 99 to 06, I think. So it overlapped Bush out of Clinton into Bush.
Oh yeah, because that's what I thought. I thought that it operated as a kind of an alternate universe holodeck for liberals who
a little bit, yeah.
Like, let's pretend that Bush is not president. So
imagine if we had this New England academic.
And it's Aaron Sorkin's fantasy of that sort of liberal elite, super competent set of guys and their
idealistic and.
But so Andrew, you mentioned like how it ends up feeling like, oh, that was back when that was abnormal and now it's normal. It feels like part of what's happened is that we've had so much of the reality experience mixing with the fictional stuff where it almost seems as if Watergate took like one good big scandal to take down an administration. We see administrations, especially the most recent one, go through stuff that's scandal after scandal after scandal that one might expect would be a sort of crushing thing. And it almost is just treated like a serial television show that's fictional, where you just go through today's scandal and then you wake up to tomorrow's scandal and you wake up to tomorrow's scandal. So do you think there's a sort of feedback loop going on here that creates a level of numbness with regard to reality?
I mean, I do think that, but Watergate was completely watched as a TV show.
True.
Like I mean, it was it was funny because I'm writing about reality television, I'm writing about the show An American Family that was on during the same time. It's like was on TV during the same time as Watergate or just preceding it. And people had all sorts of complaints about the fact that the Watergate hearings were like an exciting, it was, you know, like people went home and watched it all day long. So that definitely, but I mean, the difference was just that Republicans were not acting like soulless golems in response to the scandals. Like Republicans during the period of Watergate had a completely different response, but also people supported, you know, Nixon right up until the end.
Yes, and I think people today forget that.
Time
right
to break through, but it seems so small right now.
Yeah.
Like Watergate, it's like they broke in and stole the playbook.
That
Well,
is
I
what's
think-
strange. I mean, people try to refer back to Watergate and say, oh, this is Watergate. But you look back, you think, no, this is actually a lot bigger than Watergate, the stuff we see coming around and around and around.
Sorry to wear my politics on my sleeve, but I can't like it's one of those things where I'm like, that's, I mean, but it is interesting because sometimes I think that the situation right now in terms of presenting these things, and certainly in terms of the way that people perceive them and get numbed out to the most outrageous theatrical horrors, is very disturbing. And this year has been horrible because time feels like it's warping. That's all true. But the conversation about how television turns politics into entertainment and how scandal becomes a sort of candy for people seems like something that's not actually new. Like,
right. No, as a historian, I would say we absolutely, you know, Punch existed because it made fun all the time of politics and then reflected back.
I think about just even like from fast forwarding from Watergate to like the OJ trial, even as an example of something that like as news became sort of this national soap opera because it was riveting, but it was also like ultimately it was a double murder case in Los Angeles County, which like normally is not something that the whole country would pay that much attention to.
It was the creation of 24-hour-a-day cable news.
Right. Yeah, like CNN and
I know
everything.
the origins of that was actually like partially OJ, but I think it's also what's her name, the little girl who fell down the well.
Yes.
Because that like helped
Jessica something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The model of you had to keep going back to see, did the little girl get out of the well?
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, that's the part of it where there's not everything can be chalked up to the last few years. Like some of this really is, you know, and things go back much further than that. Like, you know, like murder cases have always been enormously big payments. Like I was just reading about, what's her name? The girl on the swing who was involved with Stanford White, and her husband killed her. It was like a major newspaper story where this young vaudeville star who's very beautiful and sort of popular everywhere, her husband, who was a famous architect, killed her, or her husband, who was a famous business guy, killed her lover, who was a famous architect, and she was as famous as, you know, Kim Kardashian, or she was an enormous celebrity, and it was the crime of the century. And my husband Clive and I were just talking about this, and we were like, somebody should create a TV show where each episode is just about the crime of the century.
I do think though that one difference is that, you know, so I used to do 19th century history, and this stuff all existed, right? If it bleeds, it leads, lived then as it does live now. But I think part of the difference was just the quantity available. So there was a limit to the amount you could get your hands on. And as a consequence, you went on with the rest of your day. And what might fill up some of the rest of that day might be the stuff we've totally lost. So now, you know, if you sit down on Twitter, I mean, it can be so diverting for hours and hours. And then you turn on the TV or open your computer and start watching stuff. And before you know it, your whole life is gone to simply, if it bleeds, it leads kind of entertainment. And it just disappears. And so there is no space for the kinds of stuff that you might otherwise be doing. It becomes very difficult.
I feel very worried about the state of journalism. And I think what you're saying is true about the distraction and the sort of you know, just the huge amount of things. But it's imbalanced and look, the problem is the economics of journalism, which, as you know, just have collapsed. Like all of the newspapers have gone under, magazines are in a lot of trouble, and television news is driven by all sorts of impulses that have very little to do with journalism. And that stuff's true. The one thing I will say about online stuff is that in the past, I do think, I mean, again, I'm not an expert on the history of journalism at all, but it does seem to me like sometimes people have nostalgia for a period where there were 3 networks and there were a few newspapers, but all of the people writing for those newspapers came from the same background, and outside voices could not be heard. And you know, you can get into a cheesy thing where like the democratization of the internet, that's obviously been somewhat of a failure as a model, given that there's this constant spread of conspiracy theories and these thought bubbles that are created by social networking. That said, things like the Black Lives Matter movement were created by people spreading the news about Trayvon Martin on Twitter. Like it would not, there would not have been a political response to that without people saying this is news too. There is a part of me that still clings to the feeling that I'm like, it's meaningful that critics can be heard when they have problems with the way that news is covered. I mean, I'm pretty frustrated with the whole situation, but I think it's easy to forget the other part of it that actually is about the value of multiple voices being able to be elevated when they don't actually have access to those systems of power that produce and figure out what qualifies as news. So sometimes I think that pushback, as painful and chaotic as it is, I mean, that's something that I would not take back.
No, I agree. I mean, you and I met because of the intersex rights movement, and that literally could not exist until the internet, because it's a rare enough condition that people could not find each other and create a movement. They could only do that through the internet. And that was made possible. And it took a long time to bring that criticism forward. But the way that that happened actually was through journalism. And unfortunately, journalism that is now kind of lost, but there are some other things taking the place of that to some degree.
Yeah.
So you wrote in a...
I would never just celebrate and be like, oh, social networking. Like now everyone has a voice. Like, you know,
no, definitely. It's
not like that.
Good and bad. So you wrote in a column, you were writing about the TV's reckoning with the Me Too movement, that television has always been a delivery system for morality. And one of the things I wanted to ask you about is, you know, we're trying to do nonpartisan news to a high degree at East Lansing Info. I know a lot of the best news organizations try really hard to sort of deliver nonpartisan news. Is it possible to do good journalism on TV if TV is a delivery system for morality? In other words,
again, I just don't want to present myself as an expert on TV journalism or on journalism for that matter. Partially because I have my own expertise and my own the morality thing to me is an interesting question that comes up a lot with TV. And sometimes I think I'm misunderstood when I talk about that, and I sound like I'm saying I think that TV shows should make people better.
Right. No. Right.
Which is literally almost the opposite of what I'm saying a lot of the time. Like I'm interested in especially when it comes to scripted shows, I'm interested in good and challenging art that shakes up the viewer and gives them something new and different. And sometimes that means hearing different voices and different kinds of stories, seeing a variety of different aesthetics, shaking up the system of TV that shows like only the same thing over and over again. But I mean, TV is a very complicated medium in that it's always been perceived as, and I write about this a little bit in my book, but as like the water supply, like here's where the stories and the information come from, and is it providing, you know, bone strengthening nutrients in the reservoir, or is it providing poison? Like that's been a debate throughout TV history. So the question of how is it shaping people and how is it changing them, I think is a relevant thing to talk about. But my solution to it is not like make it good and say good things. It's, you know, make it ambitious and say complex things, and make it unboring, which means make it say varied things and have varied voices that are not driven only by blandness. So, you know,
why do that?
I'm sorry?
Why do that? Why do you think that should be the goal?
Because I think interesting and challenging and better art is always better. Like I just like, it's the basis of my value system. But I'm interested in shows that actually do spread information in ways that are I don't think they're given enough credit for. And I'll give you an example. Like Orange is the New Black got a lot of flack as a show, sometimes for a variety of different reasons, some of them legitimate, like anything can be criticized. But that was a show that was not a documentary on PBS about the prison system by any means, you know? It reached a different audience. And first of all, it did something very radical for TV, which was simply to have a variety of different women in an all-female ensemble of many colors, with butch women, with like with poor women, with women that were not pretty enough to be ever on TV because it was like a locked door to varied faces. I remember when I first watched the first episode, I was like, oh, I feel like there's oxygen pouring in. But it was also a show that was literally set in the prison system. And over the course of the series, it might as well have been telling you the problem with, for instance, privatized prisons. And, I read Mother Jones and like I'd read things about that, but watching that show actually helped me understand, and not just in a, like, it made me care about it because I cared about the characters. That's true. But actually the show is an incredibly structurally smart show at showing the prison, which is already bad, getting taken over by a corporation, and then showing step by step what that meant for the inmates. Like as the budget got changed, as it affected the food, as it affected the hiring of the guards. Suddenly they were hiring guards with no experience and there was no training for the guards. So one of the guards sexually assaulted one of the inmates and then there was no structure to deal with that. And it was just like, it was a highly educational show in that way. And, I don't know whether it's spreading morality, but like it definitely, it made an argument as much, I think, as a certain kind of op-ed would make an argument. Buried in what was actually a pretty complicated show about people trying to survive in a messy system with fantastic characters and a lot of humor and a lot of sex and a lot of really rude stuff that people found off-putting. But that's a kind of show. And again, I'm not saying it's a perfect show or the only model of TV, but that's what I mean about, like, there are messages within shows that are not literally message shows. They're not necessarily like purely didactic, that I think are worthy of thinking about and paying attention.
Yeah. And I think you're getting at the issue of where, why art matters in a democracy. And it sounds, strange to say it because, I'm very committed to bringing reality news. But at the same time, when I think back to the intersex rights movement, for years, bringing forward stories of real people, for years, getting journalists to work with us and bringing forward those real stories. What really changed a lot of doctors was John Colapinto's book, Middlesex, which was a fictional version of those very real narratives. He literally took narratives of real people who existed and worked them into that book, into fiction.
And also, from my understanding, he didn't even do any research. Like he literally
read one of my books and read a couple of articles, no, that's right. And yet he puts together a narrative. And then, I'm hearing from doctors who are like, oh yeah, we really need to change how we think about intersex. I'm like, why? And they're like, because now I sort of understand it as one part of a whole life. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, we've tried so hard to get you to understand the way that intersex is one part of a whole life. And it takes a novel that's 600 pages long that's mostly about Greektown and Detroit to do this for you. But the answer is yes.
Wait, so that is fascinating to me that you heard that from doctors. Because I remember when you and I met because I wrote this big piece for Lingua Franca about the intersex rights movement. And then I wrote a different piece for Discover. And I got really invested in this question of like, how do you get these ideas out there? And I remember when that book came out, I was like, this is kind of frustrating because this book is not like, I felt like there was a sort of guy breezing in and then creating.
I totally felt that way.
But you're 100% right. Like that's so so I felt as a journalist who was writing about it a little bit like, this
really this
one story, like there's, but that's true with a lot of things. Like it's not just about the use of art and theater and fiction in that case, but also about, sometimes it is about connecting it to a specific person, and that becomes the meaningful source for change. There was actually
that is right, guys. Interesting doing local news, because part of what you have to do is try to compel people to read stuff without telling them, the lesson they're supposed to take. So it's a really difficult balancing act, actually, to bring something that's a competitive narrative. I report on bonds. I've reported on a scandal involving $33 million in bonds, and yet you have to do it in a way that people are going to care about it, But at the same time, you're trying not to be so heavy-handed to say, this is what the real message is. And it can be really difficult. I mean, people become characters, right, within our news organization because we're writing about them repeatedly. And people don't watch city council. They read our reports about city council.
Right.
So they don't actually know, they only know the character as it exists through us, which is bizarre because it's a local town. You could go freaking watch city council, right? But they don't. And so we end up creating the 5 characters that exist on city council, which understandably then the 5 characters who are actual people on city council are like, how dare you?
But call me a sociopath. That sounds amazing. Like, that sounds great. You have these 5 characters. That sounds interesting to me. Like,
it sounds great, but 2 houses north of me is the ex-mayor who used to be
I was
my
about to say,
friend.
2 characters are killed in the middle of the season unexpectedly
Not
when they
killed, but they
resign in the middle of a
resigned this
meeting.
year.
Yeah.
Denouncing me personally in one of the resignations, and it's a person who's a good friend of mine.
Denouncing you for
live
sort of
live at city
Yeah.
council Zoom during the pandemic.
That becomes difficult for you to cover. Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't cover it.
I
Andrew
wrote
covered
that
it.
up. Yeah. I got a text because she was originally going to cover that agenda item, and then I got a text. She said, they mentioned me. You have to write this, and I was like, I knew that already.
But yeah, no, this was a mayor who, when she ran for city council in 2013, I was her first supporter. It was before we started the news organization. In fact, I started the news organization in part because she got elected to city council. Nobody was paying attention to her attempts to do reform. She was attempting to do really important financial reform and fix the pension problem. Nobody's paying attention. So I started a newspaper partly to support her. We go through, years and years of this, and by the end of it, she hates me. Because I'm the person who's constantly bringing forward the screw ups and the difficulties and the wasting of money and all the rest of it. And, she's caught in this big, stupid system that is very difficult to deal with, where there's 10,000 people expecting 10,000 different things of her. And I've accidentally created her as a particular character, or we all have created that particular character. So yeah, it gets kind of wild, actually. It sometimes gets wild.
I completely sympathize with both sides of this, honestly. Like, I think it's very difficult to be covered, and I think that's like a baked in part of, but it's also something that I've never done, because the kinds of journalism I've written, I've always written magazine journalism. And so magazine journalism does turn people into characters, but in a very different, it
doesn't serialize them.
There are all sorts of different ways to, and I've never been a daily news reporter. So I've never had a beat and built a bunch of sources.
Or built a bunch of characters.
Yeah, I mean, I write characters because, like, if you write even a profile of a celebrity, or the kinds of pieces I wrote for New York Magazine, or Lingua Franca, where I did reported pieces about like a subculture or something.
But you don't write a character that shows up every Wednesday morning in a weekly council report the way we find ourselves having to write characters.
Nor would I like to be such a character. So I actually do understand, but that's, I mean, it's terrible that, that's why journalism is important, to make the stuff visible.
I was just thinking that of it almost seems like the same place that our scrutiny is coming from is the same reason, Emily, why you like to, critique television and have, do what you do, is that it comes from a place of intense and care and almost stewardship, kind of you're not, people who critique things don't do it because they necessarily take pleasure in poo-pooing other people's work, but because we think it's important that the work get better.
Yeah.
And it's a form of caring, albeit an abrasive one at times.
Yeah. And people hate critics, and I actually completely understand why. And I think people come to criticism from different motives. My motive was specifically, and I've talked about this before, but I didn't actually want to be an arts critic because I was a hippie and very sensitive and felt like it was mean, and actually stopped writing about poetry because I felt like there was something a little cruel about writing a poetry review. And then came to writing about television because I decided TV was the opposite of poetry. Because especially when I started writing about it, poetry, and this is my shtick that I go into, but it was poetry is a very elevated art form that people have a lot of respect for, but nobody actually reads. It has a tiny audience. It's made by one person for almost no money, and it's a deeply personal thing. So if you write a mixed review of a poetry book in the New York Times Book Review, it feels like this real act of not maliciousness, because it's not malicious.
But it's an intervention.
But it's also it hurts an individual person in a way that does not feel outweighed by the value. Right. With TV, because especially when I first started writing about TV was a condescended to art form that everybody looked down on.
Right.
And crap and not worthy of real criticism. But everybody watched, made a tremendous amount of money, and was made collaboratively, which is what makes it the opposite of television.
Yeah, you can
my
dunk on
argument
Warner Brothers.
for writing a pan was like, writing a negative review of a television show is a way of praising television, because it's a way of showing you have high standards and you expect shows to be good. But the conversation about TV has changed a lot in the last 20 years since I first got interested in it. And at this point, I think that people do understand that there are a mixture of shows, some of them great and ambitious and as good as any art, and then others that are garbage, and then a lot of stuff that's really complicated and then the middle. And yeah, but it's true that my impulse to write about it not come out of wanting to, but I also have to, as with any journalist, you have to take responsibility for the fact that sometimes when you write something that is harsh, it will hurt somebody. And sometimes that person will be an artist, and artists take enormous risks and expose themselves. And
well, so do people who run for city council. And you know, it becomes very intense, because I mean, this is what Parks and Rec gets right, is that when you live in a town, it's the same cast of characters, maybe changing roles. Like Tom Haverford may change what he does, but he's still there. And it's that constant shifting of characters where everybody in the group knows each other. And it can become quite unpleasant, actually.
Well, just so many different interests cross in a line and get messed up when it's small.
Did you guys ever watch The Middle?
That's my mom. My mom and dad were a big fan of that. Unsurprisingly, my Midwestern parents liked the show The Middle.
There weren't a ton of TV shows about the Midwest.
Understandably.
No, not really. I mean, I remember being very excited when there was a show, I think Switched at Birth was about, this is different, but was about Kansas City. And I was like, this is great. There's a show setting, I was like, I know nothing about Kansas City. And I was talking to people online and I was like, does Kansas City have a big art scene like this? Because I actually didn't know that. And so it was just very refreshing that there was not another show that was about.
Well, people write about what they know, so that's why you end up with shows about New York and Los Angeles all the time, right?
Yeah. If I ever have to watch another show about people in Los Angeles arguing about their child's private preschool, I will be very happy. So I wish there was a range of things. But yeah, Parks and Rec and The Middle were interesting kind of mirrors to each other in this way. But shows about small towns anywhere are a whole different thing. But yeah, I miss Parks and Rec. That was a great show.
I think what people get wrong when they think about small towns is they think about them as being islands. And the truth is, every small town is always deeply connected to everything going on. And that's sort of what they miss. And so we constantly feel that, you know, we're always in the nexus of the national. And every 4 years, the people from the East and the West Coast drift in because it's Michigan. And they're like, oh, Michigan, fascinating, right? And they totally misunderstand what happens here, because they kind of think like we've been living in secret for 4 years. And now they've popped back in and they're going to take a look at what's happened in Michigan over 4 years. Totally unaware that, of course, we're influenced by everything going on around us all the time, just like everybody in New York is, just like everybody in LA is. And so living in a small town is always living in a place that's being torn asunder all the time by what's happening at the state level and the national level. And it just gets more intense because we're trying to solve one little piece of that. And we're terribly aware that we're trying to deal with one piece of it, but we haven't forgotten about the rest of it. We're not disconnected from the rest of it. If you really wrote a show about a place like East Lansing, you'd have to write about it in a way that constantly acknowledged LA and New York, that constantly acknowledged Toronto and London and everything else, because we are living in that place all the time.
Yeah,
so I think that's what they get wrong.
Yeah, the context of Pawnee was Eagleton.
Exactly. And we do have an Eagleton. It's called Meridian Township, and that's where Eagleton is. It's
one of the fascinating things about that show.
I'm living in Eagleton.
Like, again, the same way as like the corruption and incompetence of a lot of the people around Leslie is what made that show work. I also think the weird issues that Leslie had, including her like genuine but also irrational hatred of Eagleton to the point of almost insanity, was very fascinating. And then there's the portrait of the relationship between the two towns.
Well, you do get that like hatred in real life, but people will never be as open about it. Is the difference? Is they can't be, sort of, but like they do. Like I am sure people in East Lansing get pissed when Okemos is like higher in the school rankings.
Yeah,
I'm sure of it. But they can never be like.
I just nodded as though I understood the reference. I was like, yes, that's true.
Alice can back me up. They definitely do.
Definitely. It gets quite ugly sometimes, actually. And then people start comparing their water and sewer rates, and then it really gets ugly.
Well, that was us, admittedly.
This is such a weird question of like, how do you, both in fiction, in nonfiction, in documentary, in straightforward news coverage, online, in the news, in print, on the web, using new kinds of methods like using Twitter and things like that, like it's this thing of like, what is the best way to make people pay attention to something? Like that is,
so one thing we've talked about quite intensely is bringing less news, because people have just so much bandwidth for local news, just like they have just so much bandwidth for everything. And we've really found that if we start over reporting, people totally check out.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually have to put people, we talk about a news diet in East Lansing in the editorial staff, because we talk about the fact that we can't keep hammering people with COVID this, COVID that over and over again, or they just stop reading it, because it's numbing to read death rates, right? It's numbing to read about children suffering because they can't go to school and not learning. It just becomes numbing, or the bonds or whatever it is. So we have to really pull back sometimes and say, we have to give people space to live and not depress them all the time with the kinds of hard-hitting news that we're bringing. So we actually have to take a less is more kind of approach sometimes on purpose in order to make sure that people don't just check out on us. And actually, we're talking about doing a paper edition, which nobody is doing these days, except a couple of locals I've talked to who've said a once a month paper edition gives people a chance to get off the screens and catch up with the most important reporting you've done this month. And so
I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to raise enough money to do it, but I was hoping to do it in 2021, a once a month paper edition, especially because it would also frankly reach a lot of senior citizens who are important to us, who are not online very much. And so we want to reach them, but we also want to be able to just give people a chance to get off their screens and catch up with the important reporting we've done.
Well, I also think on the news diet side too, of when you do a little bit less, you can do that less, whatever percent better, of you can tell that story a little more completely and a little more fuller, more kind of whatever adjective you want to apply to it. So it's not,
because without
we want to, yeah, I want to cover everything. I wish we could cover everything, but we can't. So we might as well cover the stuff we do well.
And we're lucky because our readers are like your readers, Emily, where they're willing to read a little longer and a little deeper. And so part of the reason we're able to exist is that we have an audience that tolerates deeper, longer news.
That's great. It's so weird because I always think about the way that all of these things work in different ways. This is a weird comparison because this is not what you guys are doing. But when it comes to magazines, like obviously, I love the New Yorker. Like I think first of all, the reporters at the New Yorker are incredible, and the infrastructure for reporting, allowing people to do deep and long reporting,
yep,
fact checking, like it's all incredible. I mean, we just published an entire issue that had Lawrence Wright's coverage of COVID put in this context of like a longer essay that allows you to sort of see it as follows. So I find that stuff incredibly valuable. I also find valuable, like it's interesting because there's types of news and ways that people put out news that I always am interested in, even in magazines. Like at my old job when I was at New York, I felt like I was one of the few editors who read women's magazines. And like there are a lot of terrible stuff in women's magazines that are very driven by, I mean, even more than news in general, like very driven by advertising and all that kind of stuff. But in the age when stuff was actually good, and you haven't read Elle in a while, but like Elle I remember, would sometimes cover women's health and global issues about that in a way that nobody else did. And I was actually like, you know something? This is actually user-friendly without being dumb. Like they would literally have a column on the side that told you just pragmatically how to do certain things, like how to get, or sort of broke it up. And I feel like there's this way in which people need a continuum of ways for things to reach them, like through fiction, through like deep and thoughtful, sort of elegant reportage, through the personality of a person who they want to listen to, sometimes through gossip. Like it's just one of these things where it's like, because so much is collapsing economically about all this, it's hard to get that varied news diet that feels like it's going to reach everyone. And instead you get these very hot things like, you know, honestly, conspiracy theories that people obviously find incredibly engaging. It just from YouTube video to YouTube video. And so I think that's a struggle for everyone in sometimes very different kinds of models of journalism to like reach that specific audience. So I really value what you're doing.
It's been super interesting. I mean, just as a social intervention, it's been incredibly interesting. I mean, for me, it's been an interesting project just to watch how humans work.
There's some local places that cover local things, not so much the city council stuff, but just local news in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. And I have to say, I do it through, like I follow them on Twitter, and then I go to the stories here. And it's interesting because it made me think about how important the headlines were compared to the way that headlines and display copy work in a regular newspaper. Yep. I was like, that's pretty brutal on the people writing the headlines to try to, pull me over into the place.
Well, this has been awesome, Emily. Thank you so much for joining us. This really was just so great. What a
if only everyone had a passion for news like you did.
It was great seeing you guys. It was great seeing you, Allison. Good luck with the whole project and everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Emily. This was lovely.
Bye.
My wire plug. Such a good show.
I saw that in the chat and I was like, that is a good show. I'm sorry I had to miss this one, but I needed some coffee desperately.
I'm impressed
Chicken
you're drinking
soup was
coffee.
delicious, by the way.
So where is my family? They're supposed to be showing up. I'm trying to read the texts as they come in too. Okay, so next we're supposed to be doing family hour, but my family isn't here. Is your family showing up?
I could ask if they want to come on now. I told them 8:15.
It's possible they're just logging on. That's okay.
And I think Jody might be coming on.
Oh, Jody, right. Jody, are you coming on? She's texting us. She just said something about a bucket got topped off for $1,000.
Oh, here she is.
Whoa.
Bearing good news for us, I think. Want to come on now? I told them 8:15.
Possible they're just logging on. Gotta teach people to turn off their YouTube.
Jody might be coming on.
Oh, Jody, right. Jody, are you coming on?
Yes, hold on just a second.
She's
So
talking to her YouTube.
I was just telling Emily, it's a good thing my family's not coming on because I have a lot of teenagers in my family right now, and they're just all really annoying.
They can take the 11:30 to midnight.
They're just annoying. They're teenagers.
Just come on and
annoying.
finish us out. Get
I'm
everybody
really,
out of
really
here.
thankful that my family's not coming on, but I am here to give you an update on fundraising, which is really exciting. And I'm also starting to drink already, but it is after 8. So I think we're in the drinking hour. Is that right?
You were in the drinking hour. I hit it at 10:30, but hey, yes.
We found out. There was the night Alice found out that Nathan and I both keep alcohol by our desks.
I'm talking to Jaquana Johnson at 9, which I'm really looking forward to, and I want to be sober for that. And Emily is talking to Mark Rebner at 10, which you have to be sober for, right?
But then after that, right, we're going to hit it.
All right, Jody, give us the update.
All right. So the good news is that I don't know if you've talked about the buckets yet, but there is a bucket for Up With Neighborhoods, and that actually, due to a donation from Chris Root, it hit its max. So that means that Ray Vlasin had agreed to match that bucket. So we were able to pull in Chris's donation and then Ray's match. And so currently we are just under 115,000 total, which is great. So we've raised just under 6,000 during the telethon so far, and there's still plenty of time, obviously, to give, and money is still coming in. So I'm still here counting it. I promise I have a spreadsheet that's doing the calculations for me. We have now up to 17 new donors, which means these are 17 new Eli fans, which I think is just as exciting as the money. And we have 5791 as a total for the telethon. So we are at 114,524. So we have a long ways to go. We still have a few hours, and I think this is going to be some of the best of the telethon coming up. And there's always ways to give. Our sustainability campaign goes through tomorrow night at midnight. So I can guarantee that Alice and I will be here through tomorrow night at midnight. And if we hit 200,000 before then, we're going to do a happy dance. But we are working to raise 200,000. So we are 57% of the way there, and we appreciate every dollar that's coming in during the telethon. If you give monthly, then we're able to show that as an annual contribution. So giving a monthly contribution or a lump sum, you just simply need to go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate. If you want to know a little bit more about the telethon, you just need to go to eastlansinginfo.news/telethon. And I'm thinking I'll come back probably around 10 to give another update, and then at the end to kind of let you know where we ended up.
Sounds great. Thanks,
All
Jody.
right, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Lovely.
Thanks, Jody.
Benevolent billionaires out there, just drop
right.
in a cool 90,000 and let us go on our way.
I'm admitting my brother, who seems to have a picture from a long time ago, and my cousin Barbara.
That's good.
So
Okay, my family's in the waiting room.
If you want to let him in, feel free. Andrew, are you hanging out with the New Yorkers now for family hour?
No, I'm gonna bounce and spend some time with my family off camera, our boring Midwestern selves. We're gonna play some euchre because that's
All
what
right.
you do here.
Enjoy.
I'll be back in a bit.
Chris, are you with us? Okay, you guys, you got to turn off your YouTube because it's on a delay. And so if you have your YouTube on, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Barbara.
Hello.
Hi, Alice.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Emily is on with us. She's my managing editor, who I mentioned is from the Bronx. And Chris, are you on with us?
It looks like maybe he's connecting to audio. He doesn't have a microphone symbol.
Okay. All right. Chris, we can't hear you yet. How are things in New York, Barbara?
Good. A little bit warmer today than it has been. So it's no snow in the last week or so. So that's a good thing. I'm complaining to the wrong person about snow. I know.
Exactly. We woke up to like an inch of ice. So that was a lot.
Oh.
So my accent is going to come out more and more as I talk to my cousin, because my accent always comes out more and more when I talk to my relatives from New York. Chris, turn off your YouTube. There you are. There's my
Hello.
brother.
Hi, Chris. I can't see him, but I saw him there for a second.
Say hi to cousin Barbara. Chris, we can't hear you. You're muted. Unmute. He teaches like 5 classes a day. Think you know how to unmute. There, you're unmuted, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking with other people because I was listening to YouTube at the same time.
It's confusing.
Yeah, a time overlap there.
So we're supposed to tell funny family stories now, and Emily suggested that we start by bringing up this picture of me, which I think Chris shared with me. Let me make sure.
Yes, it was a classic.
Okay, now I got a screen share. Hold on a second. This picture of me from, I don't know how old I was, but it is a pretty great classic. Can you all see it?
Yep, I'd say you were probably about 8 or 9. That's my guess.
Yes, and the dog, I was feeding Juno chocolate cake, but it's the wallpaper. When I tweeted this picture, everybody started talking about the wallpaper.
I remember that wallpaper.
Did you, Alice and Barbara, did you guys grow up near each other?
Yeah, not too far apart, about a 40-minute drive.
Okay.
Not super close where we went to school together or anything.
Our family would get together on holidays to yell at each other. So
exactly, right. And a couple times in the summer, play out in the backyard on the swing set. My brother broke his wrist one time, and
the kids were always hiding because of the fact that we didn't want to deal with our parents. So we spent a lot of time in the basement, actually.
Yeah. In the basement or out in the backyard.
I think our listeners or viewers really want to know what Alice was like as a kid.
My brother immediately starts laughing.
Go ahead, Chris. I'll let you start that one.
Well, typical little sister stuff. We'd be playing, and it'd be all great and fun and games until she started crying, and then it was all terror and punishment.
I knew how to manipulate authority even then.
Yeah, she was the youngest one, so that was typical. That's what happens when siblings play with younger siblings. Is you get a little rough, and then the younger ones get hurt and cry.
Because Chris tortured me. That's why I cried. Barbara was the oldest of our generation of siblings. There were kids who were older than us by virtue of having been from a different grandfather, but of our set, Barbara was the oldest. So I promised Mom I would read some of, I've stopped sharing screen, right? That I would read some of her Christmas letter because this is classic Mom.
Is she on with us?
No, she's not, because you didn't want to deal with the technology, because we didn't want to spend the entire time going, click on the left, Mom. You're new. And she understood that. So this is about 3 paragraphs into her letter. They're New Yorkers, but they're living now in Nashville, and so they live in Nashville, Tennessee, with near our sister. And so one of the things she wrote was, in Nashville, we find a kinder, gentler society. Jesus is invoked in almost every conversation. When I text TH on the phone, the phrase "Thank you, Jesus" pops up, which I guess these phones are geographically sensitive. There is no censorship of his name, since even the politicians constantly boast of knowing Jesus personally.
Wow.
She said, people here call me Miss Mary or ma'am, and not hey lady like they did in New York. And you know in New York that lady does not mean a lady. So then, since our parents are quite old, she said, COVID restrictions prevented us from traveling to exotic places, but we traveled not far, Vanderbilt Hospital, separately and at different times. Frank's bacteria stage a periodic coup and have to be shot down. And my trip was more exciting because my heart beat louder and ran faster than the ambulance. But both of us found accommodations unsuitable at Vanderbilt Hospital. And so we returned home within days. So she's always in the interest of making a little money. So she said, when COVID-19 started, the communion ministers stopped coming to visit Frank at home. And after a couple months' time hiatus, Father B started to visit again once a week for confession and communion. Frank wouldn't want to be caught dead without the sacraments, which I thought was a good line.
That was good.
On his second week with the churches still closed, Frank's caregiver and I asked Father Bolso to hear our confessions. We set up 2 lawn chairs on the sidewalk in front of the house, one for Father and one for the penitent. But then I had an idea. I suggested we could provide sidewalk confessions to the people at the condo association. I would advertise, direct the penitents, and collect a small fee, which we could negotiate. Non-Catholics could come for counseling. We would charge them double, but it would still be cheaper than them seeing a psychiatrist. Regrettably, Father was not one to jump at a business proposition when it presents itself.
This is like Martin Luther meets Peanuts.
Yeah, this is sort of what my mother likes to try to pull. I was telling Emily
It's like the classic New York City scam in Nashville. See how we can make money off these people.
Exactly.
I was telling Emily the story of one time when we were over visiting Mom in New York, when they still lived in New York, in a condo that was across the street from the cemetery. And it was getting close to dinner time. So my mother said to me, well, we need some flowers for the table. So run across the street and get some flowers. And I said, oh, please tell me you don't do that. She said, what? I wouldn't rob a grave. You go to the garbage can where people have thrown out perfectly good flower arrangements, and you pick those out and you bring them home. You give them a little trim. What do you think the ones on the table are from?
That's great. I love when we used to go to the condo, and your mother would bring me to the window and say, you see that across the street there? You see that cemetery? That's our next home. Let me show you our next home.
She would also constantly say, they're very quiet neighbors. This place should sell for more.
That's right.
Yeah, when they moved down to Nashville, she complained to me because they had bought cemetery plots up in New York, and her feeling is it isn't worth crating them back to New York. So she wanted me to sell the cemetery plots. I told her, I just bought you one condo, sold another condo. Can I get a break from the real estate transactions? And so then she was like, well, it's just sitting there. You really should sell it. And I said, it's not like anybody's trying to develop on it, Mom. It's okay. So then she was saying, like, well, you're not going to like ship us back up, right? Because that would be too expensive. Just like,
she's just so money wise. She's not at all cheap. Let me just put that out there. She is one of the most generous people I have ever met in my life. However, she does not spend foolishly.
She likes to save $1. So what I told her was, I promised her that we'd get a freezer when one of them dies, and we'll stick them in the garage in the freezer. Then we'll wait till the second one dies, and then I'll get a 2-for-1 on the way up. And she was like, but don't take the first offer. Call more than one service and see if they'll do a 2-for-1.
Yep, that's Aunt Mary.
That's where we ended up.
She's too funny.
But Barbara, I was also recalling some funny stories about your parents, like the time we were going to visit your mom and dad, and we got there, and your dad offered my husband a beer, and he said, "We have both kinds, Bud and Bud Light."
The only two kinds that existed in New York.
And I remembered my father saying to me, "Give Uncle Donald a thrill, pick up a 6-pack of Heineken." So
He
that
would have
was
said,
pretty
"What is
fun.
this?"
Uh-oh, somebody's getting a call.
I have to check my lemon meringue pie. 1 second.
Oh, you're making a lemon meringue pie and not sharing?
You're all invited.
Well, I think I'm going to add my family to the mix because I
Yes,
told them
please.
they're 15 and they've been languishing in the waiting room here. And my sister was Miss Christmas, Alice.
Okay, she's under Miss Christmas. I know
She's
her
now
real name
under
is
Tara Elliott.
Hello, Tara.
Here are my parents, Brian and Mary Ellen.
Nice to meet you, Alice.
Good to meet you, Brian and Mary Ellen.
Oh, Tara. Hello there.
Hello.
And hello.
Tara
Emily.
also lives in the Bronx, but not with my parents, apparently in a very wintry condo these days.
So do you guys ever come visit Emily in the Midwest?
We have been out, but it's been a while. And with COVID, we just haven't had the opportunity to really come out. We've been stuck in our cave, basically, or our 2 caves.
Yeah, my dad came out for a Notre Dame MSU football game my first year and other times since then. And then my mom came out with her sister, the aunt with the eyeball story.
But please do tell the aunt with the eyeball story.
When I was a little kid, I had drawn a picture of an eyeball for a joke I was telling. And then we had to go to the funeral parlor after school to pick up my great uncle's death certificate. And I opened the car door and the eyeball blew out the car door. So I like dove down the street screaming, "My eyeball, my eyeball." But my mom and aunt came out, and I remember we went shopping and they bought so much stuff. The next time I came home, I had to bring a drain board for grandma in my suitcase. And then I had gotten an
always
nail
bring
my
an extra
tire.
suitcase. When you go to New York, you always have to bring an extra suitcase to take home.
Yes. Then when my mom and her sister came out, we were in the Walmart parking lot and my aunt was going over like car maintenance stuff with me. But this other kind woman saw that we were like 3 women alone in a car, maybe like we needed help. And she knocked on the window and all 3 of us screamed so loud. Then she screamed terrified.
That's what happens when you're from New York. You don't trust anyone.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
My aunt just texted me an eyeball. So.
When my parents first came out to visit us in Michigan, it was, well, I guess 20 years ago. My dad was a wheelchair user. And so at the Detroit airport, somebody came to help him with the wheelchair because at the Detroit airport, they push the wheelchair for you. And so they were very nice and, talking up my parents. And when we got to the end part where we needed to switch over, my mother tried to hand the guy a 20 as a tip. And the guy looked at my mother really weird. And I'm like whispering to my mother, "You're insulting him." And she's like, "How is it insulting to give somebody a tip?" I'm like, "This is his job and he's being nice to you. You're not supposed to throw him a 20. It's like somehow saying to him that you think that he's only done this because he's in it for the money. And she's like, "I don't understand this culture already." And we just landed. Stop handing people tips. And she's like, "What kind of places do you live in where people don't want tips?" I'm like, "Don't go around handing out 5s and 10s, okay? It's just an insult to people who are being nice to you." She's like, "This place is very strange and I don't know how to operate here."
My dad's dad, when he was elderly and more or less homebound, he had a stack of like $5 bills near the window. And I think he tried to tip EMS when they came.
That's exactly what my
Well,
mother has done.
He'd call me on the phone and say, "Could you get X amount of dollars from the bank? So many 20s, so many 10s, and so many 5s and 1s for tips," because basically everything got delivered to him.
There's a constant economy in New York of tips where people are constantly tipping each other. Yeah, I had to teach my,
That's funny because mom really doesn't like the whole like Eastern European culture of bribing everybody for everything you get, right? She really hates that idea.
Tipping is different though.
Tipping is, it's pretty close.
Yeah, not much different.
I guess a tip is something you give to somebody after they've done it, whereas a bribe you give them to it, you give it to them before they do it, right?
That's why a bribe is more reliable.
Sometimes one is interchangeable with the other, tip or bribe. Back in, even though I'm a Yankee fan, back in 1989, there was a 20th anniversary show of the Mets winning the '69 World Series, and it was down in Atlantic City. So you had to call up to order your tickets, and it was free. So Mary Ellen, I ordered 2 tickets. Mary Ellen and I went down, and they were basically on stage with a moderator talking about everything that happened that season. When we walked in, I had on shorts with no pockets. Mary Ellen had all the money. The hostess put us in the back of the room. And I just said, look, I'm going to be quite frank with you. I came here with a camera to take pictures. If you can get us a good seat, you'll get a good tip. And I was going to give her a 5 or a 10. This was 1989. Mary Ellen said, we only have 20s. So I give it a 20. 5 minutes later, she comes back for tickets, with free tickets to an after party where I got to meet all the Mets who were there. And there was a free buffet dinner and all the alcohol you could drink.
Wow.
Of course, driving home 3 hours, I couldn't take advantage of that part.
That was a home run, no pun intended. Wow.
So Chris, I don't know if Diana and I ever told you the story of when Mom was hospitalized rather suddenly, and Mom said to me, oh, I forgot about the liver in the freezer. And I was like, I don't want to eat liver. I can't stand liver. And she's like, no, I've got to tell you about the liver in the freezer. And I'm like, what's going on with the liver in the freezer? And eventually the nurses leave the room and she tells me, there's a liver in the freezer. And I'm like, what is it, the liver in the freezer? And she tells me, it's actually $10,000. I was like, why is there $10,000 marked liver in the freezer? And she explained to me there was like something going on. I don't remember what it was, but there was some issue where she was very afraid that they weren't going to have enough cash. And I'm like, what are you doing with $10,000 in the freezer marked liver? And I should say, by the way, our parents don't do this anymore, so don't call it a run our parents. But my, our sister gets there. And like shortly after, like we're dealing with all this stuff, she pulls me aside and she's like, I got to tell you about the liver in the freezer. And I'm like, I already know about the liver in the freezer. She's like, get rid of it. We don't want that being in the house. I'm like, how do I get rid of $10,000 that's really cold? Anyway, I took it to the bank where I broke it into parts because they don't like it when you show up with $10,000.
That's right. You want to know what bank you're on.
I think what happened was she had just been slowly taking money out for tips and then not using them because she was old and sitting at home. And so it just kept accumulating. I was like,
wow.
I don't know how this happened, but we got to get rid of the liver in the freezer. So there's no more liver in the freezer. We've gotten rid of the liver in the freezer.
And you think about why she labeled it liver and not steak. Nobody likes liver.
Yeah, that's exactly what she did. That's what she told me.
Yeah, but then you have the problem of like Alice cleaning out the freezer for Mom and like,
throwing out the liver.
Not gonna eat this. Let's just toss this away.
Exactly. I've learned never to, with old people, you always unwrap whatever it is and try to figure out if there's some secret gift in the inside. You can never tell. I mean, if there's a commode in the house, you got to check it before you put it out at the Goodwill because there might be $20,000 in the commode. You don't know.
Well,
So
Mom
true.
gave us Campbell soup cans that we could always put our emergency money in.
So if I come to your house, I got to rob the Campbell soup cans.
Yes, but now I know to hide that when you come to my house.
What's your address?
I think my brother's checking his lemon meringue pie again. You can see his artwork in the background there. He's an artist.
Oh, he did that himself back there? That's gorgeous.
Yes, I could give you a tour of the house. Maybe I'll go grab one of his other artworks. Oh, static charge in my earphones.
I think Alice just went to go get more of your artwork to show off, Chris.
Oh, nice.
In the meantime, though, are there any stories you want to tell about me, Mom and Dad? Or here comes Alice.
How's the pie, Chris?
Oh, it's good. I took it out. You want to see it?
Yes.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll
So I
show
have a
you.
fun story about Mom. when I was planning on hitchhiking across the country. She said, "Isn't that kind of dangerous?" And then she looks at me and says, "Well, when you're living in suburbia for 20 years, I guess everything looks kind of dangerous."
True.
There's the pie.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
I think
It's
you
not
should
quite a
do
pie.
it.
Wow. I'm impressed.
I can't believe my picky brother now cooks.
I've been cooking since junior high. You kidding? Because I couldn't stand to eat the Polish food.
No, wait a minute, Chris. My recollection growing up, the only thing you ate was corn on the cob.
Corn.
But it couldn't be on the cob. So your mother would have to slice the corn kernels off of the cob and put them on a plate. Probably because like you lost your two front teeth at that point or something. Because it couldn't be on the cob.
No,
and
he
that's
was just
all-
picky.
That's all I remember Christopher eating. Corn. That's it.
Yeah,
corn.
You guys teased me about that for years. I'm pretty sure that was a myth mostly.
No, it was real. So I mentioned that you're an artist because we were looking at the painting behind you. This was that painted during your orange phase after your place burned down?
No, I just painted this a couple months ago.
Oh,
That's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice.
this is the painting that hangs in our dining room that I knew immediately what it was, but nobody else knows what it was. I immediately knew it was a picture of us sledding in the sump behind our house in winter.
That's cool.
Yeah, you probably know that, Barbara, because you probably
Yeah.
sledded with us in that place.
That's really cool.
Well, Alice, I think my sister we're going to do a Peter Sagal to you. And Tara has 3 anecdotes, and you have to choose which one is false.
Cool.
And Chris and Barbara could jump in as well.
Okay.
Should I go?
Yeah, take it away.
Okay. So they all have some bit of truth to them, but one's a little more exaggerated. I don't know if I just gave it away. So when I was 4, I had to be rushed to the emergency room. My neighbor is always feeding the squirrels in our backyard. So I was playing outside in the backyard and I came running in and I was telling my mom about the great time I was having sitting around, hanging out with a bunch of squirrels and sharing peanuts with them, and I'd have a bite and they'd have a bite, and I made a few new friends. So my mom had to rush me to the doctor because
You had rabies.
potentially had rabies. And it turned out to be a false alarm. My second story is, I'm not sure if you guys ever watched the Conan O'Brien late night show, but he used to pick a member from the audience to do a wild desk ride. And I do have a video of my dad and I on the wild desk ride in NBC studios at around age 8. I think it was in 4th grade. And then when I was about 12 years old, I fell on an active volcano in Hawaii, Mount Kilauea. It actually just recently erupted, and I have a scar from it. So one of those is a lie.
Okay, so the Mount Kilauea one sounds real because it's very detailed. So one of them is false?
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, you guys know I'm into squirrels, so I'm going to guess the squirrel one was made up, but
Me too. I think that's the made up one.
Yeah.
It's only slightly embellished. I think
So
my
I
mom-
didn't have to go to the emergency room, but my mom did call my pediatrician, and I was just, I guess, sitting in the living room. Mom, feel free to chime in. And I then eventually, after she had called the doctor, realized the seriousness of the situation and then let her know I was actually lying and I didn't make any squirrel friends outside.
He was outside in our backyard, and she came in telling me that she had made friends with the squirrels and she was sharing peanuts with them. And I could not, when I would express how concerned I was, she would say, "No, I'm only kidding, Mom." And then I would say, "Okay." And then she'd say, "No, I really did." And it went back and forth. I had to call our pediatrician. He was a wonderful doctor with a wonderful staff. And as I was explaining the story, I could tell the receptionist who worked there, who I actually knew personally, was repeating it for everybody. And I knew they were having a good laugh. And And eventually the doctor did have to call me back and say, Mrs. Elliott, you have to insist that Tara learn to tell the truth, you know. But we had a good chuckle over that, you know, for many years. And he did say that no matter what, I should have her rinse her mouth out with Listerine, just in case she really was playing with the peanut shells.
But you can feed squirrels peanuts. There's my little guy.
Aw,
Taking a peanut.
so cute.
I don't know if you can see the other guy.
Yeah, he's cute.
And that one over there, I don't know if you can see it.
Maybe Dad wants to tell the volcano story, though, of having the
You let your
flood.
daughter fall into a volcano?
No, basically, we were on the Big Island and the volcano was very active. And unfortunately, it was on the other side of the island. It was like a few hour drive. So we get there. Mary Ellen and I are walking slow and carefully. Of course, the children were at first, but then they decide, well, let's start leaping and bounding over stuff. And Tara leaped over the lava, the hard, dried lava, caught her foot on it, went down, and the lava is like glass. It shredded up her knee. And we went up, saw a little bit of the lava flow, but had to turn around because it was flowing on vegetation and the gas that it gives off is noxious. So everyone had to leave. On the way down, Mary Ellen ended up taking a misstep in the dark and fell and braced herself with her hand and ripped her hand open. So on the way back to the hotel, I found a store like a 7-Eleven. Went in, they had no peroxide. So like, oh, well, got some alcohol and some cotton swabs. And not having put alcohol on a cut in a very long time, I forgot the end result. I have Tara's leg like locked in my arm so that she won't kick. And I wiped it down with alcohol and she screams at the top of her lungs, "Stop, Dad, you're killing me."
And then people next door.
Yes. There was a woman who was in the hall. I happened to see her 5 minutes before when I went down to the ice machine. Knocks on the door and Emily answers and she sticks her head in looking around and she's like, "Oh, I must have the wrong room. I thought this was my friend's room." And we all kind of got a chuckle once the tears stopped that this woman thought that a mass murder or something was going on in a hotel room, that if it was me, I would have called security. I wouldn't have knocked on the door.
She was a good woman, you know. She heard a child screaming
Yeah.
and she was a good woman.
Well,
Yeah.
this segment has gotten the most traction on our YouTube chat. Aunt Colleen called herself Aunt Eyeball, and she's been chatting with Heather and Catherine, who say hello and they appreciate your green sweatshirt for MSU, Dad.
Nothing
Jody
but
said
finest,
she-
finest.
Jody said she loves Tara's accent as much as Emily's accent.
I didn't think I had an accent, really.
Do you have the other member of the family there, Tara?
I do, yeah. He's laying down in my lap.
Yeah.
That's Duncan.
Hey, Duncan.
Hey, Duncan. He's so cute.
My child.
Aw. Very cute.
Did
Well,
you
we're-
ever
I'm
think
sorry.
I would be in journalism, Mom and Dad?
Well, I'm really not surprised. Emily was always a lover of learning and of the news. And she did win some contests in our local newspaper, the Bronx Times Reporter, when she was in elementary school. And I talked her out of journalism because my dad was a pressman for the New York Daily News. And I knew that, you know, newspaper circulation was declining. So I told her there was no future in the news. And I was wrong again. I didn't realize that it would just go digitally. But Emily was always a lover of learning, always liked to discuss the news, you know, with my mom, with my uncle, with you know, her aunts and uncles. You know, she always liked the news. And I remember one time my sister was taking the children to a toy store, and when it came to Emily's turn to look for a toy, she didn't want a toy, she wanted a writing tablet. So that's Emily.
You were right. There is
no,
no
out of preschool.
There is no future in news, but she got the last job, and we're so happy she took it. So. It worked out in the end.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. My mom's uncle, he used to send everyone, he lives in the like Metro DC area, clippings of like whatever he thought reminded you of the Washington Post in the last month. Like the first of the month, you'd kind of get this envelope of just like all the articles that he wanted you to read.
Fun. So is this Bronx paper still in existence? Do you guys know?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
We actually have it mailed to our house every week.
Down where you live now?
Well, we're in New York now.
Oh, you're in New York. I thought you were in North Carolina.
No,
They're split their time between both.
Yeah. So we still get the you know, the Bronx Times Reporter. We enjoy thumbing through. It has, I know Angie was saying before about like local sports. That's always interesting to see. When Emily was little, she won an Easter bonnet contest.
Yeah.
So they had her picture there. You know, different times when both girls have been in it for different reasons. So I know being a proud New Yorker and a Yankee fan, but our grammar school would have Yankee days when the Yankees made it to the World Series. Those pictures would often make it into the paper. So it's nice little paper.
This is one of the things people gave me advice about when I started a newspaper. They said, make sure you drop lots of people's kids' names over and over again, because then they'll donate.
Yeah, right.
No, I remember that because when I was in first grade, the Yankees had made it to the World Series for the first time in a long time. And we went to Catholic school. So dress down day was like the big thing. Like you did not have to wear your uniform. And when the Yankees were in the playoffs, a lot of times we'd get a Yankee dress down day. So for like the 7 Met fans, they showed up in their uniform and protest. But we went, and then they made the NY logo with the students. And I just remember it taking forever. And I had to wear anti-balls for it, Cully. Worst thing she did was say in that chat that she's anti-ball. Her Yankee jersey, which was probably down to my knees when I was in first grade,
but you had to pose to make an NY for this?
Yeah, so someone was like on the 3rd floor of the school looking out like, you know, okay, like these kids here, these kids there, and they did it. It had like even that curve.
It looked good.
Yeah.
So this is not what people think of when they think of Catholic school, but if you're in New York, this is what Catholic school in New York looks like.
I remember I asked Mom, could we pray for the Yankees to win the World Series? And she was like, you can't bother God with like these trivial things. And then she found out Joe Torre's sister was a nun and her whole school was praying for that.
At least they weren't praying for the other side, so it was okay.
My girls learned at an early age, don't listen to Mom. But
so Chris, do you guys have news where you live from Milwaukee, Oregon, or do you just get Portland news?
There's a county newspaper. So there's a Clackamas County newspaper which covers our town.
Oh, how is it?
Not a particular city newspaper now.
How is the Clackamas news?
It's okay. I mean, it's not it's nothing breaking. It's not like what you guys do, and actually it's not investigative reporting. I don't think it's more local issues, just sort of done lightly.
You got to pick it up. Come on, add it to all your jobs.
Thank you.
Did you mention Oregon?
I was horrified at the news. Like, I don't know how, I mean, to me, the biggest nightmare would be like putting together the New York Times every single day of the year, and it never stops, and it just keeps coming and rolling in, and there's 9,000 articles, and all that proofreading, all that typesetting. Well, in the old days of typesetting, like I don't know how anyone ever did that, like as a job. That just seems like the most stressful thing in the world to run a newspaper like that. And you guys are pretty close to that. Not in terms of the volume, of course, of writing, but just the daily grind of that. I don't like jobs that are day in, day out, all the same thing over and over again.
Don't talk Emily out of the job. I need her. Shut up. Shut up.
Chris, did you say you were in Oregon?
Yes, Portland, Oregon. Oh, outside of Portland, Oregon.
Oh, okay. My brother Dennis and his wife Gloria, who I'm pretty sure are listening now, they live in La Pine, about 35 miles away from Bend.
Okay, yeah.
The other side of the state.
Yeah, it's the high desert part of the state.
Yeah.
It's
Not the
beautiful
rainy.
there.
This
Yeah.
is like when I told an uncle of mine that I lived in Michigan and he said he knew somebody in Colorado. I thought that magazine, the New Yorker magazine, where it's like New York, then the Hudson, then everything, and then finally California was absolutely true.
Yeah, that was probably my mental map for a long time in my life.
Did people know where Michigan was when you were moving there, Emily, or did you have to ask AAA to help you find the state?
I'm not really sure I knew where it was before I moved. Like, I knew it was somewhere out there, and that's where our cars came from mostly. But like, I didn't know the Midden thing till I moved here.
I asked because when I was moving to Indiana to go to grad school, I started asking people in New York to draw me where they thought Indiana was. And I wish I had kept the collection because they had it in Florida, they had it in Montana, they had it in northern Canada. People really had no idea where Indiana was. And luckily I asked AAA specifically to map me to Bloomington, Indiana, because I think otherwise they would have mapped me to Bloomington, Illinois, and I would have ended up in completely the wrong place. So it worked out in the end.
Well,
But it
Americans
was.
typically have the worst sense of geography of their own country.
Do you remember, Chris, when you came to visit in Indiana and you like stole a couple of ears of corn out of a field thinking you were going to have delicious corn and you didn't realize it was feed corn and it's totally inedible?
Very starchy.
Bill did the same thing with a bunch of his friends years ago.
But Barbara, I want to know, it was corn. My brother stopped to steal some corn to come visit me, and he claims that was a myth about us. That we say it was all about the corn.
Well,
Chris stole corn? No way.
We got into a debate that then I asked my parents about. There was someone in our neighborhood in Lansing growing corn on their front lawn. And I thought that was strange, but then my mom said her dad grew corn in their backyard in the Bronx. So
I grew corn in Indianapolis in an
Emily,
apartment.
don't you remember our neighbor? He tried to grow a couple of stalks of corn in the front planter.
I don't remember that.
It doesn't grow well in planters. I've tried.
Mom used to grow corn once in a while for a couple of years.
Yeah,
but
in the backyard.
They were always infested with earwigs, so it was never really a worthwhile crop to grow at home.
Yeah, when I went to Indiana for grad school, there was another woman who was from New York who moved at the same time. And she told me the story of, she went to the grocery store and like did all the stuff. And then they started bagging her food for her. And she was like, what's going on? Because back then, nobody in New York bagged your food for you. And then the guy takes it into the shopping cart and he starts out for her car. And she thought he was stealing her stuff. So she started yelling at him to stop, stop. And everybody's looking at her and he like stops and he looks at her. And then he just continues because he's like, he doesn't know why she's yelling stop. So she continues and she starts sort of mildly yelling stop. And she's like trying to figure out where he's taking her groceries. And then finally he asks her where her car is and she figures out he's helping her. But she thought he was stealing her groceries. And I had this stupid problem on the bus system of Indiana where I was in the back of the bus in Bloomington, Indiana, and the sign above the back door where you exit said, wait on green. And of course, if you're from New York, wait on something means either somebody's waiting on you at a table or you wait when something is happening. But what it meant in Indiana was wait for the green. And so the bus would stop and I wanted to get off, but the thing would say wait on green and it would turn green. So I would wait and then the bus would continue. And I kept trying to figure out how I was going to get off this bus because every time it stopped, the thing turned green and I knew I was supposed to wait. And so finally I asked somebody who's like staring at me. I was like, what does it mean that it says wait on green? And they were like, you wait on the green. And I'm like, I'm waiting on the green and when the door is going to open. They're like, well, you wait on the green. And I realized we were having a total who's on first conversation. And finally they're like,
Who's
when
on
the
first?
door, exactly. They're like, when it turns green, go. And like finally it turned green, I just ran for it. And then I asked somebody, do they use prepositions here differently? And they're like, oh yeah, we should have told you about the preposition problem.
It's really confusing.
It's very confusing.
I know.
Wow.
We say, like, if I'm in a store and there's a queue, I'm waiting online.
Yes.
But that means only on the internet here. So I know even Heather, who's a reporter for Eli, is always like, it takes me a second to process what you just said. And it's probably like one of those things in the 1980s, it didn't mean anything if you said online or in line. But now it's confusing to people because they think the internet.
Yes. I still say I'm waiting online and people look at me really weird because they're like, but you're standing in front of me, not holding your phone.
Right.
You're waiting in line, not online.
I still say online.
Yeah, of course
I'm
you
at
do.
the
You're in New
food
York,
store,
it's
I'm
safe.
online. Like, if one of the kids call me, I'll say, oh, I'm online at the store.
I had this huge problem visiting mom and dad in New York at the place they lived once I moved to the Midwest, because I would go to the bagel shop and try to order a coffee. And they would say to me, you want a regular? And I would want to say yes, because in the Midwest, what a regular means is a coffee with caffeine. But what it means on Long Island is a coffee with milk and sugar. And so, and I'm allergic to milk. So they kept giving me coffee with milk. And I'm like, oh, I keep forgetting that if I say yes to a regular coffee, it's not a coffee with caffeine, it's a coffee with milk and sugar. And so I finally became paralyzed because I couldn't remember which place had the regular. And so I'd have to bring somebody with me who could remember, like, ask for a coffee that's black. But then I'd ask for the coffee for black and they'd say, you want sugar? And I'd be like, no, it's black. But again, on Long Island, a black coffee is with sugar.
When we were having the online inline discussion, I actually thought of Long Island because I always just say I live in the Bronx. So I consider Long Island, oh, you live in Long Island. And I have a lot of friends from Long Island, and they're so adamant that they live on Long Island.
Long Island.
And you cannot say that you live in Long Island. You live in the Bronx, but you live on Long Island.
On Long Island. That's right.
So sometimes
I
I'll
live on
continue
Long
to say
Island, so I will vouch for that.
So I heard your accent there, Tara, when you said Long Island.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even think I had a Bronx accent, but I guess I do.
I didn't think she did either.
I don't think so.
No.
You don't, Barbara. You
No.
have a Queen's accent.
It's
I
funny.
guess.
The New York accent comes out when you're angry and when you're singing, oftentimes. So like you'll drop R's in the end of words when singing. At least I do.
Chris always tells me, if I start using the word all, he's like, oh, she's getting upset.
Yeah, I'm the same. If I'm angry, it's a little thicker. But
I remember just because when you're in kindergarten and first grade, they tell you to sound it out. And that was just a cruel joke in the Bronx. Sound this out and learn how to spell. Let's put 15 vowels in this word. And I remember in first grade, I guess until I was 6 or 7, I said idea with an R at the end. And then I had like an existential crisis because we learned about ideas. And I came home and I was like, we learned about ideas and they sound just like this thing, ideas. And I don't know what the difference is between an idea and an idea. And my mom had to be like, they're the same thing. You just said it wrong your whole life.
As news people, you guys got to get into the habit of saying Washington instead of Washington. like all the old men in Washington do. That's a DC thing, not a Washington State thing.
I don't know. We don't say it that way here.
Do you guys have the annoying thing of people putting a T on the end of the word across? Like people are always saying across here.
No, here it's height. Drives me up the wall.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be height.
Right.
Actually, I was waiting for one particular person to leave city council because they always said height and it bothered me so much. I try to be objective, but not if you say height. It's height.
I've never caught someone say that. Wow. I notice roof here all the time. Instead of roof, the top of your house, roof, like a dog noise.
Yeah, they think that's how it's said. Not
Yeah, that's like a Massachusetts thing, roof, right?
Well, I tried calling and getting an estimate for a replacement on a roof, and they kept asking me what I was talking about. I'm like, "You're a roofer," and they're like, "Yeah, we're a roofer." And I'm like, "I want a new roof," and they're like, "You want a rough?" I was like, "Why are you a roofer but you replace roughs? What the hell is that?" Made no sense at all.
Nope.
And then the great soda versus pop debate.
Very hot item.
I
Yeah,
have that with their cousins in Virginia, that discussion, right? Didn't the Kellys say pop?
I don't
I know my roommate is from, or my former roommate from college is from Tonawanda in Buffalo, and she always said pop. I kind of like it, but I feel like a phony if I start saying it.
I know.
I was in Texas once, and I asked a guy for a soda, and he said, "You mean like Alka-Seltzer?" And in Boston, when I first moved to Boston, everybody calls soda tonic. No matter what kind of soda it is, it's always tonic. Like
You have a root beer tonic?
Yeah, in the Midwest was pop, New York was soda, and Boston was all tonic. It's crazy.
Wow.
Like in Ireland, all Sprite is like lemonade. It makes no
Wow.
sense.
Weird.
Yeah.
Emily, what happened to your Christmas tree? Did you change locations?
Yeah, I wanted to sit in the armchair, which is more
You
plush.
didn't take the tree down while I was on with Emily Nussbaum.
No. Although I was sitting here and I was like, I'm not sure if this because I didn't drink enough water today, or is the tree beginning to tilt?
Oh, it
So
could
then
be.
Ben had to bring me. I think the tree's just beginning to tilt and it's going to have to come down. Freddie the Fragile. He was too skinny to fit in our stand. So then we had to wrap cardboard around his base. And
how did you buy a live tree right now?
We went to Home Depot.
Oh, and they were selling them.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if anybody would sell live trees this year because some of the Christmas farms were closed.
Oh, true. Yeah, I don't think it was a problem getting live trees around here. We switched about 2 or 3 years ago. Sorry. We switched to an artificial tree after always having a real tree. But I just got to the point where I said, I'm over it. I'm done with the work. I'm done with having to water it every day. I'm done with worrying about putting the lights on because I'm going to burn the house down. And the worst part was dragging it out after it comes down and finding pine needles all over the house for the next 6 months. I'm like, you know what? We did this for, 35 years or whatever. I'm done. So
we grew up with a fake tree where you had to put it together every year and match the color of the stick
yes,
to the color of the hole. That was pretty fun.
We had that as well.
Yeah, Long Island.
We had a real tree when we were very young, and Mom complained that she was picking out needles out of the carpet for 20 years afterwards.
Oh, well, you're older than me. I don't remember the real tree. I only remember the fake tree.
One real tree, and after that, she's like, forget it, no more real trees.
Right. They're a lot of work. I mean, they're beautiful. I still prefer a real tree as far as, if someone else was doing the work. But since I'm doing the work, nah, it's time to switch.
Makes sense.
And it's funny because my generation, which I'm just a few years older than you guys, it was all real trees. And now, like my kids, their generation, everybody gets artificial trees because nobody wants to do the work.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dara.
I was just gonna say I have no interest in getting a real tree. It just sounds like way too much work.
See? Yeah.
Oh, I love it. But now that I think about it, Ben does all the work. I point to the tree. He lugs it to the car. He lugs it in the house. I just hold it as he screws it. Yeah. So I guess.
But what about the cleaning aspect? Is that you or Ben and watering and
50-50 probably. So I can't.
Declan's a Grinch, so I do all the Christmas stuff, and I just want a fake tree.
You know what would really make it perfect if they just sold some kind of a bag that you could put right over the tree, decorated, and stick it up in the attic till next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you guys ever worry about Emily taking on hard-hitting news? Because my mother sometimes tells me, you can't report these things. Somebody's going to kill you. And I'm like, it's not the Long Island Mafia. It's East Lansing, Michigan. And I'm not really worried somebody's going to kill me. but she gets very worried that, like, if I report on these big developers, they're going to come like wreck my knees or something like that.
It does make me nervous. We were listening before when you said that, you started the newspaper for the woman who was running for office. And, I worry. I'm a professional worrier from a long line of worriers. And in today's world, you just don't know how people react, even though I love watching the news and I'm really proud that Emily is reporting the news. And it does make me nervous, especially people's reactions sometimes can be so, volatile. It just does make me nervous.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, our school board is pretty pacifist, so she should be okay.
No, but mom's mom was a big time worrier.
Right.
Like somehow everything could be a source of worry. And I think dad got you as a joke in your stocking when you were worry stone, that you could like just touch whenever you were worried.
Right. My father used to say my mother didn't have a good day if she didn't have something to worry about. So we're from a long line of worry.
Well, the world would be very satisfying right now because there's plenty to latch on to in terms of worries.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So, but she was also a preparer. So I have to say that, and she would be very proud of both Emily and Tara. Many times Emily and Tara would go over to my mom, who lived right around the corner, and discuss politics. They didn't always agree, but they always had discussions about it. And I'm sure Tara will remember I guess it was 2016, if you went to my mother's house, she made you take a test. Remember, an online test of what candidate you most
Oh my
ideally.
gosh.
What
I've never been so scared in my entire life.
I remember when I graduated 8th grade, she gave me a card that was very generous, but there were coins taped inside, and she said I'd get 10 cents more if I switched my political party.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. But she was a very worldly person. And I am happy that my girls had such positive role models in their life. Growing up here in the Bronx, we were, my mom, my sister, and my brother-in-law lived around the corner. My in-laws, Dennis and Gloria, my mother and father-in-law, they lived in Silver Beach. That, the family was around. We often saw my brother. He and his family live in Virginia, but my girls loved, those get-togethers. So it was nice, and lots of different views on life, and all good.
Yeah, Emily's really good at taking a lot of different perspectives and bringing them to bear in her reporting. So we love that. We need to wrap up because we've got a 9 o'clock call. Jaquanda Johnson and I are going to be talking about bringing news in mid-Michigan, but we want to thank all of our family for coming and having a good time with us. And Chris, you have to share the pie.
Okay.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. It was so much fun.
Bye-bye.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
It was a lot of fun. Bye,
So-
everyone.
Nice to meet everybody.
Just a reminder to our viewers that we are raising money for East Lansing Info, and I'll stick up that screen for just a second. You can donate at eastlansinginfo.news/donate, and we're going to now talk with Jaquanda Johnson in just a moment.
Is that
If
a
you want,
nonprofit donation, Alice?
it is a nonprofit donation. Chris, you can get a tax deduction if
Yeah.
you're deducting taxes. So if you, this is really cool. If you've got your computer open, if you take your phone and point it at that thing with the camera app open, it will automatically open a tab for you to donate. So if you take your phone, open the camera app, point it at that squiggly thing in the center, it automatically opens a tab.
Cool.
Isn't that
Okay.
cool? Did it work?
Mm-hmm.
Where you can then donate with a credit card or with Apple Pay or with Google Pay. So totally work. Actually, I think you can also donate with bank account information, which is great. So you can sign up for, there you go, sign up for lump sum donation, or you can sign up for a monthly donation. If it's a monthly donation, we multiply it by 12 and have it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great night. Later. I'll tell you how the pie was.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Jaquanda Johnson is joining us.
Okay.
Let's see.
Again.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I hear a kid.
Hello.
Yeah, I should be leaving in a minute.
That's all right.
My life together, my video and all that great stuff.
We want children on with us if they want to be on with us. Thanks for staying up with us, Jaquanda. I know you've probably had a long day. But I've been looking forward to this discussion all day. I was telling people earlier that this sort of in some ways dates back to that lunch you and I had where we started comparing notes on what it's like to bring news in East Lansing and Flint. And I thought it'd be so cool if we had this conversation in public about people might not realize in our two cities that we face so many of the same similar issues. And I thought it'd be worth talking to them about that. So I should introduce you. Jaquanda Johnson is the founder of Flint Beat, which is flintbeat.com. And they also have a nonprofit section. She's also the founder and of, let me get it right, Brown Impact Media Group. And she's also done a lot of national leadership in terms of trying to work on the rescue of local news. So she works with groups like Lion Publishers, which is the local independent online news publishers, and INN, the Institute for Nonprofit News, gives a lot of talks, does a lot of thinking with people about how we can work towards preserving local news in a system where the whole thing is sort of crashing around us. Is that fair, Jaquanda?
I think that's very fair.
And she's also the vice president of our board of directors, which thrills me. She's the only person who's not living in the East Lansing area, but she brings to us an incredible wealth of knowledge about journalism within the mid-Michigan area, but also just as a publisher and as somebody who's been publishing for years and working as a reporter for years and really brings those chops for us in terms of the bigger picture. So often when we're having our board discussions, Jaquanda is the person bringing the context for the board. And that is just so critically important. And so often she's telling me to stop working so hard. And I'm telling her it's the pot calling the kettle black because she's worked so hard. Jaquanda works really so hard.
Yeah.
So,
but I get it. I get it, Alice. Like we have to work hard in order to develop the content that we're doing and impact the communities that we're in. And you are one of the hardest working people I know in the industry.
Same for you. So tell us about why you decided to found Flint Beat when there was some news in Flint otherwise.
I'm a Flint girl, so I was born and raised. I had moved away for maybe about 3 or 4 years, and I made a decision that I really wanted to give back to the place that invested in so much in me, and that was Flint, Michigan. And so I moved back home, not really knowing what would happen. Somewhere in there, I found myself working for a legacy newsroom, and I was covering City Hall. And I just started asking residents about coverage in general, because I know what I saw was missing, being a person from this community. And they spoke out and they just said they wanted more from their news agencies. And at the time, you know, since we're from Flint, we know the Flint water crisis. So we would see sports, we would see crime, and we would see Flint water crisis. I think on the state level, they developed a thing where they called it like Flint water crisis fatigue. Yeah. And so, you know, as a resident here, we also had a sense of fatigue when it came to news coverage. And so I just, one day in a news meeting, and they were talking, the newsroom that I was in was talking about where they wanted to go with coverage. And that just didn't really include local news in a sense. And so I wrote my resignation letter on the back of that agenda that day and made a decision to just step out there and do this thing on my own. And so now 3 years later, here we are.
And how's it going?
It is a struggle. You know, this is the first year I've even received something that could look like a salary, you know, and I know you know this, Alice, because I fussed at you about this. So for 2 years, I worked and managed this thing myself. I was pretty much team solo, sometimes with freelancers. And not until this year we've been able to build out something that looks like capacity, even though we know it's not capacity. So this year we have a managing editor, we hired 2 full-time reporters. We also have a photographer with the help of Report for America. But it just wasn't easy, and it's still tough, right? Covering communities that you live in is really hard thing. Competing with legacy newsrooms because they have a budget that you don't. And so we're trying, you know.
We should explain what a legacy newsroom is.
I don't know how to put years on it, but the legacy newsroom in our community, I consider that to be the Flint Journal.
Mm-hmm.
They've been around since the 1800s. So they have a foot here and a print on this community. They've been covering it for a long time. They were hit hard like other agencies as we started to go into the internet world, so far as what advertising looked like, right? And so with that, they have to make the tough decisions as to what do they chase? What stories do they chase? We made a decision to do impact stories and talk to the community directly about what impacted them instead of really focusing on certain numbers. Like, we love to see people come to our website, but we also love to hear people talk about our stories, the impact that it's had in their communities, neighborhoods, businesses, their lives in general. And so that's how we're trying to gauge the work that we're doing versus how many people have clicked on a particular story.
Yep.
So, which is also hard because we haven't figured out how do you really gauge community impact? Like, what does that look like?
Well, it's hard to think about that, but then it's also hard to think about how to turn that into support. That's financial support that keeps it coming. Because I think a lot of people feel sometimes like, okay, so you brought a story, but blogs do that. And they don't understand what goes into heavy duty reporting of bringing a really intense story. So I know you've struggled with that. You've done some really awesome video work, for example, video reporting. And I think people sort of think that that's easy to do because they take a phone and they hold it up, but they don't understand the level of depth that has to go into a really well done video report. In fact, we don't do very many video reports because it is really hard to do it well.
Well, we were really fortunate. So we started with doing like Facebook Lives and things like that. And which we get a lot of traffic on them because usually if we're doing something on a city level, press conferences. In 2018, we did a mayoral forum, the only newsroom to step up and do it during a really bad recall election. It was crazy, but we did it, you know. We have a man, his name is Jamal Bransford. Jamal is an Emmy-winning videographer. He's been in news for a while in Detroit and in Flint. And Jamal, he supports the work that we do. Mm-hmm. And because of the great work that we're producing and how dedicated we are to the city, he stepped up and he said, hey, you know, I'll produce some videos for you. I'll do the video work. And so he's behind some of the recent videos that we do, which I love, you know.
Yeah, they're great.
We get good engagement on them, which also says we still know the community and the news. I've compared us to other agencies who also do video in this area, not necessarily TV, but of course, again, like the Flint Journal, just to see the traffic that we get. And we get really, really good traffic on our videos. Now is how do we monetize that and get the support, right?
Right.
So,
always the question.
Yeah.
So one of the things we should mention is that in the state of Michigan, as in a lot of states, the legacy newsrooms are supported in part because the state requires that public notices be published on paper. And so there are some newspapers that publish on paper that are being heavily funded by public dollars, like the city of East Lansing or the city of Flint, publishing public notices. And the local government gets to choose which paper gets that money. And so one of the things that happens is a lot of politicking around where that money gets sent, but it always goes to a place that prints on paper. And so places like the Lansing State Journal and the Flint Journal are getting money from the local governments because they're publishing those public notices. And the state of Michigan has considered getting rid of that requirement that things be published on paper, considering having things published online. It would save a lot of taxpayer money, but it would defund certain types of reporting that is happening. And it would definitely further impact journalism in Michigan.
And I'm okay with them publishing it in print, right? But I'm also like, give us a fair shake here. Let's require that it's published also online for news agencies like us. I would love to have a print product. Don't get me wrong. I have a community here of seniors, especially, that they want print. I can't afford it, right?
We've talked about this. Yep.
Right. And so give us a fair shake, in this industry, and support the work that we're doing and see the value, because there's a group of people that they tap into us online. And they also need to see those notices. And we also know that people are not subscribing to those print products like they used to. When I first moved back home in 2013, my neighbors got the Flint Journal. They don't anymore. So let's take that into consideration. And really, are people seeing those notices? How are they getting their news now? We know print, for lack of a better word, print's dying in a sense. When it comes to newspapers. That's just the truth.
Yeah. So do you feel like your funding is pretty tenuous at Flint Beat? Like you just don't know from year to year if it's going to make it?
Well, this is the first year I've really received funding. In the past, I just grinded it out. Like, I worked jobs, I would pay freelancers out of pocket. This year, I have nightmares about waking up and having to fire people. Like, I initially, when it was just me, it was whatever. But now that we have a team, I literally have nightmares about that. Like, looking up and having to tell my team we don't have funding.
This is exactly how we got to a telethon, because I was lying awake at night and I remembered an episode of the Bob Newhart show where they did a telethon to try to save a news station. I was like, oh my God, we could do a telethon. Everybody's online anyway. So I totally hear you. I lie awake with the same fears of if I don't raise enough money, what do I do?
I think the worst one was that I had to sell to a competitor. And it was, I kept thinking in a dream, what's going to happen in news? We're going to fall back into the same cycle of news nonsense, and the community wouldn't get covered properly. And it would be my fault because I ran out of funding and I had to sell. What? So yeah, it's scary. This is a scary place for us. And we're passionate and dedicated. So it's bigger than funding. It's bigger than, we didn't sign up to this for a paycheck, right?
Right.
And I think that people don't really understand that. We didn't get into this thinking that, we're going to get rich covering our communities. We got into this because we saw news gaps. We saw where coverage was needed and it just wasn't there. Yep. And we stepped up and we did it. And now it's like, hey, can you guys support us?
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly right. So tell us some of the stories about the stuff that you've had to cover in Flint that is the more crazy stuff.
Well, Flint is crazy. I mean, if you catch any of our council meetings, it's always a show. We've gotten national attention for that. I've covered so much in this city that I don't even know where to begin as to what story impacted me most so far as a journalist, because I've written thousands of stories. I've been doing this for 20 years. Man, I just kind of dated myself a little. Been doing this for a while.
Not Flint Beat for 20 years.
Nope, journalism.
Working as a journalism in Michigan.
Yep, working as a journalist. This year, with the team in place, I already had a list of about 40 stories that I couldn't get to. And then things that I just saw in Flint that I didn't have this year the mental capacity to even, handle, because we're so busy trying to find funding. Yeah. I was wearing multiple hats, but I have a really cool crew this year and they have written some phenomenal stories. I mean, they just wrote this really cute story about this young lady named Lonnie. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. That she's like a 10-year-old rapper and she writes all her own lyrics and she's doing music videos. And I thought that was really cool. We did a 3-part series on the mayor's plan to attack crime in the city, basically analyzing this thing and is this going to work? And I think we pretty much summed up that gun buybacks don't work in our coverage, which, I think we know, but I don't think the community quite knew. And in numbers, and what this really looked like. We started covering public health better. Our COVID coverage rocked. I wouldn't say it rocked as much as yours, Alice, because I love the coverage you all were doing.
That's Emily. That's Emily doing that.
I even decided, like, I looked at your coverage and I was like, this is what we need to be doing. Like, come on, guys, let's step it up. Let's keep up with what East Lansing is doing here. You know, which I looked at, we had written like 60 COVID stories. You know, and I don't even know how I did it because it was in the beginning before I got a team. We didn't get a team until April.
Yeah.
That was really cool. We did a really nice community story about a muralist who died that I thought was just heart touching. It was beautiful. We did one about a fish that was in a local mall for years. He moved. What the heck, you know? And so it's just a number of stories. A fish. He was in the local mall on the city south side for years, like 20, 30 years. And I knew he was there, but the mall's dying, of course. This poor guy in his little tank. And finally he got to a rescue in Ohio. And that story took off. Thousands and thousands of hits, right? So a local rapper named Y&J, there was this controversy about he was trying to shoot a music video and it turned out all bad. People got shot. It was just horrible. But that wasn't his intent, right? And he recently did this toy giveaway, like $10,000 worth of toys one day. Then the next day he did it again because he saw the need in the community. And what people said to us is they appreciated that we were able to cover the positive with this young man too. That story on Facebook was shared 20-something thousand times.
Boy, if you could get $1 for every one of those shares, right?
I swear, if I get $1 for every share, it will cover at least a salary, you know? So it's really, the community stories have been really great. We've been keeping a tight eye on local government and just trying to do right by the residents here.
So you cover your local government really quite intensely, and you see a lot of really, as we do, a lot of troubling things. Does it make you crazy when, like, you're covering that stuff and nobody's reading it, and then people read about the fish? Or is your feeling like, you know what, that stuff's important to the community too?
That stuff is important to the community too. Yes and no. It used to really, really bother me. I think now they're more engaged. Now just under the current administration that we are under, the US in general, America in general, I think more people are paying attention to government now. So that would be, it's a little disappointing because I like local government, right? But I think we have community is top right now. I think business is second for some reason, and local government is third. We cover City Hall pretty close, and I think people like our coverage. We just did a story, MLive, they wrote it first, about a water lawsuit that's been going on since 2012, but we just did it. We wrote it more in depth, like the history of this lawsuit and why we're here, right? And somebody just posted about, this is a great story. You know, it talked about this lawsuit and the history of it because it's been 8 years.
Yeah.
So people forgot about it. You know, we just happened to be able to write it a little more details to it that the community appreciated. But at first, yeah, Alice, it got to me. You know, but then I got over it. Like, however I reach you is how I reach you.
Also, you know, you bring people in with the fish, right? And they end up reading a little more and getting a little educated about the other stuff.
Yeah.
So you said that people like your City Hall coverage. Does City Hall like your coverage?
Yes and no. We're shut out just a little. I get it though. You know, I think under our current mayor, initially it was easier. They responded to us a lot, but in all transparency, the PR person for City Hall is my friend. Like I said, I'm a girl. I love her to pieces, but she's not responding to us like I would want her to, of course, you know. Instead of us, somebody shot us a message and thanked us for not just regurgitating press releases coming out of City Hall. You know, we could easily just post the mayor's statements, right? But we question everything when we get it now, because we have people on our team who can make it happen, but they're not always happy. She chewed us out on a Sunday. Oh my God, a couple Sundays about coverage, you know. But it's what it is. It's not personal. You know, I know the mayor. I can call his cell phone right now. You know, it's not personal. And I feel like we have an obligation to the community to tell the story like it is.
Yeah.
You know, don't get in your feelings about it. You know, don't get in a bunch. Don't hate me. Let's just do right by Flint. And maybe we can write good stories coming out of City Hall, right?
Yes.
So it's tough, especially Flint. Flint has a number of public health issues. Crime is high. The quality of life, you know, sometimes it's questionable in certain neighborhoods, right? And so it's hard. I get it, but we just have to do better. And they're elected officials. We put you in place to do better and be transparent and be honest.
What do you do about elections? How do you try to inform voters at Flint Beat?
So we haven't had a big election since 2018 outside of the last mayor's race. Bless everybody's heart. Oh my God. We cover local elections heavily to the point where in 2018, we printed out a 24-page full color tabloid of the candidates for the mayor's race and candidates for the city council race. With the recall election, we happen to have maybe 34 people altogether. In Flint, it's a big deal.
Can you just tell our watchers what happened with the recall, just so they understand the background of that?
Okay, so Karen Weaver, Dr. Karen Weaver was our former mayor. Right now we have Sheldon Neely, and people were just unhappy with her leadership. And so they led this recall effort against her, which she kicked butt. Like when I added all of her competitions or votes together, she still would have won. So it was 17 candidates ran against her. I think it was about 17. She didn't show up for any forum. You know, usually recall elections don't really work. And she ended up still being mayor. Dr. Weaver she's a green politician. She wasn't a politician. And so she's a community person. She came in and people really didn't like that she didn't really do politics. I get it, you know, and they weren't happy with her leadership. The water crisis, she came in right with the water crisis. So she's the first person to call a state of emergency for the city. But I think that being new to politics, coming in with the water crisis, that's a hard job, you know?
Yeah.
And things didn't move as fast as some residents wanted to. Behind the scenes, it was insane, crazy, regular crazy politics and people coming after people. Being a community person is, you really can see the story behind the story. Yep. Sometimes even when we can't write them, right? And so
a lot of times where we can't write them.
I saw all of that. So that was a big deal. So we did the mayoral forum for it. All the candidates were invited. We partnered with a local TV station, which they ended up having to use our footage because something happened and they didn't hit record. So we Facebook Live the whole event. So it was like and we did too. We had to break the candidates up, but we Facebook Live the whole event, and they ended up asking us could they use our footage because that happened, which is great. But yeah, we are, when it comes to local politics, we are on top of it, I feel. And sometimes in a different way. Like right now we're working on something. There's a council person that's extremely controversial. And people in general, when they watch the news and they see him, they don't like him, but his ward loves him. And there's a reason why. They could care less if he's badgering other council people. What they know about him is that when they call and they need something done, he gets it done. You know, and he says this thing when he's on council, he says, he'll say like, Alice isn't in my ward, but she couldn't reach her council person, so here I am. You know, and we call him Flint, the councilman, like the councilman, Flint's councilman, because he's in every ward. If you're a Flint resident, he's gonna fight for you. That's just it. He's such a Flint guy. But yeah, at first I was doing it all myself with a freelancer. Now, since we have a city hall reporter, she'll have the task of trying to get all these people and do all the interviews and do the Q&As, because we do something pretty standard with the Q&As with everyone, the same questions, they submit the answers. And come next year when we do city council, we'll print out another voter's guide, and I will load them up in my car, drive them around the city, libraries, city halls, community places, senior places, so they can have the information. That's what I do.
Amazing. And do you see the impact of that when you do that?
I got feedback that people liked it. You know, I didn't even really think about collecting that information, but that's the feedback I got. I know my dad, he even went to one of the local community theaters, and he put them on all the seats.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
And he said that when people left the theater, there was not one left. And so that speaks to how that was needed. And it just said Flint Beach Voters Guide. You know, we had stories in there about how recall worked, stories about where the precincts are. And we had, you know, this is who's running for mayor. So it's really nonpartisan.
Yep, that is powerful.
Right. And people appreciate it. And about 30% of Flint residents, they don't have internet at home. So they're trying to they're not subscribing to the local newspaper anymore. The only thing they're really digesting is TV news. And we know you only could put so much information in 2 minutes. And so we're looking like we're the go-to now. We took off really fast. I went from 1 month last year, I looked at numbers where I only got 2,000 views, to comparing it to this year, it was like 60,000. And so we took off really fast. This month we broke a record. We're more than 100,000 this month.
Great.
Yeah.
Jaquanda, I want to talk to you about national stuff in just a moment, but I just want to remind people that we are raising money and ask you, why should people give to East Lansing Info? Since you're our vice president, do a pitch for me.
Oh, East Lansing Info, they have their boots on the ground right in your community, covering the news that you need. I haven't seen it's one of the most impactful newsrooms, I think, in the East Lansing community. Even comparing them to some of the legacy organizations, they can't keep up with them. You have some really gutsy reporters that's going to ask the tough questions for you. And they're not bought. They're just not. They're working hard, and nobody's cutting a paycheck to them, keeping them from telling you the real news. You know, we often use their newsroom as a model for what we're doing here in Flint, because I see the news that they're doing. Covering economic development, covering race issues, you know, education. You guys really rock. And I think you should support this news. You should. I don't think you'll find it any other place. There's a reason why Alice is out there working. There's a reason why Emily is out there working, you know, because it's needed.
Yeah, that's how certainly we feel about it. So you and I met, I think, originally because we were both at the Lion meeting, the local independent online news publishers, and you're on their board now, correct? Yeah, and I wanted to ask you what you're seeing nationally in terms of trends. What do you see happening that we should be keeping an eye on? What's working? What's not working? What are you concerned about? I mean, one of the things I've talked about today with some people is that I really think the gender of local news is changing. I think women are taking it over a lot more because we're willing to do stuff at very low pay for our communities. Historically, that's been true.
Yeah, I think it's more because we are the healers. You know, we bring people together. We are the nurturers. And so we're taking those things that I guess make us women for the most part and investing it back in our communities, right? And so you're right. There's a ton of women leading news organizations right now, taking those risks out there and standing up to save democracy, to save local news, to rebirth local news. I stopped saying community news. I used to say community. No, we're local news. Like community, I get it. Sometimes they want to look at it like it's a smaller community thing. No, we're local news. We're competing with national news. We're competing again with legacy newsrooms. Our digital platforms are competing with TV. You know, we're some bosses. You know, this takes guts and courage, and we're willing to do it, you know, and I love it. I really love the girl power out here.
I do too.
Yeah. And we're doing something that typically white men do. Like, let's just be real about it, you know?
Yes, that's true.
And own it, you know, like own that we're launching news agencies and we're women. So it usually doesn't happen. And eventually I think that we'll be running news pretty much. I just think that we will, because we keep growing.
It's definitely one thing I noticed at the Lion meetings. You know, when I started going to them about 5 years ago, the first ones I went to were all white men who had gotten laid off from traditional journalistic jobs, trying to start newspapers. And they were all trying to start them in these ways. You know, they were online because that's what Lion is, but they were trying to start them in ways that were really, in many ways, very traditional. And they were assuming they had to do it exactly according to the traditional. And what I noticed about the organization was that it was getting more and more women as time went on, more and more people of color as well. And those people were not thinking in the way that you have to make it look like every other news thing is looked, being, I think, much more responsive to the question of what does the community want and how do we meet that need? And then also, how do we think about what the community needs and bring that and teach the community that's what you should want? Because
Right.
what you should want is the highest quality. What you should want is regular reporting from these kinds of things and really teaching people what they should have an appetite for, which is a lot of work. That takes a few years just to do that.
It is. But one of my main concerns for us is, you know, we've been around trying to do this. And I do see where funders are stepping up to fund news agencies, but they're choosing them. I literally just read something that said you couldn't be older than 2 years.
I know.
You know, and I'm like, how do you leave us out of the conversation?
I know.
All this time you didn't
we
have
should explain
funding.
what you meant. That they say they won't give us funding if we've existed, if we
Right,
manage to survive more than 2 years, they won't give us
Right.
funding.
You know,
Yep.
and so we have been at the table asking and asking and asking for funding, managing these newsrooms, and finally funders step up to say, oh yeah, let's start, you know, investing in these nonpartisan, independent newsrooms in these communities that's filling news gaps, but we're not going to do the ones that's been over here screaming. You know, it's like, hold on, wait a minute. What about us? And so like one of the things that I do when I'm working with Lion is to continuously have that conversation about newsrooms like East Lansing Info and Flint Beat that have been out here asking for the funding, and you guys finally bring it in, the funding, the support. Don't forget about us.
Yeah.
You know, it's great that some people want to launch news agencies. It's great that some people have managed to last a year. We want to help them too, but don't forget about us. I have a 3-year-old, everyone. My niece is here, and she has on lipstick. And so I think she wants to participate. I can't get rid of her.
You could put her on your lap and we could see her.
I did want to ask you, Jaconda, how you think the news might look different as we have more women running it. Like, might that change what news is covered and how it's covered?
I think we're going to get back to some old school basics and cover communities like they should be covered. And like Alice said, ask the communities, what do they want? We don't go into news meetings thinking we know everything. We go into news meetings to talk about the things that we've heard in the community, the things that residents have emailed us, the things we see on social media. You know, we have a tendency to pay attention, right? Women, not knocking men, okay? I'm just saying we have a tendency to pay attention to people. Just like you pay attention to your family, like knowing what your husband enjoys or your significant other or your children or, you know, my niece here, knowing what she likes, you know, there's just a thing that we do. And I think that we take that attitude into our newsrooms. You know, I pay a lot of attention even to my team. and what they like to cover, their strengths and their weaknesses. I'm not going in here like I am the queen of news. I know everything. I know what the community wants because I know, because this is my thing. No, it's their thing. And we listen. Who listens? Women, we listen. So,
So true. I think
So
we're
I
also
definitely-
out and about in a lot of different circles, and that actually works really well for embedded reporting. That we're within a lot of different circles, and so a lot of people are talking with us once they know we do news. I get stopped when there's not a pandemic going on, I get stopped all the time by people who pull me aside and say, "Are you Alice Drager?" Yes,
Yeah.
and they want to talk to me about some issue, and they take advantage of that. And it's because I'm circulating in a lot of different places that they're able to do that, because I'm out doing the grocery shopping, or I'm out at the gym, or I'm out, taking in stuff to the food bank for my neighborhood, or whatever it is. And people catch me and they say, "Hey, I read this thing, but I really think you ought to also be covering this other thing." And that's where we're getting a lot of our information.
Yeah. I sometimes have to tell residents I'm not working.
Yes,
like you show up to things, you want to hang out, be part of it. And I'm like, "Hey guys, no, I'm not working." Like, let me enjoy. But you're right. Like, we're out here in the community, we're paying attention, we're in these circles, we build relationships, throughout so many years. We're there. We were there before we launched these news agencies, and we're there now. Even with COVID, you noticed some bigger news agencies started doing furloughs, layoffs. We just toughed it out the best way we could. I think in the beginning I had a little funding, to pay freelancers. We're okay with that, just working really hard with that big charitable, communal type spirit, right?
Yep.
So just managed to make it through a tough time.
Yeah, because we're small businesses too. I mean, it's something people don't think about. We've been trying to really focus on what local businesses need to keep alive, to keep people doing okay. And so we've been bringing that. But at the same time, we're seeing the hit to our own bottom line in terms of people not having as much money to put into stuff. Or I understand this, they're giving to other kinds of charities that they feel are urgent need. I get it, right? Homelessness, I get it. Hunger, it makes
Right.
total sense. So we're in that same environment. And that's part of where we have to really think about, well, how do we do this without taking money out of the mouths of people who really need the money even more than we do? And COVID's really put a spotlight on that, I think, in a lot of ways.
I think so too. And I was saying that I know it's hard to understand news because it's not tangible. You can't pick it up and put it in your pocket. I get it. But it's one of the most impactful things you can invest in, right? It's especially during COVID. Like, how many resource stories did you guys write, Alice?
Emily did.
Yeah.
But absolutely, about
Right.
where to get tests and how to find out information about what the executive orders are, and bringing forward information about, so where are the trends and how should we be thinking about the trends? Yeah, absolutely. Tons of resource articles.
Right. So can you imagine if Emily didn't do that? Like, that's something our newsrooms didn't do. Tons of resources. What after school programs? Are they virtual? Are they doing 6 kids or not? Like, what does that look like? What does it look like with the public school systems? What does it look like with the charter school systems? There is so much information out there that residents needed. So if it wasn't, I feel like if it wasn't for news agencies like ours, some of the information would have completely got missed. And we push it. And I think we can push them because we know different resources that might benefit us, or things we would like to see. And so we're also on social media, sharing that information. I get people just messaging me about random stuff. A senior citizens water heater is out, right?
Yep.
Where do I get that information? And we're so community that we will, if we don't know, we'll find out. And they'll get an email from us saying, yeah, this is where you can get that water heater replaced. Let me know if you have any problems.
In that way, Jaquanda, I think we are the council members, the sort of ghost council members, unelected, right, within our community.
Yeah.
Because we get these kinds of questions all the time. And I get these kinds of questions where it's like, I've been struggling with this one thing for years. I'm like, why are you struggling with this? I know exactly who can solve this problem. And I connect these people and the problem
Yeah.
gets solved. It feels good, but it's like, it's really weird that they don't think to pick up the phone and call City Hall and say, how do I solve this problem? But I know how to do it. And sometimes it's because they feel disenfranchised, just totally
Right.
disenfranchised.
I get some people, sometimes they say they've tried to call City Hall.
Yeah.
And just as, for some reason, it's different. If I reach out, if Emily reaches out, if you reach out, they respond to us differently, right? And so sometimes we use that power that we have for some reason in order to address those issues for residents.
Although we sometimes find that a citizen calling up gets information faster than we do because City Hall gets mad at us sometimes. So,
Right, but like, I know a lot of the resource articles we wrote early on in the pandemic was just cutting through so much bureaucracy. Like, where do you get tested? Like, particularly those early days when testing was in short supply. Like, it was just a day of calling here, there, and everywhere. And like, I hope if someone did need testing, we cut down the time for them, that they didn't go through the ordeal we did. And I could imagine too with calling City Hall or different entities, it gets confusing. Like, I had to listen to the menu 7 times because it really wasn't clear what I needed,
No, it's not
because
clear.
it didn't fit into those 7 words you gave me. So
that was the thing. I mean, we kept facing people who were in the public health system who, are really well-intentioned people working really hard, but they just kept saying to us, well, this is clear. And we would like try to read it and we'd be like, are we just so tired that we can't understand what this thing says? And, my feeling was, if 3 of us sitting down together can't understand what this order says, how the hell is the average stressed out small business owner supposed to understand what the heck this order says?
Right.
It's not that easy. It's really not that easy.
It's not that easy. Like, we literally have to go through and break information down. Like, we did something breaking down the water crisis settlement because residents were so confused. And they told us, thank you. Like, this is the best thing that we've got out here so far as information. Like, we don't understand what's going on. And they throw out all this jargon. It's impossible. It's like, I read some of this stuff. I'm like, what the hell? It's no way the average person can sift through this and get the information they need. It's hilarious. I think they're trying to confuse people on purpose.
I think sometimes that's absolutely true. I mean, we just covered a public hearing where it didn't even have the name of what was really going on. And I mean, it just was completely misleading, frankly. If we hadn't explained to people what the real issues were, nobody would have been able to understand. In fact, I only found out about it by accident because I was like looking at the city calendar and like, what the heck is this thing? And I couldn't figure out what it even meant. I had to do Googling to figure out. And then I realized, oh, it's this thing I'm very familiar with, but they've named it something else and crammed it between Christmas and New Year's. Why? Well, no doubt because they were hoping we were paying no attention.
But that's what we do. It's funny because, I'm for profit.
Right.
We, even though people look at us like nonprofit because of the work we do and how we function in our model, it really is a nonprofit model, right? Stop, Skylar.
Or a no-profit model.
To be honest, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's for profit just because we haven't filed paperwork to be nonprofit. This work that we do, we really know that it's a community service. It's a public service, right? And I think that journalism needs to be looked at in that way. Just like any other organization that does work in the community. If it's Red Cross, like, I am the Band-Aid. Like, I am here to help residents empower, impact, and inform. Yep. That's what I see. Empower, impact, and inform. And that's the work we're doing here, Alice. That's the work we're doing here, Emily. Empower, impact, and inform. And it's that simple.
Yes. But what I feel like is if we had to shut off the lights tomorrow for lack of support, then people would miss it, right? Then they would say, oh my God, I got all these services out of this organization. And as it is, I honestly think, I mean, I hate to use the expression of clean running water when I'm talking to somebody who's had to live the Flint water crisis, but people do just assume that they're going to turn on the tap and the news is going to flow. And it's when it stops flowing that I think they pay attention and they suddenly realize that they've lost resources. So we know towns that have lost newspapers are in deep grief over the question of what they're going to do when they have no way to really share information other than things like Nextdoor, which, let's face it, is controlled by a corporation that has a very specific agenda, or they've got Facebook, which again is controlled by a corporation that has a very specific agenda. When we're bringing news as a public service, our agenda is to serve the people. I mean, we take very seriously that we are the fourth estate. We are the fourth branch of the government. There's the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judicial branch. It's literally late. And we are the branch that keeps an eye on all of that and makes sure they're treating everybody the same, make sure they're not wasting people's money, make sure people are taken care of. We take that really seriously. That is our agenda, is taking care of the people.
You've been brave enough, though, to kind of shut down. Like, hey, look, you all, we need money to make this happen. If you don't give us money, we're not going to be there. I haven't officially made that announcement. I ghosted the city for like a month one time. I didn't say anything. I just disappeared. Next thing you know, council people they were calling me. The mayor was calling me like, are you okay? I was like, I don't have the mental capacity and I don't have the money to do this. Like, you guys need to step up, you know? I don't know if I'm that brave. I thought about trying it, but I haven't yet. Just to say, look, you guys got to support us.
Yeah, I did it a couple of years ago, and it did make people step up. One of the things it did is it caused people to become fundraisers with us, and we haven't seen nearly as much of that this year. But I think that's also in part because, frankly, the pandemic has just made it really hard for people to get out there and do face-to-face fundraising for us of the natural kind they're comfortable with. You know, a lot of people are not comfortable like calling somebody up and saying, could you give East Lansing Info money? But if they run into somebody, if they're out in the world and they see them, they say, hey, let me tell you, I'm raising money for East Lansing Info, and would you please consider it? Then it's a natural ask and it's a lot easier for people. And so I think what we're suffering from in part is just a situation where the people who normally would be doing that, asking for us throughout the community, just aren't getting the opportunity to do it in a way they feel comfortable with. And I totally understand that. I mean, I get it, but it's been really difficult this year. This year is just really hard.
Yeah, I had a hard time asking before this year. I used to tell people I felt like I was standing on the corner of Facebook Avenue shaking a cup.
That's a good description.
Yes. Yeah. But this year, I think I got tired and over it. And I was like, what we do is great work and give us money. So, you know, we both just did Newsmatch. We're still in Newsmatch. It wraps up tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. This year we've raised more money than we've ever raised, which is still low, right?
Yeah.
For what we've raised. I think right now we're at 13 something. Which I did more asking and I did more calling people out, you know, like, look, you say you support this, give us the money. You say you like the news and the coverage, give us the money, you know, and telling residents, I put up more social media posts than I usually do. Like, hey, yo, this fundraiser here, money, you know, if we could get 1,000 people at least to pay us $10 a month for 12 months, that'll cover some salaries. Like that would really put us in a better position. You know,
I do just want to explain, Jaquanda, that when you say you've raised about 13,000, that is nowhere near your whole budget. You have other sources of funding.
No, about 90% of our budget right now is grant funded. And we crack jokes calling, you know, when that COVID money runs out, because we did get the $100,000 from Facebook for COVID coverage. We got another $5,000, that initial $5,000 that they gave out to newsrooms for COVID. And then Google gave us money for COVID. So $110,000 alone is just COVID. What happens in 2021?
Yeah,
right?
And we did not get that funding. We got $10,000, 5 from Google and 5 from Facebook. So we have not gotten the kind of funding that you've gotten in terms of grant funding. And that's partly because people recognize that, you know, you're in a bigger city, you're in a place with more news need, and we understand that, but it is the case that you're relying on grant funding, which can also just disappear.
It could disappear right now, right? Yeah. I don't want to say more news need, because we know East Lansing needs news, right? Yeah, we happen to be in a bigger city that is underserved and marginalized. We're a Black-led newsroom. I noticed that the new trend is to fund Black-led newsrooms, right? Predominantly Black communities. And so that's where the funders are, which we've worked to our benefit, so we fit who they're trying to fund.
Yep.
But we've talked about this too, Alice, like, let's not leave out the conversation, of the news agencies that may not be Black-led, but they're still filling a gap and they're still serving underserved and marginalized communities. And I had to make a decision for us because Brown and Pack Media Group is working to develop news products in underserved and marginalized communities.
Right.
What does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean predominantly Black, right? It could be an LGBT community. It could be a rural community, and so
A senior community.
It could be a senior community. Like, where are these news gaps and what needs to be filled? And it definitely may not be people who look like me. So we also have to look at that. We, as news agencies, this industry has to look at filling these gaps. I'm really appreciative that we have received funding this year. We got from Borealis. They gave us funding in a tune of $125,000. And so that's really was the funding that kind of kicked it off where we could have something that looked like capacity. It wasn't anything that was based off programming. It was operating. That's the first time we've ever gotten anything for operating. And I was able to bring people on a team to help start building sustainability and developing more content, and in hopes that we'll become a legacy newsroom. Right now, we're in the Facebook Accelerator. It's hard work. It's on average, we meet 2 to 3 times a week. It's pretty intense, but I think it will help put us on that road to sustainability. We'll really see what this looks like sometime next year. And
yeah, and I just want our audience to know that Jaquanda has been incredibly successful at grants. We have tried. We get dinged for not fitting a lot of the boxes that they're looking for, in part, for example, because I don't come from a traditional journalistic background and I don't have the 20 years of experience as a journalist that you do. And so we look weird to them and they don't really want to fund something that looks super weird. Also, frankly, our costs are low enough that they think that we're not real. Because we keep our expenses so low, they think we can't really be delivering news at the level we're delivering it.
I had to up my budget. Like, I had to look at because at first it was the same way. Because, this is our 3rd year. March 13th was our 3rd birthday. We've gotten small funding in the past. Like, one of our first supporters was Solutions Journalism Network. And they gave us like $5,000 that first time. We had to look at our newsroom, make decisions as to where we wanted to be and what that budget should look like.
Right.
For where we want to be. And when we did that, they started to take us more seriously.
Yeah.
Even though
I know it's a chicken and egg problem.
Right.
Do you boost your budget and hope then they take you seriously? But if you've boosted your budget, then what if you can't raise your budget? And it's like a constant game.
Right. And it is, and I know we talked before about you not fitting this description. And I never even thought about it because you guys produce great work, right? I look at the work, the body of work, because I know some people that's been in the industry and they produce crap work. We're here because they produce crap work, right?
Exactly.
So
that's exactly right.
I didn't really think about that until you said it.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, we have people with the best journalists I know do not have degrees in journalism. I need people to understand that. Some of my mentors, they have degrees in law, history, but not journalism. I remember one of my J school professors, he told me, he said, please do not go to grad school for journalism. Do something else. Either you can be a journalist or you can't. Either you know news or you don't, and so that was really disheartening. We've had some really tough conversations about where we're at in this industry.
Yep.
I know that you have worked to be at the table, to keep fighting for us in this industry and the work that we're doing. So, I've had a little heartbreak this year, Alice.
I get it.
with some conversations that we've had, you know? And it's tough. And that's why we're here. And that's why we need people to continue to support us in a big way. You know, you don't put up paywalls. I don't put up paywalls. We don't force people to subscribe. So we produce this content for free, you know, for the public, but really producing it isn't free.
No.
It costs.
No.
And so I don't think people quite understand that, or even how we put it together with these little budgets. Some of this money that they get in the industry, you see they get millions of dollars. Do you know what we would do with millions of dollars?
I do know. I'd pay myself a decent salary.
Right. I don't know,
I'd
Emily.
pay Emily a decent salary.
Right.
I'd
Emily,
pay
if you
Andrew a
see
decent
half of the
salary.
money, we talk about salaries, right? If we had half of the money that some people get, man.
Oh, I'm telling you, Jaquanda, you know, here's the thing, right? So last year I raised $127,000 and ran the organization on. This year I set the budget at $200,000. And I got questions from people, why are you asking for so much money? I run an entire news organization for an entire city on what the city manager gets in his compensation package. And people ask me, why is it so expensive? They have no concept of what it takes to really bring the level of news that we're bringing, the high quality stuff. And then their response is, well, just cut back, you know, just give me the stuff I want. And I'm like, well, how does that work, right?
Right. Like, what do we cut back?
Like, so the analogy I give is like, okay, so you've got a car and you can't afford to keep the car running. So why don't you just take the engine out and then run the car that way, right? Just take the wheels off. You don't really need the wheels, or maybe you don't actually need the body of the car. Like, which part of the car do I take off?
What do I take off?
And, you know, when I had to answer the question, like, why did the expenses gone up? The answer is because I stopped totally killing myself without paying myself. I hired more help and I started paying myself a little tiny bit, and that increased expenses.
That was a discussion. I don't think people understand, like, Alice really is working for the community. We have to have these conversations with her just to get her to take a little money.
That's true.
You know, that she probably reinvests in the business, that she probably uses for gas or whatever it is. Like, she puts so much back into this, you know. And sometimes I'm tickled because I've been there. You know, I told you this year I was able to pay myself. I'm paying myself a salary as the business operations person, the publisher person. I still help edit. I still help get story ideas and pitch. So I'm paying myself, I think right now I'm at 30.
Mm-hmm.
I make the lowest amount of money in my newsroom.
Yeah.
So
with reporting and doing all of the business operations, I'm making about $24,000 a year. So we are not lavishing funds on ourselves. We are not living in money. I work 50 hours a week.
Right.
We have to wrap up, Jaquanda, because we've got people in the waiting room. This has been fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you guys so much.
You guys
Keep up
can
the
see
great
why
work.
Jaquanda is my hero.
No, I love it. Keep up the great work, please.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks for being with us tonight.
Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Donate. All right. Bye.
Bye. Now we're going to bring on Ramya Swayam-Prakash, who's a donor to Eli for the first time this year, and she's going to share a little bit about why Eli is important to her. Hey, Ramya.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
I'll try to keep my booming voice down because I know you have a
Wait. Okay, I can hear you better now, I think.
Okay.
I was on YouTube and trying to listen to you, and I was just like, wait, why is Emily sounding so far away?
Because there's a lag with YouTube. That's pretty miserable. So, so we have with us Ramya. She is a PhD candidate in the MSU Department of History. So I was wondering if you could tell our viewers tonight why you support Eli. You gave your donation for the first time this year. So what made you decide to do that?
Mostly because my friends work for Eli. And thanks to my friends, I now have a better sense of what Eli does. I think I've said this enough number of times now to like different people that I was mostly mostly uninformed about what Eli does until my friends started working. I mean, I read a few stories, but I didn't actually sort of, keep a good track of what was happening. And now between the website and the podcast, I'm just amazed by the kind of things you people do, but just the high quality journalism that comes out. I genuinely think the podcast is riveting. So yeah.
Well, thank you. And Ramya does have a degree in journalism too, so she knows what she's talking about.
From like 1,000 years ago, but yes, I am a fossil, yes.
So what do you appreciate most about Eli reporting?
I think what's great for me is just sort of the multiple aspects of city life. I grew up in India in a large city where, it's easy to forget what happens in like the next block, let alone the next subdivision or whatever. And so moving to East Lansing, I wasn't fully convinced that there was enough to do in the city, but clearly there is, and there's enough to sort of screw up as well. So, which is great that you guys catch all that. So I think that sort of granular information that you're able to get out. Yeah.
Great. And what's been your favorite podcast episode?
I'm gonna say the one about the land easements with the developer whose name I always forget, but like I remember on my runs. But yeah, so yeah, I think that podcast, because again, I've told you, Emily, that y'all made like land easements look interesting, and that is not possible. Not. I went to grad school for urban planning, and it's not. So, but yeah.
Yeah, so when
It's riveting, Ramya. It's riveting.
It is. Shockingly.
Ramya gave us the tagline that we made boring interesting. So hopefully that'll get someone out there to throw us a few bucks.
Y'all should make t-shirts. I think that would be a bestseller as well. Like t-shirts and sweatshirts.
We make boring interesting. Everybody wants a t-shirt that says dangerous activist, which is what Mark Bell called me. So
that too.
Journalists are dangerous activists.
Well, we are acting, and as you noted in the response letter to them, we are dangerous to their profits potentially.
Exactly.
So, I mean, very broadly, I guess we fit that definition.
Just a reminder, this is how you donate, eastlansinginfo.news/donate, or you can open your phone camera, point it at that thing, and it will magically open a tab. It's really cool.
Well, thank you for joining us, Ramya, and for pumping us up.
Thank you. Please donate. Donate.
Thank you for being such a great supporter.
Thank you,
We love
Ramya.
it.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Good luck.
We're 10 hours through of 12. It's actually kind of wild to be. We've made it this far.
I'm a little loopy. I don't know about you guys.
Well, it's drinking time, so.
Uh-oh, Andrew's drinking earlier than us, Emily.
I'm not yet. It is time now, was my point.
Shall we let Mark Rebner in?
Sure.
Yeah, we might as well.
I think Jody is going to need a few more minutes, so she could pop in.
Our mob bookkeeper. Jody's the one the investigators will go after because she has all the receipts for everything. She knows where everything is.
She does. She sometimes reminds me, I know where you live. I'm like, yes, you do.
I mean,
Yes,
it's
you
not
do.
like it's hard to find out.
Wow, it's been a day. This has been cool. Even if
It
we
has
don't
been.
raise very much more money, I have to say I've just had an amazing day talking with you guys and everybody else. It's been incredible.
Well, I've got a list of sticky notes going down my windowsill of different clips I want to take out of this, and I started it too low. It's not like high enough up on my thing, so I had to it runs down onto my desk now.
So when we turn off Eli because we haven't raised enough money, Andrew, we can just run the clip show over and over again.
It'll be like the closing time playing in the background montage.
Exactly. I don't know if people know that reference to The Office.
I think it's just like a sort of thing in general.
I think Mark Grebner just disappeared.
Yeah,
So
we
he
lost
must be
him.
trying to log in again. I think his login didn't work.
The deep state turned off. his
Well, isn't
internet.
Jaquanda the best? Now you guys know why I call Jaquanda when I'm at wit's end, because she's like, she doesn't try to butter me up. She doesn't try to make it sound like everything's going to be fine. She's like, this sucks. Let's keep going.
I mean, that could also be the Eli motto.
It sucks, but we're not stopping.
Yeah. This sucks. To break for lunch. See you in 30 minutes. Like.
Exactly.
Where's my sticky notepad? There it is.
All right, come on, Mark Rebner. I want to get to the drinking hour. I've got my cocktail dress ready, so at some point I'm going to dip out and go put my cocktail dress on for the 10:30 drinking with the zoning code thing.
Well, here's Jody, a fundraising update for us.
We honestly should have invited Steve Willoughby on this thing.
I don't think he would have showed up. But.
Hello.
Yeah, worth asking.
So I hear that I'm the mob boss with the money.
You're the accountant. You got the book. It's the sort of that thing, like the cops knock on the door and he's like lighting on fire and like shredding it, and yeah.
Well, I have to say that it's the best part of this team is that I get to keep counting the money and coming back on and telling you all how we're doing. And I get to keep counting the money. That's the best part of this whole thing. So I just wanted to give you a top of the hour update. I needed a minute to kind of sum it all together because I am a mob boss at the end of the day.
Also, you've been drinking, but go ahead.
And as you can tell, I have been drinking. It is 10 o'clock on December 30th, so it's not so odd. And I haven't been on since noon like some of you, but I did want to let you all know that we have 22 new donors, which means that we have 22 new folks to the Eli family, which is super exciting. So thank you to everyone who is new to Eli and for supporting our efforts. We have currently just over $6,700 raised in 10 hours, which isn't really too bad to sneeze at. We, as a total, we're trying to raise 200,000. We're at 115,450. So we still have a ways to go, but we are 58% of the way there. And as I always say, teamwork makes the dream work. I had to think about it for a minute. Teamwork makes the dream work, and together we are all working together to make this happen. So I have to say this last hour of the telethon has been a true joy. Actually, the last 2 hours, meeting Alice's family and Emily's family, and now getting ready to hear Mark and some of the other, I'm waiting to see the cocktail dresses and the drinks. That's coming up.
Am I supposed to wear a cocktail dress? Was that not
Yes.
discussed? Or
That's what I heard.
I don't own a cocktail
dresses
dress.
And drinks were coming up next. So
I have alcohol. I don't have a
am
cocktail dress.
tuning in, and I am still counting the money. So if you are still interested or have not yet donated or are willing to donate again, you just have to go to eastlansinginfo.news/donate. And I'm still here counting the money, and I will be here counting the money until tomorrow night at midnight. And I'm hoping that we get close to 200,000 so that I can be here next year as well.
And if you want to go to sleep tonight, it's cool. We can count the money tomorrow. I don't want to keep you up 2 nights in a row.
Oh, are you kidding? This is better than any other night that there could be, because I got to hear I got to hear Alice's brother and Emily's parents and sister. There was nothing more than I would want to know than that. So this has just been the best. So I will see you all closer to the end, probably closer to midnight. I'll check back in and let you know where we're at. And in the meantime, I'll stick around and listen, and hope you all will as well. So
Thanks, Jody. Oh my God, Andrew, you have to use a clip from that of Jody drinking and twirling her hair while giving us
I already wrote down clip 16, Jody with wine, 10:03 p.m.
And the twirling of the hair, I've never seen Jody do that before. She's clearly enjoying that wine. So hello, Mark Grubner. Emily and I are still sober, Mark. I know you are too. So thanks for joining us.
I'm tired. We have with us a man who says he's no worse than the rest of them and is no worse than anyone else we've had on this evening, Mark Rebner. Mark has served as Ingham County Commissioner for decades. He also founded Practical Political Consulting, serving political candidates, organizations, campaigns, and businesses. To our readers, Mark might be best known for his work defending clients in suits involving the city of East Lansing. So I was wondering if you could sum up the end of the driveway drama for us and maybe give a brief recap. It's a favorite amongst our readers.
The problem is that the driveway is such a tangled thing that even a brief recap goes way too long. I think if I were writing it, I would leave out a lot of it. It's got too many, so I'll just go through it. I'll talk fast.
Well, the good news is we read a version of it for Peter Sagal from NPR, and he guessed that was real. So.
Oh, very good. Okay, so people already have a little familiarity. Okay, guy buys a house for his daughter and her friends. They move in. They have various adventures with the city, which are not relevant to this. One of the minor adventures is that they discover that the driveway is so narrow that they keep clipping each other's mirrors off when they park side by side, and they can't park back behind each other because there isn't quite enough driveway to do that without blocking the sidewalk, which is a ticket, or blocking or parking with a tire on the grass, which is a ticket. And so to be legal, they need like a little more driveway. So Dad, having no idea what he's gotten into, he's a radiologist in the Detroit area, comes up and puts in some paving blocks to widen the driveway. Everyone in East Lansing knows that this is practically a felony, that he's in terrible trouble, that he's violated many laws, and the city, of course, goes and cites him immediately. Dad removes the paving blocks, hires a contractor. They do a survey with actual stakes. They apply for a permit. They get the permit, and they then attempt to pour the driveway. So far, it's just a way overdone driveway, and to widen the driveway by 2 feet and having to hire a contractor, we're already spending a lot of money for 24 inches of pavement. Okay. I'm only 10% of the way through the story, so I better speed up. So the contractor hires somebody to deliver cement, and just as the cement truck is arriving, the city shows up and says, no, you have to stop. The permit was issued incorrectly. We shouldn't have granted that permit. It's too much of the required rear yard setback, something, more than 41% or something. I don't know what it is. Okay, so they throw away a truckload of concrete, which is $1,500. Okay, fine. That's not a big deal, right? It happens all the time. Actually, it doesn't. You shouldn't issue a permit. You see, the whole idea of permits is that the city has agreed with the plan, see? But that's all right. So Dad then calls his high-priced attorney, who says, zoning board of appeals, I don't know how it works, but so the radiologist then applies the zoning board of appeals. There's a hearing held. The neighbors are notified, 30-day notice, on and on and on. Sorry about the dog. And
Scout, shush.
It makes it more Scout.
She's a good dog. I've met her.
She's a very sweet dog, and she's bothering people out on the sidewalk right now. So Dad goes to the zoning board of appeals. There's now been like a 3-month delay. I should say, by the way, before the concrete truck was waved away, they had already jackhammered the driveway. So this house no longer has any legal parking at all. There's no driveway. There's no pavement. The kids are now being required to park on the street, which, is barely possible with permission of the city. Yeah. But the city has said, never mind, we'll let you do it for a while. But they've now gone 3 months. They have a zoning board of appeals hearing. The zoning board grants the variance. Okay. So they get the contractor back, and they have the plan, and they put in the string line, and they do this and they do that. And another truckload of cement shows up. This is one that I'd edit out, see, because this is just redundant. And they have to throw away a second truckload of concrete because the city's inspector fails to show up. Okay, so there's another $1,500 gone.
And still no driveway.
Yeah, and no driveway at all. They're actually much worse off than they were in the first place, because before they had a narrow driveway, now they have no driveway. Okay. So eventually the city's inspector shows up. He approves the string lines and the forms and the sand and all this stuff. They pour the driveway. That requires a little bit of work because by now the cement company won't deliver to them anymore because they've gotten burned twice on this guy. So he has to go to another supplier of cement. But that's like, I'm getting into irrelevant details here. So they eventually, on the third attempt, pour the driveway, and it's all troweled and nice and pretty and so forth. And a couple weeks later, a letter shows up ordering them to remove the concrete because the driveway did not comport with the variance granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals, which has to do with a percentage of the required rear yard, which is covered notwithstanding this and defined as that. I'm a lawyer, but I've never quite gotten this whole thing. But the city granted the second permit, and so they poured the thing. They got a driveway now. The kids are parking on it, and it's illegal. So the hotshot lawyer gets a hold of the city and says, you know, you people granted 2 permits now. The technical term is you are stopped. You see, you can't prosecute somebody. You can't order somebody to do something. You've granted the permit. See, you hired the inspector. He's not our guy. He's your guy. He's on your payroll, right? He showed up and said to do it. So it's your problem, it's not ours. At that point, the city sends a letter to my radiologist and threatens to have him arrested, criminal charges against him for maintaining an unlawful driveway. At that point, the high-priced attorney goes to a zoning board of appeals meeting and attempts to explain to them how estoppel works and that you can't do this. You just can't do this. So the city orders him to withdraw, to do it, threatens him with criminal prosecution. At this point, Eli gets kind of amused enough to start making fun of the city. And in the middle of all this, the city offers him $1,500 in cash if he'll do it, which has now created the very unusual criminal situation of, on the one hand, you're a criminal, and if you'll take our $1,500 and do what we've asked you, that would be really great. I mean, kind of like somebody who's been charged with arson and here's $5,000 and don't do it again or something. It seems like a very odd prosecution.
Well, they were hoping he would take the money and fix the driveway, according to what they now said was the correct driveway.
Right.
I just want to balance this out a little and point out that this is in a neighborhood where there's a lot of student homeowner tensions. And there are rules about how big a driveway can be built. And the concern that the neighbors had, which is a legitimate concern, is over occupancy caused by people cramming more people than should legally be in a house that's a rental house and creating a lot of mayhem, noise and parties and blah, blah, blah. And so a bigger driveway is something those of us who live in these neighborhoods, which I do, get suspicious about. But that said, the city did twice permit this thing, twice approve it. And so it's hard for the city to then say you did it all wrong.
Well, and especially to then threaten him. It's one thing to say, God, we made a terrible mistake. What can we do to work this out? But to say, we might send somebody up and have you hauled out of the hospital, or
they were serious too. I mean, they kept sending letters saying that they would issue a warrant for this man's arrest. I mean, it was serious about a freaking driveway.
They never did actually seek a warrant, I'm happy to say. They only sent him letters on letterhead. So it was a little short of.
Well, is that because we published about it and it would have looked ridiculous if they had issued a warrant?
Well, I'm wondering which judge would have been reluctantly putting their name on that one.
Well, we know that they have arrested people over zoning code violations.
This is true.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second, if we may.
But so let me wrap this up because I'm only halfway through the story, so I'll leave out most of the rest. So eventually, after much, of a high-priced lawyer going and laughing at them, they finally kind of agree that maybe they'll pay him $3,000 and the city will do all the work itself. On our side, we said, we really can't apply for another permit. We can't ask you to approve a permit because, you see, we've done it twice and it didn't work. And we just don't feel like it makes any sense for us to provide you with plans because we've done that twice. Why don't you provide the plans and then you approve them? And then if you don't like what you've done, you can arrest yourselves.
Or pay yourselves money.
And they could also do that. And they could just send the letters by internal mail. They would leave us out. So they eventually did pay $3,000, which was just a tiny bit. I mean, the high-priced lawyer wasn't most of it, but the 2 truckloads of concrete was 3,000. The survey, the number of times the contractor showed up, and the guy driving up here repeatedly to go to zoning board of appeals meetings and all this stuff. So eventually the city proposed shaving, I don't know how much, like 12 inches or 18 inches off this driveway. And we negotiated back and forth. And about that point, the city attorney was fired. Okay, that was pretty good. And then the new city attorney was able to settle this thing. Like within 10 days of coming on, the new city attorney had figured out the case, had worked out a deal, and was moving forward, and they got the work done, and they finished it all without really any more fuss.
But council voted through the settlement while the old city attorney was still under, yeah.
Yeah. The
And-
old city attorney gets most of the credit for this.
And the high-priced attorney was you,
I'm sorry. I assumed that everybody figured that out. Yes.
but you
Yes.
were not really high-priced because you'll take a very low dollar if you get to go make fun of East Lansing. That's the truth.
My rates are slightly lower than a plumber during ordinary time. Okay. But
Do you
but we-
do plumbing?
No, I am even worse as a plumber than I am as an attorney. And I'm not a very good attorney. I really don't have much experience, but I do practice in East Lansing housing matters and zoning or driveway defense. I guess I have a record now as criminal defense of driveways.
And you told us about also a case in which you were not the lawyer, but about a man who was in fact jailed for a zoning violation.
That's an awfully sad case, and we'll use a little bit of euphemism here. There's a guy who has been fighting with the city and really fighting with his neighbors. I used to live across the street from him, and that was in 1976. I'm saying 1986. So that's 44 years ago. No, 34 years ago. 34. So 34 years ago, he was already difficult. And he has remained difficult, and he just doesn't follow rules at all. But he doesn't really, it's not like he's built a slaughterhouse and he's killing cattle or something. He doesn't have a smokestack. It's not belching zinc fumes or something. But he just has a desire to build fences that are the wrong height and the wrong material, and they have sod in them. And it
really, I mean, I went and looked at it. It looks like something out of the French Revolution, the barricades.
That's what I was saying. Yes, I was thinking more like the Spanish Civil War, 1936, and you kind of think there'd be an armored car about 3 blocks away lobbing in shells at the peasant militia.
And so what this says when you see it is this is somebody who needs social services, not somebody who needs to be arrested.
Right. And so the city has fired off complaints and charged him eventually criminally. And I looked at the case status, which is normally like 1 line per hearing or 1 line per fine or it's a page of the events in court. And his was already 18 pages long, which is to say it had 150 or 200 distinct events already, involving hearings over the cost of a transcript and requests to waive the filing fee and to permit him to file late. And it just page after page of hearings that the city, and this is really the thing about the old city attorney, instead of just solving this and like somehow getting around this, it was necessary to respond to page after page of these motions to set aside defaults and so forth. And this is all over a zoning matter that involves, like a $500 fine.
But you get paid by the page. I mean, he got paid by the page, right?
Or by the hour, or the week, or the month, or the year. Anyway, so this dispute is going on 5 or 6 years now, but it's only the most recent dispute. I mean, he was involved in disputes long before this, none of which matter. By the way, it's in a very heavily student neighborhood. It's not as if he's offending upper middle class, professional neighbors. He's offending a fraternity whom he hates. So anyway, the city has, I don't know how much, but eventually they held a jury trial. They actually picked a jury, which took forever. And then they held a trial and they convicted him of one count of something and they acquitted him of a count of something else. And they sentenced him to take his wall down roughly. And he failed to do it. And so he was held in contempt. And this guy is now in his 70s, mid 70s, I guess. And they hauled him off to jail for 10 days, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whenever it was. And they haven't, as far as I know, they haven't resolved it yet. As far as I know, they continue to fuss with him. It's just an example that there are some issues that winning is worse than losing. The city winning this case has actually damaged the city more than losing it would have. And it's not as if this guy is ever gonna, like he's not sprawling. He's not got some commercial enterprise that if you let him manufacture zinc here, he's going to turn the whole, south side of East Lansing into a foundry. I mean, he's just going to keep planting bushes in ridiculous places in his yard. And the story I always tell about him is when I lived across the street from him, one day I watched him go out in his yard with a small propane torch, and he quietly set fire to his entire yard and let it burn all the way across and then stamped it out.
And people think East Lansing's not interesting.
And he did this in a very professional way. He had clearly done it before, and he knew exactly how to char his yard without threatening anybody else. It was really impressive. So he finally, without a word to me, goes back in his house and leaves behind a smoking black mat of charred lawn. But the city never charged him with that. I shouldn't, and the statute of limitations is run on unlawful outdoor fires, I'm sure, from 1986. So I guess he escaped there without punishment. Anyway, I have only had limited contact with the new city attorney, but I am very much impressed to the extent that I've had contact, because he seems alert, sensitive, practical, all kinds of words that I would never have used with a previous city attorney. Helpful.
Don't get us sued, Mark.
Yeah.
Don't get us sued.
So what has drawn you to being interested in these zoning cases?
Well, what happened, I've always had a law degree. I mean, ever since I was a child, I just don't practice law. And one day I came into work and the owner of the firm had just received a completely out of left field letter from the city accusing her of running an illegal rental in her condo that she was trying to sell.
Mm-hmm.
And we figured out what it was that had happened. She'd lived in a condo, she got married, she moved into a house with her husband, and she was trying to sell the condo. And apparently she'd made the terrible mistake in East Lansing of allowing a friend to live in the condo and sort of in exchange for just like keeping the cobwebs down and making sure the toilet isn't running and, maybe pretend it's occupied to make it easier to sell. And it was on the market for, this was right after the 2008 crash. And so she's way underwater on it and it's on the market forever. And she's never going to get the money out of it that she put into it and all that stuff. It's all the normal things. So the city found out that this friend was living in the place, and in the city's mind, because of the frankly bizarre content of Ordinance 900, that's an illegal rental. And you say, well, they weren't paying rent. That doesn't matter. It's an illegal rental because she could have been paying rent, this friend. And the friend was paying rent in the form of keeping this cobwebs down and bringing in the mail, which is like a valuable service. And that's illegal rental, see? And of course, they never told the owner, my friend, that she was violating any law. They would never like tip anybody off that there was a problem. They would just deliver, I'm forgetting now, is it 54 or 56 $500 tickets? So it was a $28,000 offense, you see. Well, I mean, that's a pretty typical, and that was only down from the early days because the ordinance itself actually says each day shall be charged, not may, but shall be charged as a separate offense. And so really it should have been $280,000 at this point, but the city had lost that in court previously as a violation of the prohibition on excessive fines. So they cut it down to just 10%, just 28,000, or maybe it's 30. I don't know, some amount like that. And so I ended up defending that case gratis, and to my surprise, we won. And I just kind of promised myself that I would send out letters to every single person who gets a ticket from East Lansing on housing code stuff, and just tell them, there's an attorney available to help you. I may not be very good, but I show up at the hearings and I plead and I this and I that and I fuss with them. And so my entire practice consists, with the one exception of I did defend a driveway once, but generally I mail out my little form letter to everybody who gets a ticket. I have like a subscription to under FOIA to everybody who gets a ticket from East Lansing. I usually know about it before they do.
Okay.
And I just tip them off and I go and represent them and I just do the best I can. And I've had like a dozen of these cases, and each one of them is it's just a startling set of facts. I'll just touch on the most recent one that I defended. The city heard that somebody was buying a house again for his daughter, different house, buying a house for a daughter and 4 friends in a zone that does not permit rentals at all. So clearly this is illegal. Everybody's from out of town. They don't know about East Lansing's ordinance. So the city begins watching the house. It turns out that the girls aren't going to move in until 8 months later. They buy the house in December with a plan to move in August. Okay. So the city surveils the house, pulls utility bills to see when the girls move in, right? They actually pull a utility bill in May, right? Waiting for the girls in. They don't mention to them that this will be illegal because you don't want to tip them off, you see. And then they wait another month and a half. They don't even tell them the first day they move in, you see. So by the time they move in, there are 31 tickets. It's $18,000 worth of fines. And the city's defense, well, not defense, after all, they're the prosecution, but the city's claim is, and the judges upheld them, we don't have any duty to tell anybody the ordinance exists. They should find out for themselves. They got testimony that the girl involved, whose name is on the deed, had been in City Hall. And did she go up and down the hall and ask each office whether they had anything to tell her? No, she did not. Was she aware they had ordinances? Had she ever requested a copy of the Code of Ordinances and read through it to see if any of them happened to pertain to her? No, she did not. Well, the city has under no obligation to tell anybody about its ordinances. So I took this up to the circuit court, just assuming that there's such a thing as like fairness. And I was wrong. That just shows I'm not really a very good attorney. And the judge upheld the whole, by that time it was down to a mere, I think it was $9,500 we got off for. And their crime was not knowing that East Lansing has a unique ordinance and that East Lansing was just waiting to clobber them. And East Lansing did. That's all. So anyway, that's my entire legal practice. My law practice consists of dealing with people with roughly that set of facts. They're all different, they're all amusing, and they're all sick.
So you mentioned that you have a subscription through FOIA, or the Freedom of Information Act. Can you explain what that is to our viewers?
What the FOIA is, I hope not my subscription. My
Or
subscription.
how someone can make a subscription for the Freedom of, or through.
That's actually, I happen to know FOIA law really well. So I want to do a little bit of advanced FOIA. I want to talk about the philosophy of FOIA a little bit, especially as applied to problem cases. So it's a more tangled statute than you think. It's probably good either to read a book, read a pamphlet about it, or maybe talk to an attorney. One of the nice things about Michigan's Free Information Act is that you get attorney fees if you win. And so if you catch somebody doing the wrong thing, and it's really clear they're wrong, you can always get an attorney to take it for free because they know that you're going to get paid by the city. but you have to set the facts up really carefully, or you let the city wriggle out. So I rarely sue, because I think when people see my name on the letters, it kind of rings a bell, and they think of all those appellate cases with my name in the caption. So anyway, usually people are pretty reasonable when they know the game is serious. But if you're not serious, many cities, and East Lansing is an example of it's pretty typical of this, learn a bad lesson. And what they learn is that they can have their own policies which don't follow the law. And if somebody comes in and requests something, you just say, no, we don't let people have that. And the attorney would say, excuse me, you have no choice. That clearly falls within the law's protections. But the city says that, and somebody like ELI, for example, doesn't sue. And so the city says, well, that works. That's what we always do. We never provide that. And it always works. And so somebody else comes in and they say the same thing, and you don't get it. And the next person comes in and they don't get it. And the fourth person comes in and they don't get it. And maybe it happens 50 times in a row that nobody sues. And so the city is confident, we know how this works. We don't provide that because our policy is such and such. And the 51st person is me. And I take a big chunk of flesh out with my teeth, and I cost them $20 or $30 or $40,000. I'm not the attorney in these cases. I'm generally the plaintiff, not the attorney. It's a complicated situation. But my attorney takes a big chunk of bleeding flesh out of them, and also humiliates them, and also forces them to adopt policies that they didn't mean to adopt. The trick is that the city never wants, I'm not just talking about East Lansing, but when I say the city, I'm talking about any public body. They have a range of discretion. They can get away with a lot of stuff. 97 or 98% of all requests for information are granted routinely, and nobody thinks about them. We're only talking here about the ones that are contested or tricky or have political ramifications. But if you go in and say, can I have a copy of the East Lansing City Council agenda? Well, you can't go in any place now, but you can get that online, right? So if you ask for some ordinary document, I want a copy of the budget. That's easy. Nobody fusses over that. You don't even think about that as a FOIA request. But when you get to something that they don't want to give you, and we could think of lots of hypotheticals. There's something they have a policy of not handing out. Let's say they don't hand out draft minutes. They only hand them out after they've been adopted. Some places do that. That's not legal. Okay, it's just not legal. So you make this request, and the city says, well, that's not how we do it. We do it this way. If you let them get away with it, well, that confirms them in that belief. But if you sue them over it, all of a sudden the city will come up with a new set of claims. They will never tell the judge what they told you. Instead, they will take positions that they don't want to take, that are legally proper, that the attorney has written for them. And they will say things like, oh, we always provide draft minutes if people just request them. But this requester didn't ask for the draft minutes. She asked for the minutes, and the minutes didn't exist at that time, Your Honor. We denied her the minutes because the minutes are after they've been adopted by the council, not, at that point, she was requesting the draft. Oh, if we'd only known, we would have done it.
Okay,
Right.
Mark, we have to wrap up because we've got another guest waiting. But I will just say that the reason we don't sue is exactly that. It's this sort of endless game. And I know you think sometimes we probably should sue. And we probably
Let me
should.
just wrap it up and say, but the point is, if you do sue them, then the city or whoever adopts positions in court, and they can never unwiggle. They can never get themselves off that hook.
There's a definite advantage, no doubt. Well, I'm glad Scout has calmed down. Thank you for joining us, and we will.
Are we getting the big
Thank you.
reveal, Alice, in a second? Thank you, Mark.
Oh,
Thank you for letting me tell all those stories.
forgot to turn on.
Thank
We
you.
enjoy talking with you. Thank you.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
yeah, I didn't do that on purpose. I just forgot to turn my video back on. The big reveal. There we go. I'm in
Oh
my
wow.
cocktail dress.
Oh, sparkly and everything.
I had to be sparkly because it's what works on camera. I'm making my cocktail. Hello, Mr.
What are you
Pearson.
making?
Hello.
Dave, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Did you grow an extra long beard because of the COVID?
There's that. And then there's, if you're at this point on the agenda, as I know from City Council and Planning Commission, the key is you have to stay awake because you're going to be on, and you can't pay too much attention to what everybody else is saying, because then you'll forget about what it is you're supposed to say. And then you're trying to figure out whether the other people listening are awake.
Well, we're still awake, although I'm making myself a Delta Sunset, which is lemon juice, Cointreau, and triple sec. And I will say I did enjoy when a few weeks ago, or maybe it was a few months ago, when didn't somebody on City Council, you showed up and somebody said something to the effect of "you again"?
Yes, and actually that line was passed along from Mark Meadows to Ruth Byer to the current mayor, as a matter of fact.
So we should explain to our viewers who are not stuck in the position of having to sit through interminable meetings till the very end. Very often, David Pearson is the last person on because he's representing some poor sop who has to deal with our zoning code.
Those would be my developer clients, and I don't think of them that way.
Because you're getting paid, we're not, by the developer clients.
Well, and I think that's how I get at the back end of the agenda. There's a thing that's done where the agenda gets redone so that the citizens can speak and go home, and then the developer and the developers council get to stick around until the very end. And well, they're in it for the money, so that's.
Are you not drinking? You're supposed to be drinking with us.
I do have a drink.
Cheers. What is it?
It is a Dark and Stormy, which is a summer drink. It is the national drink of Bermuda, and it is black rum and ginger beer, which is non-alcoholic. It's more like a pepped up ginger ale. And depending upon your view, it either has to have lime juice in it or it cannot, under any circumstances, have lime juice in it.
And yours?
One or the other. Mine is without lime juice. I save the limes for other things.
Planning Commission and Council would be way more fun if we got to drink at the end of it.
It would if they drank too, as a matter of fact. So
it could have unintended consequences, though.
But sometimes I think those would be okay compared to
that's fair.
Some of the other stuff that goes on. So
that's fair.
So lead us through it. Tell us about the case I've been wanting to tell everybody the name of, but I'm going to let you tell them the name of it. The one you wanted to take to the Supreme Court.
Well, I didn't want to take it to the Supreme Court. Somebody wanted me to take it to the Supreme Court, and the story actually starts. The one you're prompting me on. It came up in a discussion of East Lansing's ordinance. So the thing that's different about East Lansing, and I have to say people in East Lansing don't understand that their zoning is different from everybody else's zoning in many respects. And one of the biggest things about it is that so many things are discretionary decisions. And usually when you think of zoning, you look at what zoning district you're in, you see what uses are permitted. And then sometimes there are also uses that are by special use permit. So for example, you can have a church in a residential district, and that's fine because having churches next to houses are not a problem. But you don't want to put a church at the end of a subdivision cul-de-sac. So you need a special use permit so they can look at it and make sure it's in the right place. And East Lansing has lots of these, more than any other place I've ever seen. And
what that means is City Council gets to decide an awful lot.
Yes.
And has to decide an awful lot.
It has to decide. So you can go through staff, you can go to the Planning Commission, but you still have to go to the City Council, and they're the ones who get to decide, and their decision's discretionary. So you can take them to court, but your chances are not real good. And one of the nice ones, and this is actually much like other places, is alcohol sales near churches. The difference with East Lansing is you need a special use permit to sell any alcoholic beverages anywhere, in a store, in a restaurant, a bar, doesn't matter. And it essentially is then up to city council whether you can sell alcohol. But the East Lansing extra twist on this is that if you are close enough to a church or a school or a community center, then the way the ordinance reads, the church or the school or the community center has to ask the city council to waive the objection, rather than the person who actually is running the business asking to waive the objection. So it's just a little extra piece that's backwards. The case I had, which was similar but a little different in the city of East Lansing, I represented the Federated Polish Home. The average age of the members of the Federated Polish Home, and nobody actually lives there, it's a hall. They come there and they play cards. And
Have a wedding occasionally, no doubt.
Well, more than occasionally, because that's how they support themselves. The average age of the members when I represented them was about 78. So they weren't real active, and they didn't have a lot of ways to make money, and they didn't have a lot of money for dues. So they would hire the hall out for weddings and other events. And of course, at those events, people wanted to serve alcohol. And what you do is you go and you get a one-day license to sell alcohol for the event. And that is absolutely necessary for making money at the Federated Polish Home. But Rite Aid owned some property next door, which they bought because CVS had bought the opposite corner, and Rite Aid was trying to keep them out. And if they came in, then they were going to build. CVS got wind of it, sold their property, and the Rite Aid donated their property to Bishop Robinson, whose church, the Apostolic Tower of Power, moved in next door to the Federated Polish Home. And I got involved because the Apostolic Tower of Power did not have enough parking, and they needed a variance.
It's always about parking.
It's always about parking.
Parking is everything.
Yes. So we went to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I argued against the variance, but arguing against churches usually does not work very well. So we lost. And the manager bookkeeper for the Federated Polish Home tried to convince me to take the case up. They didn't have any money. But the difficulty now was that the church was moving in, and anytime they wanted to have an event and get their one-day liquor license, because the church was next door, they had to go and get permission from the church to have an event, which sometimes agreed and sometimes didn't, but because they hadn't exactly made friends by arguing against the variance, the church was not happy with them. So the manager tried to convince me that my reward would be that I would be the attorney who argued the case in the Supreme Court of Federated Polish Home versus Apostolic Tower of Power, which is a fine name for a case.
You know, the best name case ever was United States versus a box of Japanese pessaries. But but this one is pretty close.
Yes.
And if you know what pessaries are, then you know why it's so incredibly funny.
Yes. Yeah.
Just imagining learning about the Polish Federated Hall versus the Apostolic Tower of Power in sophomore year of high school.
Yes, exactly. And it's one of those cases you would remember. Griswold v. Connecticut and Federated Polish Home versus the Apostolic Tower of Power.
Wait, was Griswold v. Connecticut is different from United States versus a box of Japanese pessaries, right?
It is.
I have a book I could consult, but I've been drinking.
It's quite different, as a matter of fact. You don't need to look it up. So that I can tell you.
So it's all about parking, isn't it?
Well, it is all about parking. And by the way, that's one of the other tricks that people don't know about the East Lansing zoning code, because everybody always wants more parking, especially downtown. The only problem is that all of downtown is zoned B3, and building parking with your building in the downtown is actually prohibited under the East Lansing zoning ordinance.
So you're not allowed to build parking. And everybody's like, why aren't you building parking? And you're like, you're
No.
not allowed to build parking.
The answer is
illegal.
You can't. People's Church to the contrary. And Jack Cahill, the leader of parking on the Planning Commission, who would agree you always need some more parking. No, it's specifically prohibited, and that's because the city wants to have the parking monopoly downtown. And in order to build parking, you have to prove that there's no room left in the city parking system. And the problem is that at its peak hours, even pre-COVID, it was never more than 65% full. So you can't prove you need more parking, even though everybody who comes to your public hearing or writes to city council explains you can't build this building because there's not enough parking. So you need a special waiver or dispensation or indulgence, depending upon your church history, in order to build parking for your building in downtown Lansing, East Lansing. So there's always a special permission that you have to get. And that is really one of the keys of understanding East Lansing zoning, which is all of the decisions that really matter are discretionary. So the problem is that until you get to city council, you have no idea.
So this is hard, we should say, not only on developers, and I'm not expressing sympathy for developers, let me be clear. It's hard on city council because they're forced to constantly be making controversial decisions, whereas most people have worked out their zoning codes and they say you can build this and not this, and somebody comes forward and they build this and not this.
Right.
But in East Lansing, we are constantly saying you can build this and not this, unless you do this, this, and this, and the city council says, okay, in which case city council is always being put on the spot to make decisions that are tough decisions politically.
Right. Well, I mean, and if I can, play the sympathetic card for the developer, at least local developers in particular, the other issue with East Lansing is that in order to apply for anything, to build a building, the level of detail is extraordinary. I mean, it's really not comparable to other communities of the same size at all.
And we've heard this from lots of developers. They pour tons and tons of money into a project before they even know if it's going to get anywhere.
Right. I mean, and just to use numbers, so you're going to spend somewhere between 20 and 50 grand on engineers and architects, plus the time that the developers and their staff spend, plus attorney time, which is near and dear to me. And by the time you go through the process, you've easily spent 100 grand and you have no idea whether you have a project or not until the end of the process.
Yeah, and in the case of Roy of Oaxaca, they said they'd spent $400,000 before being killed.
Of
course, they said it was in time, and they may have been billing it $9,000 an hour, right?
And to be fair, if you actually put in all the time that the developers spend at meetings, that's probably a reasonable guess as to what they have into it.
Emily, you have to speak so we can see your cocktail dress. You're yawning at us here.
Sorry.
Speak for me. Oh, very nice. I like
Thank
it.
you.
And you've changed your background to look like you have an archer.
I moved to the bar, actually.
Show us the bar. Show us the bar. Show us the bar.
Here.
I need Emily to start doing like the trick Vegas bartending.
That I got Ben for Christmas, if you could see.
Oh, very
Wow.
Are those taps coming out of your fridge?
What was that?
Are those taps coming out of your fridge?
Yeah, that's not our real fridge. That's our beer fridge.
You have a beer fridge.
Ben
You gotta have
brings
a
his
beer
own
fridge.
beer. So we have kegs. None of them actually have beer on them right now. And then for Christmas, I got him taps that have his initials and then chalk so he could write what beer it is.
Awesome.
You guys, you're gonna have 17-year-olds trying to get booze, trying to like rob you now.
You are the good girlfriend. Do you have liver in the freezer though? That's the question.
No, but we have the Campbell soup can, remember?
Shh. So David, related to this developer question, we want to know how come none of your developers have ever launched press conferences that are about us?
It really hasn't come up, as a matter of fact.
No? Really? It hasn't?
No.
Oh my. The name of that photo is fantastic.
The name of this photo is Mark Bell Sees Me.
Ah, okay. That explains the expression.
The oh crap expression.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop sharing.
No. As a matter of fact, that reminds me of, I was going to point something out about East Lansing Info, because one of the things that developers do, and I don't know if it's superstition, and actually the picture you showed was an example of to the contrary, is generally when they start projects, they don't have a name for it. You just come in and you apply, and you don't need a name for what it is you're doing. I mean, like the one which is now called the Park District was, in fact, it was just going to be a residential building, mixed use, hotel, and as it turned out, an affordable housing building. And that was it. There was no name to it. And yet everybody who in East Lansing called it the Park District, even though the property that was involved was every piece of property that was not in the Park District RFP that the city had put out.
Yep.
In order to get a developer to come in and do downtown development. So it got named the Park District. And then Mark Bell, of recent fame, he came in, and his was called you may recall, the Downtown Lifestyle District.
I know, I wanted them to keep that name.
When
The
he started.
Downtown Lifestyle District.
It sounds
sounded
like something
it-
you'd find in Amsterdam.
I thought it would have branded condoms. I really did. Branded condoms.
Right,
I mean, let's face it. The Downtown Lifestyle District just sounded so.
Well,
You're
that
right.
was one of the
so
stores.
sweet.
That was one of the stores you had in downtown Lansing, East Lansing, before it went away. So, yes,
Is that right? I didn't know that.
yes, there was. Well, but then it was changed to next. It was called Center City.
To be purposely confusing or what? Did you ever
Well-
figure out why they called it that?
I never figured it out because you already had City Center
One, which is the
which
CVS.
was a pretty well regarded project. And
Absolutely.
you had City Center 2, which of course was Chappelle's project.
A disaster.
So you don't really want to associate yourself with that in any way. And then
So were they going to look like City
Titanic
Center
2.
1 or?
well, they were actually right in between. So I suppose that's why they got to be Center City instead of City Center.
Okay, so speaking of names.
But it's now Landmark, Newman Lofts,
Yeah.
which are perfectly nice names, which makes you think, so why didn't they start out that way? Just like the Park District is now the Graduate Hotel, the Abbott,
Yep.
and Building C. So that doesn't.
So speaking of projects with awesome names, this is a picture I'm particularly proud of that I put together from 2 pictures during the
Oh my God.
Royal
I remember.
Bacchus deliberation.
I remember that.
Mark Meadows
Didn't I
looks
take
like
the-
a stock
Did I take those
photo.
pictures?
I think you took both of them, Andrew.
I think I would, because I remember
you took
being at
both
that
of them.
meeting.
And to be fair, this on the left, it's Paul Vlahakis looking at a PowerPoint slide, but looking worried, you can see. And Mark Meadows being completely fed up and voting against it at that point.
Someone once described Paul Vlahakis to me as always looking like his dog just died.
So this was the Royal Vlahakis project, which Eli named.
Well, that is what I was going to point out, is that was the other example to the contrary. Paul came in and announced his project, and
He
it was
did.
called Park
Place.
which was confusing because everybody called the one that wasn't the Park District the Park District. But it seemed fair. At least he was starting out giving it a name, and East Lansing Info refused to use the name.
No, there's a reason. because we know developers always change the freaking name of the project. And so I decided I wasn't going to play this game. I was going to name it something that would remain stable. And sure enough, Park Place became Park Place West and Park Place East, and then Park Place East was dropped and it became Park Place, and blah, 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 right? And so I used the amalgamation, with Ann Nichols' permission, of Royal Properties and Vlahakis Development, and I called it Royal Vlahakis. And okay, granted, some people said it sounded like a sleazy Greek cruise line, but it worked. People started
Kind of
calling it
sideways
Royal
ships.
Vlahakis.
It is, in fact, what it is called at City Hall today. That
Royal
is-
Vlahakis.
Yes, it definitely caught on. But
I think you have to sometimes name these things for the developers if they will resist. Now, the Citadel we're referring to as the Citadel because that totally cracks us up because it's all in caps and it has
It's
a
all
trademark
caps.
name.
It's really
It's the all
aggressive.
caps with
It's
the
really aggressive. It's really aggressive.
trademark name. So there is that. But okay, so the best story about the Royal Vlahakis thing is, as Mr. Pearson will know and our city desk manager well knows, that when developers eventually get to their project, they develop an LLC, a limited liability company. And they do this because it limits their liability beyond this project. They attach to this project. If the project fails, nothing else is damaged in theory. And so, for example, the Center City District project is called HBBM LLC, which is Harbor Bay Ballline Management, although BM is funny, but whatever, it's Ballline Management. And the Park District project is something like 100 West Grand River LLC. When Royal Vlahakis came forward and decided to do their LLC, they used apparently the initials of some of the investors, and they came forward with the LLC HSV. Now, they were at that point still proposing two different projects, one of which was going to be phase 1, HSV 1, and the other one was going to be HSV phase 2. And if you Google HSV 1 and HSV 2, you get herpes simplex virus 1 and herpes simplex virus 2. In other words, the two herpes viruses. And
Not great.
I was the person who got to come to DDA and say at public comment, you really should Google the name of your LLC before you choose it. And everybody at the DDA was Googling HSV and cracking up throughout the room because HSV 1 and HSV 2 are the two types of herpes simplex virus.
Once you get HSV LLC, you never lose it.
And you have to disclose it to future projects.
you should have left them alone and let them be Park Place.
Yeah. It was our fault. It was our fault they turned into
Right.
HSV. I don't think so.
You hounded them out of it. That's no question about it.
So our annotated renderings, shall we talk about our annotated renderings?
Well, that is the other thing developers don't like, other than the names that you call their projects. And the problem is that architects don't always either visit the place where they're designing the building for, or I shouldn't say that. The good architects always visit where they're designing, and they actually spend a lot of time here. And the architects that I've dealt with on several projects for Chicago-based firms actually came and stayed here for weeks at a time in order to get a feel for the place and what the surroundings were. But the problem is when you go to illustrate that, the drafting people back at the office don't know that. So they have a tendency to put in shapes to represent things. And the shapes don't always actually resemble what's there.
The shapes are not the funniest things. Okay, so you represented the hub people who wanted to do the hub too, I think.
Yes.
And they always do this thing where they make the people kind of ghosty and small, or the people are always very sexy. They're never fat, because conventionally people think that that's not sexy. And they're always sort of looking very hip. They're always aged 25 to 32.
Well, there was the rendering
Oh, God,
for the
I have to
Newman
share that
Lofts
one.
patio there was the rendering for the Newman Lofts patio, which was supposed to be 55 plus, and all the people on it looked like they were about my age.
Yes, hold on, I'll find that one. Oh my God, I have that one. Okay, wait, we'll show you that
Couldn't
one.
have could have just put George Clooney on there 90 times, and everyone would have been okay with that.
Hold on, let me share that one. Okay, so yes, people pointed out that one. This was the Center City Newman's Lofts thing, where it's supposed to be 55 plus, but everybody looks pretty damn young and hip. There are no walkers. Also, what's weird is there's no building next to it when there is in fact a building next to it. But the one that I really wanted to show you was the one from the Hub, which was when they were doing these ghosty, weird things. And this is the way I annotated it, not for Eli, but for my own purpose of having some humor for Twitter, which, whoops, wrong one. Sorry, hold on. I'm drinking.
Busty woman with dwarfism.
Oh, you can see it. Okay.
Peeping Tom.
So what the heck is this peeping Tom person doing in the bushes, right? So why did they render this guy in the bushes? And he really is a peeping Tom at that point. Then there's this tiny woman, incredibly tiny woman with a big bust line who makes no sense at all because she's 2.5 feet tall. And then seriously, there's a two-headed woman who's like approaching the building, but she has
This almost looks like that art I learned about in early European history when they first learned about perspective and hadn't quite gotten it right yet.
Isn't it ridiculous?
Can we take a moment to appreciate that Alice has this titled Silly Rendering Annotated Copy?
Alice has had like half a drink and she's hammered.
I have nothing to eat. I've had nothing to eat all day. 2 bananas.
So why did you annotate this copy, Alice? Like,
Because
for
it was,
what purpose?
it was so absolutely ridiculous. This particular rendering like blew away all levels of ridiculousness, right? I mean, really, these individuals rendered on this. Why did they release this? Can you defend this? Really,
Well,
Dave?
I was going to say, in terms of how the building looks, it's pretty great. So you have to wonder, so who decided they needed to put people in?
I was going to say, isn't the point the building?
Who in the back room decided to put those people in, and what were they smoking when they put them in there?
It was good, whatever it was.
Right. But clearly, nobody looked really closely because somehow this got public enough that you had it and could annotate it.
I think I got
Well,
it
did
from
you
the
know
Freedom of Information Act.
It appears there's a fourth person who hasn't been annotated.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
Behind
if you
the
go to
busty woman.
to the right of the busty woman with dwarfism,
Let's see
it's
if we can see that
this is
person. Who is that?
ridiculous. I think he's peeping Tom's friend keeping watch. Like I have no.
Also, when
Is
you
that-
zoomed in, there's like a tree growing out of the building.
I think it's supposed to be perspective, but they didn't want it blocking what the facade looked
Oh
like.
my God.
Well,
But it does kind of look like someone spray painted a tree opaquely
Okay,
on
like
it.
I agree these ones are kind of ghosty, but all the developers put people in their renderings that I just find super creepy because if they're not ghosts, they're kind of like The Sims.
They do look like Sims.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Well,
this was an
I'm with
annotation
David.
of Tuscaloosa. I just realized this wasn't even East Lansing. This was Tuscaloosa. And I got a hold of it and just thought it was so funny. I decided to put it on Twitter. I did not bring it to East Lansing Info. It was so ridiculous.
I mean, I'm with David. The building looks fine.
Yes, the building looks great. That's the whole point of the thing.
Like I'd rent there.
I don't know what to, and the fact is there are renderings. So I'd have to tell you, the ones that were done for the affordable housing project, DRW Convexity, has realistic looking people doing realistic looking things.
But there is no
They're not
neighborhood.
walking into the bushes.
My neighborhood has disappeared on that annotation, if I recall correctly. We don't exist.
I believe that it is successfully blocked from downtown. It's sort of a buffer.
Oh, you're doing us a favor. I didn't realize that.
Exactly.
By not having us exist.
That's exactly it. We are protecting you from downtown. So that's exactly what you want, isn't it? And then Evergreen Avenue is going to go away, which will help as well. But that's the utility work that the city's doing. So
Oh, I think, oh, I did. I found the one where I went sort of off the rails. Hold on, let me share this one with you guys. This was Center City, of course.
This is like a lot of stuff that when we worked at the Daily Orange, when we're getting really punchy at like 1 a.m. would get sent in Slack of just like, can we use this as front page art? And it's just like clip art.
There we go. This is the original Center City Lifestyle District.
Downtown Lifestyle District.
It was totally awesome. So first of all, the building just east of CVS is actually apartments. It's not apartments, it's rendered as apartments, but it's actually a parking garage. So they took a parking garage, the parking garage behind CVS, and they turned it into apartments to make it look nicer. Then the Residences Hopcat building is not it's not 5 stories tall, it's 8 stories tall, and it does not have a mansard roof, which is what they gave it. So you guys know the Hopcat building. What you see on the left there is supposedly the Hopcat building, looks nothing like it. There's a 7-Eleven where they put a park.
I was about to say there's several buildings there.
Yes. And the park-like area that they rendered is actually Harper's Restaurant and Brew Pub. So that just turned into a park somehow too. So the whole thing looks fabulous if you pay no attention to what is actually there.
Well, I should point out that this also fits the angle of I've had someone remark to me that from the right angle, Newman Lofts and the landmark looks kind of like the Titanic. And
now the good news is, I think this was
entirely off here.
Much uglier than the building actually now looks. So the good news is this rendering, I think, is hideous. And in fact, the building as built does not look nearly this awful. That is my own personal opinion. Although we should point out that the plants they've planted on the parking garage have died twice. We've had to redo them twice.
That's the problem when you require landscaping like that, you know. If you could eliminate that silly stuff, you wouldn't have to worry about maintaining it.
Well, they put a bunch of arborvitae in a balcony on the edge of the parking garage, and somebody keeps not watering it apparently. So they just keep dying, and we keep replanting arborvitae after they turn very brown. We have some great pictures of the dead plants, but I'm not sure I can find that.
Does that get paid out of the TIF plan?
Yeah, I think it does actually. All right, what other eccentricities of the zoning code do we have, David? Since I'm slurring my speech now.
I'm going to talk about height.
Oh, this is one of my favorites.
Because, oh, well, you don't. So there's a couple of things about height. One is that how tall you get to build your building in East Lansing depends upon what the city council says you can. So in the B1 commercial district, you can build 2 stories or 36 feet, unless you get a special use permit, in which case you can build 4 stories and 64 feet. And B2 is similar, only taller, but the B3 is the most fun because there you have to build at least 4 stories, unless you also have residential, in which case you have to build 6 stories. But if you want to build more than either of those, then you need a special use permit to add additional stories, unless you want to go above 8 stories, and then you need a special use permit, an extra dispensation, and then you can build up to 140 feet. But the other fun part is that if you want to build less than 6 stories, you have to get a dispensation for that too.
So did you write this so that people would have to hire you?
I didn't. I came upon it in all its glory. I didn't have to do anything to it. This is the way it has been for many years. And then there's the other sort of interesting twist on that, which is each of those say so many stories or so many feet. But the problem that the hub ran into, or hub 2, is there it says 10 stories and 140 feet. So since and must mean something, that meant you could build 10 stories.
And they had to be exactly 140 feet.
Well, you don't have to hit 140 feet, but you can't be more than 140 feet. And if you hit 140 feet, you can't put in 12 stories. But that leads into your question, which is how you count stories. The hub is in the East Village, which allows only 10 stories. and it is 10 stories, plus 2 levels of parking. Because parking is not stories.
They're
Parking
floors.
is levels. Right.
Levels.
And on top of the hub is all of the mechanicals, which are in obviously what looks like more of the building, but that doesn't count because it's mechanicals. And the amenities building doesn't count because you can put amenities on top, and those don't count either.
So it's a 12-story building that is 10 stories high.
Well, you might even count it to 13, but it's only 10.
This is the insanity. So you guys, if in East Lansing you build 11 stories and the first 10 of them are parking, it's a 1-story building.
1-story building. But it can't be more than whatever maximum number of feet.
But it has to be at least 4 stories high in some districts, so it doesn't count. It doesn't survive because it's only a 1-story building, even though it's 11 stories high and is under the height.
That's true. And if it were residential, you would need 6 stories, so you would have to build even more. So
you guys got that? Can you follow?
I'm just
that?
imagining, I'm effectively imagining that you could build something that is infinitely tall as long as the first X number of layers of it are parking, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm so tired. I'm just imagining playing with like Ben's nephew's building blocks and like just making it as tall as I can.
I'm imagining the parking garage I would build if I were a kid, of like, it's 2 spots side by side, but it's 100 stories tall.
One of my friends who donated today was an only child, and she would play parking lot with her Matchbox cars. And like sometimes people would beep at each other and not know how to parallel park, and it was super edgy.
Your friend became a valet before they knew what that was. Oh.
So my question is, you have consistently reported the Abbott as being 13 stories high when it is in fact 11 stories with 2 levels of parking.
And a level of amenity.
Yes, that's true too.
It's 14 stories. Are you complaining because I haven't reported it as 14 stories?
No, I merely want to point out that you've given a complete pass to the hub, which is always reported as a 10-story building.
I know, and it's not true.
Even though it has 2 levels of parking and an amenity deck on top.
So the hub is interesting, right? Because the parking is also retail on the other side. So
yes.
Is it really parking levels or is it retail levels? I don't know. That's what's confused me about the hub.
In the East Village, those first floors are 14 feet high because East Village has a special form-based code.
Yes, it likes cathedral ceilings.
Right.
So the 7-Eleven has a cathedral ceiling thanks to our form-based code.
And so does
we always wanted.
So does Giorgio's. Yes, as a matter of fact.
Well, you got to toss the pizzas up. You got to have the high ceiling.
You got to have the height.
To do authentic pizza, you need a cathedral ceiling.
Okay.
I'm going to take a moment to plug Giorgio's Pizza as my favorite.
So you were one of the people who kept peppering us with questions about when is Giorgio's coming back? When is Giorgio's coming back? Yes.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
You're saying it wrong. It's Giorgio's.
Does anybody say that? It is Giorgio's?
Yeah, that's how you say it.
Isn't that like poinsettia? I mean, nobody actually says it, really? Okay.
No, I'm drinking straight Cointreau over ice because I've run out of lemon. So you guys keep talking.
Alice is just going to fall asleep before the end of this.
I haven't had anything to eat today except some bananas. I'm super tired. Also,
really
we have not raised nearly enough money. So let me just plug once again, if I may. Could you please give us some money, people? Because we actually do fantastic news. I can't even
12
find...
viewers. All 12 of you, if you give us
all of
each...
them related. Oh, I just stopped.
Give us each $5,000, we can shut up.
Use the public radio technique.
Which is what should we do?
be annoying until like be so annoying with your like give us money stuff that people just give you money to literally be quiet about it.
Well, we could turn off the website, but I hate to screw the people who have donated. So what we could do is like give all the people who have donated special access and just start being a closed news site. Which
Or
would
just
suck,
before you
right?
or just before you get to the website, like you click on it and you just get like a bright page that's like, have you donated to Eli yet? Question mark. And you just have to look at it before you look at
Does
the
that
site.
work? Because I click past those myself. So.
I don't know. This can't be.
Does
No,
that
they're
work?
100% effective. Everyone should donate all their money, everything they earn to Eli. And
Give us your money, people. My mother would have come on and said this at 8 o'clock if she could have figured out the technology, but you know, technology.
didn't all she have to do just dial a number? It's a Zoom. It's
Oh,
not.
Andrew, your parents are my age. You don't have any idea what it's like trying to get your
Well,
octogenarian parents to understand where to click.
No,
You
none.
don't
Well, I
know.
give your mom credit for having some idea because my grandparents were afraid to like touch smartphones. And I remember one time my grandfather, when he was sick, like swiped to the next photo and then was like, I think I broke it. And I'm like, no, you didn't. It's okay. So, if she was considering tackling Zoom, good for her.
Well, she's done Zoom with family, but she's not done Zoom with the public. So there's that. Also, she tends to spend most of the Zoom call saying, do I really look like that? Who is that old woman?
Oh.
So wait, your mother has practiced at Zoom?
Somewhat. The aides help. My dad's aides help click the right buttons.
Got it. I take
Sort
it
of
that didn't work this evening?
No, but I read from her Christmas letter a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I did not read from the part that my sister censored. Would you all like to hear that part?
It's late enough.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say we're past the FCC watershed,
Right,
even though that doesn't
it's
apply.
Okay, so for the
Yeah,
three
we don't.
people still on with us, you know that my sister is a nun.
My
And-
mom just told everyone in the YouTube chat that I had to practice Zoom with her, but that's unfair because she taught online for 3 months and didn't know how to use Zoom. Don't be so down on yourself, Mom.
So here was
I
my
also-
mother's Christmas letter bit that got censored by my sister. My sister says it was a paragraph too long, so she cut this paragraph. My cardiologist, who during 2 visits so far has not even put a stethoscope to my chest, nor has he asked me what I'm feeling, is strictly a tech guy. So I agreed to let him plant a loop monitor on my left side of the chest, which will report directly to him. I asked him to fill up my right side for a little balance. He wasn't interested in a twofer. That's another doctor's specialty, he said, and Medicare won't pay for that. The government doesn't care how I look, only how I sound. Sound. They can now listen in on me. So if you must say something against Biden or the Democrats, turn your back against me and walk 6 feet away.
I want to meet your mom. I wanted to have a drink with your mom.
My mother's awesome. So I haven't told you all the story about my mother and my sister and I. So my sister was, my sister's a lovely person. She's a conservative Catholic nun in a full habit. And I was in my leopard print phase. So we were sitting on the couch together with my sister in her habit and me in my leopard print. And my mother looked at the two of us and said, how did this happen? And I said, you raised one of us right. And then I said to her, would you like me to make you a gin and tonic? And she said, yes. And I said, see?
Yeah,
The good dog.
exactly.
There it is.
Well, I also like your sibling system, Alice, of paying forward each other with booze when you hit your parents.
Not sure
good
my
system.
parents know that we leave alcohol for the next sibling.
Yeah, it's your right as
I
their
believe
kids.
I believe that is done in many families, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't think you're special this way, Alice.
Have you already started doing it, Andrew, with your
No,
minor
no,
siblings?
no. My brother isn't 21. I wouldn't give him alcohol.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. We all learn those tricks. It's important.
So David, you mentioned with regard to the alcohol use that our city accidentally screwed up the code and now the church has to apply on the behalf of bars.
Well, that's the way it reads, but I discovered, I don't know that anybody else but me knows that, so I probably shouldn't have blown that whistle. That's the trouble with some of these, hidden gems that are in your code. So It's sort of
Well,
like
I'm
the
afraid
one,
Lisa Babcock is listening, so she might be interested in the question of whether or not People's Church now has to apply on behalf of the bars.
that is exactly how it's worded, as a matter of fact. And likewise, they recently amended it so that if you're only selling for off-premise consumption and it's less than 25% of your floor area, so like Walgreens or Target, any place like that, then it says these standards don't apply. So it doesn't say you don't need a special use permit.
It just says this doesn't apply.
Right. It says that the standards that are specific to alcohol sales don't apply, but you still need a special use permit, I think. So,
Do you have a whiteboard on which you try to draw how these things play out so you can try to figure out what the hell one is supposed to do to get what one wants?
it comes pretty close to that sometimes.
I don't know if there's a big enough whiteboard.
No,
Limited
it
in
turns
space.
out very often you discover nobody else has read the thing.
All right. Lisa Babcock has now sent me and Andrew 12 messages, so I'm really tempted to just read them all. Is Alice drinking champagne? No, it is a Delta Sunset. It's Cointreau, triple sec, and lemon juice. And all I could find, thanks to the pandemic, is this giant jug of triple sec, which is not very ladylike. And then she says, East Lansing zoning is like Australian animals. It's only normal to people who live here. I like that.
That's well described. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then she wrote something that said skeezy, but it's now disassociated in time. And I don't know what she was talking about with regard to skeezy. Much Better Half says you've stolen our background because they also have books behind them because nobody else in East Lansing has books behind them. She wrote Peeping Tom Thumb, Titanic with a picture of the Titanic. It gets watered with frat boy urine.
I think that's the plants.
There you go.
But
Lisa has jokes tonight.
She was the one who mentioned roaming chads at one city council meeting, if I do recall correctly.
That was one of my favorite moments of working with you, Andrew, was typing that.
Well, I
putting
put in the
definition-
appositive phrase explaining what chad meant.
And you were like, I can't believe I have to edit you and insert this definition.
Like, this is just not a thing I expected today.
Then she wrote 10 stories of parking plus 2 stories of residential equals 2 stories. Jenga. Uh-oh, now she wrote oof because she knows I'm reading these live. So now she's going to stop texting.
She's doing pretty well so far. I was going to say, as one of your writers, she's doing an excellent job.
There you go, Lisa.
Yeah,
You're encouraged to keep texting, Lisa.
Yeah, I think that is true.
It's all foyable anyway.
I'll say she was funny because she was witty. We're funny because we're exhausted. So,
which makes us funnier to ourselves, but nobody else.
So what's the rest of your schedule?
Jody comes back on probably more drunk than she was at 10:30.
Really?
Was it 10:30? Jody was drunk or 10 o'clock?
It was like 10:05. Yeah.
Jody was like, I hope Jody's not. Jody's watching. Jody
She
had
noticed
a
the
big
twirling
glass
hair.
of wine and she was like twirling her hair, telling us the total, which is not Jody, really. It's not, not the normal Jody. But I think she's upset. Well, maybe she's not upset. She's disappointed, as are we, that the total is lower than we had hoped.
So is she coming back to do an update?
She is at 11:30, so you should
but
hold on to us.
we started at 53 or 54% of the way to the goal, and we're currently at 58. So we did make progress today.
So we're like beating COVID somehow. We have a higher test positive rate than COVID.
We have flattened the area under the curve of fundraising we need or something.
But I don't know if this is the curve we want to flatten.
No. Well, Mose, I said we flattened the area under the curve that we need.
Yeah, the easiest way to cut expenses is I fire myself, which is actually really, really tempting. But not because I don't work with terrific people who I do, but more because I'm a little tired.
I can understand. How long have you been at it now?
6 years, 6.5 years now. Yeah.
An unhealthy amount.
Yeah, 6.5 years. The fun thing is, I didn't realize how wonderful this would be 6.5 years later. But the first story we ever published as East Lansing Info, as a 501c3 nonprofit, was an article by Ann Nichols, who we all know and love. And it was the story about the bells at People's Church ringing again because a donor had donated new bells and the bells were working again. And so it's kind of cool because it's a story about the bells ringing again. And because I live only 3 blocks from People's Church, I often walk by People's Church on my way downtown. The bells are often ringing. And I often think, that's how we started, was with the bells ringing, and we still are here and the bells are still ringing. And I kind of love it. I kind of love it. And I pass Anne's house on the way there. And so it feels sort of wonderful in a way to hear the bells ringing every time I walk down. And now there's the Abbot. And you know what we should do, David? We should show the pictures of the original Abbot.
I thought you were going to say we should put church bells in the Abbot.
No, this is really cool. Let me find the pictures.
Oh, yeah, is there? It's David. Have you found the part of the zoning code yet that requires every 3rd building on a property have a carillon?
I have not found it yet. But
what's a carillon? What are you talking about?
I've heard it as carillon before.
Wow, you're
I
so
don't know what it
Oxbridge.
is either way. So
Bells.
Basically, church bells.
Okay.
Okay, you guys ready? This is really awesome, and I bet you've not found this at Eli. Okay, this is the original building at 100 West Grand River, which is where the Abbot now is.
Wow.
So this is at the corner of Grand River Avenue and Abbott Road. In the front is Abbott Road. Curling around the edge is Grand River Avenue. You can actually see just beyond this that there was a building there that was there until it got knocked down for the current project. Behind that would have been what's now People's Church. Isn't that cool? And so if we go down, here is the building as it was being built in 1926, when there was a huge controversy over this project and over the development. And there was like,
how fitting,
people on city council getting upset and blah, blah, blah. And it became this as it slowly went up. And then it became that. It was a really beautiful building when it was first built. See that? It was the original bank building.
And that's the old East Lansing State Bank.
Yes.
And then the real controversy was on the north side.
Yes.
Because they added a theater.
You can see it there. You can actually see it on the right side. It's the theater. And it was super controversial because the Women's Temperance League did not want a theater because theaters meant, intemperate behavior, bad behavior.
Unsavory behaviors, yes.
Well, exactly. The youth of the city would go there and learn bad habits.
Yes.
Well, and then at one point, East Lansing became a dry town, didn't it? And that was well after Prohibition.
It was until 1968.
Yeah.
This picture shows it from the north side of Abbott. So you're driving towards Grand River Avenue. And
this is kind of like where City Hall is a little bit.
So yeah, yes, you're driving down. And so you're driving towards Grand River Avenue. And the thing you see there, the old theater there actually ended up being demolished and turned into a parking lot. So when we've known it in recent history before the Abbott, it was a parking lot. And there it is shown in the 1950s. It was quite attractive, I think, as a building.
Right, before they clad it with.
But you see the State Theater, yeah, and then that's the way it looked. And then, of course, it eventually became much uglier. But let's see what we have there. Does it show it?
Trying to maybe spare us an
Oh,
ugly picture
that's
now.
a corner actually of Evergreen Avenue and Grand River Avenue, and it shows the edge coming up Evergreen Avenue towards the left, coming north from Grand River Avenue, which most people wouldn't know what that looks like, but unless you live right in the area, in which case you know. So then, of course, it became blighted. Trying to find the picture of the blight.
It's like the scene from Family Vacation. Enjoying the plate, kids?
Yeah, so of course what it became, I have to stop share and reshare. What it became ultimately was this incredible amount of blight. So this building on the left was knocked down as part of the project. Then there's Evergreen Avenue, and then the ugly bank building as it was reclad in the 70s. And I don't know if you know this, David, I actually looked into the records. The reason it was reclad was actually because it had a fire. So there was a fire in the building, and then they had, yeah, it was really interesting. There was a fire in the building, and they had to like redo the whole 4th floor. And they decided at that time, from what I could tell of the records in the building department, to actually reclad the whole damn thing, this incredibly ugly frontage. And so it became this incredibly hideous building over time. And I'm sure a lot of you remember it as the incredibly ugly building.
I sort of grew up recognizing it as the ugly, empty building in East Lansing.
Yes.
That's like my memory of it.
For years and years and years.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing was, for years, it had a sign up on it that said City of the Arts, which we talked about actually climbing up and seeing if we couldn't change it into City of the Farts. But we never did. That was the building we all knew before it got knocked down.
Yeah. Oh. It looks like it's the Pentagon or like the FBI headquarters, but like in a really bad movie or something.
It was
like
just a bad style. No
yeah.
problem.
So ugly. Wait, I've got a
Oh,
picture of the City of the Arts.
Pile of rubble now.
Yeah, well, so when it got knocked down, that was pretty exciting because a lot of people came out to watch the knocking down.
Woo.
It was fun. It was really
Oh, it is.
fun. I was actually
also-
out of town, which sucked. I was booked to speak in some other city. I don't remember where. And I was so disappointed because I really wanted to see it knocked down.
It is just satisfying to watch a building like get knocked over.
There was a good turnout that day, no question.
It was awesome.
Yes.
We sent a good photographer who took a lot of pictures.
Yes.
If only they could have done like when they blast them down.
Yes.
That would have been.
This wasn't all they really needed was a mid-sized excavator, and they could pull it down without a lot of problems.
Be like the Matthew McConaughey. A lot cooler if you did.
Right.
We have Jody here for our final numbers of the evening.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. This was really
for
fun.
joining us.
Good
Yes.
luck.
Good
All right.
deal. Thank you.
So long.
Hi, Jody.
Does Jody have the lampshade? Let's see. A lot cooler if you did.
Yes, YouTube on.
Jody, turn off your YouTube.
I think she's trying.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Hold on. Wow, it has been a long day, and you guys have had a longer day than me.
It's
All
been
right.
fun.
So, I just wanted to give you a final update here. We are 18 cents away from being $116,000.
Oh, for God's sake!
Total.
Somebody
Come on,
give
give us the
18 cents.
I might just go do
You
it
know what,
myself.
Alice, you're gonna
Give
find
us
18 cents
18
in your
cents.
mailbox tomorrow.
We were just talking. Somebody just go and take a penny cup from your local gas
we're just
station
gonna-
and drop it off at Alice's house. Like
We're
I've
just gonna-
changed.
We're just going to round it up here. So we have, I'm actually really excited. I mean, if you think about it, we have 24 new donors today, which
You're
is
always excited.
Yeah, that's because the teamwork makes the dream work.
DreamWorks makes the animated films.
We have 24 new donors.
I just got $20, Jody. We made it. I just got $20.
Yay!
And Aaron just walked down and hand you a 20.
So we have a total of $6,800 raised today during the telethon.
That's pretty good.
I mean, you guys all worked 12 hours today, so that's a lot.
It's
but
more than 500 an hour. So
I mean, overall, I think it's really awesome. We have 116,000 total, and we still have. Alice and I did this last year, and we raised a lot in the last day. So I'm not sure we can raise $80,000, but we might be close.
We might at least reach what we raised last year, which was 127. That is
We
my
raised,
hope.
right, we raised 127 last year. We're at 116 right now, if we add in a few cents here and there, which I think we can do. So it's been really a lot of fun today, though, you guys. I know that it's been a long day for you all, much longer than it has been for me. But I think the awesome thing is that we have 24 new donors. I mean, so that's really, if you think about how many Eli supporters, that's a lot more Eli supporters that we have in general. And, you know,
How
we
many
still have,
total new donors do we have, Jody, on the campaign? Because I was astonished when I looked.
It's probably almost 200
It's
right now.
unbelievable because we normally struggle to get 100 new donors. And this year we've had a lot of new donors.
oh, yeah. I mean, we used to get an incentive for getting new donors. And I'm not sure that I mean, I don't think that's happening again this year. So
No.
we set our own incentive for that. Prior to today, prior to the telethon, so today we had 24 new donors. Prior to that, I'm pulling it up right now to see how many we had. We set a goal of having 200 new donors during the campaign, which started November 1st. And so it's coming up slowly here, but
Well, I thought the goal was 100.
Originally it was.
We
yeah.
reset it because we hit 100 so early. We were really surprised.
Yeah, we really did. And, you know, last year we hit that as a goal because it brought in a bonus from Newsmatch. And so this year we decided to just do it as, you know, just trying to see if we could meet that.
Because as Jaquanda mentioned, we're ineligible now for that bonus because we've survived. So they don't give us that bonus anymore.
Absolutely, right. So
helpful.
Right. So this year, prior to today, prior to the telethon, we had 175 new donors.
Wow, we can get 25 tomorrow.
Right. So I mean, we are 199 as of today.
Oh my God.
As of
We're
like
gonna
right
have
now.
200 new donors. That's
Right.
amazing.
And so if you think about that, I mean, that's really, you know, new supporters of our nonprofit that will carry us through. So, you know, it isn't $200,000, but it's 200 new donors that are going to be supporting us into the coming year, which I think is really exciting. So, you know, I mean, I think that I hope you all listening and my team here really feel good about the work that we've done today. Just under 7,000 as a telethon total. 24 new donors. We're at 115,599. So if someone can just give us 18 cents, there you go. Now we're at 116. There we go. And so, you know, I mean, we're getting closer and closer. I see that Alice has her sparkly dress on.
I do. I got it on sale at Talbot's. It's $10.
I'm really impressed. And Alice and I, and maybe Emily and Andrew will be here through tomorrow as well. So anyone who's still listening or who still cares, I will still be here counting the money. And we are shooting
always counting money.
Always counting the money. We're
Always.
shooting for 200,000. And the way you can give is going to eastlansinginfo.news/donate.
Jody, you are the best. Let us all just say you are absolutely the best. No matter how crappy a day we are having, you keep us focused on the dream of just bringing the news, and we so appreciate you. I mean, I wish we could pay you thousands and thousands more every year. You're such a. I would have shut Eli down without Jody. Jody came in and took over the incredibly exhausting part of what I had to be doing, which was bookkeeping and accounting and all that stuff, keeping track of all these spreadsheets, trying to figure out where everything was moving, taking care of donors who write to us and say, I'd like to change my $4 monthly donation to $5. Yes. I love you, woman, that you very patiently, enthusiastically walk people through the 20 minutes it takes us to move them from a $4 monthly donation to a $5 monthly donation. You are the best.
Yeah, thank you so much. And, you know, I mean, I say it often, but I really do mean it, that this teamwork that we all have here really does make the dream work. And, you know, I think our goal of 200,000 is a dream with a deadline. And we're going to get there one way or another. And I just really
Or we're
appreciate
gonna
it.
fire people who are not the four of us because we are working our freaking asses off. And
Well,
so
I
we're gonna
just
keep
really
doing that.
appreciate all of you today. It's really just been a lot of fun, and I've gotten to learn a lot about all of you. I've got some great stories to tell, a great resume builder, and it's just been really, really awesome. So thank you for all your efforts, and I'll continue to be here counting the money.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm going to send out 200 donor emails.
Just send Kate the new total if you don't mind, or send me the new total.
No
I
problem.
know it's 116, and I'll just tell Kate. And she'll
There you
update the
go.
water tower tomorrow.
Oh, we're gonna get so many overnight donations from
There you go. You know it. It's going to happen.
our
so.
great international readership, and the Nikkei is
Awesome.
gonna open, and Eli's just gonna take off.
Anyway, thanks guys. It's
Thank you,
been
Jody.
awesome. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Jody.
Thanks, Jody. You guys didn't have anyone who had Nikkei reference past 11:30 at night. Bingo to you.
I hope Jody's going to drink a lot of water tonight.
I hope so too.
I'm looking forward to having lunch in 15 minutes. Thank you both so much for doing this. This was awesome. Should we just take a few minutes to talk about our favorite things, or did you already do that while I was offline putting on my dress?
We could talk about our favorite
time to
things.
talk about our favorite things.
I don't know if you wanted us to become the Von Trapp family and sing about it.
No, just speak to your favorite things. What were your favorite things, Emily?
On the Telethon.
Yes, of the Telethon.
Oh my, it's hard to really recount 12 hours when you're this tired.
Peter Sagal was fun.
I mean,
You got to be with Peter
obviously
Sagal.
A highlight, getting to rub it in Catherine's face. What was really fun was a lot of people pulled through and watched it for me. So like my friend from college, she watched and like she was like, "Oh, my mom watched too." Like, so people, it was nice to see different text messages, and I apologize to everyone who I didn't respond to because I've been juggling too many commentaries.
Let me just interrupt you. Jody just texted me to show that somebody sent in 19 cents.
We said we needed 18 cents. Someone followed through.
Brian, I'm not going to mention your last name, but Brian, you're the best. Thank you, Brian.
I think I know who it is.
For sending in 19 cents.
It's worthwhile. Honestly, that's of all the donations Eli is likely to give out patronage for, it's the 19-cent one that we're gonna like do a favor for somebody
sending a
for.
shirt and a book for that one. I'm
Alice Alice received an awesome donation to replace someone who dropped out of donating us.
Oh, we should say that. So we got this stupid email from somebody saying, "I'm not giving you any money because a few months ago I asked you to do a huge investigation of CATA and its financing and you didn't do it." I looked it up. This guy had given us $50 over the course of the entire life. And he wanted us to do an investigation that would have cost at least $1,000. And it's also a countywide investigation. It's a big investigation. I don't disagree with him. We should look at that, but it's incredibly huge. And so I wrote back a rather snippy email that said, basically like, if you can find a news organization that for $50 donation will do whatever investigation you want, please let me know because I'd like to hire their reporters. And so I posted that on Twitter, and John, whose last name we won't mention, but a fabulous John, stood up and said, "I'm giving you money to make up for that other John," because the guy's name was John. It was a Dear John letter. Another John stood up and gave us
Alice
more
and her
money.
Johns.
Sorry,
it was right there. It was right there.
Not cool, man.
Sorry.
So anyway, we are not the New Yorker, right? Anyway, for
not the
me,
New
one of the
Yorker.
highlight. I mean, all 5 national guests were a highlight for me. Really, I mean, I was really cool talking to all of them. I really enjoyed all of them.
I really appreciated Jaquanda too. That
is the best.
Yeah, she just was so inspirational. She spoke from the heart. I think in part because she knows what we're doing because she's doing it in Flint. Like,
Yes.
I really, really appreciated it.
Yes. One of the great things about Jaquanda is like when I'm totally exhausted and I'm weeping and I'm calling the board and I'm weeping, Jaquanda's like, she doesn't quite say this, but she sort of says it. She's like, "You should quit." And it totally brings out I'm not quitting. Right?
She knows how to like tap into that.
She knows what
Push
she's
that
doing.
button.
Yeah. But she means it. She's like, if this is exhausting and you're done, you're done. Just like go. It's okay. You can go. But she's great. She's my hero. She just throws me a life preserver every time I need a life preserver. She's been
The
amazing.
Jaquanda Johnson Appreciation Telethon.
She has in many ways
Oh,
been
she's awesome.
responsible for me surviving the last year, because there have been many times where I thought I'm just at the edge of it all. And rather than saying to me, it's all going to be okay, Jaquanda says, this totally sucks. People should appreciate what we do. They should give us a little more money. The people who get it really get it, but the people who don't get it use our stuff and they don't appreciate us with a couple of bucks. And she says that, and it heals me. You know, she was talking about women as healers. She's just very much a beautiful person with regard to acknowledging the pain of bringing local news. I just so respect what she's doing.
And I just think on the math front of, the people who get it, and the people who don't, if like, when we're talking about $200,000 to run Eli, we're basically talking about if everybody in the city of East Lansing gave us $5, we would exceed our goal by about $50,000.
And if somehow we could magically tax the city of East Lansing to give us just what the city manager is paid, there we go. We've run a whole news organization.
Well, then I don't think the Constitution allows Eli the power to levy taxes, but
Andrew, you'd be
maybe
surprised how
David Pearson might find it in the zoning code for all we know.
But we'd have to ask People's Church to apply for it for us.
Yes,
Hey,
exactly.
I got a tax for you guys.
Yeah,
honestly, people have written to me and been like, it's always mansplaining, by the way. It's always men writing to me saying, you're just not doing it right. And some of them write to me and say, you just need to levy a tax to do it. And I'm like, oh yeah, because I have the power to levy a tax for what I want. If I did,
the only person
hunger.
I think there's one person you can levy a tax over, and it's Aaron.
I just also feel the
$20.
The Venn diagram of people who would say you can't use Soviet newspapers for a source for whatever reason, and the people emailing you to say you should levy a tax are overlapping, and they don't get why that's ironic.
God. Then there's people who say just take advertising, as if magically all these small businesses in East Lansing have thousands of dollars to donate to us as advertising. They don't. They are on the edge. They were on the edge even before COVID.
And as if that wasn't advertising being the source of funding wasn't the problem to begin with.
Which is why local news has failed everywhere.
Well, I think, and that's something that I think I'm hoping, and this is just my Andrew soapbox portion, I guess, but like the generational divide, and it's kind of interesting of Alice, we can hear, we could hear that perfectly clearly. But the generational divide of like, I mean,
can't hear Andrew.
70 years ago, you had to paying to get the newspaper delivered to your house, and like, yeah, you didn't have to pay for the nightly news on the 4 channels you got, but like, I guess people just got detached with the internet and getting news for free of that it costs something, even at something nominal, because it's not like a New York Times national subscription was something prohibitively expensive, but it still cost you something, and that's true at the local level. So I'm hoping people in my generation and sort of younger and younger recognize, or will at least have learned, that news isn't free. Because I think a lot of people in America just live under the assumption of like, oh, you don't have to pay to get news, because for a lot of their life they could just log onto a website and read it. And it's like, well, it still costs money to do that to some extent. It's just, where's it coming from?
I mean, it's tough. Like, because I used to feel pretty bad about myself when I'd be commuting to Grand Rapids to teach, and they'd do that NPR drive for Michigan radio, and I'd be like, well, a third of what I'm making to teach at GVSU is going just to the gas. And then I was like, when I'm not in graduate school, I will give to one of these NPR drives. And I did. I held myself accountable to that. But I could see how it took me to being almost 30 to be able to do that. So I'm empathetic for people getting started on their feet who don't have that money.
Well, and that's why I think Eli's so good too. If it allows anyone to access it, while also basically it allows people to pay for other people to get the news too. Because like a lot of people are in a position where they can donate more than they would
Right.
need to pay for a subscription to whatever, but because they recognize the good of having journalism in their town, not just for them, but for the town. And that's I think what's really unique about Eli is that we are not beholden to advertisers, but we are not also exclusively for people who give us money.
No,
We
no.
are that there are seldom places in America that are doing news that are not either for the people giving them money or getting money from somebody to help promote something some way.
That's right. We are really unusual in that we really
Like that's just
are.
rare.
We have a very diversified funding base, and it is our people. It is absolutely our people. Jaquanda is fortunate and talented in getting all those grants. I have tried to get us those grants. They just are not interested in us. We are a
If you want to give us a pile of money, we'll take it.
yeah, we will, but it just doesn't exist for us. And so we've had to rely on our wonderful community to support us. And we've had, people support us, and that's been really important. But I do want to emphasize, if people can give even $5 a month, that turns into $60 a year. For two of those donations, create one article a year. I mean, that's a significant amount of money for us, because that pays for a report out of city council, a report out of planning commission, a report out of school board. It really matters to us. So even $5 a month, Jody was talking about $50 a month because that's what Jane Turner pledged, which was awesome. But even $5 a month makes a big difference for us in the end. So it's really cool. Just don't pledge $4 and then make us go through upping your pledge to $5, because it's a lot of work.
Make a separate $1 pledge or something.
If you're giving $5 a month, that's about 2 cups of coffee. And my mom wrote in the YouTube chat to Alice, please don't quit. Or at least I assume it was to Alice.
Not
Neither
yet.
Andrew nor I have discussed quitting.
Yeah, Emily and I aren't there yet.
I won't quit, but I do love that Andrew and Emily are here doing such good work, because I feel just so grateful to have that level. When Ann Nichols was managing editor, she was my partner and did a huge amount of work. And we all do, we burn out. And Ann decided to go back into law, which was her original field. She has a JD and she's really talented in that area. And we're lucky to still have her as our public editor, and who writes a column for us, Ann About Town. But, when I lost Ann, I really lost a partner. And in Emily, I've really gotten back a managing editor that I feel like is a true partner. And that's been a huge benefit to my life. I mean, people have to hear that all the time. And having Andrew as a real pro coming in and doing these, meeting reports. I mean, when Ruth Byer and Mark Meadows quit mid-meeting, it was amazing for me to have Andrew and to be able to say, you're it. Like, because normally I would have to report that. And how do I report that? I report Ruth Byer slammed me and then quit.